On a certain day in a certain month at 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Yu groggily rose from his bed. Meow, a cat with golden eyes and a coat as dark as night, called out to its owner. Good morning, Xian. Xian meowed again, leaping lightly onto the bed to join Zhang Yu. Gently scratching the cat's chin, Zhang Yu got out of bed and drew back the curtains, basking in the sunlight, albeit knowing that the day was nearing its end. Yet, there was little he could do. His work took place at night, and his daily routine was thus inverted. Fortunately, today was a day of rest, freeing him from the obligations of work that evening, allowing him to arrange the upcoming hours at his leisure. After a brief wash, Zhang Yu retrieved a steak from the refrigerator to thaw. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sound of meat cooking. Once he had prepared his meal, he opened a can of cat food for Xian, and the two of them quietly savored their respective dishes. Xian, a black cat, was named after the ancient term for black cat Xian, Mao, reflecting its sleek, shiny fur, a testament to its excellent care. After finishing their meal, Xian nestled into Zhang Yu's embrace, purring contentedly as he stroked the cat with practiced ease. After playing with the feline for a while, Zhang Yu remarked, "The refrigerator is empty. I shall go shopping shortly. Wait for me at home." Meow. Hearing this meow, Zhang Yu assumed Xian had agreed, setting the cat down on the floor as he changed his shoes in preparation for leaving. However, Xian unexpectedly tugged at his pant leg, causing Zhang Yu to pause momentarily. With patience, he explained, "He'll just pop over to the convenience store. He'll be back shortly." Meow meow. Realizing that his cat had not understood, Xian leapt onto the headboard, grasping a claw knife that rested upon the nightstand. The claw knife, crafted from metal and treated with a blued finish, was undeniably exquisite, albeit dull-edged, appearing more as a collector's item than a weapon. Xian clutched the knife and scampered to Zhang Yu's feet, at which point Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. He scooped up the cat and took the claw knife, inquiring, "Xian, have you sent something?" Meow. This meow affirmed his suspicion. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu conceded, "Very well, I shall take you with me." He tucked the claw knife into his jacket pocket and descended the stairs, cradling Xian. By now, it was 6:30 in the evening, and the streetlights had begun to glow. While unsure of what Xian was alert to, Zhang Yu remained composed. In fact, he had grown accustomed to such situations. This was not his first encounter with such matters. He held confidence in himself, and with Xian by his side, he knew his cat was not merely adorable, but possessed of a certain intelligence. Exiting the neighborhood and crossing 2 streets, he arrived at the convenience store. Upon entering, the clerk greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Zhang Yu, it's rare to see you with your cat out and about." Zhang Yu chuckled as he placed Xian on the counter, saying, "Please keep an eye on him. I need to grab a few things." The clerk, a young woman with an attractive appearance, nodded, "Sure, feel free to browse. Do you need a bag?" Indeed. Accepting the bag, Zhang Yu made his way to the shelves while Xian was cradled by the clerk, enjoying her affectionate attention. The absence of overwhelming perfume made her presence pleasant. Xian had no objections and allowed her to continue. Zhang Yu selected some beverages and a few quick prep meals, knowing fresh vegetables would be unavailable at this hour, leaving that for tomorrow. Once his bag was filled, he approached the checkout counter. After paying, Zhang Yu found himself juggling the bag in one hand while cradling Xian in the other, a rather cumbersome endeavor. "Doesn't that seem a bit inconvenient?" the clerk observed. Zhang Yu responded with a grin. "How about you help me carry these home?" The clerk paused, bewildered. "What do you mean? Are you inviting me to your home?" I still have to tend to the store. I can't leave. Not even for a moment. My cat could do backflips." Xian remained unfazed, as if accustomed to Zhang Yu's playful banter. The clerk's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Go on, and not interested, hurry back. Goodbye." Zhang Yu laughed as he exited the convenience store, leaving the clerk to admire his upright figure, her fingers brushing against her cheek. Alas, Zhang Yu was simply too handsome. She felt shy meeting his gaze, fearing she might become entranced and embarrass herself. His playful remarks only added to her fluster. How could she not blush? She pondered what kind of girlfriend such a striking man might attract. Just the thought of being with him felt blissful. Unbothered by the clerk's fluttering heart, Zhang Yu ambled along, his arms laden with supplies. He merely found it instinctive to tease. There were no ulterior motives in his jest. Xian had already leapt from his arms, dashing ahead with nimble grace. Zhang Yu followed closely, yet instead of heading home, they ventured in the opposite direction. Before long, half an hour had passed, and a Xian finally halted, meowing twice at Zhang Yu. They had arrived at an old alley, seldom traversed by passers-by, and now enveloped in silence. The alley lay in darkness, a streetlight meant to illuminate the path appearing to have burned out. Observing the pitch-black passage, Zhang Yu beckoned a Xian. A Xian, come here. A Xian leapt into his arms, and Zhang Yu remained still, cradling the cat as he sat down. Meow Shu, I know something is in the alley, but this creature is rather clever. Acting too soon would scare it away. We must wait. Zhang Yu spoke, as if to himself, or perhaps explaining to his feline companion. Yet, to see a grown man sitting on the roadside holding a cat might seem peculiar, but thankfully, there were few people around. They waited for 2 hours, and, just as a Xian lay in Zhang Yu's embrace, it suddenly lifted its head. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply, his right hand slipping into his pocket to grip the claw knife tightly. At the opposite end of the alley, a girl stood hesitantly before the encroaching darkness, her fear holding her back. Is a streetlight broken? She murmured, but still drew out her phone, activating the flashlight and cautiously stepping forward. Though apprehensive, she had to return home, as she lived nearby. Holding her phone aloft to illuminate her path, she noticed with growing unease that the shadows ahead seemed to swallow the light, rendering her vision unclear. The girl's heart raced, and she quickened her pace, recalling that there was a staircase to the left that would lead her home on the 3rd floor. She continued to reassure herself that it was merely a broken light, there were no ghosts in this world, and all fear stemmed from her own imagination. Counting her steps, she finally spotted the staircase illuminated by her flashlight, her heart lifting with relief. Just as she retrieved her keys to enter the stairwell, a cloaked figure appeared before her without warning. Ah! The girl recoiled in shock, stepping back several paces. Who are you? The shadow offered no reply, merely turning to face her directly, and in horror, she realized that beneath the hood lay an impenetrable void of darkness. Overcome with terror, a certain day, in a certain month at 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Yu groggily rose from his bed. Meow, a cat with golden eyes and a coat as dark as night, called out to its owner. Good morning, a Xian. A Xian meowed again and gracefully leaped onto the bed, finding its way to Zhang Yu's side. After gently scratching the cat's chin, Zhang Yu got out of bed and drew back the curtains, basking in the sunlight, even though it was nearly sunset. However, there was little he could do. His work was at night, and his daily routine was a chaotic inversion of day and night. Fortunately, today was a day of rest, and he was free to arrange the rest of his time as he pleased. After a brief wash, Zhang Yu retrieved a steak from the refrigerator to thaw. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sound of meat being cooked. After preparing his meal, Zhang Yu opened a can of cat food for a Xian, and the two enjoyed their respective feasts in tranquil companionship. A Xian, a black cat, was named after the ancient term for black cats, Xian cat, reflecting its glossy fur, which indicated it was well cared for. Once they had finished eating, a Xian nestled into Zhang Yu's arms, purring contentedly as he expertly stroked its fur. After a brief play, Zhang Yu remarked, "The refrigerator is empty. I need to go shopping. Wait for me at home." Meow. Upon hearing this meow, Zhang Yu took it as agreement and set the cat down, changing his shoes in preparation to leave. However, a Xian began tugging at his pant leg, causing Zhang Yu to pause momentarily. Still, he patiently explained, "I'm just going to the convenience store. I'll be back soon." Meow meow. Seeing that a Xian was not satisfied, it jumped onto the headboard and seized a claw knife resting on the bedside table. The claw knife, crafted from metal and treated with a blued finish, was quite beautiful, though it lacked a sharp edge. To any observer, it would merely be regarded as a fine collectible. A Xian carried the claw knife to Zhang Yu's feet, and his expression turned serious. He picked up the cat and took the knife, asking, "A Xian, have you sensed something?" Meow. This meow confirmed his suspicion. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu said, "All right, then I'll take you with me." He tucked the claw knife into his jacket pocket and carried a Xian downstairs. It was now 6:30 in the evening, and the street lights had begun to glow. Though he was unsure of what a Xian was alert to, Zhang Yu did not exhibit undue anxiety. Rather, he had grown accustomed to it. This was not his first encounter with such matters, and he felt confident, especially with a Xian by his side, as his cat was far more than just an adorable companion. After leaving the community and passing through 2 streets, they arrived at the convenience store. Upon entering, the clerk smiled and greeted him, "Mr." Zhang Yu, it's rare to see you out with your cat. Zhang Yu chuckled as he placed a Xian on the counter, saying, please keep an eye on it while I grab a few items. The clerk, a young lady with delicate features, nodded, sure. Help yourself. Oh, you need a bag? Yes. After receiving the bag, Zhang Yu headed toward the shelves while the clerk held a Xian, who was enjoying her affectionate strokes. A Xian found the absence of overwhelming perfume refreshing and allowed her to continue. Zhang Yu selected a few beverages and some semi-prepared meals. Knowing that fresh vegetables would be elusive at this hour, he would leave that for tomorrow. After filling the bag, he approached the checkout counter. Once he paid, he found himself juggling the bag in one hand while cradling the cat in the other, making it a bit cumbersome. It seems a bit inconvenient like that, the clerk remarked. Zhang Yu smiled at her. How about you help me carry these things home? The clerk was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Was he inviting her to his home? I still need to tend to the store. Really not coming? My cat can do backflips. That the Xian remained indifferent, as if already accustomed to its owner's playful banter. The clerk's face flushed, and she retorted, no, I'm not interested. Hurry back, goodbye. Zhang Yu laughed as he left the convenience store, while the clerk watched his upright silhouette, touching her face in disbelief. There was no denying that Zhang Yu was exceptionally handsome. She felt shy to meet his gaze, fearing she might become flustered. And then he joked with her again. How could she not blush? She wondered what kind of girlfriend he would attract. Just imagining being with such a handsome man was delightful. Ignoring the clerk's fluttering heart, Zhang Yu leisurely strolled away, his thoughts undisturbed. He merely teased her out of habit, with no ulterior motives. A Xian had already leapt from his arms, scampering ahead with nimbleness. Zhang Yu followed behind, yet instead of heading home, they ventured in the opposite direction. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had passed when a Xian finally halted, meowing at Zhang Yu. They had arrived in an old alley, seldom traversed by passers-by, now enveloped in silence. The alley was shrouded in darkness, as the streetlight that should have illuminated it appeared to have malfunctioned. Observing the inky blackness, Zhang Yu beckoned to the cat. A Xian, come here. A Xian leaped into his arms, and Zhang Yu made no further movement, choosing to sit down while cradling the cat. Meow Shu, I know it's in the alley, but this fellow is rather clever. If we act now, it might frighten away. Let's wait a bit. Zhang Yu spoke, as if to himself, or perhaps explaining to his feline companion. However, a large man sitting on the roadside with a cat might appear peculiar, but fortunately, the area was mostly deserted. They waited for 2 hours, and, as a Xian lay nestled in Zhang Yu's embrace, it suddenly lifted its head. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, his right hand slipping into his pocket to grasp the claw knife tightly. At the other end of the alley, a girl stood hesitantly before the enveloping darkness, seemingly frightened to advance. Is the streetlight broken? Murmuring to herself, she took out her phone, activating the flashlight, and cautiously stepped forward. Though apprehensive, she resided nearby and had to return home. She held the phone aloft, attempting to illuminate her path, but for some reason, the darkness ahead seemed to devour the light, rendering it difficult to see clearly. Nervously, she listened to her quickening heartbeat, hastening her pace. A left turn led to a staircase. If she turned there and ascended 3 floors, she would be home. She continually reassured herself that it was merely a broken light, that all fears were self-imposed, and that there were no such things as ghosts in this world. Counting her steps, she finally spotted the staircase illuminated by her phone's beam. Her heart leaping with joy, she was almost there. Just as she fished out her keys to turn into the stairwell, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared before her without warning. Ah! Startled, the girl stumbled backward several steps. Why you? Who are you? The shadow did not respond, but turned to face her, and she was horrified to find the hood still obscured in darkness. Overcome with fear, her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. Is it really a ghost? The shadow disregarded her reaction and began to advance slowly toward her. The sound of metal scraping against the ground reached her ears, and only then did she notice that the figure grasped and object a massive scythe. Chapter 2. Haven't we met before? Oh dear, this was the girl's first thought upon seeing the scythe. Indeed, the Grim Reaper truly brandished a scythe. But why? Isn't the Grim Reaper a figure from Western mythology? She is of the Huaxia lineage. Even if a life were to be claimed, it should be by a duo, one black and one white. Moreover, she is merely 21, a law-abiding citizen, so why is her life being demanded? What could the reason possibly be? No. It would be such a pity to die like this. She has never even experienced love. It seems too late now to clear her browsing history on her phone. Mother, I miss you so much. The moment the girl glimpsed the scythe, she resigned herself to her fate, shutting her eyes as a flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through her mind. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Farewell, this world. After a while, the chilling sensation of the scythe slicing across her neck did not occur. Why has no action been taken? Zhang Yu, having dealt with the scythe wielder, sheathed his weapon and crouched down to observe the girl, who sat on the ground, weeping silently. His eyes emitted a faint glow. Even in the darkness, he could discern her features. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. There was also a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen her before. But where? Surely not. Yet his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he noticed her body trembling slightly. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Ah, the sudden magnetic voice startled the girl, causing all her mental fortifications to crumble as she scrambled away. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet, she shouted, her gaze cast downward, afraid to open her eyes to the surroundings. Zhang Yu sighed, attempting to soothe her with a tender voice. It's all right now. I am not that creature from before. You are safe. Meow. A Xian approached, calling out beside its master. The girl's curiosity was piqued by the sound of the cat. With her eyes still closed, she asked, "Why is there a cat?" "It's mine. You can open your eyes now. You are truly safe." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's gentle voice, the girl felt her emotions stabilize significantly. Cautiously, she opened her eyes. What a handsome man. This was her immediate thought upon seeing Zhang Yu's face. "Why are your eyes glowing blue?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "I shan't explain. You will forget it all shortly." With that, he pulled a sticker from his pocket, preparing to place it on her smooth forehead. "Wait, what do you mean I will forget everything soon?" The girl had many questions, but Zhang Yu had already affixed the sticker to her brow. A wave of disorientation washed over her, and she began to feel drowsy as her memories blurred. This sensation was unsettling. There was a strikingly handsome man who had saved her, and she had yet to obtain his contact information. She could not forget him. Zhang Yu noticed the girl furrowing her brows, blinking in resistance. However, it mattered not. Her struggle was unlikely to succeed. This sticker was a psychological tool, designed to make one forget events that had transpired within the last 10 minutes. The figure she had seen was not a grim reaper, merely a scythe wielder, far from being the harbinger of death. Zhang Yu could easily eliminate such a threat, but an ordinary person could not. However, the girl had seen the scythe wielder's form, and the rules did not permit such knowledge to remain. Thus, the tool was necessary to erase her memory. Zhang Yu had hesitated before using the sticker, for the girl was too beautiful. He acknowledged that, in that fleeting moment, he felt a flutter in his heart and wished to seize the opportunity to get to know her. Yet, he would not violate the rules again. So he proceeded to use the sticker. As he observed the girl's furrowed brow gradually relax, he knew her resistance had, as expected, faltered. He then stood up and beckoned to a Xian. "Come on, a Xian. Let us return home." Meow. Just as the duo prepared to depart, Zhang Yu was abruptly seized by the arm. Turning in astonishment, he found it was the very girl from before. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her eyes faintly glowing blue, and she gasped, "Please don't leave yet. I have questions for you." Zhang Yu, taken aback by her glowing eyes, was startled. By the heavens, she had managed to retain some memory. "All right, I won't leave." "Go ahead and ask." Zhang Yu's straightforwardness caused the girl to momentarily pause, surprised by his sudden compliance. "Could we exchange contact information?" Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "How forward of you." "Sure, you can scan my code." As he reached for his phone, however, one of his arms was firmly grasped by the girl, while the other cradled the cat, leaving him momentarily immobilized. "Could you let go of me first? I need to get my phone." "I won't. What if you suddenly stick that sticker on me again or run away?" Zhang Yu chuckled wryly. "That sticker is of no use to you now, and I promise I won't run. Besides, how can we exchange contact information if you don't let me get my phone?" The girl pondered for a moment before reluctantly releasing her grip. Zhang Yu retrieved his phone, and they added each other as friends, allowing the girl to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "I am Lin Mian. Mian as in cotton. Were you the one who saved me just now?" "That would be accurate. And what is your name?" "Zhang Yu. You as in universe." After their introductions, Lin Mian wiped her forehead with her sleeve. Observing this, Zhang Yu moved to his recently purchased items and retrieved a bottle of water, offering it to her. "Thank you." Lin Mian took a few sips, feeling her heartbeat gradually settle, the blue glow in her eyes dimming. Zhang Yu regarded the girl before him. Moments ago, she had been rolling on the ground, now dusted with grime, with strands of hair sticking to her face, looking rather disheveled. "Do you live around here?" At his inquiry, Lin Mian nodded, gesturing towards the alley behind her. "Did I rent a place back there? Would you like to go back and tidy up?" Lin Mian glanced at her dust-covered clothing and nodded. "Come with me?" Zhang Yu asked. "Do you live alone?" "Yes." "Are you really brave enough to bring a stranger home?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mian felt a wave of relief wash over her and replied with a smile, "Haven't we already met?" "That is a valid point. Lead the way." However, Lin Mian remained tucked behind Zhang Yu, clutching his clothing. "The staircase leads up to the 3rd floor. Could you walk ahead?" The earlier encounter had left Lin Mian with a considerable psychological shadow, and she was still a touch frightened. Chapter 3. Professional Exorcist. Lin Mian brought Zhang Yu to her rented apartment, and as she flicked on the light, she exhaled a long breath of relief. There is comfort in a well-lit environment. Phew, safe at last. Suddenly, the lights flickered off. Not again. Lin Mian clung to Zhang Yu like a frightened cat. Zhang Yu pressed the switch again, and light flooded the room once more. "It's nothing. I merely found your light switch quite peculiar and couldn't resist pressing it." Lin Mian looked at the most ordinary switch on the wall, along with Zhang Yu's mischievous expression, and exclaimed in indignation, "Isn't this just the most common switch? You did that on purpose to scare me." Zhang Yu chuckled lightly, setting aside a bag of snacks. "All right, you should freshen up. After all, you have questions for me." Pouting, Lin Mian retrieved her sleepwear from the wardrobe. "You sit for a moment. There are drinks in the fridge." As she stepped into the bathroom, she added a playful warning, "No peeking." Zhang Yu ignored her, surveying the space before pulling up a chair to sit. The room was small, perhaps even cramped, yet impeccably tidy. With a subtle fragrance that spoke to its feminine touch, a Xian lounged on his lap as Zhang Yu scratched its belly, then pulled out the scythe from his pocket. The blade, already treated with a bluing process, now gleamed a deep blue. The scythe wielders are truly rare, yet the soul energy harvested was considerable. Combined with the previous amounts, it should suffice. He then retrieved a small vial from another pocket, containing a deep blue liquid, nearly full. Zhang Yu cautiously uncorked the vial and positioned the scythe's tip above the opening, allowing 3 drops of blue liquid to fall, filling the vial to the brim. The scythe's color returned to normal as he carefully recapped the vial and stowed it away. "Just a bit left for you." Upon hearing this, a Xian extended its tongue to lick the scythe's tip, its golden pupils shimmering as it nuzzled against its master. "Haha, good kitty." The sound of running water from the bathroom drew Zhang Yu's attention. But he knew he would see nothing. Even though his eyes glowed, they were merely slightly better than ordinary eyesight. There was no possibility of seeing through walls, with nothing to occupy his time. He leaned back in his chair, scrolling through videos on his phone, only to come across a sweet girl performing a dance with hand gestures, instantly distracting him. "Isn't this Lin Mian?" Upon checking the ID, it reads Mumumu Bo Goodness. This could be considered real name internet usage. No wonder I found her familiar upon our first meeting. I must have been following her for several months, the first time I stumbled upon her. I was instantly captivated. There was no suggestive dancing nor revealing attire. Just a university student in casual were performing a variety of charming gesture dances. Her beauty truly stood out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the attention of Zhang Yu. However, upon closer inspection, it seems her figure is quite impressive as well, with a sweet and lovely face, and her height likely around 170 centimeters. She possesses the appearance of a sweet girl combined with the physique of a mature woman. I took a glance at her profile. She has 100,000 followers, which is quite remarkable, and her university is local. Although at ISNT a top-tier institution, it is still a prestigious university. A beautiful and talented girl like her certainly makes Zhang Yu reflect on his discerning eye quite admirable. After putting down his phone, Zhang Yu stared at the bathroom door, deep in thought, now that she has awakened her psychic abilities. She is indeed of the same kind as himself. He must contemplate how to handle this. 20 minutes later, Lin Mian emerged from the bathroom clad in her pajamas, her fair skin radiating a delicate pink hue, seemingly capable of being pinched for moisture. Her damp hair cascaded down her back, not yet dried, but at this moment, she had a plethora of questions to ask, leaving no time to dry her hair. Sitting on the bed, her gaze locked with Zhang Yu's, he spoke first. "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "I will." "All right then, ask away, but I must preface that what I have to say will fundamentally alter your perception of this world. So brace yourself." Lin Mian nodded eagerly and inquired, "What is that monster?" "The Scythe Man. A creature from hell. Hell really a tangible place. Indeed. Did you kill that side man? Zhang Yu nodded. It came to cause trouble. If I hadn't killed it, ordinary people would have been harmed. Lin Mian cast Zhang Yu a glance and asked, are there many people like you? Certainly more than just myself. Are you professional exorcists? Exorcists? Lin Mian responded with excitement. Yes, just like in the movies, Constantine. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, if that's how you wish to understand it, it's not inaccurate. Typically, those entities from hell do not manifest in the human realm. But there are always disobedient ones. Our duty is to send them back. Lin Mian comprehended and then posed another question that piqued her interest. What about that sticker that makes one forget? Zhang Yu retrieved a sticker from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mian. This is it, a prop created by a big shot, single use, designed to erase memories from the last 10 minutes. Lin Mian gazed at the sticker, which depicted a cute little white rabbit, but hesitated to reach for it. No need to fear. You are immune to it now. Really? Noticing her disbelief, Zhang Yu led her to the mirror. You resisted the sticker's effect just now, which indicates you have awakened your psychic abilities, so we are now of the same kind. As he spoke, he cupped Lin Mian's face from behind, the sudden physical contact causing her body to stiffen momentarily. Relax, take a moment to feel it. His magnetic voice, coupled with the warmth of his palm, momentarily made Lin Mian forget to resist. In the mirror, both their faces reflected back, as Zhang Yu's mind stirred. His eyes glimmered with blue light, and Lin Mian's eyes emitted the same luminous glow. Wow! Unable to contain her astonishment, Lin Mian felt as if her vision had significantly sharpened. She turned to look at a Xian, who was lounging on a chair. A Xian raised his eyes to meet hers, and from Lin Mian's perspective, a black tiger suddenly appeared before her, startling her and nearly causing her to tumble off the chair. But Zhang Yu steadied her. Don't be afraid. That's a Xian, my cat. As Zhang Yu withdrew his psychic energy, the glow in their eyes faded, and Lin Mian saw a normal-sized cat resting on the chair. What was that just now? That was a Xian's alternate form. He is not an ordinary cat. Meow. Hearing his owner praise him, a Xian proudly meowed and nimbly leaped onto Lin Mian's lap. Startled, Lin Mian grinned at a Xian. Hello there. Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, no need to be scared. A Xian is quite adorable most of the time. Just treat him like an ordinary cat. A Xian playfully rubbed against Lin Mian's arm, emboldening her to reach out and pet his head. However, she soon realized a pressing question. So, am I an exorcist now? Do I have to join you? Theoretically, yes. What do you mean theoretically? You see, the management of Exorcists isn't particularly strict, and their isn't just one organization, so it's unlikely anyone will come knocking to recruit you anytime soon. Lin Mian appeared puzzled. Isn't this classified information? Is there no official organization? There is, but the official organizations developed relatively late. The largest one is called Xingyuan, and it has a quite comprehensive system. As he spoke, Zhang Yu produced a finely crafted badge adorned with 3 stars. This is the badge of Xingyuan. Lin Mian gazed at the badge and remarked, so you are part of Xingyuan? I used to be. What do you mean? Zhang Yu resumed his seat, explaining, I got into some trouble and was expelled. This revelation caught Lin Mian off guard, rendering the atmosphere a bit awkward. However, Zhang Yu seemed unbothered, saying, you needn't dwell on that too much. Although you now possess psychic abilities, it won't significantly affect your life. You can continue as usual. But what if I encounter that scythe man again? No worries. The likelihood of such occurrences is quite low. An ordinary person might not encounter one for years. But we are no longer ordinary people. Hey, why the insults? No, I am now an exorcist too. What should I do if I encounter it again? Exorcists aren't that unlucky. Just live your life normally and without concern. Lin Mian pouted. All right then. Her full, rosy lips evoked an impulse to kiss her. She had nearly grasped the situation. Simply put, there are indeed ghosts in this world, and there are those who hunt them, and now she has become one of them. However, spirits typically remain hidden, allowing everyone to live safely. Do you have any other questions? I actually have many more, but I think it's better not to ask. Why? Isn't they're saying, the more you know, the quicker you die. I'd like to live a bit longer. Zhang Yu regarded the girl before him, a smile forming in his heart. She was truly endearing. Since you're done asking, I have a question for you. Sure, go ahead. Zhang Yu opened his phone and navigated to the profile of the user, named Is this you? Lin Mian's pupils widened slightly. Her face flushed, but she quickly noticed the 3 words followed and boldly admitted. Yes, that's me. When did you start following me? A few months ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Mian couldn't help but smile. After all, being followed by someone means they must harbor some fondness for her, which is certainly a good thing. Subsequently, Zhang Yu inquired, you attend university locally. Are you in your third or fourth year? Fourth year. So you're about to graduate. Yes, I'll graduate after my defense in June. What are your plans after graduation? At this point, their conversation had shifted into a light and casual chat. I'll start working. I received an offer last year. Oh, which company? Xingchen Company. Interestingly, its name is somewhat similar to your organization, Xingyuan, but surely there's no connection. Right? Xingchen Company ranks as the top enterprise in the country by market value. Securing an offer from them is a testament to Lin Mian's excellence. However, Lin Mian noticed Zhang Yu staring blankly, waving a hand in front of him. Hey, are you even listening? Yes. Zhang Yu snapped back to reality, his gaze towards Lin Mian now layered with complexity. This was getting interesting. Xingchen Company and Xingyuan do indeed share a connection. Really? Yes, every organization requires funding for establishment, and Exorcists are no exception. Xingchen Company is one of the sponsors behind Xingyuan.ic, so do hunters earn a lot? I'm not sure. How can you not know? I was expelled. What about before you were expelled? I got expelled on my first mission. Didn't he earn a single penny? This topic abruptly ceased, leaving Lin Mian with 3 black lines on her forehead. So, are you still in school? Judging by your age, it seems we are of a similar generation. I have not attended university and am currently employed as a bartender in a tavern. So being a demon hunter is more of a side endeavor. No, in fact, it hardly earns any money, so it can only be described as an act of selflessness. Listening to her murmurs, Zhang Yu rose, cradling the cat. All right, it's getting quite late. I shall not intrude any longer. You leaving? What else can I do? I have work tomorrow. Lin Mian suddenly grew anxious. But I'll be scared alone. Then I'll summon a ghost to keep you company. Hey, no, please don't scare me. Seeing Zhang Yu suddenly raise his hand to perform a gesture she had never seen before, Lin Mian genuinely believed he might be invoking spirits or something of the sort, prompting her to hastily interject. What do you suggest then? I can't just spend the night here, can I? Lin Mian lowered her head, carefully contemplating her words, before finally saying, well, it doesn't seem entirely out of the question. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Are you serious? He truly hadn't anticipated Lin Mian would respond in such a manner, although he did harbor feelings for the attractive girl before him. He thought it wise to take things step by step. Spending the night at her place on the very first day of acquaintance seemed rather presumptuous. Lin Mian tugged at her arm, swaying slightly and presenting a pitiful demeanor. I'm genuinely frightened. Just stay for one night. Just one night. And I'll return to my dorm tomorrow. Please. Zhang Yu gazed into her watery eyes, the words of refusal lingering on his lips, yet they failed to escape. But it wouldn't accommodate 2 people, would it? The bed can be yours. I can sleep on the floor. The conversation had reached this point. Yet Zhang Yu still had a Xian with him, and his nocturnal habits rendered it rather inconvenient. Chapter 5. Brought a girl home. Lin Mian was on the verge of tears, regardless of how she pleaded. Zhang Yu remained resolute in his decision to leave. What can I do to persuade you to stay? Observing her reddened eyes, Zhang Yu scratched his head. Please don't cry. It seems as if I am bullying you. You are bullying me. Am I? Absolutely. You are. Regardless, consider it my request. Just for tonight. Tomorrow I will move back to school. I'll treat you to a meal. Having just encountered the scythe-wielding figure, Lin Mian was now highly vigilant of the world around her. Feeling that at any moment, some nameless monster could appear, Zhang Yu had just rescued her. He was the only one who could provide her with a sense of security. With a sigh, Zhang Yu said, but I have a Xian with me. Staying here is simply out of the question. Well, Lin Mian's tears began to well in her eyes, prompting Zhang Yu to quickly add, however, my home is not far from here, if you don't mind. I can take you there. It's larger than your place. All right, let us go now. In an instant, her tears vanished as Lin Mian hurriedly began to gather her belongings. Do girls' tears simply cease at will? Once they descended the stairs, the trio re-emerged into the pitch-black alley, and Lin Mian once again grasped Zhang Yu's arm. Noticing her fearful response, Zhang Yu engaged her in conversation to lighten the mood. By the way, are you really so trusting as to return home with me? Aren't you afraid I might sell you? That would certainly be better than facing the scythe-wielding figure. I've already stated that the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low. Better safe than sorry. Besides, I believe you wouldn't sell me. Why is that? Because you are a good person. Zhang Yu halted his steps, turning to coldly gaze into Lin Mian's eyes. Lin Mian hurriedly explained, "Oh, I didn't mean to label you as a good person. Please don't look at me like that. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Hee hee, you are indeed a good person." "Say that again. I want to say it again. Let us hurry." Lin Mian laughed, playfully tugging at his sleeve, and they finally arrived at his residence. Dai Ti was indeed significantly larger than her rented accommodation. She had initially chosen her place for its proximity to the school and reasonable price. Living alone was manageable, but with two people, it became quite cramped. Zhang Yu's apartment also had only one bedroom, but boasted a living room. And the bedroom was notably larger than Lin Mian's. Observing the tidy room, Lin Mian was pleasantly surprised, especially for a bachelor-esque living space that I can sleep on the sofa in the living room. "You can take the bedroom if you don't mind. I don't sleep at night." "Why not? Are you meditating or cultivating?" "Meditating? Not at all. I usually work night shifts, so I rest during the day." "Oh, I thought it was some special trait of a demon hunter. So, do you prefer the sofa or the bed?" "If there's a bed, I would certainly choose the bed." Zhang Yu pointed to the bedroom. And Lin Mian wished him good night before entering. Zhang Yu fed Shan a cat treat, then lay down on the sofa, opened his phone, clicked on a cute avatar, and typed, "I brought a girl home." He pressed send, and then switched off his phone. 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Zhang Yu opened it, only to find a girl furiously ready to bang on the door. Anticipating her actions, Zhang Yu swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her into the room. "Woo, the newcomer was indeed a girl that don't shout. Let me explain, or I'll throw you out right now." The girl nodded, and Zhang Yu released her, but as she sat on the sofa, she was about to speak when Zhang Yu shot her a glare, causing her to clamp her mouth shut. "Here's the situation." Zhang Yu recounted his experience in full, then asked the girl before him, "Do you understand?" The girl nodded once more. "All right, speak, but keep your voice below 40 decibels. The girl quietly lowered her voice. "But why does she get to sleep in your bed when I've never had that privilege? Is that really the crux of the matter?" "Of course, Xiao Yu Gu, have you fallen out of love with me? When did I ever love you?" I'm not talking to you anymore." "Fine, then you can leave." The girl was left stunned. Zhang Yu was impervious to her antics. She huffed in frustration. "At least try to placate me a little." "Enough with the nonsense. The reason I called you here is for a serious matter." "Serious matter? Bringing back a girl is a serious matter, right?" Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. "Are you throwing a tantrum like a child? You were the one who set me off first. If I hadn't said that, would you have come so quickly?" Without further explanation, Zhang Yu produced a small bottle filled with blue liquid. The moment the girl laid eyes on the bottle, her expression turned grave. "Shall you go? Have you really gathered enough?" "Yes, so I need your help to return it. But why don't you take it back yourself? You haven't been home in 2 years." Zhang Yu sighed and gently patted the girl's head. "Yusin, let us not delve into that. Can you assist me with this favor?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yusin nodded, carefully accepting the bottle. "I'll head back first thing in the morning. Should I convey any messages to uncle and aunt?" "No need. Just hand them the items." "All right." Afterward, Qin Yusin glanced at Zhang Yu's bedroom. "What about that girl? You needn't worry. I will handle it. It's hard to feel secure when you bring someone home on the first day of knowing them." Zhang Yu chuckled. "I've already stated it was merely an accident, and she'll return to school tomorrow." I'll reluctantly trust you this once." With that, Qin Yusin stood up, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Shall you go? If possible, please return home sooner. Everyone misses you. I know, just go." After Qin Yusin departed, Zhang Yu let out a long breath, only to realize Lin Mian was standing at the bedroom door, watching him. "When did you come out?" "When you were seeing that girl off." Lin Mian, clad in her pajamas, tilted her head and asked, "Is she your friend?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Yes, by the way, why aren't you sleeping?" Not wishing to discuss Qin Yusin, he quickly changed the subject. "I can't seem to fall asleep. I wanted to chat with you." The events of the day had left Lin Mian in a state of heightened excitement, and she felt far from tired. Zhang Yu smiled. "I have a method that can help you fall asleep quickly." Lin Mian blinked innocently. "What method?" Saying this, Zhang Yu retrieved a claw knife from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mian. She examined it closely, remarking, "What a beautiful claw knife, but it seems to be dull. Is there something special about it?" Chapter 6. All deceit. Zhang Yu extended his hand, and Lin Mian placed the knife into his palm. In truth, both this knife and the sticker were mere props. "Oh, how is it used?" Lin Mian's interest was piqued instantly. Zhang Yu grasped the hilt of the knife, explaining, "This type of knife is specifically designed to deal with magical creatures. It may appear harmless, But once infused with mental energy, it becomes powerful, like this. As a faint blue light flickered, the edge of the claw knife instantaneously thinned considerably. Zhang Yu swiftly swept his wrist across an empty glass bottle on the table, and the thick glass was effortlessly sliced in half, the cut surface smooth and even, devoid of any rough edges. One half of the glass bottle gradually slid off, producing a sound as it collided with the table. While Lin Mian's small mouth formed an astonished, "Oh, that you should give it a try." Me. Lin Mian hesitated to accept the claw knife that Zhang Yu offered, fearing she might injure herself with a careless move. "Don't be afraid. Just try to channel your mental energy into it." After much deliberation, Lin Mian accepted the knife, mimicking the way Zhang Yu had held it. "I asked this how I should hold it?" "Yes, now attempt to infuse it with your mental energy." Lin Mian furrowed her brow, putting forth a determined expression, yet the blade showed no sign of response. How do I do this?" "Adjust your breathing and concentrate a bit more." Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Lin Mian quickly mastered the technique. The blue light flashed again, and the claw knife became remarkably sharp. Moreover, she sensed a subtle change in the shape of the handle, making it more comfortable to grasp. "I did it! Amazing!" Zhang Yu's praise was sincere. Controlling mental energy was not particularly difficult, but it was rare for such a slender girl to grasp it so swiftly. "Have you trained physically before?" Lin Mian returned the claw knife to Zhang Yu and replied, "I learned dance when I was young. Does occasionally practicing yoga count?" "It does. Those who exercise regularly tend to have more developed nerves, allowing for smoother use of mental energy." "But why do I feel a bit tired?" "The claw knife is an advanced tool. Your mental energy is just awakening, and you haven't undergone systematic training yet, so it can be quite taxing. You may rest now." Lin Mian suddenly realized that this was indeed the method he mentioned for falling asleep quickly, and it proved to be quite effective. She returned to Zhang Yu's bedroom, lay down on the bed, and soon her breathing became even. Zhang Yu watched for a while from the bedside, then exited the bedroom with his tablet in hand. This girl truly had no sense of caution around him. However, Zhang Yu was not so heartless as to take advantage of her trust. He spent the entire night in the living room, cooking something to eat when he was hungry and then playing with his tablet and phone. Around 7 in the morning, the bedroom door creaked open, and Lin Mian emerged with her tousled long hair. "Good morning." In the morning, Zhang Yu greeted her, but judging by her appearance, it seemed she had risen from sleep, yet her spirit still lingered in the realm of dreams. She slowly opened her bag, retrieved her toiletries, and walked into the bathroom. Zhang Yu called out to her, "There's food in the kitchen. It should still be warm. You can eat whenever you're hungry." "Got it. Thank you." Upon hearing her response, Zhang Yu returned to his bedroom. The sun had risen, and it was time for him to sleep. Such was the routine of a night owl. Lying in bed, the covers still warm, he caught a whiff of Lin Mian's lingering fragrance. Unable to resist, he took a moment to inhale, then felt a twinge of guilt. Thinking it somewhat perverse, he pulled out his phone to scroll through some videos, preparing for sleep, as he had worked that night. Even an exorcist needed to eat. One must still earn a living. Just as fatigue began to envelop him, and he set his phone aside to sleep, the bedroom door was cautiously pushed open. Lin Mian peeked in, her head appearing as she awkwardly gazed at Zhang Yu on the bed. "Little sister, do you realize how frightening you look?" Seeing that he was still awake, Lin Mian stood at the door, fingers fidgeting, her head bowed as she stammered, "That I have something to discuss with you." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then rolled his eyes. "If you're going to confess your feelings, could you wait until I've woken up?" "Who said anything about confessing?" Lin Mian's face flushed. While he was handsome, he was also a bit self-absorbed. "So what is it then?" The toilet in the bathroom is clogged." Zhang Yu let out a sigh, staring blankly at the ceiling for a couple of seconds before reluctantly getting up. "What little fairy doesn't use the toilet? It's all a lie." "Hey, what are you going to do?" "Unclog the toilet." Lin Mian's cheeks turned even redder as she stood at the door, staring at her own toes. "Excuse me, door god." Lin Mian obediently stepped aside, watching Zhang Yu enter the bathroom. She covered her face, standing in place and repeatedly stomping her feet. So embarrassing. She had just arrived at someone else's home and had already clogged their toilet. He was even a fan of hers. "My image is ruined. It's over. All over. Is it too late to be reborn?" She felt she could no longer muster the courage to live in this world. The embarrassment of social death felt far worse than actual death. "Hey, why are you hopping around like that?" Hearing the voice, Lin Mian froze, staring at Zhang Yu, who had emerged from the bathroom. "Weren't you unclogging the toilet?" "It's unclogged now. So fast." I didn't mean to imply you were fast. I need to head back to school now. Goodbye. Lin Mion's face had turned crimson, and she lacked the courage to remain any longer. Dressed in her pajamas, she grabbed her bag and bolted out. Hey. Zhang Yu wanted to say something, but the door slammed shut. He stood there, shaking his head with a smile. This silly girl. However, now that she had run off, there was little else to say that he returned to his bedroom to prepare for sleep. Only to discover a cream-colored jacket, Lin Mion's, left behind. She must have forgotten it. He could return it to her next time. After all, they had already added each other as friends, making it easy to get in touch. On the other side, after frantically rushing back to her rented apartment, Lin Mion flopped onto her bed, burying her head under the covers and letting out a series of muffled screams. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. After a while, once she had calmed down, she managed to temporarily forget the earlier incident and began packing her things, then contacted her landlord to terminate the lease, as she could no longer bear to stay there. Fortunately, there were no disputes with the landlord, and they quickly reached an agreement. After her deposit was refunded, Lin Mion began to pack her luggage. She had initially thought she wouldn't need to return to school before graduation. But here she was, back again. Chapter 7. A half-hearted response. In truth, she did not enjoy living at school, and the reason was simply the inconvenience that it was not that life in a communal setting was troublesome. Her roommates were quite nice. The real issue stemmed from Lin Mion's beauty. She was undoubtedly the campus belle. Whether attending classes or dining, she was often approached by strangers, which became quite bothersome, hence, during less hectic periods. She had moved out, but now, it seemed a little inconvenience was worth it for the sake of safety. After informing her roommates about her return and giving her mother a heads up, she began packing her belongings. It was then that she realized she was missing a jacket, remembering she must have left it at Zhang Yu's place in her haste. Picking up her phone to message him, she hesitated. Thinking he would likely be asleep at this hour, deciding to message him in the afternoon instead. Speaking of which, she had mentioned treating him to a meal before. She wondered when he might be free. Just then, her phone rang. Her mother was calling. Hello, Mom. Mion, I just saw your message. Why are you moving back to school all of a sudden? I had a ghost encounter last night. Lin Mion thought for a moment and decided to fabricate an excuse. Explaining the Exorcist situation would be complicated, and her mother would hardly believe it. A ghost. Mion, don't be afraid. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. It must be some prank. No, Mom. There are indeed monsters in this world. I know, but I just don't feel safe living alone right now. It's better to move back. All right then, if you need anything, just let me know. Do you have enough money? I do. Let me transfer some more to you. Go out with your friends and have some fun to lift your spirits. Okay. Thanks, Mom. After hanging up, Lin Mion received a transfer of 5,000 yuan. In truth, she was not short on money. After all, she was a social media influencer with over 100,000 followers and had some income. Nevertheless, her mother often sent her pocket money, making Lin Mion somewhat of a rich girl among her peers. She decided to use this money to treat Zhang Yu to a meal. After finalizing her plans, Lin Mion finished packing and took a taxi back to the dormitory, arriving around 3 in the afternoon. At the school gate, she messaged her roommates. Is anyone able to help me carry my luggage? Responses came swiftly. On my way. 10 minutes later, a girl wearing pajamas and black frame glasses approached Lin Mion. Shui, here. Oh my gosh, our campus belle. It's been a while. Lin Mion, masked up, lightly slapped Shui on the arm. You idiot. Hurry back to the dorm. Where are Yuan and Jia Yuan? Shui grimaced. They both went out on dates with their boyfriends. I'm all alone in the dorm now. How pitiful. Well, good thing you're back. Let us go out for hot pot tonight. No problem. Just make sure to fix my bed first. Once the two returned to the dormitory, Lin Mion began to make her bed while chatting with Shui. Speaking of which, Mian, what prompted your sudden return? I had thought you wouldn't come back to the dormitory before graduation. The place I rented is haunted. I dare not stay there alone. Shui, intrigued, inquired, haunted? What kind of ghost? I don't know, but it's quite frightening. Lin Mion replied nonchalantly, continuing to tidy her bed. Once she finished, she sat at her desk, retrieving her phone to message Zhang Yu. However, before she could type, Shui exclaimed, Hey, Mian, someone is confessing their feelings for you on the wall. What? Lin Mion responded, Look, isn't this you? Shui handed her the phone, revealing a chat screenshot alongside a photo of Lin Mion taken from the side at the school gate, her face partially obscured by a mask. Lin Mian sighed. You can't even see my face completely. What is there to be excited about? Chen Shui chuckled. A campus belle is still a campus belle. Even without showing her face, she has admirers to go. Come on. However, as graduation approaches, Chen Shui pressed. Mian, aren't you considering dating? Who would I date? With so many boys pursuing you, hasn't T1 caught your eye? They're all bad apples. I can't even avoid them. Despite her words, Lin Mian's mind suddenly conjured Zhang Yu's face, his handsome visage, gentle tone, and his knack for handling a cat and unclogging toilets. Chen Shui, observing Lin Mian's upturned lips, curiously asked, What are you smiling about? Am I smiling? Yes, and it's quite a captivating smile. You have a man. Nonsense. Chen Shui persisted. Don't try to deny it. Confess? Oh, go away with your meddling. Aren't you perpetually single as well? I'm merely the strategist of our dormitory, and strategists don't enter the battlefield. All right, strategist. Which hot pot place do you fancy? Hadaleo. Then let us go. I'm famished. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Yu awoke on schedule and glanced at his phone, noting several messages from Lin Mian. Thank you for sheltering me yesterday. I apologize for the toilet incident. It was truly unintentional. Is my jacket with you? I promise to treat you to a meal. When do you have time? Remember to reply once you're awake. Accompanied by a cute emoji, Zhang Yu sat up and began responding to each message. No need for thanks. It's nothing. It's with me. I'm free every evening. Meanwhile, Lin Mian, at the hot pot restaurant, eagerly opened the message. Why does it feel so perfunctory? Yet he replied to each one. What does this mean? Another notification chimed as Zhang Yu sent an unattractive emoji, lifting Lin Mian's spirits considerably. All right, it's not entirely perfunctory. Maybe this is how boys reply. Mian, who are you chatting with? One moment you're frowning. The next you're smiling. Oh, it's nothing. The pot's boiling. We can add the meat now. Chen Shui, observing her beautiful roommate, sensed something was amiss. At 8 in the evening, Zhang Yu finished preparing and arrived at the bar. Good evening, Brother Lu. The man referred to as Brother Lu was a sturdy, middle-aged individual in his 40s, the owner of the establishment, Lu Yuanqing. His build was robust, sporting a beard, yet his eyes sparkled with charisma, embodying the quintessential charming uncle. Xiao Yu, did you enjoy your day off yesterday? It was all right. You know, when you take a day off, the bar's revenue drops by 1/3. It pains me. Zhang Yu approached the bar, removed his jacket, and jested. The wicked capitalist simply can't bear to see his employees rest. Brother Lu chuckled, scolding him playfully. You little rascal. After which, he grabbed his own coat. I'll step out for a bit. Mind the shop for me. After finishing their hot pot, Lin Mian and Chen Shui strolled about. Lin Mian, clutching her phone, incessantly typed away, her conversation partner being none other than Zhang Yu. She inquired about the Exorcist, and Zhang Yu responded diligently. Eventually, he mentioned, I have to go to work now. I might not have much time to check my phone. Lin Mian then remembered he worked as a bartender. May I ask, what is the name of the bar where you work? Yuanqing Bar. Why? Are you planning to take care of my business? Perhaps, I won't disturb you while you're working. With that, she turned off her phone and asked Chen Shui. What shall we do next? It seems there is nothing much left to do. Shall we return to school? But it's only 8. Isn't it a bit too early to head back? Chen Shui looked at Lin Mian. What is on your mind? Have you ever been to a bar? Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's eyes widened, and she grasped Lin Mian's shoulder. Mian, when did you learn to go to bars? Hurry and tell me. What other secrets are you hiding from me? Oh dear, I've never been. I just suddenly feel like going. Bars are quite loud. I don't like such places. There are also quiet lounges. But I don't know how to drink. Neither do I, but don't you want to give it a try? Chen Shui hesitated. The two were the epitome of good girls, always opting for soft drinks during gatherings. Yet, Lin Mian's sudden suggestion stirred Chen Shui's curiosity, especially as they approached graduation without ever having tasted alcohol. You know what? I never had a drink before. Why not give it a shot? Let us go. I know a bar, but you've never been to a bar. How do you know? A friend told me. Don't ask so much. The two took a taxi to Yuanqing Bar. Lin Mian compared her phone to the photo on the map. This is the place. Let us go. Upon entering, Zhang Yu instinctively greeted them. Welcome. Oh, it's you? Lin Mian waved at him with a smile. Haha, didn't he expect to see you so soon? I certainly didn't. Take a seat. Chen Shui, surprised by Zhang Yu's good looks upon seeing him, was equally astonished by their conversation. You two know each other? Of course. Otherwise, how would I have brought you here? Chen Shui scrutinized Zhang Yu. and then leaned closer to Lin Mian, whispering, I was wondering why you were glued to your phone today. Turns out you have someone. Ahem, your whisper is a bit too loud. Zhang Yu chuckled, prompting Chen Shui's face to flush red with embarrassment. Let us see what we want to drink. The menu is right here. The two girls sat at the bar, gazing at the array of colorful drinks with names they had never heard before, momentarily at a loss. Zhang Yu quickly discerned their inexperience and asked, Is this your first time drinking? Lin Mian nodded. Yes, I've never had a drink. I don't know what to order. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu promptly took the menu away. In that case, I'll mix you 2 drinks. Don't worry, they won't be too strong. Thank you. Zhang Yu's movements were deft, and he soon presented 2 glasses before the girls. Give this a try. Lin Mian and Chen Shui sipped cautiously. It was cool and sweet with a hint of acidity. And while the alcoholic warmth was present, it was not overpowering. This is delicious, Zhang Yu cautioned. Drink slowly. It's still alcohol, and even if it's not strong, drinking too fast can get you tipsy. Chen Shui tugged at Lin Mian's sleeve. Hey, tell me how you two met. It was a coincidence. What kind of coincidence? A coincidence is just that. Not wanting to delve further, Chen Shui soon finished her drink. Another round. Can I try a different flavor? No problem. Half an hour later, after 3 drinks, Chen Shui had finally gotten herself tipsy and rested her head on the bar. Zhang Yu gestured towards Chen Shui, then looked at Lin Mian. In fact, he had tried to dissuade her after the second drink, but to no avail. It's all right. Let her sleep. She can take a taxi back later. Lin Mian's complexion was slightly flushed, yet her mind remained clear. The 3 drinks were roughly equivalent to 2 bottles of beer. She would be more cautious about drinking next time. Lin Mian nodded, resting her chin on her hand. Smiling at Zhang Yu, your jacket is still with me. When will you come to pick it up? Well, I mentioned treating you to a meal. How about tomorrow evening? Sure. I'll bring your jacket along then. Lin Mian nodded and asked, what do you like to eat? I need to choose a restaurant. Anything works. Lin Mian, having just received pocket money from her mother amounting to 5,000, felt confident that it would suffice for a meal, even at a high-end restaurant. Thus, she boldly declared, anything is fine. We can have a feast. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, well, I shan't hold back then. 10 of the Queen Mother's peaches and 10 of the Supreme Lord's elixirs. If you please. Oh, should I also serve you a plate of Tang Seng's meat? Sure. You big-headed ghost. There's none of that? Only street food available. That will suffice. Lin Mian was taken aback. Street food is acceptable? How could it be anything less than delightful? You were just craving elixirs, and now this is quite the leap. All right, I shall raise my expectations a notch. How about the deluxe version of Jianbingguozi? Ha! No problem. Zhang Yu's humor and wit made Lin Mian thoroughly enjoy their conversation. Oh, by the way, may I inquire about that girl from yesterday? Naturally, Lin Mian was referring to Qin Yusen, a girl who had suddenly appeared and then vanished, leaving her curious about her relationship with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Her name is Qin Yusen. She is my landlady. Landlady? The place I currently rent belongs to her, but she calls you Xiao Yu Go, suggesting a familiarity between you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu leaned closer to Lin Mian, gazing into her eyes. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? No, I happened to overhear. That was quite the coincidence, indeed. Lin Mian pouted. If you won't say, then I shan't press you. It's not that I can't say. She is my uncle's daughter, and we grew up together. Childhood sweethearts, one could say that. Then why did she ask you to send things back and tell you to return home early? What does that mean? That involves personal privacy. I shan't disclose. TCH, you miser. Lin Mian clicked her tongue and ceased her inquiries, taking another sip of her drink. Chapter 9. Young people must learn. It was only after having a couple of drinks that Lin Mian felt emboldened to ask about Qin Yusen. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if she were curious, she would hold back, as they had only just met the day prior, and it would be rather inappropriate to pry into someone else's social circle so soon. She stole a glance at Zhang Yu, who was busy mixing drinks for other patrons. His handsome features, broad shoulders, even his long, elegant fingers were appealing. That it felt as though he harbored many secrets that piqued Lin Mian's curiosity, compelling her to learn more about him. That moment, Lu Yuanqing returned from outside, observing the 2 young ladies at the bar. One was already asleep, while the other was engaged in conversation with Zhang Yu. He approached with a smile and asked Zhang Yu, is this your friend? Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. Then he turned to Lin Mian and introduced, this is the owner of this bar, Old Lu. Hello, boss. Old Lu beamed at the girl before him, nodding cheerfully. You two carry on. I'll fetch you something to eat. Thank you. Lu Yuanxing headed into the kitchen, and Lin Mian inquired, "How much do you earn here in a month, with base salary and commission?" "The more business we have, the more I earn. For that drink in your hand, I would earn about 2 yuan. Then I shall order something pricier to help you earn more?" "Oh, come now. I've already had enough. If you drink too much, no one will be there to take you home." Lin Mian stuck out her tongue at Zhang Yu. Soon after, old Lu returned with a plate of freshly fried onion rings. Placing them in front of Lin Mian. "Give them a try. Consider it a complimentary snack." Lin Mian thanked him, picked up an onion ring, and took a bite. It was delightfully crispy and delectable. Gradually, more customers arrived, and Zhang Yu greeted them warmly. Lin Mian noticed that most of them were regulars, appearing quite familiar with Zhang Yu. She refrained from interrupting his work, sitting at the edge of the bar, enjoying her onion rings while listening to his conversations with the patrons. Before long, she finished her serving of onion rings, and Chen Shui finally roused herself from the table. "Lin Mian, what time is it?" "You've finally woken up. It's nearly 10 o'clock. Chen Shui rubbed her face, feeling a bit parched, as a glass of warm water was conveniently placed before her. Looking up, she saw it was Zhang Yu. Thank you." After taking several sips, she placed the cup down and swayed over to Lin Mian's side. "Shouldn't we be heading back?" Lin Mian steadied her. "I was waiting for you to sober up. I told you not to drink too much." Hearing the complaint, Chen Shui clung to Lin Mian and began to act coy. "Oh, I promise I won't do it again. Let us hurry back. The dorm will be locked soon." All right, just let me go. I need to catch a cab." With that, Lin Mian waved at Zhang Yu. "Goodbye. See you tomorrow." "Goodbye. Take care on your way home." After the two departed, Zhang Yu continued tidying up the bar, but he soon noticed Lu Yuanqing watching him with a peculiar smile. "What kind of look is that? You should be the one to answer that. What is your relationship with that girl? We just met yesterday. What kind of relationship could we possibly have?" No. I can see it. You want to develop something further with her. Stop right there. This matter is none of your business." "Tsh, come on. I'm your boss. Is it wrong for me to show concern?" After wiping down a glass, Zhang Yu replied, "If you truly cared, you'd give me a raise. Last month you made 12,000. Isn't that enough? No one ever complains about having too much money." Lu Yuanqing was unwilling to delve further into the topic of salary, stating, "But that girl seems quite nice. You've got good taste. You've only seen her once. How can you tell she's nice? One glance is sufficient. Didn't I see right through you at first sight?" Zhang Yu chose not to dispute this time, but instead asked, "So tell me, what did you discern from Lin Mian?" Old Lu, sitting at the bar's edge, responded, "You mentioned you just met yesterday, but that girl's eyes were constantly on you. The way you two conversed lacked the distance typical of strangers, suggesting there was something more between you, likely that you helped her with a significant issue." Zhang Yu stared at Lu Yuanqing in astonishment, and the latter chuckled at his expression. "I must have guessed correctly. But how could you deduce that I assisted her?" "It's simple. Generally, women maintain a guard against unfamiliar men, yet I didn't detect any defensiveness in her demeanor towards you. Since you had the day off yesterday, I suspect you inadvertently helped her out of a considerable predicament without expecting anything in return, thus leaving her with an exceptionally favorable first impression. She likely initiated the exchange of contact information." Zhang Yu gave old Lu a thumbs up. "You're impressive." "Ha!" Lu Yuanqing burst into laughter, patting Zhang Yu on the shoulder. "Young man, you still have much to learn." Indeed, wise boss." Zhang Yu held a deep respect for Lu Yuanqing, who had offered him a job when he first arrived here 2 years ago and had treated him exceptionally well ever since. Moreover, Lu Yuanqing had a keen sense of discretion. Zhang Yu preferred not to discuss matters at home, and he never pried. If one were to set aside the employer-employee relationship, they resembled close friends across generations. Until the early hours of the morning, the bar was nearly empty, and Zhang Yu prepared to close up. Lu Yuanqing lounged on the shop sofa, unmoving. "Old Lu, I'm about to clock out. Aren't you leaving?" "You go ahead. I'll linger a bit longer." "What? Did you upset the boss lady again?" "Adult matters are not for children to inquire about. I have no desire to meddle." With that, Zhang Yu donned his coat and exited the bar. Upon returning home, he first fed a Xian, then prepared a simple meal for himself. After washing up, he lay down on his bed. Glancing at his phone, he noticed that Qin Yusin must have already delivered the items by now. It seemed his family might come looking for him. Should he return? He genuinely enjoyed his current lifestyle. Yet there were still those he couldn't quite let go of back home. Never mind, I'll decide when they arrive. Turning over, Zhang Yu pushed these thoughts aside, closed his eyes, and soon fell into slumber. As evening approached, he was roused by his alarm clock and climbed out of bed. Opening his phone, he saw that Lin Mian had sent him a message 20 minutes ago. Have you woken up? He typed back. Just did. The reply came almost instantly. I've booked a restaurant. I'll send you the location. Zhang Yu glanced at the restaurant details, surprised by its upscale nature. What happened to the promised street food? I'll arrive in about an hour. The response was again immediate. All right, just tell them my name when you arrive. Then she added, don't forget to bring my jacket. Chapter 10. Zhang Yu's story an hour later. Zhang Yu arrived at the restaurant and quickly spotted Lin Mian. Today, she was evidently dressed up, wearing light makeup and a lovely dress, looking quite stunning. Sitting across from her, Zhang Yu smiled. You look so beautiful. Is this all for me? Be less narcissistic. I dressed for myself. Despite her words, Lin Mian was clearly pleased by the compliment. She then assessed Zhang Yu, who was clad in a black trench coat. His clean-cut, handsome face, and tall stature complemented by freshly washed and styled hair. He looked even more attractive. Not bad, not bad. You cleaned up nicely as well. Zhang Yu handed Lin Mian a bag. Here are your clothes. Lin Mian took the item. Her expression suddenly filled with doubt as she glanced at Zhang Yu. You haven't done anything peculiar to my clothes, have you? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes in response. What do you think? Hee, just kidding. You surely aren't that twisted. However, Zhang Yu shifted the tone of the conversation. Well, one can never be too certain. I recommend you thoroughly inspect your outfit. Lin Mian chuckled, just as the waiter approached. Inquiring, gentlemen, may I take your order now? Yes, please see what you would like to eat. Lin Mian replied, handing the menu to Zhang Yu, who smiled and said, well, I won't hold back. Do be my guest. This restaurant specialized in Western cuisine. And Zhang Yu adeptly ordered appetizers, soups, main courses, and desserts, even specifying methods of preparation, which surprised Lin Mian. Even the waiter praised Zhang Yu's taste. Oh, you frequent this place often. My meager salary hardly suffices for dining here. Yet you seem quite adept at ordering, and you appear to relish Western cuisine, Lin Mian remarked. Zhang Yu explained, in the past, I was often treated to meals by others. I enjoyed dining in such establishments. Who was it? A rather unfortunate soul. How can you speak ill of someone who treats you to a meal? No worries, he is oblivious. Zhang Yu clearly did not wish to disclose the identity of that person, and Lin Mian wisely refrained from pressing further. However, she grasped that Zhang Yu's social circle might be far more complex than it appeared. This was evident even from the brand labels on his attire. While Lin Mian could not ascertain their exact prices, she was certain they were not inexpensive. While waiting for their meals, Zhang Yu produced a silver metallic spinning top and handed it to Lin Mian. What is this? The top from Inception. The spinning top indeed resembled the one from the film. Lin Mian gave it a spin, only to find that it would not rotate. Not use your hands. Employ your mental power to make it spin. Upon hearing this, Lin Mian placed the top on the table, concentrating with a glimmer of deep blue in her eyes, and indeed, the top began to spin. Is this a mental power device? Yes, it is a gift for you. For me, what purpose does it serve? It is essentially a tool for honing your mental abilities. When you have free time, simply control its spinning. When you tire, take a break. Gradually, your mental strength will grow. Then I shall accept it. Once their meals arrived, the two dined and chatted. Zhang Yu inquired, you mentioned you have received an offer from Xingchen Company. Will you start working there after graduation? Yes, I expect to commence in June. June. That is merely 2 months away. Is it at the headquarters or a branch? Headquarters, located in Kyoto, which is a tad far from home, but otherwise manageable. Where is your family from? Jiangsheng. And you? Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment before replying. My hometown is Kyoto. Lin Mian paused, then smiled broadly, using a melodious tone to exclaim, AUV. A genuine. Go away. I detest individuals with such stereotypes. Ha ha ha. Then what brings you here? Sensing his hesitation, Lin Mian quickly added, if it's inconvenient to share, you need not disclose It's nothing serious, to put it simply. I had a quarrel with my family, and I was subsequently cast out. Upon hearing this, Lin Mian was taken aback. How long have you been away? 2 years. 2 years without contacting your family. Zhang Yu nodded. Lin Mian puffed her cheeks, realizing she may have dampened the mood. I'm sorry. Why apologize? This has nothing to do with you. Moreover, my absence from home is because I have matters to attend to. Once resolved, I shall return, and by then, they should not deny me entry. Lin Mian took a bite of her steak and suddenly remembered Zhang Yu mentioning that Qin Yusen had grown up alongside him. Why, then, was she now his landlady? She longed to ask, but feared it might lead to an unpleasant topic. So she held her tongue to be by the way. Does your family know about your role as an exorcist? They are aware. My being cast out was indeed due to this. They disapprove of you being an exorcist. Not exactly though you recall me mentioning that I was expelled from Xingyuan due to a mishap. Lin Mian nodded. Yes, you said that was your first mission. Indeed, it was because of that incident that I was expelled. Observing Lin Mian's wide-eyed anticipation, Zhang Yu chuckled. All right. Now that she is technically a member of the exorcist community. Sharing this one tea hurt. It is common knowledge among exorcists. Not only me, but both my parents are formidable exorcists. Perhaps it is hereditary. I manifested mental abilities at a young age, and thus aspired to join Xingye. At 18, I finally achieved my dream, but as I mentioned, the occurrence of monsters is quite rare, and it was not until I turned 20 that I had the opportunity to undertake a mission. That time, it merely involved a goat demon, which was easily resolved, yet the process was witnessed by an ordinary person. Lin Mian asked, did you have to use a sticker to erase the ordinary person's memory? It was supposed to be that way. However, I was overly excited and forgot to bring the stickers. I thought to use my mental power to modify the person's consciousness, making them forget the incident. But it resulted in an unexpected outcome. What sort of unexpected outcome? I failed to control the intensity and inadvertently erased that person's entire memory, even causing them to forget how to speak and walk, rendering them akin to an infant. What happened afterward? Upon this revelation, a flicker of remorse crossed Zhang Yu's eyes. Afterward, my mother intervened and successfully restored that person's memory. But the cost was her own mental state suffering permanent damage. Hearing this, Lin Mian felt a tangle of emotions. She was unsure of what to say. Objectively speaking, it was indeed Zhang Yu's mistake. Chapter 11. Sister, brother, and younger sister. This incident is entirely my fault. I was conceited, and it has caused my mother constant headaches. Even now, recalling this event, Zhang Yu remained filled with guilt. So, you were expelled because of this? Zhang Yu nodded. That man, my father, dotes on my mother. That day, he nearly beat me to death, finally saying, get out. I have no son like you. Those were just words said in anger. My mother often scolds me like that, and it passes once the anger subsides. Lin Mian gently comforted him, but Zhang Yu shook his head. Anger may fade, but the wounds my mother suffered are all too real. I left not out of spite, but to seek a remedy for her condition. Have you found it? Zhang Yu nodded. I have already discovered the solution. That day, I asked Yusin to return something that could aid in my mother's recovery. Lin Mian sighed with relief. That is wonderful. Although it was indeed your error, you are making amends. Besides, it has been 2 years. Your uncle and aunt must miss you dearly. Perhaps Do. By the way, are you an only child? No, I have an older sister and a younger sister. Though my older sister is adopted. That sounds lovely. I am an only child, and I envied those with older siblings when I was young. What is there to envy? If you were bullied, someone protects you. If you run out of pocket money, you can ask your siblings for some. So, no one cares about your siblings' pocket money. Hee, that is not my concern. Zhang Yu laughed. You and my sister would likely get along splendidly. And what about your older sister? As for her, how should I put it? Since she is adopted, she never refers to herself as my sister, nor does she call me her brother. I see. And what about Qin Yusin? I am curious how she became your landlady. Lin Mian felt it inappropriate to pry too deeply into Zhang Yu's family matters, but she tactfully inquired about Qin Yusin, as he seemed more willing to share. Yusin's father is a good friend of mine. After she learned of my departure from home, she sought information about me. Upon discovering my whereabouts, she came here, contacted my previous landlord, and purchased the apartment I was renting. She casually bought a whole apartment? Zhang Yu clarified. Yusin's family is quite wealthy. She is the only princess in her household, and her father generally indulges her in everything. Lin Mian set down her utensils. Feeling a bit anxious and cautiously asked, so, are you two a couple? What makes you think that? A girl travels such a distance to be near you, buys the place where you live, and goes to great lengths to help you without hesitation. Aside from affection, I can think of no other reason. Noticing Lin Mian's sudden enthusiasm, Zhang Yu blinked at her, prompting Lin Mian to realize she had overstepped, and she quietly lowered her head, fiddling with her knife and fork. All right, you are right. She does indeed have feelings for me, but I have always regarded her as a sister. Lin Mian let out a sigh of relief, only to feel something amiss shortly after. She coldly remarked, isn't it a bit excessive to have someone linger by your side for 2 whole years? You are wronging me here. She spent most of her time in Kyoto, only visiting occasionally. Merely an excuse. You heartless man who toys with a young girl's feelings, I curse you. Lin Mian brandished her fork at Zhang Yu, resembling a small dog ready to bite. Zhang Yu, feeling helpless, explained, actually, I initially intended for her to return and not seek me out again. But upon further reflection, if she knows my circumstances, it means my family would know as well, which might at least put them somewhat at ease. Hence, I turned a blind eye. Such reasoning is hard to believe. Zhang Yu observed Lin Mian's pouting lips and found her somewhat endearing, yet her reaction seemed a bit off. I mean, there is nothing going on between Xin and me. Why are you suddenly attacking me verbally? I can't bear to see such an innocent girl being bullied. Girls help girls, don't you understand? First of all, I have never bullied her. Secondly, you should be defending me. Why should I defend you? I saved you. That's why I treated you to dinner. You slept in my bed. Well, I could always treat you to another meal tomorrow. You clogged my toilet. Lin Mian suddenly fell silent, contemplating for 2 seconds before apologizing. I am sorry, let us not bring that up again. All right? I also have my dignity. A victorious smile spread across Zhang Yu's face. Fine, we won't mention it. After finishing their meal, the two exited the restaurant. Lin Mian asked, Are you heading to work now? Zhang Yu nodded. It's 7:30. I start at 8. What about you? Are you going back to school? Lin Mian pondered for a moment before responding. There's nothing much to do at home. I might as well sit at your store for a while. All right then, let us go. At the bar, old Lu was attending to customers. Upon seeing Zhang Yu and Lin Mian enter together, he paused for a moment. Old Lu, I'm here to work. What else? Zhang Yu found Lu Yuanqing's question rather perplexing. If he wasn't coming to work, what else would he be doing? And this young lady is, hello boss, we just finished eating. And since he is working, I thought I'd stop by for a bit. Oh, welcome. Zhang Yu removed his coat and stepped behind the bar, with he and Lin Mian now separated by the counter. Their roles having shifted. Madam, would you like something to drink? Lin Mian smiled sweetly. Do you have any recommendations? How about that drink from yesterday? Well, that one was indeed delightful. But having the same thing repeatedly can become monotonous. Do you have any other low-alcohol options to suggest? I do have some, like this kind of cocktail. I can mix up 9 different varieties. Upon saying this, they locked eyes and burst into laughter. Old Lu, overhearing them, looked utterly confused. What are you two talking about? One moment it's drinks, the next it's 9. What is so funny? Zhang Yu patted his shoulder. You should spend more time in an internet CAF. Old man, Lu Yuanqing shook his head. I'm just getting older. Ignoring the older man, Zhang Yu mixed a low-alcohol drink and pushed it towards Lin Mian. Consider this my treat. Give it a try. How can I accept that? I just treated you to dinner. If you treat me again, it would just cancel out the favor. Zhang Yu chuckled. Come on, you spent over 1,000 on dinner, and this drink is only 20 bucks. Can you even compare the two? That's true. I want to be polite then. With that, Lin Mian lifted the glass and took a generous sip. Drink slowly. No one is competing with you. Chapter 12. The heart of a young girl. Lin Mian lingered in the bar for over an hour. Eventually feeling somewhat reluctant to leave, I think I should head back now. Goodbye. Just as Zhang Yu was about to bid farewell, Lu Yuanqing suddenly interjected, How can we let a young lady return alone? Xiaoyu, you should escort her back. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Me? I'm still on the clock. TSK, I'm giving you an hour off. I've never seen you this enthusiastic about work before. Lin Mian beamed with joy. Thank you, boss. She then grabbed Zhang Yu by the arm. The boss has spoken. Hurry and take me back. All right, just take it easy. Before leaving, Lin Mian secretly gave old Lu a thumbs up. And he winked back at her. Zhang Yu hailed a cab by the roadside, and they both sat in the back seat, with Zhang Yu trying to sit as far to the side as possible. But Lin Mian pressed closely against him. Your family is from Kyoto, so when I visit in the future, will you take me around? Thinking about playing right after starting work? So what? There are breaks during work. And even at Shinshin Company, it's impossible to work around the clock, right? That is not the case. Shinshin Company has a well-structured system and rarely requires overtime. You seem to know quite a bit about Shinshin Company. I have friends who work there. Oh, so the esteemed one has friends all over the place. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and lightly tapped her on the head. Ouch. That hurts. Serves you right for being so cheeky. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. Saying that, Lin Mian shifted a couple of inches away, but 2 minutes later, she scooted back over to continue chatting with Zhang Yu, causing him to stifle a laugh. Finally, they arrived at the school gate. Zhang Yu asked, We're here. Should I head back now? Lin Mian quickly grabbed his arm. It's quite far from our dorm. Can you walk me to the entrance? Can I come in? Of course. Our school has no restrictions. Zhang Yu then ceased his refusals, and they walked side by side towards the dormitory building. Along the way, Zhang Yu kept looking around to take in the school's scenery. Lin Mian curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm checking if there are any hidden monsters at your school. Did you find any?" Zhang Yu pointed in a direction. "Look over there." Lin Mian immediately hid behind Zhang Yu, exclaiming, "Is there really something? What is it?" "A ridiculously fat cat." Lin Mian, feeling somewhat speechless, stepped out. "You scared me. It's just a cat." Meow, the ridiculously plump orange cat, seemed to have overheard their conversation and sauntered over. Rubbing against Lin Mian's pant leg, Lin Mian crouched down to pet the cat's head, saying, "Sorry, Big Orange Senior, I don't have any ham sausages for you today." Upon hearing this, the cat called out twice at Zhang Yu. "Don't look at me. I don't have any. Actually, I might." Saying this, he pulled a cat treat from his pocket. Lin Mian's eyes lit up. "How do you carry cat treats with you?" "I must have pocketed it while feeding a Xian." That he handed the treat to Lin Mian, who, beaming, crouched down to tease the big orange cat. "Come on, say thank you, and you can have it." Meow. "Ha ha ha, so good, so good." After feeding the cat, the satisfied big orange sauntered away. They walked for another 10 minutes before finally reaching Lin Mian's dormitory building. "I'm home. Thank you for walking me back." "Goodbye, goodbye." After watching her ascend the stairs, Zhang Yu turned to leave, having only received an hour off but still needing to return to work. Meanwhile, Lin Mian opened the door to her dormitory, where three faces simultaneously turned to her. "Oh my gosh, what are you all doing?" Lin Mian was startled. Quickly tell us, what progress did you make today?" "What do you mean?" Chun Shui blinked innocently. "Didn't you go on a date with Zhang Yu?" "How did it go?" "What date?" "Don't spout nonsense. I merely treated him to dinner to repay a favor." "What kind of dinner takes that long?" "Hurry up and spill the beans." "Really, there's nothing much." "Nothing?" A mischievous smile appeared on Chun Shui's face. "Oh, then why not push him my way? If such a handsome guy is not pursuing you, I will." "Hiss, Chun Shui, are you trying to kill me?" Look, you're already protective of him, yet you say you're not interested." Lin Mian realized she was being teased, took a moment to calm down, and said, "Even if I pushed him your way, what would it matter? You're only comfortable with us. In reality, you still stutter when seeing a handsome guy." Chun Shui's gaze wandered, but she still refused to admit it. "Who said that?" "That is simply slander." "Oh, I wonder who it was that turned crimson and couldn't look up when Zhang Yu handed you a cup of warm water." "Ah, stop it." Embarrassed, Chun Shui suddenly tackled Lin Mian, and they tangled together, but Lin Mian quickly subdued her. "Wow, how did your strength increase?" Round. "Come save me." Yuan and Jia Yuan had long grown accustomed to each other's playful antics, choosing to overlook them. After the lights went out and her roommates had drifted into slumber, Lin Mian sat alone at her desk, illuminated by a gentle bedside lamp. The soft glow cast a warm light over the surface, where a silver top rested. With the power of her mind, she set the top spinning, her thoughts whirling alongside it. As she reflected on the moments she had shared with Zhang Yu over the past few days. A smile crept upon her lips. Though they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days, she had undeniably developed feelings for him. She pondered the reasons behind this swift affection. Was it because he had rescued her? Or perhaps due to his striking appearance? It seemed to be a combination of both, along with his gentle demeanor and engaging conversation, which brought her joy whenever they were together. However, her smile soon faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. She liked him, but what did he feel for her? Moreover, her understanding of him was limited. All she knew was that there was a girl who had harbored feelings for him for quite some time. A childhood friend who came from a wealthy family. This led her to speculate that Zhang Yu's background was likely not lacking either, as disparities between individuals within the same social circle tend to be minimal. On a positive note, Zhang Yu regarded her merely as a younger sister, yet she could not afford to be complacent. After all, what if the sister he saw was not merely a sister? Gazing at the spinning top before her, Lin Mian puffed her cheeks. This very top had been a gift from him. Through her training in telekinesis, she had, albeit somewhat accidentally, glimpsed another side of the world. All thanks to Zhang Yu. What else about him remained unknown to her? Lost in these thoughts, a wave of fatigue washed over her, prompting a yawn that caused the top to cease its rotation. After allowing it to spin for over 10 minutes, she too felt weary. It was time to rest. Sleep beckoned her. Chapter 13. Young Master Xiao Yu. The following day, Zhang Yu awoke in the afternoon as per his usual routine, tending to his cat, having a meal, and preparing to head to work. However, from a distance, he spotted Lu Yuanqing standing at the entrance, waving him over as if awaiting his arrival. Zhang Yu approached and inquired. What is going on? A girl came to the shop looking for you, Lu replied. She is quite beautiful and brought luggage. Is she your sister or cousin? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart raced with a sudden realization. He nodded at Lu, saying, Got it, I'll go check. Taking a deep breath, he entered the bar, where a young woman sat at the counter, her posture upright, accentuating her alluring curves. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her delicate face bore a hint of melancholy. Her slender, pale fingers were intertwined, fidgeting restlessly, revealing her inner turmoil. Upon recognizing her familiar silhouette, Zhang Yu's expression softened, and he gently called out, Ro. The girl, named Ro, froze momentarily, then joyfully turned to him and leaped into his arms. The softness of her body and the intoxicating scent that enveloped him made Zhang Yu pat her back and ask, What are you doing here? Looking up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she replied in a choked voice, Young Master Xiaoyu, I missed you so much. All right, I'm right here, Zhang Yu said, attempting to extricate himself from her embrace. But she held on tighter, sensing his movement and clinging even more fiercely. He had no choice but to reassure her, It's all right, just let go for a moment. Okay, we're still in the shop. We don't want the customers to see. Only then did Ro reluctantly release him, revealing that she was indeed Zhang Yu's non-blood-related sister. This was the first time they had shared such an intimate embrace since they had grown up. And after 2 years apart, the longing had become overwhelming. Being in his arms felt incredibly comforting, making her reluctant to let go. Zhang Yu glanced apologetically at Lu Yuanqing, who immediately waved him off. It's fine, take the day off. Thank you, boss, Zhang Yu replied, as he truly needed some time to catch up with Ro. Noticing her luggage, he asked, Do you have a place to stay? Ro shook her head. I came straight here from the airport without booking a hotel. Then let us go back to my place, he suggested, saying goodbye to Lu before leading Ro home. As they walked, a silence enveloped them, not from a lack of conversation, but rather from the abundance of things they wished to say, leaving them uncertain of where to begin. Fortunately, their home was not far away, and within 10 minutes, Zhang Yu opened the door to his apartment. With Ro stepping inside somewhat shyly, Miao a Xian, upon seeing its owner return with a girl, meowed a couple of times. Ro's eyes lit up as she asked, You still have a cat? Yes, its name is a Xian, he replied. Come here, a Xian, Ro called out, smiling as the cat approached her, sniffing her scent. Make yourself comfortable. I'll get you a glass of water, Zhang Yu offered. Oh no. You sit. I'll get the water for you, she insisted, trying to rise, but Zhang Yu gently pressed her back onto the sofa. Put away your habit of being overly caring and play with a Xian for a while. Hearing his firm tone, Ro ceased her objections, muttering softly, Why is that a bad habit? We have tea and coffee at home. Which would you prefer? He asked. Coffee, please. Moments later, Zhang Yu placed a cup of hot coffee in front of her, saying, It's instant coffee. Don't complain. Of course I want tea. Complain, she replied. Zhang Yu's generosity meant she could never find fault with him. As they sat together, Zhang Yu admired his sister's exquisitely beautiful features and her captivating curves, smiling as he remarked, You've become even more beautiful after 2 years. Ro's cheeks flushed, and she responded with a hint of annoyance, I told you not to call me sister. Then you can't call me young master. That's not fair. Young master is young master. Isn't that double standards? You can, but I can't. Holding her coffee cup, Ro lowered her head, falling silent. Zhang Yu sighed. This was not the first time they had quarreled over titles, yet her reaction was always the same, leaving him at a loss. All right, let us not dwell on that, since you came to find me. It means that you Xin took the items back, right? Yes, Annie has already consumed them. And how did it go? Very well. The psychological trauma has been completely healed, and her telekinetic abilities have significantly improved. Zhang Yu let out a relieved breath. That's wonderful. Now I can rest easy. But I'm curious. How did you gather so much soul energy in just 2 years? It's simple. I hunted monsters. But under normal circumstances, monsters don't appear frequently in a city. So to gather that much energy, you must have hunted hundreds of minotaurs. Where did you find so many monsters to slay? That's none of your concern. I have my methods. The items are sufficient now, and I won't actively hunt monsters anymore. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Ro refrained from pressing further, content that the Zhang Yu before her was well. By the way, where is Xiaoming? Did she behave while I was away? Mrs. Still quite obedient. Obedient, my foot? I know my sister best. She usually causes chaos at home. Zhang Ro chuckled, Actually, it's not too bad. After you left, she held some resentment towards Uncle, often giving him the cold shoulder, but that's about it. Zhang Yu sighed. Didn't I tell her not to blame Dad when I left? After young master left, no one could fully manage her at home. Andy is the only one whose words she listens to. And what about now? You're here, so she should be running over, crying and calling for you. Miss is still in school and can't leave. She didn't skip classes? That's unreasonable. She wanted to, but Annie caught her, and after being scolded, she decided to come on the weekend instead. I knew it. The two exchanged amused glances, realizing that this sister, like Yuexin, had been spoiled since childhood, leaving her somewhat unruly. Zhang Yu then turned to Ro Ro, who was sipping her coffee, and asked, Is there anything you want to tell me? What does young master want to hear from me? Zhang Yu replied, puzzled. You came to find me, didn't you want me to come home? Ro Ro smiled sweetly and retorted, If I call young master home, will you return? Chapter 14, The Drafty Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. Certainly not. Returning home was inevitable, but not at this moment. Ro Ro grinned, right? Besides, Uncle hit you so hard back then and said such harsh words. He must come to apologize in person before you can go home. Ro Yu's thoughts had been laid bare by Ro Ro. Indeed, he was still holding a grudge against his father, though he acknowledged his own mistakes. His father had been far from gentle with him. He had beaten him mercilessly, and without the protection of Ro Ro and Zhang Ming, he might have very well been killed. And that last phrase, I have no son like you, was enough to ignite his anger, which was why he had not contacted him for 2 years. Why have you come to find me? Ro Ro asked with a soft, mischievous smile. What Uncle meant was indeed for me to call you back, but I can simply refuse, can't I? Until the young master wishes to return, I shall remain here to care for you. Zhang Yu couldn't help but cover his face, feeling a sudden pang of sympathy for his father, whose 2 little darlings seemed to be quite the handful. Hee. My only concern is for the young master. Very well then. I shall book a hotel for you. No. I have already said that I will look after the young master. I must stay with you. Come now. I am far too grown for your care. That is not permissible. The young master cannot even prepare his own meals, so I must certainly stay. Since her arrival at the Zhang household, Ro Ro had always placed herself in a position akin to that of a servant, routinely assisting with laundry and cooking. In truth, Zhang Yu's parents had always regarded her as their own daughter. The family had staff, and whenever they saw her doing chores, they would insist that such tasks were unnecessary for her, encouraging her to play and enjoy herself. Yet, Ro Ro would always agree verbally but secretly continue her work, a pattern that persisted for over a decade, and the Zhang family felt quite helpless about it. Following the onset of adolescence, Ro Ro became even more like Zhang Yu's personal maid, attending to his daily needs. Zhang Yu felt embarrassed and often reminded her that she was his sister, not a servant, and thus was not obliged to do such things. However, Ro Ro remained steadfast in her ways, and Zhang Yu gradually grew accustomed to it, until 2 years ago when he left home. During those 2 years, his ability to live independently had improved markedly, as evidenced by his relatively tidy room. Though to Ro Ro's discerning eyes, there remained plenty that could be organized. That was 2 years ago. I can now cook, he proclaimed. Ro Ro's pupils widened in disbelief, her expression akin to that of a world collapsing around her. What is the matter, young master? How could you possibly know how to cook? What kind of statement is that? If you can cook, then I would be of no use. No, you must rest. I shall handle the chores. As she spoke, Ro Ro gently pushed Zhang Yu towards his bedroom, leaving him utterly perplexed. What kind of logic was this? She gestured towards the computer in his room. You may either sleep or play games, young master. I will tidy up your room. Hey, Ro Ro. Before Zhang Yu could finish his sentence, she had firmly closed the door, only to reopen it shortly after. Xian, you stay here for a while. Miao. Xian was brought in, gazing quizzically at its master. Zhang Yu shook his head. It's nothing. That's just how she is. You get used to it. It had always been this way. He never had to manage anything himself. Each day, upon waking, his clothes were neatly laid out beside his bed, and breakfast awaited him, ready to be consumed. Even when the family dined out, Ro Ro tended solely to him, her favoritism so evident that even Zhang Ming felt a twinge of jealousy. An hour later, Ro Ro knocked on the bedroom door. Zhang Yu removed his headphones and opened the door. With a smile, she announced, the living room and kitchen have been tidied up, only the bedroom remains. May the young master step out for a moment? Zhang Yu gazed at the impeccably clean living room, which appeared almost unrecognizable, and asked, Is this truly my former living room? Not so exaggerated. I merely tidied it up a bit. Now, I must attend to the bedroom. Wait, don't clean just yet. You haven't had dinner, have you? Not yet. But a little wait won't matter. I will cook after I finish tidying up. What do you mean, cook? Have you lost your mind? I will take you out for dinner. But, there are no buts. Will you obey? All right then, I shall comply with the young master. Thus, the two of them ventured outside. The night already cloaked around them. I asked there anything in particular you wish to eat. Anything is fine. You can't say anything, provide a clear answer. After a moment's contemplation, Ro suggested, how about barbecue? That works. There's a delightful barbecue restaurant nearby. As they prepared to walk, Ro, noticing that Zhang Yu was a head taller than herself, clenched her fist and then linked her arm with his. Zhang Yu glanced at her, and she offered him a smile that he chose not to comment. After all, it was merely a sibling gesture, even if they weren't biological siblings. It mattered little. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the server promptly brought their dishes to the table. May I assist you in grilling your meat? No need. I can handle it myself. Naturally, Ro declined, unwilling to let the server take away such a splendid opportunity to care for Zhang Yu. As she grilled the meat, she lovingly fed it to Zhang Yu, and soon his mouth was stuffed to the brim. All right. I've already had dinner. I came out to bring you here, so why do you keep shoving food into my mouth? Huh? Oh, so the young master has already dined. Only then did Ro realize her own hunger. Since arriving, she had only sipped a drink from Lao Lu and had eaten nothing else. Zhang Yu quietly watched her eat, occasionally glancing at his phone, but there were no messages. Just as he thought this, a notification popped up. It was from Lin Mian. He was about to check it when Ro suddenly spoke. Young master, I heard from you Xian that you brought a girl home. Zhang Yu paused, his hand halting mid-air as he silently turned off his screen. Indeed, it was true, but don't misunderstand. It was merely an accident. Oh, an accident? What do you mean by that drawn-out tone? And why do I feel a bit guilty? Xian mentioned that the girl has also awakened her psychic power, correct? Yes, I briefly introduced her to the role of an exorcist. Will she be joining Xing Yuan? Zhang Yu shrugged. That's not for me to decide. I've been expelled. Ro set down her chopsticks and, with a smile, produced a badge identical in shape to Zhang Yu's. Save for the color, his was black while hers was gold. Seeing the golden badge, Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. When did you acquire the golden badge? Last week. Now I am part of the leadership at Xing Yuan. I should be able to assist with that girl's matter. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Yu, still holding the black iron badge, remarked, how enviable it is to have a golden badge. Ro placed the badge before Zhang Yu. If the young master desires, I can give it to you. Never mind, it belongs to you. Actually, with the young master's current psychic level, obtaining a golden badge should be quite easy. It matters not. I've already been expelled. Once you return home, uncle and aunt should agree to your reinstatement. Let us see. In any case, whether I join or not does not hinder my monster-clearing efforts. As they spoke, Zhang Yu's phone buzzed several times, prompting him to check the messages. Lin Mian had first sent a woeful emoji, followed by a barrage of questions. Does your top spin truly have no side effects? I controlled it for a while today. And then I slept until now, feeling quite dizzy. Zhang Yu typed back. That shouldn't happen. Did you stay up late yesterday? No. I went to bed at 11 and woke up at 8 this morning. That shouldn't be. How long did you let it spin? Half an hour. Zhang Yu paused, quickly typing. That's too long. You just awakened your psychic abilities. Practice it twice a day for 10 minutes each time. Lin Mian sent back a puzzled emoji. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I forgot. Animated emoji. Angry. How could you forget something so important about the usage? My apologies. It's just that I haven't used the top for training in so long that it slipped my mind. Humph. You're infuriating. Noticing Zhang Yu's lips curve into a slight smile, Ro inquired. Are you chatting with that girl? Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. I gave her a top for training and am explaining the usage. Could I meet her? It would also be a chance to tell her about exorcists. There have been significant changes in Xing Yuan during your 2 years away. That sounds fine. I will ask her when she is free. Ro nodded, musing to herself that her request should not come off as too sudden. In truth, she had her own motives. While she claimed it was for the sake of exorcists, her primary desire was to meet this girl and gauge Zhang Yu's reaction, which seemed to indicate he harbored some affection for her. Zhang Yu then said, I need to inform you of something. My sister has come to see me, and she wishes to meet you. When would you be available? Lying in her bed, Lin Mian raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yu's sister must be the one he mentioned having been adopted. It seemed his family was seeking him out quite quickly, indicating he would soon return to Kyoto. But why did his sister want to meet her? Is she looking to meet me? The other party was typing. Yes, she is also an exorcist and part of the leadership at Xingyuan. So she could provide you with more information about Exorcist. If you wish to join, you can consult her. It turned out to be because of this. Lin Mian pondered for a moment. It was rather fortunate. After all, as she was quite curious about the organization of exorcists. Moreover, making a good impression on Zhang Yu's family would not be a bad idea. All right, I have time tomorrow. Then let's meet at my house tomorrow afternoon. Once the time was set, Zhang Yu put down his phone. It's settled. She will come to my house tomorrow afternoon, and you can chat with her then. All right, let's have dinner. Before long, the meat on the table had been entirely devoured by Ruru, who let out a satisfied burp. Phew, I'm so full. Zhang Yu observed her and chuckled. Shall we go for a stroll to help with digestion? Sure, let's go to the mall. After spending quite a while at the mall, they bought some daily necessities for Ruru. She had rushed out, bringing little luggage, leaving many things behind. Upon returning home, Ruru took her clothes into the bathroom for a warm shower and emerged wearing a nightgown. The short dress revealed her fair, slender legs, making her quite eye-catching. I'm done with my shower. Young master, do you want to wash up? Zhang Yu shook his head. I already took a shower this morning. Ruru then remembered that Zhang Yu usually worked at night and rested during the day. She felt a pang of sympathy. How about you just don't go to work anymore? Why, previously, you worked to earn a living. But now that I'm here, I have plenty of pocket money for you to spend. What? Are you going to support me? Zhang Yu asked, raising an eyebrow. Does your mother know about this? Ruru quickly waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. All right, keep your money. Though I might not earn much, my daily expenses are manageable. Besides, I should inform Lao Lu in advance if I decide to quit. He has been quite considerate towards me. And leaving without a word would be rather impolite. That makes sense. I'll go along with your wishes. Noticing the late hour, Zhang Yu asked, Are you going to sleep? Ruru shook her head. I'm not sleepy yet. I can play for a while. Looking at the computer in the bedroom, Zhang Yu suggested, Shall we play a game with just one computer? If I play, what will you do? We can play a horror game together. The experience will be the same. Horror game. Ruru contemplated. Well, if I get scared, can I hide in your arms? Sure, let us play together. As for Zhang Yu, he had not thought that far. He simply wanted to play. Though he had previously refrained from doing so when alone at home, it was somewhat amusing that an exorcist would fear horror games. He stood up to turn off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Save for the glow of the monitor, Ruru frowned. We have to turn off the lights to play. Horror games need the right atmosphere to be enjoyable. Saying this, he pulled Ashian closer. And the two of them nestled together, opening media. As soon as they entered the game, Ruru was puzzled by the pink visuals and warm art style, which seemed far from a horror game. Suppressing her curiosity, she continued watching, yet no terrifying elements appeared. Young master, is this really a horror game? It looks more like a dating simulation. Just wait. It's just starting. Okay. As the game progressed, the plot began to take on a strange turn, and the two unwittingly found themselves inching closer together. Zhang Yu casually glanced at Ruru, nearly captivated by the neckline of her nightgown. Wasn't this attire a bit too revealing? Chapter 16. The young master cooks breakfast. Ruru was entirely absorbed by the screen, oblivious to Zhang Yu's gaze. Or perhaps, even if she noticed, she would pretend not to. Hey, she told me to hide. Where should I go, young master? Oh, I'll handle it. Zhang Yu's focus was finally pulled back to the screen by Ruru's voice. At this point, the essence of the horror game revealed itself, and both began to feel a growing tension. Ruru curled up with the cat, pressing tightly against Zhang Yu. Wait. A sudden scare made Ruru scream, startling Zhang Yu, who wasn't scared by the game but rather by her reaction. How about we stop? You can go to sleep. I'm fine. I want to keep playing. As she spoke, she nestled closer to Zhang Yu, hugging his arm. I want to be so scared if I'm closer to you. All right. Then, surprisingly, once Ruru held onto his arm, she did indeed scream less, leaning into him when startled. Zhang Yu felt two soft forms pressed against his arm, quickening his heartbeat. But then again, experiencing an accelerated heartbeat while playing a horror game was normal, right? Finally, after more than 2 hours, they completed the game. Ruru frowned at the ending scene. What does this mean? Did they turn into a cartridge? Well, it seems this is the only ending for the first playthrough. After being scared so many times, it ends up being a bad ending. Games are like that. The ending doesn't matter as long as you have fun. Ruru nodded. She indeed enjoyed it, having a legitimate reason to take advantage of the young master without him objecting. Checking the time. She realized it was past midnight. It's late. You should rest. Good night, young master. Good night. With that, Ruru lay down on Zhang Yu's bed, pulling the blanket over herself, feeling a bit excited, as this was her first time sleeping in Zhang Yu's bed. The scent of the blanket was exactly like his, quite pleasant. Zhang Yu turned off the computer and quietly carried Xian out of the room. That day, Ruru slept soundly, perhaps due to having stayed up late the previous night, as she rarely woke up late. Typically, her routine was quite regular, sleeping at 11 and waking at 7, but today she overslept by an hour. Zhang Yu didn't disturb her and instead went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Gently pushing open the bedroom door afterward, he found Ruru curled up with the blanket, her long, fair legs slightly exposed, the nightgown disheveled, revealing part of her fragrant shoulder. Zhang Yu approached, opting not to wake her but instead tidying the blanket. This action, however, stirred Ruru awake. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, she quickly sat up, slightly dazed. Young master, I'm sorry for waking up late. There is no need to apologize. If you want to sleep, feel free. I've already made breakfast. You can eat if you're hungry. At the mention of breakfast, Ruru instantly perked up. Breakfast? You made it yourself? Yes. Is there a problem? Indeed. How can you cook for me? That is too negligent. Zhang Yu frowned. I've said before that you are not my maid. There is no such thing as negligence. If you're awake, you should get up. Up now. Ruru threw off the blanket and dashed into the bathroom, leaving Zhang Yu alone in the bedroom. After all these years, she had always maintained a certain emotional distance from him. There was never a sibling-like bond, and he couldn't fathom why she acted this way. When Ruru emerged from the bathroom, Zhang Yu had already brought out the breakfast. Let us eat. Okay. They sat at the dining table. The breakfast was simple, millet porridge, pickles, and steamed buns, but Ruru savored it with joy. This is my first time eating food made by the young master. I can make it any time you want. No. Let me handle the cooking from now on. Zhang Yu remained silent, tacitly agreeing, for even if he was unwilling, Ruru would still insist on doing the household chores, which was something he couldn't change. In contrast to Ruru's graceful, leisurely eating style, Zhang Yu devoured his meal hungrily, finishing 3 buns and a bowl of millet porridge in mere minutes before letting out a satisfied burp. Eat slowly. I'm going to sleep. Lying down right after eating isn't good for your health. Not lying down right now is detrimental to my sleep. Don't nag me. Good night. With that, Zhang Yu retreated into the bedroom, leaving Ruru pouting in silence as she continued her breakfast. Meow. A cat's meow sounded as Xian approached, rubbing against Ruru's smooth, fair leg. She patted the cat's head. Wait here. I'll get you some food. After finishing her meal, Ruru washed the dishes quietly and then tiptoed into the bedroom. Zhang Yu was already asleep. Ruru sat down on the chair by the bed, resting her chin in her hands, gazing at the peaceful face of her young master. It had been 2 years since they last met, and he appeared slightly thinner than when he was at home, yet he seemed sturdier. His skin had darkened, likely due to not going outside during the day, but it was evident that it was not as well maintained as before. She hadn't spotted any skincare products in the bathroom. Indeed, he must have neglected his skin without her around. However, the most significant change was in his demeanor. His gaze, compared to 2 years ago, had lost some of its sharpness and had become more reserved and profound. This look resembled that of his uncle. He had truly grown up. Seeing that Zhang Yu was in a deep sleep, she stealthily poked his face with her finger, receiving no reaction. If that were the case, could she take the opportunity to do something? Her gaze settled upon Zhang Yu's lips before swiftly darting away. No, she chided herself. She could not look any longer, lest she succumb to temptation, rising to leave. She was interrupted as Zhang Yu suddenly turned over, causing a pendant to slip from his neck. Ro's eyes brightened at the sight of the blue teardrop-shaped pendant, as if a realization had dawned upon her, prompting her to exit the bedroom. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Ro retrieved her phone, and as expected, the messages were nearly overwhelming. Some were from Xin, others from Auntie, but the majority were from Zhang Ming, accompanied by dozens of missed calls. This scenario had long been anticipated by Ro. Thus, she had promptly set her phone to do not disturb upon her arrival. After all, it was a rare opportunity for solitude. A touch of selfishness was hardly a transgression, was it? She could always respond later. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu in the bedroom, he remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. Chapter 17. The Exorcist Organization, Xingyuan in the afternoon. Zhang Yu was awakened by the sounds of 2 message notifications, both from Lin Mian. Are you awake? Can I come over to your house now? He yawned and replied, sure, just come directly. After which, he called out to Ro, who promptly opened the door, wearing her nightgown. "Young master, you're awake?" "Yes," Lin Mian said. "She'd be here shortly." Ro nodded and inquired, "Will you be going to work later?" "Of course. I haven't resigned yet." "Then I shall prepare a meal. It will be just in time for Lin Mian's arrival." "All right." Half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. As Zhang Yu rose to answer it, Ro, freshly freed from her kitchen duties, hurried over, saying, "I'll get it." Upon opening the door, Lin Mian was momentarily stunned by Ro's beauty, then courteously smiled. "Hello. I'm Lin Mian, a friend of Zhang Yu's. Are you his sister?" "Well, sort of." "Hello, sister. I brought you a gift." Ro was taken aback. How thoughtful of her to bring a gift, which felt overly polite. Moreover, the way she kept referring to her as sister felt somewhat strange, akin to a girlfriend meeting her boyfriend's family for the first time. Accepting the gift, Ro replied, "You shouldn't have gone through the trouble. Please come in and have a seat. Dinner is almost ready." "Did sister cook this herself?" "Yes, please. Just call me Ro or OU.AT this." Lin Mian recalled Zhang Yu mentioning that his sister never referred to him as her brother, nor did she identify herself as a sister. Perhaps a different address would be more appropriate. "May I call you Ro? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Please have a seat." Just then, Zhang Yu emerged, smiling at Lin Mian. "You've arrived. Make yourself comfortable." Ro handed Zhang Yu the gift Lin Mian had brought, saying, "Young master, could you hold this for me while I serve the dishes?" Upon hearing this address, Lin Mian was slightly puzzled. Once Ro entered the kitchen, she quietly asked Zhang Yu, "Did she just call you young master?" Zhang Yu sighed, fully expecting this reaction. "It's always been like this. She has called me that for over a decade. That you'll get used to it." "Oh, I see. You said you'd come over, yet you brought a gift. What is it?" "Skincare products for Ro. Yeah. What about me? This is a welcome gift for our first meeting. What do you want?" "But today is our first meeting too. Isn't it?" Lin Mian rolled her eyes playfully. "You're insatiable. Go away." As the two exchanged banter, Ro emerged with the dishes, and Lin Mian immediately rushed to assist. "I'll help you." Ro, "Yeah. No. You're a guest. Just sit. I can manage with just 2 dishes." Refusing assistance, Ro turned down Lin Mian's offer, who, unable to insist further, admired Ro's figure as she moved away. "Your sister is truly beautiful," Lin Mian remarked to Zhang Yu. "I cannot dispute that." With all the dishes set, the three gathered around the table. Lin Mian took a bite and praised Ro's cooking profusely. "This is delicious. You're amazing. Ro, yeah. It's nothing extraordinary, really. Not at all. It's even better than what you'd find in a 5-star restaurant." Ro offered Lin Mian a piece of meat from her plate. "If you like it, please have more." "Thank you." Ro, yeah. Zhang Yu chuckled. "All right, we've exchanged pleasantries. It's time to discuss serious matters. Oh right, Lin Mian, you've awakened your psychic abilities, haven't you?" Lin Mian nodded. "Yes, but I'm still not very skilled at using them. No worries. I wanted to ask if you'd like to join the Exorcist organization, Xingyuan. Can I learn more about it first?" Ro nodded. "Certainly. The Exorcist organization was established 30 years ago to unify the management of exorcists within the country. Xingyuan is currently the largest organization. As young master may have mentioned, these creatures appear infrequently, so most of the time, members enjoy freedom without mandatory meetings or check-ins. Simply being registered suffices. Is it really that free? Yes, you might consider it a part-time job. Exorcists receive a monthly stipend. And there's even pay? Yes, for the most basic rank, the Black Iron Exorcist, which corresponds to your current psychic level. The monthly stipend is 5,000. Lin Mian's eyes widened. "So, if I join, I can receive 5,000 a month without doing anything?" "That's correct. Is the Exorcist organization really that affluent?" "I can't speak for others, but Xingyuan is well-funded, backed by the Xingchen Company. The number of exorcists is also limited, so we can afford it. Speaking of which, I'll be working at Xingchen Company after I graduate." Ro's eyes widened in surprise. "You're going to join Xingchen Company?" "Yes, I received an offer. Zhang Yu knows about it." Upon hearing this, Ro immediately gazed at Zhang Yu, who discreetly gave her a knowing glance, allowing her to regain her composure. It seemed Lin Mian was unaware of young master's true identity, so it was best to keep that under wraps for now. Lin Mian continued, "Earlier, you mentioned the Black Iron Badge. Is that part of a ranking system?" "Yes. Typically, new members are assigned the Black Iron Badge. If you wish to upgrade your rank, there are 2 methods: increasing your psychic ability or hunting a certain number of creatures. At this point, Zhang Yu interjected, "However, the first method has a stipulation. You must remain with Xing Yuan for 6 months. Even if your psychic ability is sufficient to upgrade your rank, you must wait for the 6-month period to elapse. Like a probationary period? I understand. That covers the basics. I would recommend joining, as the organization will soon be officially managed, starting with the largest, Xing Yuan. Lin Mian's eyes lit up, so there is still a chance for me to be included. Ro nodded. Exactly. So, what is your decision? I'm definitely on board. But my mother is just an ordinary person. Can I tell her? I'm afraid not. That's against our confidentiality agreement. Lin Mian contemplated for a moment. All right, I'll join. That was quite decisive. Aren't you afraid of your mother finding out? It's fine. I'm old enough to have my own thoughts. My mother can't control me forever. Ro nodded. Okay, I'll contact you later. Please provide me with an address where I can send the badge and other materials. Chapter 18. A mature woman. The discussion of serious matters unfolded smoothly. After dinner, Zhang Yu prepared to head to the bar for work. Before leaving, he remarked, "You two enjoy yourselves. I'm off to work now. Goodbye, young master." Ro called, mimicking the address Lin Mian had used. "Take care, young master," Lin Mian echoed, smiling. Zhang Yu chuckled softly before departing, leaving the two girls alone in the room. Lin Mian's wide eyes darted curiously towards Ro. Jia. "May I ask you a question?" "What would you like to know?" "I'm curious why you call Zhang Yu young master." Ro bit her lip, explaining, "The truth is, I was adopted by the Zhang family, and then upon arriving at the bar, Zhang Yu naturally walked behind the counter, preparing the bar for cocktail mixing. Lu Yuanqing approached him, asking, "When are you leaving?" Zhang Yu glanced at him. "Leaving? Can't you see I'm at work?" Still pretending. "Huh? How many days do you think you can keep this up? How did you find out?" "Humph, I knew when that girl came looking for you. Although I'm not privy to what is happening in your family. It seems like you've resolved it, more or less. So, there is still a little left to sort out." "Yeah, just a bit." Lu Yuanqing listened attentively, not intending to inquire which aspect was amiss, when suddenly Zhang Yu spoke up. "I'll go home once my father comes to fetch me." Cough. Lu Yuanqing was taken aback by the unexpected remark. Having lived for over 40 years, he had encountered many tempests, yet Zhang Yu's statement caught him off guard. Zhang Yu patted him on the back. "What's wrong? Why the sudden coughing fit?" "No. Could you repeat what you just said?" "I said, once my dad comes to pick me up, I'll head home." Lu Yuanqing paused in astonishment, then gave Zhang Yu a thumbs up. "No more words are needed. You are truly remarkable. Filial. Exceedingly filial." Zhang Yu chuckled softly, remaining silent. Lu Yuanqing grabbed 2 glasses, filled them with ice, and then retrieved a bottle of whiskey that he poured himself a glass and offered one to Zhang Yu. "What are you doing?" "I'm still on duty. Drinking during work hours is a rule you established." "Nonsense. You can take your leave tomorrow. Don't come back." "Is this how you dismiss me? How heartless." Lu Yuanqing smirked. "You cheeky brat. Do you dare claim you weren't planning to resign today?" Zhang Yu fell silent, clinking his glass against Lu Yuanqing's. After taking a sip, Lao Lu sighed and remarked, "Thank goodness you're not my son. Otherwise, I'd be driven to despair." "Humph." Zhang Yu disregarded the jibe, knowing Lao Lu was unaware of his true circumstances. "But come on, you're over 40 now, nearing the grave. Haven't you considered asking the boss's wife for a child?" "Of course I have. I've always wanted a daughter, so why not until now? Could it be that you—" "Get out. I'm in perfect health." Lao Lu lifted his leg as if to kick, and Zhang Yu quickly dodged. "Look at you. Getting all worked up. I haven't even said anything yet." But joking aside, Zhang Yu was indeed curious, since Lao Lu claimed he was fine. "Then, what about the boss's wife?" Lu Yuanqing nodded, taking another sip of his drink. His eyes filled with reminiscence. "Actually, we once had a child, a girl, but regrettably, your sister-in-law was frail back then, and we ultimately lost the fetus. Since then, it has become increasingly difficult to conceive. Didn't you consider some treatment?" "Of course, we consulted both traditional and Western medicine, but there were no results. It pained me to see your sister-in-law drinking such bitter herbal concoctions daily, so I gave up. If that child had been born, she would be about the same age as the girl you brought the first time." Lao Lu was naturally referring to Lin Mian, which explained why he had looked at her with such fondness upon their first meeting. He then patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Let me tell you, Xiao Yu, as a man, the greatest taboo is to let your wife suffer." Zhang Yu shook his head. "Another one who dotes on his wife." "What do you mean?" "Doting on your wife is a given. If it weren't for your sister-in-law, could I be living so freely as a boss now?" "Indeed, the boss speaks wisely, but what did you mean earlier by another one?" "My father, of course." You should learn well from your father. You're grown up now, so stop being so rebellious. How do you know I'm rebellious? Lao Lu scoffed. If you weren't rebellious, would you have run away from home for 2 whole years without returning for the new year? You wouldn't understand. Just assume I don't understand. Anyway, you'll be going back soon. Zhang Yu laughed. I'm not in a hurry to leave. I should be able to stay a few more days. Then don't come to work. Spend more time with your family. All right, can today be my last day? As you wish. As the two conversed, a woman dressed in OL attire with short hair walked in. Upon seeing the wine glass in Zhang Yu's hand, she visibly raised an eyebrow. Then smiled and asked, "What's going on? Is the bartender drinking during work hours? I recall that's against the rules, isn't it?" Zhang Yu grinned at the mature, charming woman before him. Special permission from the boss. Welcome. The woman, Du Yuru, was a regular at Yuanqing Bar, and her demeanor and poise made it evident that she was a career woman. After work, she enjoyed visiting here, and each time she came, she would tease Zhang Yu, jokingly suggesting he should come home with her. Zhang Yu was never intimidated by her playful banter and could even retort, which amused her greatly. This was one reason Lao Lu appreciated Zhang Yu. His high emotional intelligence and ability to engage with customers were essential traits for an exceptional bartender. Du Yuru frequented the bar primarily because of Zhang Yu. After a long day at work, having a young, handsome, and articulate young man to brighten her evening was irresistible. Lao Lu smiled. Beautiful Du, thank goodness you came today. Otherwise, you wouldn't get to see Xiaoyu tomorrow. Du Yuru frowned. What do you mean? I am resigning. Today is my last day. Du Yuru immediately pouted, leaning on the bar. Why? After you leave, who will keep me company? Lao Lu will still be here, won't he? I'm not interested in married old men. Oh, come on, don't be discriminatory. I was much more handsome than Xiaoyu when I was young. I don't believe it. Suit yourself. Zhang Yu, hearing their playful banter, merely smiled before asking, what would you like to drink today? Sister Du. It's Ami. He had no ulterior motives. Du Yuru had significantly contributed to his sales over the past 2 years, and treating her to a drink before his departure was a gesture of gratitude. Chapter 19. Du Yuru's gift. However, Du Yuru remained slumped over the bar, looking pitifully at Zhang Yu. You're about to leave, and I'm so sad I can't even think about drinking. The way a mature woman pouts is entirely different from a young girl. The latter's antics are often genuine and instinctive, while someone like Du Yuru, with her mature air, makes it clear that her sulking is intentional and feigned. Yet one can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. I can't help it. I was the one who ran away from home, and now my family has come looking for me. I have to return, don't I? So what? Sisters have homes too. Come home with me. My bed is big and soft. You should keep that for yourself. Humph. You'll regret this one day. Zhang Yu just smiled. Can we finally talk about what you want to drink? Long Island iced tea. This is a rather strong drink, generally not suitable for girls, but Du Yuru enjoys it, and Zhang Yu had never seen her drunk. As Zhang Yu prepared the drink, Du Yuru took the opportunity to tease him. Xiaoyu, since you're leaving, can I add you on WeChat? No, why not? You look at me with such unclean intentions. Du Yuru was momentarily taken aback, fuming. Humph. Many want to pursue me but can't even get close. You actually turn your nose up at me. Zhang Yu then pushed the prepared drink towards her. Your Long Island iced tea. Don't change the subject. Quickly get your phone and let me scan your code. I can't use my phone during work hours. Nonsense. Your establishment has no such rule. How would you know? You're not an employee here. This was the first time Du Yuru had asked for Zhang Yu's contact information. She had requested it on their first meeting, but he had politely declined. Back then, he had said, let us skip the contact info. If you ever miss me, just come support my business, and I could earn a little more. That one line had delighted Du Yuru, and she had come often since, but she hadn't brought up adding each other again. Now that he was leaving, naturally, she was less concerned about those matters. However, as Zhang Yu continued to spar with her, Du Yuru suddenly shifted her attention to Lao Lu. Lao Lu, give me your bartender's contact information. Lao Lu scratched his head, saying, Madam, while I am the boss, it is ultimately the employee's personal choice, and no need for that. I'll deposit 10,000 into your account. Lao Lu hesitated for a long while, finally putting on a rather pained expression. This really? 20,000. All right, I'll give it to you now. Xiaoyu, hurry and agree. Otherwise, I'll deduct your wages. Zhang Yu looked utterly bewildered. Wait, Lao Lu, you. But Lao Lu had already dashed off, leaving no chance for him to protest. Du Yuru wore a mischievous smile. Haha, the boss has spoken, so you'd better agree to my friend request. I say, sister, is 20,000 really worth my contact information? What is the deal? That is none of your concern. I have money, and I'll spend it however I please. Zhang Yu had no choice. With it having come to this, he could only agree to the friend request, not wanting someone else's money to go to waste. Reluctantly accepting, he grumbled, "This is ridiculous. Lao Lu just earned 2,000 for nothing. That money would have been better off in my pocket. If you want, I could transfer some money to you too." But it wouldn't just be for chatting anymore. Zhang Yu hastily interjected, "All right, enough of that. Can I concede, please?" Simply conceding won't suffice. You must accompany your sister for a drink. After finishing a Long Island iced tea, Diyuru ordered another classic cocktail. Zhang Yu kindly cautioned her, "Be wary of the high alcohol content. You might end up intoxicated." "Humph. Have you ever seen your sister drunk?" Indeed, he had not, but he still suggested, "It's better to drink less. Mind your own business. After all, you're the one treating. Drink until you're broke." Strangely enough, the bar was less crowded than usual, allowing Du Yuru the opportunity to engage Zhang Yu in conversation. "So, Xiaoyu, how old are you this year?" 22. "Have you been in a relationship?" "No, never dated at all." Zhang Yu replied truthfully. Never. Du Yuru furrowed her brow, sensing that Zhang Yu was deceiving her. How could a guy chat with girls without having dated at least once? Zhang Yu countered, "Must one have dated to converse with girls?" "Well, not necessarily, but I've encountered innocent young men who blush at mere jokes, unlike you, who seems unfazed by being teased. So you admit that you frequently tease me?" "It's merely conversation. It won't cost me a thing." Du Yuru lingered in the bar for 2 hours, consuming 5 or 6 drinks despite Zhang Yu's persistent warnings against overindulgence. She lamented, claiming Zhang Yu was bullying her. "Well, sister is leaving now, goodbye." At that moment, Diyuru's complexion was flushed, her gaze slightly unfocused, and she stumbled slightly in her high heels, causing Zhang Yu to fear she might fall. "Are you all right? Perhaps you should sober up before leaving." "Humph, I know you can't bear to see your sister go." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. "Safe travels. I'm not seeing you off." Du Yuru staggered a couple of steps before leaning against the bar, saying, "Do me a favor and assist your sister. That I warned you to drink less. Yet you ignored me." Zhang Yu walked over to support her to the bar's entrance. "Oh, you need me to call a cab for you?" "No need. I can manage." She retrieved her phone. Though slightly tipsy, she managed to order a ride. Zhang Yu glanced at the license plate, realizing that under the circumstances, he would have to ensure Diyuru got into the car safely. Just as he was looking toward the street, Diyuru unexpectedly leaned in and pecked him on the cheek, leaving a faint lipstick mark. Zhang Yu exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to report this." "Oh, come on, don't act coy. Clearly, I was the one at a disadvantage." "You. Then I'll have to return the favor." "Forget it. That would be even worse." "You little." Diyuru lifted her high heel as if to kick him. Exasperated by his antics, Zhang Yu nimbly dodged, only to realize with a start that she was not truly drunk at all, as you were pretending to be tipsy just to take advantage of me. Diyuru smiled faintly. "Sister genuinely enjoys your company. Consider this a parting gift." Chapter 20. A shared bed. Zhang Yu wiped the lipstick stain from his face and sighed, "Thank you, but no more gifts next time." Unappreciative, as she spoke, Diyuru's cab arrived. She opened the door and said to Zhang Yu, "Come visit me when you have time." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." After watching the car drive away, Zhang Yu returned to the bar. Not dwelling on Diyuru's earlier actions, while she was indeed beautiful, he felt it was irrelevant to him now. Whether they would meet again was uncertain. He chatted with Lao Lu for quite some time. And before he knew it, it was time to close up. "I'm heading out." Lao Lu nodded. "I won't see you off." It was now 4 in the morning, and the sky was just beginning to lighten. Upon arriving home, Zhang Yu assumed that Ruru was already resting and made no noise. Sure enough, the bedroom door was closed. He walked into the kitchen, hoping to find something to eat on the fridge. He spotted a note in Ruru's handwriting. "I left some food for you. Just heat it up." Zhang Yu felt warmth in his heart. It was truly nice to be thought of. After finishing the meal, he chose not to enter the bedroom, opting instead to relax on the couch with the cat. However, after a while, the bedroom door unexpectedly opened, and Ruru emerged in her nightgown. Zhang Yu glanced at the time and asked with curiosity, "Ruru, why are you up so early?" "I calculated the time and thought you would be back, so I set an alarm." Her voice was thick with sleep, clearly indicating she and T had enough rest. Zhang Yu felt a bit helpless. She always prioritized others over herself. "You don't have to go to such lengths. Go back to sleep. You can wake up when you're rested." "No, I want to make breakfast for you." "I've already eaten. It was what you left. Hurry and rest." As Zhang Yu spoke, he gently pushed Ruru back toward the bedroom. "Wait, I need to talk to you about something. Whatever it is can wait until after you rest." "Huh?" He stepped into the bedroom only to find another person lying in his bed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Mian. "What is going on? Did she not leave?" Ruru nodded. "We We were chatting late into the night. And I took the liberty of letting her stay over. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize for that. You can continue. I won't intrude. You must be tired too, right? It's fine. I already spoke with Lao Lu. I don't have to work today, so I'm adjusting my schedule back to normal. I won't sleep just yet. All right then. Hearing that he was adjusting his schedule, Rura didn't press further. He had been a night owl, and it was indeed time for a change. She yawned, and upon noticing, Zhang Yu encouraged her to go back to sleep. Rura returned to the bedroom, lying beside Lin Mian. As soon as she laid down, Lin Mian pulled her closer, draping a leg over Rura's waist. Rura chuckled softly, realizing that Lin Mian had been hugging her all night, but thankfully she had been a good sleeper and didn't kick off the blankets. Lin Mian slept soundly until midday, stretching and emitting a rather peculiar sound upon waking. Hey, are you possessed? A male voice rang out, and Lin Mian jolted awake, sitting up in bed, as wide as she stared at Zhang Yu. What are you doing in my dorm? This is not your dorm. This is my home. Are you confused? Lin Mian paused, looking around, and suddenly remembered that she had slept over with Ru. She scratched her head in confusion. Oh, I remember now. Sorry about that. Although she felt her cheeks flush, she was embarrassed that Zhang Yu had overheard her strange morning noises. Why did she always embarrass herself in front of him? So mortifying. By the way, you really can sleep. It's already noon. What's wrong with that? Are you my sleep police? Rura made lunch. Are you going to get up to eat? Lin Mian grinned. Are you trying to mooch off me again? I feel bad about it. Fine. I'll tell Rura you're not eating. Hey, don't. I'll get up right now. Lin Mian quickly dashed out of the bedroom and headed to the kitchen where Rura was. She hugged Ruru from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder, and whimsically said, Ru, why are you so diligent? You're just too lazy. It's almost noon, and you're still in bed. There's no harm in sleeping a little longer. Do you wake up at this time every day? Pretty much. I usually wake up around 8 or 9 in the morning and then stay in bed until noon. You don't eat breakfast? Sometimes I do, but only if I feel like it. Rura patted her hand, signaling that she needed to serve the dishes, and added, that's not good for your health. Skipping breakfast is unhealthy. Lin Mian simply stuck out her tongue. Zhang Yu watched the two girls cuddled up together and wondered, when did you two become so close? Lin Mian smiled, of course. We've shared a bed, after all. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, shared a bed? If I may inquire, whose bed did you share? Yours. Hearing their conversation, Ruru couldn't help but laugh. All right, it's time to eat. The three gathered around the dining table, just like the previous day. As they ate, Rura said, young master, since you have some free time now, why not give Miss a call? She has been messaging me these past few days. No hurry. If I call her now, it will be endless. I'll wait a few days for some peace. But won't she get upset? When doesn't she? Don't worry about her. Besides, didn't you say she would come this weekend? It'll be fine. Lin Mian quietly listened to their conversation while finishing her meal. After bidding farewell, she returned to school. Once she left, Rura remarked, Lin Mian is truly a wonderful girl. It's no wonder the young master likes her. Zhang Yu found himself momentarily stunned by the unexpected remark. When did I ever express my affection for her? There was no need to say it. I can perceive it. For some reason. He sensed a fleeting melancholy in Ro's voice as she uttered those words. Though it lasted but a moment, he was able to catch it. Let's not dwell on this. How about I take you out for some fun? Unsure of how to navigate the situation, he opted to change the subject. Out for fun, she replied. Yes, I'm off work now, and it's a rare opportunity. I'll take you around. There are plenty of delightful things to eat and enjoy here. Sounds great. I'll go change my clothes. All right, I'll wait for you. Ro merely changed her attire without applying any makeup, so she was ready in no time. However, even without makeup, her beauty was undeniably striking. And passers-by couldn't help but glance at the handsome pair as they walked down the street. Chapter 21. The peculiar little girl Zhang Yu brought Ro to the aquarium. A place she had adored since childhood. As she gazed at the myriad of colorful fish within the venue, her eyes sparkled with delight. Young master, look over there. Zhang Yu observed Ro, who was bubbling with excitement like a child. He raised his phone and said, strike a pose. I'll take your picture. Ro immediately assumed various charming poses. Zhang Yu often found himself curious about how girls instinctively knew such photogenic stances. He only knew how to make a peace sign or give a thumbs up. All done. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. The young master's photos must be beautiful. Don't flatter me. Come over and check for yourself. If you're not satisfied, we can retake it. With a smile, Ro approached to scrutinize the picture. Although the aquarium's lighting was not particularly bright, Zhang Yu's shot was quite commendable. It looks great. The young master's photography skills remain consistently impressive. Its all thanks to Ming Ming and my mother's relentless coaching. He reminisced about family outings during his childhood when he was always the designated photographer. Initially, he thought taking pictures was simply about including people, but after being admonished and corrected repeatedly by his mother and Ming Ming, his skills gradually improved. I'll take a few for the young master as well. I think I'll pass. Since they were out having fun, how could they not take pictures? Young master, go stand over there. I'll snap a photo. Zhang Yu had no choice but to position himself where she indicated, awkwardly gazing at the camera while giving a thumbs up. Oh dear, young master, could you change your pose? This one makes for a rather dull photo. Zhang Yu then switched to a peace sign held at his chest. The pair continued their playful antics until the aquarium closed for the day. Zhang Yu lamented, what a pity we only set out at noon. Otherwise, we could have caught the dolphin show. It's all right. I am having a wonderful time. Then let us go grab a bite. Sure. Roro sent the photos Zhang Yu took to Zhang Ming and then activated Do Not Disturb mode, busy arranging her outing with the young master. Temporarily unable to respond to messages. Young master, where shall we go next? Zhang Yu looked at Roro's unadorned face and smiled. How about I buy you something? Buy me something? I don't really need anything. Oh really? I suspect you didn't bring any cosmetics with you, did you? Roro paused for a moment before replying. Indeed, I didn't bring any. I was too rushed when I left and only packed a few outfits. Well then, let us go buy some. Upon arriving at the mall, Zhang Yu clearly remembered the cosmetic brands Roro favored, as well as those his mother and sister liked, though he knew little about cosmetics. It didn't matter. Roro was knowledgeable in that area, and he patiently accompanied her while she chose items, ultimately taking responsibility for the checkout after their purchases. Roro looked at the overflowing boxes in Zhang Yu's hands with a tinge of embarrassment. Did I buy too much? This is just a fraction. Doesn't your family have more cosmetics than this? That's different. This must have cost several thousand. Zhang Yu chuckled, turning to her. When did you start being concerned about money? I am not worried about money. I'm worried about you, young master. After 2 years away, you probably haven't saved much. I imagine you've spent quite a bit this time. Zhang Yu checked his phone balance and replied with a smile. I still have enough to treat you to a hot pot meal. Though old Lu paid him a generous salary, Zhang Yu had grown up in affluence, and initially, he had no concept of saving money. Fortunately, Qin Yusen did not charge him rent, which saved him a considerable amount. It wasn't until he adopted a Xian that he gradually began to save. However, after buying cosmetics for Roro today, he had indeed depleted his funds. From now on, I'll be relying on you, little rich girl. Otherwise, a Xian's cat food will run out. Roro beamed with delight at his words. No problem. Let us go eat hot pot. Seeing her sudden joy, Zhang Yu found it a bit peculiar. It almost seemed as though she wished for him to be poor. After their hot pot meal, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The city was shrouded in darkness as Roro linked her arm with Zhang Yu's, strolling along the street. While she relished the leisurely moment, she suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. And Zhang Yu, sensing something amiss, slightly slowed his pace. Young master. They exchanged glances and then continued walking nonchalantly. In that fleeting moment, both felt their mental energies being tugged by an unseen force, leading them in a specific direction. If they were ordinary people, they would have lost consciousness instantly, like puppets moving along the guided path. As for what awaited them at the end, no one knew. However, something capable of controlling minds could not be anything good. It was likely either a malevolent entity or another exorcist like themselves. Which one it was could only be determined once they ventured further. Zhang Yu felt for his pocket. The claw knife was still there. Over the past 2 years, he had developed the habit of bringing it whenever he ventured out for more than an hour. Gradually, the forest led them to a corner devoid of surveillance, surrounded by a lack of traffic and pedestrians. Whether for murder or any illicit activities, this was indeed a fitting location. Zhang Yu squeezed Roro's palm, signaling her to be cautious. Roro was taken aback. She had not yet sensed any danger. Has the young master's mental prowess reached such heights? Yet, his hand was so warm. Being led by him felt so comforting. Wait, now was not the time to think about that. As Roro's mind wandered, Zhang Yu had already reached into his pocket, firmly grasping the claw knife. Ahead lay a corner, and the entity was just beyond it. They took a deep breath and feigned being controlled as they moved forward. Finally, they turned the corner, and at that moment, both Zhang Yu and Roro froze in astonishment. Before them stood a little girl. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, dressed in a white dress that was, unfortunately, soiled, just like her. Zhang Yu hesitated, gripping the claw knife. She seemed to be a mere human girl. But why did she possess the ability to control others? As he pondered this, the girl approached them, first rummaging through the bag in Ro's hand, sniffing the cosmetics within before returning them. She then turned her gaze to Zhang Yu, reaching for his pocket, but Zhang Yu swiftly grasped her slender wrist. Little sister, it's quite impolite to rummage through someone else's belongings. Chapter 22. Bringing the little loli home, the girl was taken aback by Zhang Yu's sudden action. She hadn't anticipated that these two could break free from her control. Her first instinct was to flee, and Zhang Yu felt a sudden emptiness in his grip as the girl vanished from his hold. Fortunately, Ro reacted quickly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a blue light as the hair tie in her hair flew out, transforming into a rope that securely bound the girl, who had already dashed several dozen meters away. The two hurried forward, observing the little girl struggling on the ground. Tears glistened in the girl's eyes as she pleaded, "Please, let me go." Hearing her speak, Ro appeared even more puzzled. "Young master, she looks like an ordinary human girl. Doesn't she?" Zhang Yu crouched down and replied, "Even if she is not an ordinary girl. We must clarify the situation first." He then turned to the girl and said, "I can release you. But you must answer a few questions, and don't even think about running away. Understood?" The girl nodded, and Zhang Yu finally signaled for Ro to untie her. In an instant, the ropes around the girl shimmered and transformed back into a hair tie. Returning to Ro's hand, the girl moved her limbs, and indeed, she made no attempt to escape, blinking her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Yu. Only then did he notice the girl's pupils were a striking blue. First question, "Are you a human?" "Yes." Upon receiving this response, Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you certain you're telling the truth?" I refrained from excessive chatter. Zhang Yu directly produced the water droplet pendant from around his neck. A flicker of blue light sparkled in his eyes, and the pendant emanated a radiant glow that illuminated the girl before him. She instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, yet the brilliance dissipated swiftly, revealing a subtle transformation in the appearance of the little girl. Her black hair morphed into golden strands, and her ears elongated delicately. With astonishment, Ro exclaimed, "Are you an elf? A dark elf or a light elf?" Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, the girl conceded, "I'm a dark elf. You did not answer my first question truthfully, but I shall let that slide for now. For my second inquiry, why do you wish to control humans? I have not harmed them. I am asking why you seek to control them. I was merely hungry and sought something to eat." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The girl had only rummaged through Ro's bag and had made no gestures of aggression. She did not seem to be lying. "I believe you. But why do you find yourself in the human realm?" The girl lowered her gaze and replied, "I am uncertain. I suddenly appeared here about a week ago. I truly have not harmed any humans, merely taken a little food from them. Please do not kill me." "What is your name?" "Isha." Fear flickered in Isha's eyes, as she had indeed sensed Zhang Yu's murderous intent moments earlier. However, Zhang Yu appeared troubled, for Isha was a dark elf, although the name of her race contained the word dark. It bore no relation to their character or abilities. It was solely due to their residence in the demon realm. Legends speak of elves as beings dwelling in the Garden of Eden. But after the banishment of Adam and Eve, the elven race splintered into light and dark factions, with the dark elves inhabiting the demon realm, often exhibiting a kindred disposition. Ro, what do you think we should do now?" After some contemplation, Ro suggested, "Why not take her home first?" "Take her home?" "Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, she is not human and cannot be left to wander alone in the human world. Moreover, since my lord has witnessed her, she lacks the ability to live independently. In that case, it would be best to take her back and then contact the people from Xingyuan for assistance." Zhang Yu pondered this and found Ro's reasoning sound. Thus, he inquired, "Isha, whether you consent or not, we must take you with us now." The little elf nodded vigorously. "That is fine. As long as you do not kill me, I am agreeable to anything." Her demeanor was quite endearing. Ro extended her hand. "Then let us go together, dear sister. We shall not harm you." Seeing Ro's gentle smile, Isha reached out her small hand to grasp hers. Upon returning home, Xian regarded the little girl with golden eyes sparkling, circling around her several times. Zhang Yu and Ro observed, knowing Xian was assessing the situation. Eventually, Xian meowed at Isha a few times, likely indicating that the little girl posed no threat, and then moved away. Seeing this, Zhang Yu felt a measure of relief. Xian was sensitive to non-human beings, and its lack of wariness suggested that Isha was indeed relatively safe. Ro handed Isha 2 pieces of bread. "You mentioned you were hungry, right? You can eat this." "Thank you, sister. You're welcome. I will fetch you a drink." Zhang Yu sat opposite Isha, observing the dirty little girl with a complex mix of emotions. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Previous intruders had invariably come with murderous intent, and he simply needed to eliminate them. Yet, this little girl was clearly not someone he could dispose of. Noticing Zhang Yu's unwavering gaze, Isha contemplated for a moment, broke off a piece of bread, and offered the larger portion to him. Zhang Yu was taken aback. No, you needn't. Please eat it yourself if you find it insufficient. There is more food available. Seeing her devour the bread hungrily, it was evident she had been starving for quite some time, yet she willingly offered him the larger piece. How extraordinarily kind. You may stay here for now. Isha's eyes brightened. Is it truly allowed? Indeed, but you must not wander about carelessly. Yes, I promise to be obedient. Zhang Yu nodded and then yawned. After a long day and night, he was indeed weary. Ro, I will take a shower first. Please keep an eye on Isha. Of course, my lord. Oh, by the way, there is only one bed in the house. Tonight, you and Isha will share the bed, while I will sleep on the floor. Ro instantly grew agitated. That won't do. How can my lord sleep on the floor? It's nothing, really. It's not much different from the bed. No, my lord must not put himself at a disadvantage. I will sleep on the floor with Isha. And my lord shall have the bed. Is it not inappropriate for a child to sleep on the floor? Ro cast a cold glance at Isha and asked, will you be sleeping on the floor with your sister tonight? Do you have any objections? Isha shook her little head vigorously. Not at all. I am fine with anything. Zhang Yu found himself amused and exasperated by Ro's intimidating gaze directed at the little girl. Isha was equally puzzled. How had this gentle sister become so fearsome in an instant? Chapter 23. Ro's dilemma. After Zhang Yu finished showering, he discovered that Ro had already prepared the bedding on the floor. Upon seeing him emerge, she smiled. My lord, you are done washing. Yes, you may go wash now. Ro nodded and then beckoned to Isha. Come wash with me, and we shall also clean that dirty dress of yours. Isha nodded and followed Ro into the bathroom, discarding her filthy dress into the washing machine. One could not deny that the little girl appeared quite lovely after her bath. Her fair skin, delicate features, golden hair, and blue eyes made her resemble a doll. However, with her dress washed, Ro provided her with one of her own t-shirts. Isha stood at approximately 1.50 meters tall, so Ro's t-shirt reached down to her thighs. Albeit the neckline was a bit loose, causing one shoulder to peek out. Nevertheless, it was better than being exposed, and although the little girl was rather unremarkable, privacy must still be respected. Sit here. Sister will help you dry your hair. As Isha felt Ro's gentle fingers in the comfortable warm air, she involuntarily relaxed. Once her hair was dry, the two began to chat. You arrived in the human world a week ago? Yes, I do not know why I ended up here. For such a long time, you hid outside. Yes, I dared not approach humans, so I could only hide and use magic to procure food. Thus, you control people with magic? Yes, but I am not very skilled at this kind of magic, which is why I accidentally found you two. However, I am grateful for your help. It is nothing. We are exorcists, and this is our duty. Well, it is getting late. Let us retire for the night. The two made their way to the bedroom, only to find Zhang Yu lying on the floor where Ro had just laid out the bedding. His breathing steady, indicating he was already fast asleep. Ro stood frozen, bewildered. This was not how things were supposed to be. Isha glanced at the slumbering Zhang Yu and then at Ro, seemingly asking what to do. There is no other choice. You must take the bed. My lord is too cunning. Me. What about you, sister? My lord has relinquished the bed. How could I dare to sleep there? I shall also sleep on the floor. What? Then Isha hesitated, feeling it might seem ungrateful, but Ro waved her hand dismissively. It is fine. You are a guest and should be treated well. Sleep well. Do not worry. Then. All right, sister, good night. Good night. With that, Ro laid out another blanket beside Zhang Yu, though it was somewhat cramped since they were working with a limited space. Still, she did not mind. After all, she would be sleeping next to her lord. As for being discovered, that was unlikely. She would simply tidy up the scene early the next morning. She felt quite pleased with herself, so after arranging the blankets, she turned off the light. Initially, all seemed normal, until the early hours of the morning when Zhang Yu sensed something pressing down on him. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find Ro's long, fair leg draped over him, her arm resting on his chest as she slept soundly. He was taken aback at first, but then it quickly dawned on him that this foolish girl, despite him having intentionally vacated the bed, had ended up sleeping on the floor with him. Even crawling into his blanket, casting a glance at his bed, he noticed a little golden-haired girl sleeping peacefully. Well, at least they had avoided the scenario where everyone had a bed but still chose to squeeze onto the floor. In the darkness, Zhang Yu could still discern Ro's breathtakingly beautiful features. She had always been stunning, and the number of suitors vying for her attention was countless. Yet, she remained indifferent towards all other males, treating Zhang Yu with an unparalleled kindness and affection. Gradually, the children of Kyoto became aware that Ro-Ro's heart could accommodate no one but Zhang Yu, and they ceased their futile pursuits. Zhang Yu gently tilted his body, extending his arms to embrace her delicate figure. It truly felt soft and comfortable. This was Zhang Yu's initial impression as he held her, in her dream-laden state. Rura merely sensed the presence of a warm furnace beside her and instinctively leaned closer in that direction. Observing Rura nestling into his embrace, Zhang Yu smiled and closed his eyes, slipping back into slumber. The following morning at 6:30, Rura awoke habitually, guided by her biological clock. Upon discovering Zhang Yu's arm wrapped around her waist and realizing she was practically draped over him, her mind short-circuited. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if she might burst into flames at any moment. What was happening? Why was the young master holding her? It must be a dream. Such delightful occurrences only transpired in dreams, did they not? Ruru attempted to deceive herself, yet it became evident she could not. Turning her head, she glimpsed the empty space where her own sleeping area had been, signifying that she had unwittingly snuggled into the young master's blanket. Oh no, what should she do now? Wait, it seemed the young master had yet to awaken, providing her with an opportunity to cover her tracks. She cautiously shifted Zhang Yu's arm from her waist and nimbly extricated herself, letting out a sigh of relief upon confirming he remained asleep. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Being held by the young master was undeniably comforting, and she longed to linger a bit longer. But soon she slapped her face, reminding herself that she could not entertain such thoughts. The young master already had someone he favored, and her current actions were indeed rather inappropriate. Thus, she silently gathered her sleeping area and stealthily exited the bedroom. After her departure, Zhang Yu, still reclining, could not suppress a chuckle. She truly was amusing. Once outside the bedroom, Ruru first made her way to the bathroom to splash her face with cool water, before staring vacantly at her reflection in the mirror. Thankfully, the young master had not awakened. Otherwise, he would surely blame her, and if Lin Mian found out, she would be unable to face her. The mere thought of Lin Mian stirred a complex mix of emotions within Ruru. Reflecting on her decision to sleep on the floor last night, she wondered if it had indeed been a bit excessive, though she reassured herself that it was because Zhang Yu had not taken the bed. And thus she could not either. She could not entirely deceive herself. Deep down, she had been somewhat selfish, yearning to be closer to the young master. She should have sensed that her desires were excessive at the time. But she failed to consider the implications. It was only upon waking this morning to find their intimate proximity that regret began to set in, while she self-doubted, saying, it shouldn't be the case. You have brown eyes and black hair, so your sister cannot possibly look like this golden-haired, blue-eyed girl. Chapter 25, Sibling Reunion. Zhang Yu typed in response, her name is Isha. I found her yesterday. Found her? Are you being abstract here? Lin Mian sent the message along with a disdainful emoji, clearly skeptical of Zhang Yu's words. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ro or OU.I in the dormitory. Lin Mian furrowed her brows in suspicion before messaging Ro. Zhang Yu said he found a little girl. Ro replied almost instantly. Yes, he found her last night, but she is not an ordinary girl. Ro recounted Isha's circumstances to Lin Mian. Although it sounded a bit absurd, the girl was right there, making it hard for her not to believe that in any case, Isha is temporarily under our care. If you're curious, you can come to see her. After a moment, Ro added, but it might not be feasible today. Why? What's happening today? The young master's sister is coming. I see. Then I won't intrude on your reunion. I'll visit you another day. After dinner, Zhang Yu remained engrossed in studying the little girl. What do you fairies usually do? Eat and sleep. And beyond that, find a reliable master. Zhang Yu reached out to stroke her ear. And Isha obligingly leaned in closer. By the way, you mentioned you excel at elemental magic, correct? Yes, I'm quite adept at water and fire magic. Then help me freeze a cola. Isha took the cola and with a gentle touch of her finger, a layer of frost enveloped the can. It's frozen. I'll open it for my master. Thank you. Her obedient demeanor was quite endearing, prompting Zhang Yu to pat her head again. Isha seemed to relish this gesture, always squinting her eyes in delight. Follow me. I'll teach you how to use human tools. Zhang Yu was referring to devices like phones and computers because in this day and age, one could afford to be ignorant of magic but not of the internet. Meanwhile, Ro continued tidying up the room as usual, and after finishing, she began playing with a Xin, embodying a gentle and serene beauty. It was only when she heard hurried footsteps and the sound of suitcase wheels scraping against the floor that she sat up. Zhang Yu, too, heard the commotion and stepped out of the room. Young master, I know. I can tell by the sound of their footsteps that it's them. As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing two stunningly beautiful girls. One was Qin Yusen, and the other was naturally Zhang Yu's sister, Zhang Ming. Brother. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Zhang Ming's eyes instantly filled with tears. 2 years of longing surged forth, and her emotions overflowed uncontrollably. Zhang Yu smiled and opened his arms. Why are you crying? Come here for a hug. Wah. Zhang Ming threw herself into Zhang Yu's embrace, crying out loud while lamenting. Brother, how could you be so heartless? It's been 2 years, and you haven't even called or replied to my messages. Do you know how worried I was about you? Zhang Yu held his sister, repeatedly patting her back. It's okay, it's okay. I'm fine, so don't cry, but you can't just ignore my messages. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Zhang Yu sighed. I was actually afraid of worrying you, which is why I didn't reach out. Zhang Ming's sobbing ceased abruptly. What do you mean? You were afraid we would worry, so you didn't contact us. I'll explain later. First, wipe your tears. That moment, Isha perceptively handed Zhang Ming a tissue. Thank you. You must be Isha, right? Yes. Hello, sister. Hello. You're so adorable. After releasing her older brother, Zhang Ming finally noticed someone still standing at the door. Can I come in now? Qin Yusen had refrained from interrupting the touching reunion until now. Zhang Yu waved her in. We're all familiar with each other now. What is stopping you? Besides, you are the landlord. Then can I have a hug from Xiaoyu Gu? Stay there. Don't come in. Qin Yusen stomped her foot in frustration. Xiaoyu Gu. All right. Everyone come in and sit down. I'll share what has happened over the past 2 years. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ro, became intrigued, curious about how Zhang Yu had spent the last 2 years and how he had managed to gather so much spiritual power in such a short time. As he looked at the 3 girls sitting together, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong, brother? You haven't even spoken yet, and you're already sighing. It's nothing. I just suspect you might scold me later. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and finally, Zhang Ming said, It's okay, brother. We promise not to scold you. However, despite Zhang Ming's assurance, Zhang Yu remained uneasy and beckoned Isha to sit beside him. Come, sit here with me. Isha obediently settled next to Zhang Yu. Here's the thing. 2 years ago, after I left home, I first found Aunt Staubai, who informed me that the spiritual power obtained from hunting magical creatures could heal our mother's mental trauma. But as you know, in this day and age, magical creatures are scarce, so I resorted to a rather extreme method. Zhang Ming furrowed her brows. What method? Using myself as bait to actively attract magical creatures. What? The 3 girls immediately lost their composure. The idea of actively attracting magical creatures was perilous, and it was no wonder he had managed to gather so much spiritual power in such a short time. But that was irresponsible. What if something went wrong? The consequences were beyond their imagination. Seeing the increasingly dangerous looks in their eyes, Zhang Yu quickly hid behind Isha, exclaiming, You all promised not to scold me. Isha was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he had her sit beside him. She was being used as a shield. Zhang Ming's gaze turned icy. Brother, this time you've truly gone too far. Exactly. Xiaoyu Gu, you even promised me that there would be no danger. How could you deceive me? Qin Yusen's face was also filled with anger. Even Ro, who had always sided with Zhang Yu, wore a disapproving expression. Young master, your actions were exceedingly reckless. Hey, hold on. Don't rush to scold me. Let me finish. No. I must beat you up on behalf of our mother. Yes, how could you keep something like this from us? As Zhang Ming and Qin Yusen stood up with their fists raised, ready to hit Zhang Yu, he sighed and asked, Then let me ask you, if I hadn't done this, how could I help Mom heal? Is there another way? His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of anger in the 3 girls' hearts. Chapter 26. A favorable arrangement indeed. If Zhang Yu hadn't acted this way, their mother would not have been able to recover. Although his methods were somewhat extreme, at least he was unharmed. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling that lingered, something they couldn't quite articulate. No, something was definitely amiss. Ultimately, it was Zhang Ming who first realized it. What's wrong? It's been wrong from the start. I can understand your desire to heal Mom, but this method is too reckless. Brother, have you considered that if something were to happen to you, how devastating it would be for Mom and Dad? Do you think Mom could bear to lose her son just to find a cure for her illness? Brother, you must apologize for this. And when we return home, you must apologize to Mom. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu could only nod. Understood. I'm sorry for worrying you. After he apologized, the girls were reluctant to pursue the matter further. After all, he had been alone for 2 years, enduring enough hardship, and had taken such risks for their mother. Acknowledging his remorse was sufficient. But you needn't worry too much. I wasn't so reckless. I borrowed this from Aunt Staubai when I left, along with other tools. He jingled the pendant around his neck. and upon seeing it, Zhang Ming and Qin Yusen sighed in relief, and Staubai's tools were indeed reliable. It seemed he was entirely thoughtless. Zhang Yu continued. Moreover, I had a plan. During the first year, I used the spiritual power I collected from hunting magical creatures to enhance my mental strength. It was only in the second year, once I was confident I could handle most magical creatures, that I began collecting. Hearing this, the three girls calmed down completely. Zhang Ming walked over and wrapped her arms around his. Brother, you've truly worked hard. It's nothing. After all, I made the choice, so I must bear the consequences. Besides, I'm not alone. I have a Xian too. Meow. Upon hearing Zhang Yu call its name, a Xian trotted over, and Zhang Ming scooped it into her lap, saying, "Thank you, kitty." Xian had heard about Qin Yusen, and today she finally had the chance to meet her. She felt that this cat seemed to possess a slight superiority over herself. By the way, brother, what is your current psychic energy level? I haven't measured it, so I'm not sure. Ruro interjected, saying, in any case, it must certainly be higher than mine. Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, that's no longer important. Let's first discuss where you all will be staying. Zhang Ming was taken aback and asked, what is there to discuss? We came here to bring you back home. Back home? What else could it be? Ruru, you too. Weren't you the one who promised to bring my brother back? Yet now, you seem to have no intention of going home at all. Ruru lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed to interrupt. But Zhang Yu spoke up. It's my own reluctance to return that has nothing to do with Ruru. Why not? What do you think? Zhang Ming pouted. You're still angry at Dad, aren't you? Seeing Zhang Yu's tacit agreement, Zhang Ming sighed. But you can't just refuse to go home forever. Even though I'm on your side, Mom has been worrying about you for several days now. I'll give Mom a call shortly. When will you be coming home? When he comes to find me, I will return. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming huffed in annoyance. I'm just afraid that by then, you two will end up arguing again. Enough. Hand me your phone. For what purpose? To call Mom. I don't have her contact information on my phone. Zhang Ming handed her phone to him, and Zhang Yu found Mom's contact in her phone. Then initiated a video call. The three girls gathered around Zhang Yu, awaiting the connection. After a few rings, the call finally connected, revealing a gentle and beautiful woman on the screen. Xiaoyu. As soon as Lin Rui saw Zhang Yu, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said, Mom, it's me. How have you been? Lin Rui wiped her tears and smiled, saying, Mom is doing well. The things you had Yusen send back were very useful. But Mom misses you dearly. Seeing his mother in tears, Zhang Yu felt a pang of emotion. Perhaps it would be better to let go of his grievances with his father and return home to see his mother. After all, that was more important. Mom, how about I come back tomorrow? Come back. How can you return now? Lin Rui's sudden shift in tone left Zhang Yu feeling bewildered. Didn't you just say you missed me? Mom misses you, but I haven't yet addressed the matter of your father driving you away. Whoever sent my precious son away must bring him back. There's no room for negotiation. Mom, you are truly wise. Zhang Yu gave Lin Rui a thumbs up, and Lin Rui smiled as she asked, It's all right, son. Just spend a couple more days there with Zhang Ming and Ruru. Don't worry about me. All right, Mom, please take care of yourself. After hanging up, Zhang Yu looked at the three of them and shrugged. The matriarch has spoken. I believe you have nothing more to say now. Hee, nothing at all. Brother, come with me. I have something to ask you. Zhang Ming mischievously pulled Zhang Yu into the bedroom and locked the door, leaving Ruru and Qin Yusen somewhat perplexed. What could they possibly be discussing that they couldn't hear? What are you doing? Being all mysterious, Zhang Ming, with wide bright eyes, asked, I heard you brought a girl home. Yes, that is true. Where is she? Show me. TSK, are you out of your mind? It was just an unexpected situation. I can't possibly keep someone at home all the time. Do you have her as a friend? Yes. Why, brother, you can't do this. Zhang Yu frowned. What exactly am I doing? If you were dating other girls, what about Ruru? And what about Yusen? She has been pursuing you for how many years now? What are you talking about? This is all nonsense. Get away from me. Zhang Yu attempted to leave the bedroom, but Zhang Ming yanked him back. You can't leave. Zhang Yu stumbled and fell onto the bed. This girl had quite the strength. Brother, how long are you going to pretend to be oblivious? Ruru likes you. Can't you feel that at all? What on earth are you trying to say? Zhang Ming puffed out her cheeks. What I mean is, even if you're looking for a girlfriend, you should first consider Ruru and Yusen. After all, it's best to keep the good fortune within the family, and not let newcomers swoop in. What are you rambling about? I'm being serious, brother. You're not a child anymore. It's about time you thought about finding me a sister-in-law. I can take care of myself. Now let me go. Thanks. Chapter 27. How to forget about getting hit. Yet Zhang Ming was still determined not to let him go. Why should I not be concerned? What if you get tricked by a bad woman? Do you think your brother looks like a fool? He does, especially so. Zhang Yu raised his arm to strike, and Zhang Ming immediately dodged to the side. If you keep being cheeky, I'll really hit you. Zhang Ming feigned a pitiful expression. Why are you like this? We haven't seen each other in 2 years, and you want to hit me right away? Isn't that because you brought this upon yourself? I'm just showing concern for your life decisions. After saying that, she leaned closer to Zhang Yu. But brother, you truly should find a partner. And Xiaobai has already set her sights on you, saying every day in front of our mom that she will only marry you. Why should I care about that? That sounds like a joke, but I don't think it's that simple. After all, you wouldn't want to be harmed by an older woman like Aunt Xiaobai. Would you? If she hears you say that, she might want to hit you. You shouldn't have said anything. I'll tell on you when we go back. Zhang Ming pouted. Brother, you can't treat me this way. I am your dear sister. Then stop provoking me. I didn't provoke you. You first tell me which one you prefer more, Ruru or Yusin. Zhang Yu was getting annoyed. Get away from me. Or is it that you prefer the girl you brought home? Stop guessing aimlessly. Okay, just give me an answer, and I won't guess anymore. All right then, I'll tell you, I don't like either of them. Zhang Ming stroked her chin. Don't like either. Oh, I understand. Zhang Yu looked at her strange expression, puzzled. What do you mean you understand? Zhang Ming wore a mischievous smile and said, hee hee hee. So it turns out you're that kind of person. Brother, speak properly. Humph, saying you don't like them is a lie. The truth is you like both. Are you really asking for a beating? Oh, come on, don't be shy about admitting it. I wouldn't mind having more sisters. Indeed. Yesterday, I accompanied Ro to purchase cosmetics, and his savings have been entirely depleted. There are instant noodles left at home. May I treat you all to some? Ro chuckled. Stop joking. I'll cover the bill. You all can discuss what to eat. Zhang Ming, however, seized upon the crucial point. Brother, are you out of money? I am. Coughing slightly, he added. Brother, my math skills are lacking. Could you help me count how many digits this is? She teasingly opened her balance and displayed it to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu tilted his head and regarded her. What are you trying to do? After all these years of calling you brother, if you call me sister just once today, I will give you. Hey, what are you doing with that slipper? I see you haven't been disciplined in 2 years. Your skin has become quite loose. Today, I must give you a good tightening. Ro, save me. Not even the King of Heaven can save you now. Meanwhile, Lin Rui in Kyoto, after a video call with her son, felt an overwhelming desire to see him in person immediately. Thus, she dialed her husband's number. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. Hello, dear. I'm in a meeting. What meeting? Hurry and pick up our son. I'm really busy, and didn't I already asked Ming to go. Lin Rui was not in the mood for reasoning. I don't care. You were the one who sent our son away. So you must bring him back yourself. Yes, but I truly can't leave these next few days. I'll go when I have some free time. That's your problem, let me tell you. Zhangshan, don't even think about entering the house until our son is back. Darling, must you be so ruthless? Beep. Lin Rui hung up the phone directly. Zhangshan looked at his phone and sighed helplessly. At that moment, his secretary approached cautiously, inquiring, Mr. Zhang, shall we continue the meeting? Zhangshan waved his hand. No need. Please push back all my appointments for the next few days. I have matters to attend to. Are you certain? There are still several significant projects requiring your presence. Can't you manage without me? No, I'll take care of it. Zhangshan's expression softened slightly. Then he said, book me a ticket to Yanqing. The earliest flight available. Understood, Mr. Zhang. After Zhangshan left, his secretary finally let out a sigh of relief. What is going on? Mr. Zhang is usually so gentle. Why is he suddenly so furious today? Chapter 28. Communication between men. If Zhangshan were aware of his secretary's thoughts, he might retort, of course, my wife won't let me return home. How could I possibly be in a good mood? Outside, he could be the richest man in the country, the president of Xingchen Company, and one of the heads of Xing Yuan. Yet at home, his status was as low as it could be. Previously, he had a son to assert himself over, but now he had to retrieve him. In truth, it was all of his own making. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and others were dining out with Isha. Despite her petite stature, Isha had quite the appetite, her little mouth never pausing. Zhang Ming and Qin Yusin were both quite fond of the little girl, who was not only beautiful but also sweet and sensible, calling them sister with every bite. Who could resist such charm? After finishing their meal, the four began discussing accommodation. It was evident that Zhang Yu's place could not accommodate everyone, so some would have to stay at a hotel. Isha was the first to insist on staying with Zhang Yu, declaring that no matter what, She would not leave her master. Ro didn't want to leave either. Noticing this, Zhang Ming decided to join in the squeeze. Seeing this, Qin Yusen remarked, "If you all are staying together, then I might as well join too." Ultimately, no one was willing to stay at a hotel. Zhang Yu sighed. "I truly don't understand. Why must we all crowd together? Oh, it's nothing. It's just for a few days. Once Dad finishes this busy period, he'll come to pick you up. And then you won't have this trouble anymore." As Zhang Ming spoke, Ro gazed ahead, somewhat distracted, as a familiar middle-aged man approached them. Finally recognizing the familiar figure, Ro exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle." The others looked up and saw the familiar figure clad in a suit. Zhang Ming stepped forward. "Dad, is that really you? How did you arrive so quickly?" Zhang Jin lightly tapped her on the head. "Could I not come? Your mother has issued me an ultimatum." Qin Yusen politely greeted. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." "Hello, Yusen." Finally, Zhang Jin turned his gaze to his son, Zhang Yu, who was also observing him. The two locked eyes, creating a tense atmosphere among the others. As Zhang Jin slowly approached, he placed a hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder and said, "Let us find a place to talk." Zhang Yu nodded. "Follow me. I know a good spot." Thus, they all made their way to the Yuanqing bar. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, old Lu greeted him with a smile. "Oh, who do we have here?" Just as he spoke, he noticed the middle-aged man beside Zhang Yu, who bore a resemblance to him, along with several beautiful girls behind them. "What's this? Have you brought family to help me with my business?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "Let us find a quiet place to sit for a bit." "Sure, you know this place better than I do. Feel free to mix yourself a drink. Am I supposed to mix drinks for my own visit?" Old Lu laughed. "Mix it for the man behind you to drink." Listening to their conversation, Zhang Jin glanced at Lu Yuanqing, who was around his age, contemplating whether he should greet him. However, Zhang Yu interjected first, "Let us head inside." So, he simply walked into the bar, while Zhang Yu approached the bar counter and retrieved several glasses. "What would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine." "Then let us skip the alcohol. It's not good for your health. Let us have tea." He brewed a pot of tea, and the two sat in a corner. Ro and the others did not approach. They had intended to, but were stopped by Lu Yuanqing, who brought out juice for the girls, smiling, "Let us not disturb the conversation between these two men." On the other side, Zhang Yu poured a cup of tea for his father, who hesitated before finally speaking. "Your mother misses you very much." Zhang Yu smiled. "Yes, I know. Both Ro and Xiaoming mentioned how much she misses me." "And what about you?" Zhang Jin was taken aback for a moment before responding. "I also hope you can come home." Struggling to express his feelings of longing, he opted for a more indirect approach. Zhang Yu poured himself a cup of tea, fixating on the table, inhaled deeply, and said, "Dad, I'm sorry." Zhang Jin's hand trembled slightly around the teacup as he looked at Zhang Yu in confusion. "What are you saying?" 2 years ago, I was in the wrong, being self-righteous, causing my mother headaches for 2 years. I realize my mistakes now." Zhang Jin found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that this visit might be unpleasant or even lead to an argument with Zhang Yu. But he never expected his son to apologize first. "It's not all your fault. Everyone has their moments of youthful ignorance." As he spoke, Zhang Jin realized he sounded like he was lecturing. So he set down the teacup and added, "Your father should also apologize. I was too harsh back then and said some hurtful things." Zhang Yu shook his head, dismissing the notion. "You are my father. It is only natural for a father to discipline his son. What is there to apologize for?" He spoke lightly, but Zhang Jin, being of a certain age, immediately discerned the underlying resentment in his words. "Are you still holding a grudge against your father?" Zhang Yu dropped the pretense. "What do you think? If it weren't for Ro and Xiaoming protecting me back then, I might have been beaten to death by you. That was out of anger, and besides, Xiaoming has been sulking with me for the last 2 years. Perhaps it's my retribution. You were merely sulking. But you said I acted without considering the consequences. How are you any better? If you had truly crippled me, do you think my mother wouldn't have divorced you? You'd be regretting it for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Zhang Jin belatedly realized the truth in his son's words. "Son, all right, enough with the apologies. Once is sufficient. It's been so long since then. I actually miss home quite a bit. So, do you want to come home?" "Why wouldn't I return to my own home? However, not now. I need to say goodbye to my friends first. I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow." Zhang Jin finally felt a sense of relief. "Good. Now I can report back to your mother. There's one more thing." "What is it?" "I've saved a few thousand yuan over the past 2 years, but I spent it all on cosmetics for Ro yesterday. You need to support me a little." Zhang Jin looked at his son, and Zhang Yu returned the gaze, and finally, both of them couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'll transfer it to you right now." Nearby, Zhang Ming and the others heard the laughter between father and son and felt a wave of relief, apparently, Everything was all right. As Lu Yuanqing scrutinized the impeccably dressed middle-aged man, an inexplicable sense of familiarity began to dawn upon him. Chapter 29. The Quilt Thief. Zhang Ming. Is it accurate to say that Zhang Yu harbors resentment? Undoubtedly, he does. Yet, over the past 2 years, he has matured considerably, gaining a deeper understanding of his father's perspective. Moreover, the conflict between father and son was never insurmountable. It was merely a matter of stubbornness. After a lengthy conversation, Zhang Jin finally rose and approached Ro and her companions. Father, does this mean you are willing to come home with us? Zhang Jin nodded in affirmation. Yes, you needn't give me that disdainful look anymore. Hee, I won't, I promise. Subsequently, Zhang Jin sought out Lu Yuanqing and stated, Old Lu, I sincerely appreciate your care for Xiaoyu over these past 2 years. Lu Yuanqing shook his hand and replied with a smile, Please, don't mention it. Xiaoyu earned his wages through his own efforts. I merely provide him with a salary. Regardless, I am still grateful to you. Zhang Jin continued, I heard from Xiaoyu that you and your wife have been longing for a child, but your wife has encountered some health issues. Lu Yuanqing nodded. It has been many years. We have lost hope. Zhang Jin, however, remarked, I happen to know an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. If you don't mind, I can facilitate an introduction. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing quickly responded, That is too kind of you. I am immensely grateful for your introduction, President Zhang. Upon hearing the title President Zhang, Zhang Jin expressed his confusion. You know me, President of Xingchen Company. Few in the country are unaware of you. Zhang Yu approached and added, Dad, you are frequently interviewed by the media. It is hardly surprising that he recognizes you. True enough. Let us arrange it this way. If you have time, bring your wife to Kyoto, and I will ensure someone is there to receive you. Thank you very much. Lu Yuanqing had previously taken his wife to see traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but none had proven effective. However, the practitioner whom Zhang Jin recommended must be exceptional, and he was determined to give it a try. Afterward, Zhang Jin turned to Ro and her companions, saying, All right, I must return home now. You all listen to Xiaoyu and accompany him back the day after tomorrow. They were accustomed to his hasty comings and goings. And Zhang Yu reminded him, Drive safely on your way. Zhang Jin nodded and departed from the bar. Lu Yuanqing then looked at Zhang Yu and inquired, Are you leaving the day after tomorrow? Yes. Please inform your wife about this matter. It would be best if you both went together. Understood. Lu Yuanqing readily agreed, recognizing that the sooner they acted, the better. After all, they were not getting any younger. And if they did not seize the opportunity now, it might truly be too late. Then, until next time, I shall take my leave. After leaving Yuanqing bar, Zhang Yu glanced at his account balance, marveling at the number of zeros he had not seen in quite some time. Momentarily at a loss as to how to spend it. Brother, are we really leaving the day after tomorrow? What else would we do? Zhang Ming pouted. But this is my first time in Yun City. And I haven't had a proper chance to explore. You can wait until your winter break. You still have classes to attend. I took a week off. Zhang Yu playfully tapped her on the head. Who told you to take so many days off? What if you fall behind? How could I fall behind? I am the top student in my school. Really? Absolutely. You can ask Sister Ro. Ro nodded in agreement. Mrs. Grades are indeed commendable. I see. Then I misjudged you. Let me give you a little massage. He reached out to ruffle Zhang Ming's hair, and the four of them playfully returned home. In the end, no one opted to stay at a hotel. They all came back together. All right, we will squeeze in somehow. After all, we will be returning home the day after tomorrow. After washing up, Zhang Yu lay on his bed and sent a message to Lin Mian. Are you free tomorrow? It wasn't long before Lin Mian replied. Yes. What is it? I am returning to Kyoto the day after tomorrow, and I would like to treat you to a meal before I leave. Are you leaving so soon? Yes. My father came to find me. All right. Will Sister Ro be joining us? Yes. And my sister, Uxin, and Isha will also be there. Sounds good. Just send me a message tomorrow. After finalizing the plans, Zhang Yu put down his phone. Just as he turned over, he noticed Zhang Ming staring at him wide-eyed, startling him. Could you not sneak up on me like that? Humph. How can I not be a beautiful ghost? What do you want, brother? Are you chatting with that girl? Yes. Since I am leaving, I thought I would invite her out for a meal. Zhang Ming wore a mischievous grin. Hee. You just met her a few days ago. And you're already inviting her to dinner before parting? Didn't you say you weren't fond of her? If you keep stirring trouble, I might just hit you. Oh dear. I want to say anything more. Do you have a picture of that girl for me to see? Zhang Yu opened a video app and found Lin Mian's account. Here, this is her video account. Wow, she is stunning. But compared to Sister Ro, I still prefer Ro. Zhang Yu sighed. What is there to compare with Ro? Not comparing with Sister Ro. Then how about with UXIN? Before Zhang Yu could respond, Zhang Ming whispered. Honestly, I think UXIN is just a tad less impressive than Sister Ro. Zhang Yu laughed and asked, why is that? She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, it all comes down to body proportions. Sister Ro is AD. Zhang Yu shot her a glare. Why are you even concerned with that? Are you not? You can't say you've never taken a sneaky look. Never. Then you must have looked openly. Why are you so nosy? I hit the nail on the head. If you don't go to sleep soon, I might just physically put you to bed. What do you mean by physically putting me to bed? Zhang Yu sat up and clenched his fists, prompting Zhang Ming to quickly scoot away. I won't say anything more. I'm going to sleep. She lay in the center of the bed, with Zhang Yu on one side and little Isha on the other. Ro and UXIN spread out on the floor, with Ro making it quite comfortable, while UXIN used Ro as a pillow, finding it rather pleasant. Zhang Yu, however, was not as fortunate. Zhang Ming kept stealing the covers, snuggling with little Isha, wrapped up in the blanket and sleeping soundly. Even though they each had their own blankets, Zhang Ming felt that Zhang Yu's side was warmer during the first half of the night and unconsciously moved closer. However, after a while, she found Zhang Yu too hot, flipped over, and inadvertently took Zhang Yu's blanket with her. Zhang Yu glanced at the contorted form of Zhang Ming, sighed, and pulled the blanket back over himself. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think, I wonder which unfortunate man will end up marrying her in the future. Chapter 30. Ro's thoughts. The following morning, Ro woke early as usual to prepare breakfast. Before long, Zhang Yu also stirred. Glancing at the tangled figure of Zhang Ming and letting out a sigh, little Isha was curled up in the corner, appearing to be in a rather uncomfortable position. However, he paid her no mind and got up to wash up, waiting for Ro to finish cooking before rousing them. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Ro greeted him. Good morning, young master. Good morning, Ro. Let me see what delicious food you have prepared today. Just some simple fared as she spoke. Her delicate fingers fidgeted nervously, and she gazed at Zhang Yu's back with a complex expression. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and approached him. Young master, we are leaving tomorrow, correct? Zhang Yu popped a piece of pickled vegetable into his mouth and replied, yes, the tickets have been purchased that we need to pack today. There are some items to ship. And I need to handle the paperwork for Xian. He spoke at length, while Ro listened attentively, before finally asking, is there anything else? None. Then I have something to discuss with you, young master. Zhang Yu turned to face Ro. Sensing something was amiss. Although she usually showed him respect, she was never this bashful. It was evident that whatever she wanted to discuss was significant. He clapped his hands and said with a serious expression, go ahead, I am listening. Ro took a deep breath and spoke. We are having dinner with Lin Mian tonight, correct? Indeed. After parting ways with Lin Mian, young master, it may be a long time before you see her again. Right. Yes, if she comes to Kyoto, it will likely be after graduation, which is still 2 months away, not too long. Zhang Yu answered truthfully, but his curiosity about what she wanted to say deepened. Ro nervously fiddled with her clothing and continued. But young master, you and Lin Mian have only known each other for a few days. It is the perfect time for mutual attraction, and now that you will be apart for 2 months. Shouldn't you take the opportunity to get closer? Get closer? Zhang Yu was puzzled when, without warning, Ro thrust a small box into his hands, seemingly from nowhere. This is a piece of jewelry I selected. You should use it to confess to Lin Mian. No, Ro. Zhang Yu felt as though he had not yet fully awakened. What was going on so early in the morning? Young master, please allow me to finish. Ro appeared somewhat agitated, and Zhang Yu, not wishing to interrupt her, nodded to indicate he would listen. She took a deep breath and continued. I can see that young master has feelings for Lin Mian. And I can sense that Lin Mian has a fondness for you as well. Though 2 months is not a long time, if you truly miss this opportunity, it may never come again. I don't want you to miss out on a girl you like, so I urge you to confess to Lin Mian tonight. Even if it becomes a long-distance relationship, it's far superior to merely being friends online for 2 months. Would that be acceptable? After speaking, she exhaled heavily, as if finding some form of relief, though her heart raced incessantly. Zhang Yu glanced at the jewelry she had prepared for him, pursed his lips, and looked at Ro with a complex expression, asking, why are you so kind to me? I doubt you are my young master. It is only right for me to treat you well. There is nothing in this world that is merely right. There must be a reason. Ro tightened her grip on her clothing and replied, I wish for you to be happy. That is my reason. As she uttered these words, she kept her head bowed, unable to meet Zhang Yu's gaze. And you? Huh? Ro was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yu's sudden question. Look at me. At the commanding tone of his voice, Ro slowly raised her head, but the moment their eyes met, she instinctively lowered it again. Fearing Zhang Yu would be displeased, she raised her head once more. Ro, I ask you, when you see me confessing to another girl, how do you feel? I would, of course, feel happy for you. Upon receiving this response, Zhang Yu fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After all these years, he was not oblivious. He could certainly sense Ro's feelings for him. However, having been away from home for 2 years and not seeing her during that time, he had gradually forgotten about it. Later, upon meeting Lin Mian, whether it was love at first sight or mere attraction, he found himself drawn to her. Now, suddenly, Ro had reappeared in his life, and the memories and buried emotions between them resurfaced. She would rise early to prepare breakfast for him. Even when fatigue weighed heavily on her eyelids, she would willingly sleep on the floor to let him have the bed, and she would sneakily lie beside him. Yet, Zhang Yu never anticipated that upon realizing he had feelings for another girl, Ro's first reaction would not be to compete or fight for him, but rather to step back and even encourage him to confess to another girl. Preparing gifts for that occasion, the only reason for her actions was simply that her young master liked someone else. She had never considered her own feelings, even to the point of sacrificing her own happiness for him. Seeing Zhang Yu silent, Ro continued. Moreover, Lin Mian is so beautiful and has a wonderful personality. Though I've only met her once, I can sense that she is a remarkable girl, and you will surely be happy with her. Zhang Yu looked at Ro's smiling face and asked, but is that fair to you? Ro's breath hitched for a moment, then she feigned calmness and replied, me? What does that have to do with me? You. Ro, are you in the kitchen? Zhang Ming's voice interrupted at an inopportune moment, and Ro seemed to grasp at a lifeline, rushing out of the kitchen. I'm here. Miss, you're awake. Zhang Yu watched her retreating figure and the gift in his hand. Sighing deeply, what was this all about? He stuffed the gift into his pocket, just as Zhang Ming entered the room, and, upon seeing him, smiled. Brother, are you here to steal a snack too? Zhang Yu gave her a solid rap on the head. Snack, that's all you think about. With that, he exited the kitchen. Zhang Ming, nursing her head, looked at Zhang Yu's angry back, full of confusion. What is going on? Who made you angry? And why take it out on me? Wait a minute, there were only Ro and him in the kitchen just now, which means... Zhang Ming caught the scent of gossip and glanced at Ro, who was feeding a Xin with cat food, but had spilled it all over the floor, appearing absent-minded. Chapter 31. Green grapes and red grapes. Zhang Ming approached Ro, who was busy cleaning up the spilled cat food, and said, Ro, let me help you. No need. Miss, you can just sit. I merely spilled the cat food by accident. But Ro, you are usually so meticulous. How could you be so careless today? Ro remained silent, merely focusing on picking up the cat food and placing it into a Xin's bowl. Zhang Ming nudged her shoulder and quietly asked, did you and my brother have a fight? No, we did not. But my brother seemed very angry just now and took it out on me. Upon hearing this, guilt washed over Ro's face as she said to Zhang Ming, I'm sorry. See, you've admitted it. Why are you apologizing for my brother taking it out on me? I apologize on behalf of the young master to the Mississippi. Forget about the apologies. What is going on? Ro finished cleaning up the cat food and stood up. I'll go serve dinner. Miss, could you wake Uxian up? If you want to say, then forget it. For the rest of the day, Ro avoided Zhang Yu, staying in the bedroom when he was in the living room. And vice versa. Even Qin Uxian noticed something was off but dared only to ask Zhang Ming, what is going on with them? I don't know. It's been like this since morning. And they want to say anything when asked. What should we do? Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and said, my brother definitely wouldn't intentionally upset Ro, nor would Ro genuinely be angry with him. It must be that Ro has made my brother unhappy. Then should I go comfort Xiao Gu? Do you dare? I don't dare. Then that settles it. It's probably nothing serious, just a little quarrel between the couple. Qin Uxian was displeased. How can you say that? That's your brother and your sister. It's my brother and my stepsister. That still doesn't matter. Xiao Gu is mine. I don't oppose you pursuing my brother. But haven't you yet to succeed? Uxian fell silent. It's been over 10 years. Zhang Ming delivered another jab, hitting Uxian right in the heart. Ming, am I really that terrible? It's not that you're terrible. It's just that you've been pursuing for too long, and my brother has become numb to you. Has Ro liked Xiao Gu for over 10 years too? You and Ro are not the same. In what way are we different? Zhang Ming shot a glance at Uxian and said, at least Ro has never actively confessed to my brother. Huh, so being proactive means losing? Do I truly have no chance at all? Zhang Ming tapped her chin, contemplating. Not necessarily. There is a not-so-viable method. Qin Uxian perked up. What method? Wait until my brother finally comes around and suddenly wants to have a harem. You could still be a concubine. Uxin was speechless. What kind of method was that? Zhang Yu had never lacked admirers since childhood, yet he remained single for over 20 years. Expecting him to open a harem was absurd. Zhang Yu lay in his bedroom, staring at the ceiling, his mind a whirl. He was not genuinely angry with Ro. Rather, he was upset with himself. Ro's words held truth. If he did not confess to Lin Mian now, who could predict what the situation would be like 2 months from now? Yet, he could not disregard Ro's feelings. A girl who had been attentive and caring towards him since childhood certainly occupied a place in his heart. Suddenly, he felt quite despicable. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and a little girl with golden hair and blue eyes dashed in. Master. What is it, Isha? You seem unhappy. Zhang Yu forced a smile and beckoned her over. Isha ran to his side and sat down next to him. Isha, may I ask you a question? Do you like fruits? I do. Grapes are my favorite. Very well, there are 2 bunches of grapes, one green and one red. Which one would you choose? Isha blinked and asked, which bunch is sweeter? They are equally sweet. Then I want both. No, you can only choose one. Isha frowned. Why? There is no reason. You can only select one. Isha fidgeted with her fingers. But there are clearly 2. If I can only eat one, what happens to the other? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied, if you don't eat it, someone else will. That's not fair. If they are right in front of me, why should I give them to someone else? I want them both. Seeing the greedy little girl, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch her cheek. You re quite the glutton. Isabella lay upon Zhang Yu's chest, giggling as she inquired. So, when will master buy me grapes? I shall procure them for you this evening, my little glutton. He replied that I am not a cat. I am a sprite. Indeed, no feline possesses such an insatiable appetite as you. The innocent exuberance of the little sprite temporarily alleviated Zhang Yu's melancholic mood. He tucked away the jewelry given by Ro and prepared to organize his luggage, only to discover that his room had already been tidied to perfection. He ventured into the living room, observing Uxin and Zhang Ming on the sofa, and asked, where is Ro? Sister Ro has gone to send a parcel. There are many items to be shipped back to Kyoto. Has she finished packing? Aside from what she requires for today, she has completed everything else. Zhang Yu sighed internally, pondering the foolishness of the girl who immerses herself in chores when she is downcast. While he had been so preoccupied with his thoughts that he failed to notice her efforts. You two should tidy up as well. When Ro returns, we shall go out for dinner. I will inform Lin Mian. Understood. After Zhang Yu departed, Zhang Ming nudged Uxin's shoulder, saying, did you see? My brother's demeanor has changed. He must be feeling better. Why? Uxin furrowed her brow. How can you tell? It is so obvious that you can't see it. No wonder you've been chasing him for so long without success. Ouch, another dagger struck her heart. Could you refrain from piercing my heart with your words? Hee. I promise to hold back next time. In a short while, Ro returned, her gaze meeting Zhang Yu's just as he exited the bedroom. She hesitated to flee, but Zhang Yu chuckled, do not run off. Prepare yourself to meet Lin Mian. Ro paused, nodded, then added, do not forget to bring the item I prepared for you, young master. Zhang Yu acknowledged. I will remember. At this, Ro beamed, and in the corner, Zhang Ming remarked to Uxin, see, I told you my brother is no longer angry. Uxin stroked her chin, but I am curious about what caused their unhappiness. I advise against your curiosity. It may lead to trouble. Chapter 32. Does this relate to my affection for you? After tidying up, the group exited together. 3 young ladies accompanied by a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl made for a visually delightful sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, the sole male, stood out even more. Amidst a profusion of flowers, a green leaf becomes all the more conspicuous, especially when that leaf is exceptionally handsome. Arriving at the prearranged restaurant by taxi, they found Lin Mian waiting at the entrance. She wore a flowing white dress paired with a beige knitted cardigan and carried a small purse. Zhang Ming recognized her immediately, having seen her in videos, but was taken aback to find Lin Mian even more beautiful in person. Upon spotting Zhang Yu, she waved with a smile and approached. You arrived quite early. I just got here. It's nice to see you again. Sister Ro. Ro nodded with a smile, and Zhang Yu briefly introduced Zhang Ming and Qin Uxin to Lin Mian before they all proceeded into the restaurant. Once seated, Lin Mian's attention was captivated by the little girl. Is she truly one you found? What else could it be? I couldn't possibly have birthed her myself. This remark elicited laughter from everyone present, except for Isabella, who remained focused on her plate, patiently awaiting her meal. Despite her small stature, the little girl had an impressive appetite, consuming more than Zhang Yu himself. The girls enjoyed a delightful conversation, while Zhang Yu, usually the life of the party, was unusually quiet. Lin Mian stole a glance at him and noticed he seemed lost in thought. Staring blankly at the table, the meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and once Isabella set down her chopsticks, Zhang Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and asked, "Are you full?" "Yes." "Then let us depart," just as he was about to rise. Ro tugged at the hem of his shirt, her intent unmistakable. Zhang Yu then remarked, "Lin Mian, allow me to escort you home." "What about Sister Ro and the others?" Ro quickly interjected. "We can return on our own. There are still belongings to be packed." Xin Yu Exine, puzzled, asked, "Haven't everything been packed already?" Just as she was about to inquire further, Zhang Ming swiftly covered her mouth with a napkin. Ming, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. You had some grease on your lips. Let me wipe it off. I did not. I just reapplied my lipstick. It's all smudged now. Oh, it can be reapplied later. Let's head back first. Goodbye, brother." "Goodbye, Mian. Huh, bye. Lin Mian felt a bit bewildered, sensing that they were all acting strangely. Soon, only Zhang Yu and Lin Mian remained in the restaurant. Lin Mian smiled and suggested, "Shall we take a walk? You must have something to say. You noticed? I've known for quite some time. You were quiet during dinner and hardly touched your food." Zhang Yu offered a wry smile. "Let us go outside to talk." As they exited the restaurant, the city lights replaced the sunlight, illuminating the pristine streets. "Now can we speak?" Zhang Yu nodded and retrieved the exquisite bracelet Ro had prepared from his pocket. "This is for you." "For me? What sort of gift is this?" Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said, "It's a gift for my confession. A confession." Lin Mian froze momentarily, then, regaining her composure, leaned closer to scrutinize Zhang Yu's face. "Do you always bear such a lifeless expression when confessing to girls? I have never confessed to anyone before." "Well then, even if I am your first, you shouldn't display such indifference." Lin Mian's smile faded, her displeasure evident at Zhang Yu's demeanor. "Who confesses like this? At the very least, one should look into the other eyes." "Lin Mian, truth be told, this gift was not prepared by me. It was arranged by Sister Ro." Zhang Yu was taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. "How did you know?" "I guessed. It seems my intuition was correct." "Indeed, you were right. But do not say but. Just listen to me." Lin Mian interrupted Zhang Yu, who gazed at her stunning visage, awaiting her words. "Zhang Yu, let me ask you, do you know that Ro has feelings for you?" "I do." I noticed it the first time I met Ro. Her eyes were filled with you. However, I never expected her to go to such lengths. You have known each other for so many years, while we have only known each other for a few days. I cannot believe she is willing to let go." Zhang Yu remained silent, fully aware of the truth in Lin Mian's words. Yet, this was Ro's sentiment. "What about you? Do you harbor feelings for her?" Upon hearing this question, Zhang Yu understood that a poorly chosen answer might sever his connection with Lin Mian forever. They locked eyes, both feeling a nervous tension. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu firmly nodded, "I do not wish to deceive you, nor myself. I genuinely like Ro." Upon hearing his confession, Lin Mian nervously swallowed and said, "All right, I have one more question, and you must answer truthfully." "I will. Go ahead." Lin Mian gazed into Zhang Yu's profound eyes and asked, "Zhang Yu, do you like me?" Meeting Lin Mian's earnest gaze, Zhang Yu inhaled deeply and replied, "I do." After receiving his answer, Lin Mian rose onto her toes, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yu's neck, her soft, plump lips brushing against his thin ones. The tender sensation left Zhang Yu momentarily dazed. But he soon reciprocated by embracing Lin Mian's waist, both savoring the sweetness of the moment. After parting, Zhang Yu looked into Lin Mian's eyes, and she scolded, "You cad, how can you like two people at once?" Zhang Yu had no retort. He knew his actions were indeed unprincipled. "Then why did you still kiss me?" "Because I like you as well. Even if I am a cad?" Lin Mian chuckled softly and replied, "It is not that bad. You're not so much of a cad, and besides, this should be your first kiss, right?" "Indeed." "Then consider it my little scheme. I seized the opportunity first." With that, she pointed to the bracelet still clutched in Zhang Yu's hand and asked, "Is this still a gift for me?" Zhang Yu smiled. "Allow me to put it on you." Lin Mian extended her delicate wrist, and Zhang Yu carefully fastened the bracelet around her hand, subsequently taking hold of her palm. "Shall we walk and talk?" Yes. Hand in hand, they strolled toward Lin Mian's school, and Zhang Yu could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, "Why are you willing to accept my confession?" "As I mentioned, it is because I like you. But I have not been faithful to you." Lin Mian turned her head to regard Zhang Yu, smiling as she queried, "Does that have any bearing on my feelings for you?" Chapter 33. Lin Mian's consent. Lin Mian gently shook Zhang Yu's hand and said, "Of course, it's because of Sister Ro. The last time I visited your home, I noticed the way she looked at you, and I decided to give up. She is simply extraordinary, and her eyes are filled with you. If I were a boy and had such a wonderful girl by my side, I would surely be unable to resist my feelings. However, I truly did not expect her to go to such lengths for you. I have only known you for a few days, yet Sister Roro seems to make no effort to compete. I wonder what kind of enchantment you have cast on her. Zhang Yu shook his head. Honestly, I'm not quite sure myself. After saying this, he realized another issue. Lin Mian, we are officially dating now, right? Absolutely. You confessed your feelings, we held hands, and even kissed. You wouldn't want to back out now, would you? No, it's just that regarding Roro. Lin Mian tilted her head. What Roro? I don't know, I can't see her, and I can't control what you do. You may do as you please. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, as if this was an implicit acceptance of his unfaithful behavior. Lin Mian. Yes. Hearing his call, Lin Mian instinctively turned around, only for Zhang Yu to kiss her directly. He released her after a while. Oh dear, was that really necessary? My lipstick is all smudged. Just a bit excited, mainly because I wanted to kiss you. Humph, smooth talker. Let me tell you, you should treat Sister Roro better. She is far too selfless. Don't let her feel hurt. I will. What you said is right. Lin Mian glanced at him. So now you're calling me Xiao Mian. Well, we can't always use your full name. It sounds too formal. Then why not call me baby? It sounds more intimate. If you like it, I can call you that. Lin Mian pondered for a moment and replied, let us skip that. It feels a bit cheesy. Xiao Mian is just fine. And I can call you Xiao Yu. I'm a year older than you. You could call me Gidge. What? You want me to call you Xiao Yu Gidge? Isn't that what Xin calls you? Zhang Yu's heart sank. Trouble had arrived with the mention of a third party. Indeed, after Lin Mian brought up Xin, she looked at Zhang Yu with amusement. Oh, you mentioned that Xin has been pursuing you for quite some time. It seems I have more than one sister to contend with. No, Xin and I really have nothing going on. That's what you think, not necessarily what Xin thinks. And just because it's nothing now, doesn't he mean it won't be in the future? Zhang Yu chose to remain silent, aware that in this situation, he was at fault. The more he spoke, the worse it would get. Lin Mian suddenly sighed. I'm actually okay with it. I just wonder how my mother will react to the fact that I'm dating someone like you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt even more at a loss. I think it's best not to tell Annie for now. Lin Mian chuckled at his reaction. Don't worry, I'll protect you, and my mom is actually quite open-minded. Even the most open-minded parents wouldn't want to see their child suffer. Right? At this, Lin Mian hugged his arm and shook it. So you must treat me well. I can speak highly of you to my mom and leave her with a good impression. That I certainly will. However, Xiao Mian, I always hear you mention auntie, but I don't recall you ever mentioning uncle. Lin Mian explained, I come from a single-parent family. My parents divorced when I was very young. No wonder. But to have raised you so well, Annie must be quite an impressive person. Absolutely. My mom is the best woman in the world. When it came to her mother, Lin Mian's eyes sparkled with pride. She then turned to Zhang Yu. Xiao Yu, shouldn't you tell me about your parents as well? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, can we keep that a secret for now? Why not? You're leaving tomorrow, and it's already outrageous that we're starting a long-distance relationship. You can't hide secrets from me. Feeling guilty about the impending long-distance relationship, Zhang Yu suggested. How about I discuss it with my mom and delay my return? No. You haven't been home for 2 years. If you don't go back because of me, that would be inconsiderate and would make Uncle and Annie think I'm spoiled. Zhang Yu shook Lin Mian's hand gently. Thank you for being so considerate. Can you tell me what your family does? I can't say too much, but I can tell you they are involved in business. Why can't you say more? Once you arrive in Kyoto, I will tell you. Consider it a little ritual. Is that okay? Hearing this, Lin Mian suppressed her curiosity. All right then, once I'm in Kyoto, you must take me out to have fun and treat me to delicious food. Of course, I'll take you to drink doji. Don't try to fool me. I've heard that it tastes terrible. It depends on the person. My sister quite likes it, but I find it undrinkable. What does it taste like? To me, it's somewhat similar to dishwater, and if I were to describe it further, it's akin to licking an old man's armpit on a scorching summer day. Lin Mian scrunched her brows. You stop right there. That's too disgusting. The two continued walking until Zhang Yu spotted a fruit shop and recalled that Isha had mentioned wanting grapes. Let us go in and have a look. Are you buying fruit? Yeah, Isha mentioned wanting grapes before heading out. In addition to grapes, Zhang Yu purchased various other fruits for Lin Mian to share with her roommates. Not bad. You even know to bribe my roommates, of course. After all, you're so beautiful. I need them to keep an eye on the boys at school. You should mind your own business. Don't let it be that before I even reach Kyoto. You and Sister Ro have already consummated things. That's quite an exaggeration. Let us hope it isn't. With their hands full, they found it a bit tiring to walk, and since they were still a distance from the school, they decided to take a taxi back to the school gate. As before, Zhang Yu escorted Lin Mian to the entrance of her dormitory. I've arrived. Zhang Yu nodded but did not leave. Nor did Lin Mian move. Both of them felt a sense of reluctance in their eyes. Finally, Lin Mian set down her belongings and opened her arms towards Zhang Yu. A hug. Zhang Yu embraced her. And as she looked up at him, he slowly lowered his head, and once more, their lips met. Fortunately, there were not many people around at that time, and such situations were quite common in university. So no one would raise an eyebrow. This kiss lingered longer than before, and Lin Mian even took the initiative to offer her tongue, the sweet and slippery sensation making Zhang Yu reluctant to let go until Lin Mian was nearly out of breath. Ah, I can't breathe. You were too into it. You were just too sweet. I wanted to savor it. Lin Mian's face flushed. Humph, shameless. She then pecked him on the cheek. I really must go now. Be careful on your way. Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, goodbye. Lin Mian carried the fruits upstairs, while Zhang Yu licked his lips and glanced back at the dormitory before finally leaving the school. Once inside the dormitory, Lin Mian didn't rush back to her room. Instead, she took out a small mirror to check her appearance and touched up her makeup. She didn't want to return and be teased by her roommates about her date. After ensuring her makeup was flawless, she finally walked into her dorm room. Hey, sisters, look what I brought you. Chen Shui stared at the bag of fruits in Lin Mian's hand and asked, so many fruits? Are these for us? Yes. Yuan turned around and chimed in. Did you win the lottery? No, I didn't buy these myself. Then who did? Lin Mian waved her wrist, showcasing her bracelet. Guess. Yuan and Chen Shui exchanged glances before immediately surrounding her. Lin Mian, did you go out and find a man? Ha ha ha, that's right. I'm off the market now. What the heck? Jia Yuan suddenly shouted, startling the three. Jia Yuan, what's wrong? Are you that excited about Lin Mian dating? But Jia Yuan seemed not to hear their conversation. Her eyes glued to the screen. They've been at it for 18 rounds, which coward pressed for a draw. I'll curse his ancestors. It turned out she was playing a game. Jia Yuan angrily removed her headphones and turned to her roommates. What were you just talking about? Lin Mian's boyfriend bought us fruits. Oh, Lin Mian's boyfriend bought. Wait, when did Lin Mian get a boyfriend? Lin Mian grinned. 2 hours ago. Is at Zhang Yu. Yes, how did you all know? That's a question for Chen Shui. Lin Mian cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Shui, who quickly resorted to feigned innocence. Oh. I merely made a prediction regarding the development between the two of you, so please don't look at me like that. Never mind, I'll let you off this time. Let us divide the fruit. With the gossip at hand, Jia Yuan lost interest in the game, and several girls gathered to chat. Lin Mian briefly recounted how she met Zhang Yu, of course omitting any mention of matters best left unsaid. Like Exorcist. So, he is leaving tomorrow. Huh. Lin Mian nodded. There's nothing to be done. He really hasn't returned home in quite some time. Oh, it's nothing, just 2 months, and besides, he can come to visit you when he has the time. Indeed, she decided to stop discussing it and suggested they rest for the night, as she would be taking him to the airport the following day. Yuan paused for a moment. Isn't tomorrow a bit inconvenient? Why, didn't your mentor inform you? We have to report on our thesis progress tomorrow. Lin Mian, puzzled, took out her phone and confirmed it. She had indeed overlooked the messages in the group chat. Oh no, why does it have to be tomorrow for the progress report? She slumped against Chen Shui, her face clouded with worry as she messaged Zhang Yu. At that moment, Zhang Yu had just arrived at the entrance of the community and, upon hearing his phone notification, glanced at it. Lin Mian had sent a crying emoji first. I have to meet with the professors about the thesis tomorrow, so I can't take you to the airport. Boo-hoo, he typed back. It's all right. The thesis is more important. I'll spend a few days with my mom after I get home, and then come back to find you. After chatting with Lin Mian for a while longer, he finally put his phone away and headed home. There was still a silly girl waiting for him to attend to. Upon entering, Zhang Yu shook the grapes in his hand. Isha, these are for you. Thank you, master. I'll wash them and share with the sisters. All right. Ro sat on the sofa, gazing at Zhang Yu, but when he looked her way, she quickly averted her eyes. Ro, come here for a moment. Thus, the living room was left with only Zhang Ming and Uxin. They stepped out onto the balcony, and finally, Ro couldn't hold back any longer, asking, did the young master send out what I gave him? Zhang Yu nodded. He did, and she liked it very much. I also confessed to Lin Mian. She agreed. Zhang Yu did not reply but instead asked, do you wish Fo? Zhang Yu stifled a laugh and said, it's fine. I shall take on the role of the villain. If Lin Mian truly discovers it, simply claim you were coerced. After he spoke, Ro pondered for a moment and actually nodded, glancing at Zhang Yu. Nearly unable to resist the urge to tease her a little. Can I call you husband now? She murmured, her head bowed. I find it a bit difficult to say Dada. Well, if you don't say it. Then it will be Lin Mian who calls you first. How can the young master bully me using Lin Mian? So, will you say it or not? Ro pouted, her cheeks flushed, and softly uttered. Husband. Ha ha ha. My Ro is truly obedient. Zhang Yu reached out and embraced her. Initially quite shy, Ro's demeanor brightened upon hearing the term of endearment, and she nuzzled against Zhang Yu like a small kitten. All right, let us not linger on the balcony any longer. It's time to rest. We have a flight to catch tomorrow. After opening the door, Zhang Ming, Uxin, and Isha were all sitting quietly on the sofa. Enjoying grapes, Zhang Yu approached and inquired, are the grapes good? Isha shook her head, not good, particularly sour. If they're not good, why are you eating them? Clearly, you're trying to deceive me. Zhang Yu was evidently skeptical. Popped a grape into his mouth and felt his cheeks involuntarily twitch. Indeed, it was rather sour. Isha. If they're not good, then don't eat them. Let us tidy up and head to bed. We need to wake up early tomorrow. With that, he went to wash up, while Qin Yuxian followed him into the bathroom. Zhang Ming then pulled Ro aside and asked with a smile, Am I supposed to call you sister-in-law now? No, please don't call me that. It's so embarrassing. What is so embarrassing about it? Lin Mian doesn't know about this yet. I'm just indulging in a little secret affair. It is quite disgraceful. Oh, come on. It's fine. Lin Mian isn't here right now, so it's best she remains oblivious. Ro shot her a glance. How come you two siblings say the same thing? Hee, we are indeed biological siblings. Ro is like an older sister to me, and in the future, my brother will also. You know. What? An older sister? Huh. After a few seconds of contemplation, Ro finally caught on. Her face turning beet red as she indignantly exclaimed, You say anything, and I'll beat you up. Do you believe that? Oh dear, my mistake. I'm off to bed now. Good night, sister-in-law. Chapter 36, Raising Sons in Poverty in the Bathroom. Zhang Yu looked at Qin Yuxian who had followed him in and said, I need to brush my teeth and wash my face. I know. If you know, then why are you following me in? Why don't you brush first? No, shall you go? Qin Yuxian stomped her foot, her face filled with grievance as she looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu replied, Don't give me that. Just speak if you have something to say. Have you truly considered my feelings? Consider what about you? Stop pretending. You're already dating two people simultaneously. Can't you make an exception for me? Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback and asked. If Uncle finds out, he'll beat me up. He wouldn't dare touch you. Just answer my question. You know I'm already dating two people, and yet you're still so persistent. Persistence means I have more chances the more you're a scoundrel. Zhang Yu felt his moral compass being challenged. His own actions were already quite outrageous, yet there were still individuals who willingly threw themselves at him. He couldn't fathom what those infatuated with romance were thinking. What's wrong with that? What is it about me that you find unappealing? I look quite good, don't I? My figure is though it may not compare to Ro. I still have what I should have. Just a couple of sizes smaller. Zhang Yu squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush, poured himself a glass of cold water, and said, That has nothing to do with it. Then what does it pertain to? Why don't you ask yourself? What's wrong with me? Tell me, and I can change. Just as Zhang Yu was about to brush his teeth, he set the cup down, leaned against the bathroom wall, and looked at Qin Yuxian, asking, You truly don't remember what you did when you were younger, do you? I don't remember. All right, let me help you recall. Remember when we were in elementary school? We attended the same school, and during lunch, we brought our own lunches from home. I do remember that. Once, while I was in the restroom, you dumped all the food my mother prepared for me and replaced it with a whole lunchbox full of heart-shaped candies. I thought I was merely trying to express my affection for you. You did that for 3 consecutive days. Zhang Yu still felt anger rise within him at the mention of it. If it weren't for Ro and Xiao Ming sharing some of their food with me during those 3 days, I might have starved. I was just a child back then. I didn't understand. It's been so long. Shall you go? Please don't be angry. Didn't understand? So you thought it was acceptable to tear up my completed homework and replace it with your love letter? And you didn't even leave your name, which got me punished by the teacher. I wanted to surprise you. As for tearing your homework, that truly was intentional. I didn't see that it was the homework book. And what about the time in 5th grade when you secretly photographed me in the restroom? Qin Yuxian poked her fingers together. I have no explanation for that. It was just so embarrassing. And it doesn't end there. In 6th grade during gym class, you called over 20 people to the playground to hold a banner declaring that you wanted to marry me. resulting in both of us being publicly reprimanded by the whole school. Do you remember? I remember. I'm sorry. Indeed, Qin Yuxian's pursuit of Zhang Yu had begun in elementary school, and it was quite fervent, akin to a devoted fan, leaving Zhang Yu utterly exasperated. Sometimes, he even wondered how they managed to remain friends for so long that I'm puzzled. How did you manage to gather so many people to hold a banner back then? And how did you print the banner? It was simple. I paid people to help me, and I printed the banners myself. Paid? Where did you get that much money in elementary school? I received 50 as pocket money per day, after saving for a few days. It was enough. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. You received how much for pocket money in elementary school? 50 a day, doubled on weekends. What? Why? I received only 5 for the week. Zhang Yu was utterly taken aback. Qin Yuxian was equally bewildered. Huh, Xiao Ge, was your pocket money really that little? Yeah, so when you swapped my lunch for candies, I couldn't even afford snacks. But I remember that Ming Ming and Ro Ro had quite a bit of pocket money back then. Really? I should remember correctly. Zhang Yu no longer felt like washing up, setting down his toothbrush and cup to find Ro Ro and the others. I'm going to ask. Upon entering the bedroom, he found the two of them petting a cat and asked, Ro Ro, Xiaoming, how much pocket money did you have in elementary school? Xiaoming pondered for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, it should be 50 a day, just like Yuxian. Ro Ro added, I had a little more. How much? 100 a day. Zhang Yu. But seeing Zhang Yu's silence, Zhang Ming assumed he thought Ro Ro's allowance was unfairly high and began to explain. Bro, you have to understand, Ro Ro was adopted, and it's normal for her parents to favor her a bit more. Don't be so stingy. That has nothing to do with it. Do you know how much pocket money I had back then? How much? 5. Huh. That little. A week's worth of 5. Now it was Zhang Ming's turn to fall silent, realizing her older brother had such a miserable childhood. Meanwhile, Ro Ro remained quiet, her gaze somewhat evasive. However, Zhang Yu keenly noticed this and asked, Ro Ro, do you know something? I actually do know. Back then. And he told me that boys should be raised in poverty and advised me and miss not to let you spend money. Zhang Ming scratched her head. How come I don't remember that? Ro Ro explained. At that time, Miss said that your pocket money was barely enough for yourself, and only a fool would spend it on my brother. Brother, let me explain. I don't want to listen. I'm not talking to you. Stay away from me. Zhang Yu had already fallen into a state of despair, questioning why, despite growing up together, he alone was a penniless wretch. Frustrated, he took out his phone and shared this matter with Lin Mian. Upon reading it, Lin Mian immediately sent a video call. Zhang Yu answered, and Lin Mian's laughter rang out from the phone. Ha ha ha, you had such a miserable childhood. Is it amusing? I can't find anything funny about it. Oh, don't be upset. Let me give you a kiss. Smile a little, Mua. All right, I feel a bit happier now. Lin Mian glanced at the surroundings behind Zhang Yu and asked, are you in the bathroom? Just about to wash up. Oh, how is Ro Ro doing? Zhang Yu chuckled. She seems fine. At least she should be too timid to face you now. Lin Mian furrowed her brows, quickly grasping Zhang Yu's meaning, and playfully chided. Why must you be so wicked? Could you not simply tell her that I agree? She added with a mischievous grin. Let me tease her for a bit. It's rather amusing. Chapter 37. Squeezed together. Lin Mian raised her middle finger at Zhang Yu, exclaiming, I warned you not to bully Sister Ro Ro, you scoundrel. It's not bullying. I'm merely having some fun with her. He retorted. All right then, as long as you know your limits and don't overdo it. I want tea, he assured her. What about Yuxian? Is she aware? She knows. Just a moment ago, she was interrogating me. Interrogating you about why you're being a scoundrel, Zhang Yu sighed. No, she was questioning why I didn't drag her into it as well. Lin Mian fell silent for a moment before remarking. You truly are something else. The two continued their conversation for a while longer, but with Zhang Yu needing to rise early the next day, they exchanged goodnights and ended the call. Zhang Yu felt as if he were dreaming. After all, anyone in his position would find it hard to believe such events were unfolding. Yet, here he was, living in modern society. The concept of a harem seemed surreal, almost as if it were the plot of a novel. After completing his evening routine and returning to the bedroom, the group faced a classic dilemma. How to divide the beds. Ro Ro suggested, let us do it like yesterday. Yuxian and I will take the floor, while the young master and Miss Isha share the bed. Zhang Yu firmly opposed. No way. You are all mine now. You must sleep with me. He had grown weary of pretense. Previously, he may have been reserved. But now that the proverbial window paper had been torn, it was undoubtedly better to be a bit more intimate. Ro Ro shyly replied, Isn't it a bit soon to sleep together? Zhang Yu playfully pinched her cheek. What are you pretending for? Have you forgotten that night you crawled into my blanket? What? Qin Yuxian exploded. Sister Ro, didn't you say nothing happened between you and Xiao Yu Go? That incident was truly accidental, and besides, young master, you were asleep, weren't you? Zhang Yu wrapped his arms around Ro, dismissing the notion. Whether it was an accident or not is irrelevant now. What matters is that it doesn't change anything. Xiao Meng, you and Yuxian can take the floor. The bed is ours. Zhang Meng protested. Why should I sleep on the floor? What else? Are you going to fight your sister for the bed? If that is the case. As the only man in the house, you should sleep in the living room. This is my home. I make the rules. This is Yuxian's house. She is the landlord, and you are merely a tenant. It seemed there was some truth to that logic, leaving Zhang Yu at a loss for words. Fine, you sleep in the bed, and I'll take the sofa. Ro was displeased, insisting, no, the young master cannot sleep on the sofa. Qin Yuxian interjected, I'm the landlord. I want to sleep in the bed too. Zhang Meng was reluctant to give up her spot. Finally, little Isha, unable to bear the bickering any longer, shouted, stop arguing. We can all sleep together. Sleep together? Yes, it may be a bit cramped, but I think we can manage. The others exchanged glances, and it seemed Isha's suggestion was indeed viable. Thus, the five of them squeezed onto a single bed. Little Isha nestled in the middle, with Zhang Meng beside her, followed by Ro and Qin Yuxian on the outer edge, while Zhang Yu found himself sandwiched between Ro and Yuxian. Initially, he had intended for Qin Yuxian to take the middle spot, with himself and Ro on the outside, but Yuxian insisted on switching places with him. Her intentions clear, she wanted to be close to him. Zhang Yu could not resist her. Continuing to argue would only lead to a late night. With 5 people crammed onto one bed, it was indeed a tight fit. Zhang Yu lay on his side, facing Ro, who nestled against his broad chest, creating a sweet and tender moment. However, this left him with his back to Yuxian, which did not please her. Xiao Yu Go, you can't neglect me. Give me a hug too. Why should I hug you? Didn't you promise I could be your girlfriend? Don't speak nonsense. When did I ever agree to that? And considering the foolish things you did as a child, I could never agree. Qin Yuxian scratched his back. It was just a few incidents, right? Forgive me, considering I was just a child. Besides, I acted that way because I liked you. Just a few incidents. I could talk for days about the mischief you caused as a child, all under the guise of affection, yet causing me harm. Don't you feel any remorse? I know I was wrong, and I can atone for my misdeeds. Please don't. I've already let go of those childhood matters, so don't repay kindness with malice. The phrase repay kindness with malice amused both Ro and Zhang Meng, as it truly wasn't Zhang Yu's fault for not giving Yuxian a chance. She had been far too reckless in her youth, far more so than the average mischievous child. Fuming, Qin Yuxian playfully pounded Zhang Yu's back. Xiao Yu Go, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? At the very least, I am quite sensible now, and I can do everything Sister Ro can. Ha. Let us not even go there. Ro can cook, can you? No. Qin Yuxian was momentarily silenced, rolling over to face away from Zhang Yu, huffing in silence. After a while, she felt a large hand gently ruffling her hair. Don't be mad. I was just teasing you. Excited, she turned around and seized Zhang Yu's arm. So, does this mean Xiao Yu Go is willing to accept me? Not just yet, but if you behave well, I might consider it. Yes, I will definitely behave. Can we sleep now? Sure, hee. Zhang Meng, cuddling little Isha, overheard their conversation and leaned in to whisper to Isha. Did you hear what your master just said? I did. Remember? Those are the words of a standard scoundrel. You must steer clear of such boys in the future. Isha nodded. Got it. But that doesn't apply to my master. Zhang Yu sighed. Fine, I'll accept the scoundrel label, especially since I'm sandwiched between them. Due to the cramped conditions, everyone lay still while sleeping. There was no fighting for covers or tossing and turning. The next morning, Ro was the first to awaken. As she opened her eyes and saw Zhang Yu's arm draped over her waist, a smile crept onto her lips. She leaned in and planted a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth before attempting to get up, only to feel Zhang Yu's arm tighten around her, pulling her back. Young master. Zhang Yu, still with his eyes closed, murmured, where do you think you're off to? I'm not running away. I just need to get up. What time is it? 5 o'clock. So early. ISNT the flight at 9. I need to make breakfast for everyone. No need for that. We can eat something at the airport. Just lie down a little longer. Chapter 38. The flying fairy. Ro lingered beside Zhang Yu for a while longer, but his hands began to wander, exploring her legs. Her short nightgown afforded him ample opportunity to tease her. Eventually, unable to withstand the temptation, Ro climbed out of bed that it wasn't that she didn't want Zhang Yu to take advantage of her. After all, she was already his. It was just that if things continued this way, she might start feeling strange. Sha and the others were still lying nearby, and if she lost control, it would be quite embarrassing. She headed to the bathroom to freshen up, and soon after, Zhang Yu entered. Ro had just finished washing her face, droplets of water still glistening on her skin. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, she said, "Young master, just a moment. I'll be done shortly." However, Zhang Yu stepped up behind her, one hand brushing his teeth while the other wrapped around her waist. "It's fine. We can do this together." Ro chuckled softly, grasping Zhang Yu's large hand. Once he finished, they shared a meaningful glance, inching closer until finally their lips met in a sweet kiss. They savored each other's taste, lingering for what felt like an eternity before parting. Seeing the fiery gaze in Zhang Yu's eyes, Ro realized that if they continued to be alone, things could become precarious. It's about time to wake Xin and the others. Zhang Yu took a deep breath to calm himself, nodding in agreement. "You go wake them. I'll fetch the luggage, all right?" After Ro left, Zhang Yu splashed cold water on his face, reflecting on how alluring his sister was. Nearly losing his composure, however, they needed to return home soon, and catching the flight was paramount. With that thought, he sent Lin Mian a message, knowing she was likely still asleep but would respond once she woke up. He felt a twinge of guilt for Lin Mian. She was busy with her graduation thesis while he was indulging in sweet moments with his little lover. It was no wonder Ro felt flustered. This sensation indeed tugged at his conscience. Yet from another perspective, it felt rather thrilling. Ahem, that was beside the point. He roused the others from slumber, finding Zhang Ming and Xin appearing awake yet still caught in the remnants of sleep. Little Isha, however, was quite lively, helping Zhang Yu carry the cat bag. Before their departure, Zhang Yu opened a can of cat food for a Xian, watching it eat while he said, "A Xian, we will be taking a flight soon. And it might be a bit uncomfortable. Just bear with it for a little while. We will be home soon. Meow be good." On the way, Zhang Yu began chatting with Isha, inquiring, "Isha, I assume this is your first time flying as well?" "Yes, I have never flown before, but I can fly on my own." "You can fly?" "Indeed, we fairies have wings. Would you like to see?" Not only Zhang Yu but the others were also intrigued. "I've never seen it. Please show us." He took a Xian from Isha's hands, and she took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, a shimmering light appeared behind her, revealing a pair of translucent wings. They were featherless, resembling cicada wings, and they flapped rapidly like those of an insect. Little Isha gently floated up, circling around the group before landing gracefully. What do you think, master?" "Impressive. I had no idea fairies could fly." Zhang Yu patted Isha on the head, reminding her, "But it's best not to let others see you flying in everyday life. Don't worry, master. I will keep it a secret." "All right, then let us head to the airport. Our luggage needs to be checked in." As soon as they arrived at the airport, Zhang Yu received a video call from Lin Mian. Upon answering, he noticed Lin Mian was heading outside. "You're awake. Are you about to go out?" "Yes, I need to go to the classroom to report my progress to the teacher." "Have you arrived at the airport yet?" "We just got here. And haven't gone through security yet." "What about Ro and the others?" "Here they are." "Ro, come greet Lin Mian." Ro froze for a moment upon seeing Lin Mian smiling and waving in the video. She felt somewhat shy, but managed to force a smile and wave back. Having just indulged in some snacks, she now had to face the rightful partner on a video call. How could the young master speak to her so calmly? "Ro, why is your face so red?" "Huh. Is it? It must be the lighting in the video." "Oh, perhaps." Lin Mian finished speaking and stifled a giggle, finding Ro's reaction amusing. It was evident she was hiding something while trying to maintain a facade of normalcy. No wonder Zhang Yu enjoyed teasing her. "I'm almost at the classroom. You all must be going through security now, right?" "Yes, we're nearly there." "Then I won't disturb you any longer. Remember to call me once you reach Kyoto." "Okay. Ro, please take good care of Xiaoyu. I will. Don't worry." After hanging up, Zhang Yu smiled at Ro, walking over to take her hand, asking, "Why do you seem so guilty?" "How can I not feel guilty? I did something wrong to Lin Mian," while the young master remained so composed. "Perhaps I was just born to be a scoundrel. Look at Xin. She appears quite natural too." Xin pointed to herself. "Me? What's wrong with me?" "Xiaoyu, are you admitting I'm the third party?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, showing no signs of guilt. Zhang Yu. "No, forget I said anything." He regretted bringing her up. She truly had no sense of shame. The group queued for security, completed the check-in process, and after checking in their luggage, they settled in the lounge to await boarding. Zhang Ming suddenly clung to Zhang Yu's shoulder, speaking mysteriously. "Bro, how did you manage that?" "Manage what?" I can tell. Does Lin Mian know about you and Ro? Huh. How did you figure that out? During the video call, Lin Mian kept chatting with Ro and playfully teasing her. It was so obvious, quite perceptive, but don't tell Ro yet. Why not? Just for fun. It's entertaining. You're such a troublemaker. At that moment, Ro and Uxin returned with breakfast. What were you two discussing? Nothing much. Ro, what delicious food did you buy? Coffee and sandwiches. Which flavor would you like? Miss, any will do. After distributing the food, Ro brought Zhang Yu his portion. Young master, this is yours. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. What did you just call me? Husband. There you go. Thank you, my dear Ro. Come sit beside me. Chapter 39. Master S. mother hearing their exchange, Qin Uxin approached and exclaimed, Xiaoyu, your Uxin wife wants to sit beside you too. Stop with the silly titles, or I'll give you a beating. You're treating us differently. Haha, it's all you're doing. After that, he comfortably rested his head on Ro's lap, though she seemed a bit distracted. After her call with Lin Mian, she felt even more unsettled. Zhang Yu squeezed her small hand. What's wrong? You've been frowning that I just feel particularly guilty towards Lin Mian. Now you feel guilty. But when you urged me to confess to her, you didn't think about today. Ro pouted. Have I ever said I regretted it? Young master, please don't tease me. Zhang Yu leaned closer, inhaling the sweet fragrance of the young girl, chuckling. Regret is useless. There is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Just stop overthinking. I'm here. Although somewhat gloomy, Ro nodded, reaching out to caress Zhang Yu's face. After a while, it was time to board. They informed Lin Mian one last time before turning off their phones. 3 hours later, the plane landed safely, and Zhang Yu smoothly retrieved the luggage along with a Xian. He first fed a Xian a cat treat. Thank you for your hard work. We'll take you to your new home soon. Let us hurry. Mom said she is coming to pick us up. Mom, she is already here? Yes, she just sent me a message. The group quickly made their way to the exit, and from a distance, Zhang Yu spotted a familiar figure. Lin Rui had clearly noticed them as well and waved. As they approached, Lin Rui hugged Zhang Yu tightly. Mom, I'm back. Good to have you back. Let me take a good look at you. Lin Rui scrutinized Zhang Yu, pinching his cheeks, before commenting, You've grown a bit taller, but seem thinner. When you return, I'll cook something delicious to nourish you. Upon hearing that she would cook, Zhang Yu's expression changed immediately. No need to trouble Mom. We can eat out just as well. What? You think my cooking is subpar? Yes. Lin Rui playfully swatted Zhang Yu. So now you choose to speak the truth? At that moment, Zhang Ming approached, holding Lin Rui's hand and whining, Mom, can we talk later? I am hungry. Let us find a place to eat first. All right. I've already reserved a restaurant. You and Xiaoyu can put the luggage in the car. The siblings went to stow the luggage. While Ro wanted to help but was stopped by Lin Rui. Annie. Lin Rui smiled gently. You've called me Annie for so many years. Isn't it time for you to change how you address me? Ro blushed. You know. Xiaoming told me. Why aren't you calling me Mom? Lin Rui gently pinched Ro's cheek, smiling. That's more like it. Then she turned to Isha, saying, So you must be Isha. Right? Isha nodded. Yes. Hello, Mom. Just then, Zhang Yu walked over and tapped Isha on the head. Don't call her that. You should call her Auntie. Lin Rui waved her hand. It's fine, since Isha recognizes you as her master. It is not inappropriate for her to call me Mom. As she spoke, she patted Isha's head. Come on, get in the car with Xiaoyu. Mom will take you to eat something delicious. Okay, thank you, Mom. The group boarded the car, leaving only Qin Uxin standing in place. Lin Rui asked, Uxin, I've spoken to your father. You should come home with me. Uxin approached and hugged Lin Rui's arm. Andy, could you do me a favor? No, Lin Rui refused with a smile. I haven't even explained why yet. Even without your explanation, I know it's about Xiaoyu, right? Well, Uxin, don't rush these matters. Take your time. You used to get too anxious when you were little, which often made Xiaoyu upset. How can I not be anxious? Xiaoyu already has two. Ugh. Upon concluding her statement, Qin Yusin suddenly realized that she may have let something slip and hastily covered her mouth. Lin Rui chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, Don't be so frightened. I already know. That girl is named Lin Mian, isn't she? Andy, how do you know everything? Did Xiaoming tell you? Even if Xiaoming hadn't said anything, I would still know. Have you forgotten who I am? Oh, I suppose that's true. I in the car. Zhang Ming called out to the two. You two, hurry up. I'm about to starve. Coming. Lin Rui patted Yusin's arm. Let us go. I'll take you both to eat. Once they were in the car, Lin Rui handed the car keys directly to Zhang Yu, instructing him to drive. You want me to drive right after I just got off the plane? You know the way, and I'm exhausted. Let me rest for a bit. After saying this, she settled into the back seat, entertaining a Xian with playful antics. Your name is a Xian, right? How adorable. As Zhang Yu drove, he asked, Mom, you really don't have any issues now, right? Of course not. And I feel more energized than before. But you, engaging in such dangerous activities, do you want to get beaten? I'm perfectly fine. If something were to happen, it would be too late. Say bye too. What kind of ridiculous ideas did she give you? I'm going to scold her when we get back. Speaking of Aunt Staubai, Zhang Yu asked, how is Aunt Subai doing now? She's well, just constantly thinking about making me a daughter-in-law. Cough, cough, Mom. Could you please refrain from such jokes? Aunt Staubai is my elder. Humph. She hardly acts like one. By Xiaoming and Lin Rui are close friends. But unlike Lin Rui, Bai Xiaoming has remained single. Both women are over 40, with Lin Rui appearing notably youthful, while Bai Xiaoming looks even more striking, seemingly only slightly older than Zhang Ming and almost comparable to Ro Ro. However, it's not just their youthful appearances, their personalities are also quite vibrant. When Zhang Yu and the others were younger, they enjoyed playing with this Aunt Xiaobai. It is just surprising that after all these years, while they have grown up, Bai Xiaoming remains the same as before. Zhang Yu touched the pendant around his neck and said to Lin Rui, by the way, Mom, this pendant still belongs to Aunt Staubai. Could you help me return it later? Lin Rui smiled and asked, why don't you return it yourself? Aunt Subai always jokes with me. It would be better if you helped. Chapter 40. To eat is a blessing, though it was said in jest. The truth is Aunt Subai enjoys teasing him. Regardless of her youthful appearance, she is still an older woman, not someone Zhang Yu can easily handle. Lin Rui laughed. I can help you return it. But Xiaobai will definitely seek you out again. You can't avoid her forever. Let us discuss that later. One less meeting is one less. Lin Rui paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, Aunt Xiaobai is quite beautiful. You might want to consider her. Zhang Yu turned around in shock. Mom, are you serious? Focus on the road. Don't look back while driving. I can drive just fine. Could you not scare me? Lin Rui teased. Humph, you brat. Your Aunt Xiaobai is so beautiful. Clearly, you are the one benefiting. Mom, this isn't about benefiting. Aunt Xiaobai is your friend, and she's my elder. Ro Ro is still your sister. Ro Ro in the passenger seat blushed and remained silent. Zhang Yu explained, it's different. I have no blood relation with Ro Ro. You have no blood relation with Xiaobai either. That is not how it works, and besides, I already have Ro Ro. Lin Rui shifted the topic. Now that you have Ro Ro, what about Lin Mian? Qin Yusen raised her hand. And I'm here too. Zhang Yu exclaimed, Mom, how do you know everything? Humph. Although your mother was ill for 2 years, I'm not foolish. How could you hide such things from me? So I've essentially been under surveillance for the past 2 years. Lin Rui shook her head. Not quite. There are people from Xingyuan and Yun City. I just check in with them periodically about your situation. People from Xingyuan? Who are they? Have I met them? I won't tell you. Fine, I want to ask. Qin Yusen pouted aside, feeling neglected by their conversation. While they spoke, Zhang Yu had already driven them to the restaurant, and the group disembarked. Lin Rui handed the menu to Zhang Yu. You order. Zhang Yu glanced through the menu and exclaimed, wow, it's so expensive. Mom, is this meal on you? Of course it is. When did you start to care about money? How could I not? After 2 years away, I've only earned enough to sustain myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui felt a pang of sympathy and promptly declared, I'll transfer you some pocket money right now. No need. I merely mentioned it casually, and Dad has already sent some, so it's sufficient for now. That was your dad's contribution. What I give you will be more. Really? How much? 2,000 enough? 2,000. This roast duck alone costs 600. Lin Rui playfully tapped Zhang Yu on the head. Are you daft? When I say 2,000, I mean 20 million. 20,000. Is our family really that wealthy? TSK? Are you jesting? Do you really think money is optional? Of course I want it. Why would I refuse free money? Thanks, Mom. Lin Rui rolled her eyes, and then Zhang Yu posed another question. Mom, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Since our family is so rich, why was my allowance only 5 yuan a week when I was in elementary school? I was worried you'd squander it. Ro Ro and Xiaoming both received 50 to 100, often given daily. Weren't you afraid they'd waste it? They're different. They're girls. What is wrong with that? Does our family favor girls over boys? Lin Rui shook her head. No, it's because when men have money, they tend to go astray. That's why I controlled your allowance since you were little. Zhang Yu was perplexed. I was just a child in elementary school, still under the protection of juvenile laws. I was barely a boy. No difference. There's a saying, a man remains a boy until death. All right. All right. Where did you come up with this nonsense? It's impossible to reason with you. Zhang Yu then sensed something amiss. So why are you giving me so much money now? Aren't you worried I might go astray? Lin Rui looked at him and smiled. I've already found you 2 daughters-in-law. How much worse could it get? For 2 years, his mother remained as formidable as ever. Throughout his life, no one could ever win an argument against Lin Rui. Enough talk. Let us eat. I'm starving. Seeing her son's speechless expression, Lin Rui couldn't help but laugh, patting his shoulder. I'm just kidding. My son. I know you well. We'll discuss money issues later. After all, dating requires expenses, and you've been in more than one relationship. Who knows? There might be more in the future. Zhang Yu looked at Lin Rui. Aren't you mad at me? Mad at you for what? If girls like you, it only shows my son is exceptional that I'm more than happy. Mom is wise. I toast to you. Zhang Yu raised his juice glass and clinked it with Lin Rui's. And at that moment, the dishes began to arrive. Lin Rui said, all right, aren't we all hungry? Let us fill our stomachs first. As expected. By the end of the meal, everyone was patting their bellies, fully satisfied. Except for Isha, who was still indulging in her food with a look of pure enjoyment, which made Lin Rui smile with affection. Ever since she became a mother, she has cherished children who love to eat. It brings her joy. Isha, seeing you eat so heartily, are you worried you might be overdoing it? Not at all. Mom loves children who eat well. Take your time, and if you're still hungry, we can order more. After saying this, she pointed to Zhang Ming. Look at Isha, and then look at you when you were little. Getting you to eat was quite the struggle. Zhang Ming protested. How can this be blamed on me? No arguing with your mother. With no further retorts, the familial hierarchy was clear. Who would dare speak up? After the meal, Zhang Yu drove them back to that familiar house. Upon entering, he set a Xian down on the floor. A Xian, this is your new home. Isn't it much bigger than your old one? Meow. A Xian called out a couple of times and began to sniff around the house, familiarizing itself with the new scents. You can head back to your room. Ro has kept your previous room clean. Hearing Lin Rui say this, Zhang Yu looked at Ro with tenderness and then took her hand. Come, let us go upstairs together. Once in their room, Zhang Yu observed the spotless bed, the tidy desk, and his figurines placed in their familiar spots, all impeccably clean, clearly well maintained. And the one responsible for all this was none other than Ro. Zhang Yu lay on his large bed, then patted the space beside him, inviting Ro to sit. Once she settled beside him, he pulled her into his embrace, eliciting a surprised gasp from the beauty in his arms. Young master, you clean my room regularly? When I miss you, I often come to your room for a while and tidy up a bit. Chapter 41. Mother's chatter. Zhang Yu reached for a wooden ornament on the bedside table, which was not only dust-free but also gleaming with a lustrous sheen. How many times have you polished this? He inquired. Because I think of you every day. I clean it daily, and slowly it became like this. Ro replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu affectionately pinched the delicate tip of the girl's nose and said, Silly girl. Ro gazed at Zhang Yu's face, which was so close, and couldn't help but lean in to plant a kiss on his lips. Zhang Yu, with a mischievous smile, reciprocated with a kiss. Ro closed her eyes, and the two lay on the bed, lost in their tender embrace, ahem, until a sudden cough interrupted them. Ro, startled like a frightened rabbit, pushed Zhang Yu away, her face flushed as she sat up and called out to Lin Rui at the doorway. Andy. Lin Rui raised an eyebrow. What should you call me? Mom. In contrast, Zhang Yu, possessing a thicker skin, remained considerably calm as he sat up and asked with a hint of complaint, Mom, why didn't you knock? You didn't even close the door. Didn't I? You think I can fool you? You little rascal, come with me. I need to have a word with you. Wearing slippers, Zhang Yu followed Lin Rui to the living room on the second floor, where they both settled onto the sofa. What's the matter? Seeing Zhang Yu's calm demeanor, Lin Rui couldn't resist poking his forehead. What are you asking for? You just got home and bullied Ro, right? She is my girlfriend. How can that be considered bullying? Besides, you barged in unannounced. That's quite frightening. Can you blame me when you didn't close the door? All right. I'll be more careful next time. Please, what's the matter? Lin Rui then said. What does that girl Lin Mian look like? Zhang Yu promptly opened Lin Mian's video account. Here. Isn't she pretty? Oh my, indeed beautiful. Your taste is quite good. Of course. My taste is inherited from my father. Lin Rui chuckled. You certainly know how to flatter. I'm merely stating the truth. My mother has always been a great beauty. How does my beauty compare to that of Ro and Lin Mian? Zhang Yu paused. Mom, are you trying to trap your son with such a loaded question? Ha. I'm just teasing you. Now, let us get back to business. Lin Rui smiled and continued, that Lin Mian, she knows about you and Ro, right? She does, and honestly, I was quite surprised at the time. Then you must treat her well. Being willing to share love with someone else is already a sacrifice. You better not bully her, or I'll break your legs if I find out. Is that so harsh? Lin Rui frowned. Stop joking around. I'm serious. Yes, I understand. You think you know everything? You just confirmed your relationship and now you're in a long-distance one. Is this how you date? Zhang Yu scratched his head. I did think about waiting a few more days before coming back, but it was Lin Mian who suggested I return home to see you first. Look how considerate she is. That can't all be blamed on me. I had to choose one side, and I only returned after discussing it with Xiao Mian. Lin Rui nodded. I won't blame you this time. I truly missed you. Zhang Yu smiled. No worries. Xiao Mian will start working at Xingchen after graduation, so she'll be in Kyoto in less than 2 months. You haven't told her about our family yet? Not yet, but Xiao Mian is quite intelligent. I doubt I can keep it from her for long. Lin Rui chuckled. Being smart is good. Ro is completely devoted to you, while you isn't quite as understanding. You just need a clever woman to manage things. Zhang Yu leaned against Lin Rui's shoulder, saying, I know. You're absolutely right, mother. Patting her son's hand, Lin Rui continued, now that you're back, go greet the relatives and let them know you're safe, then meet your friends, and take a trip to Xingyuan to catch up on the last 2 years. Once you finish these, you can go to Yunxing to spend time with Xiao Mian. Listening to Lin Rui's arrangements, Zhang Yu asked, these things won't take too long. Don't I need to spend more time with you? Lin Rui pinched Zhang Yu's ear. Once Xiao Mian arrives in Kyoto, there will be plenty of time for you to accompany me. But you just started dating, so you ought to pay more attention to your girlfriend's feelings. Understand? Understood. Please don't pull my ear. Also, don't always bully Ro. She is your girlfriend too. Certainly. Ro is such a good person. How could I bear to bully her? Then why haven't you told her that Lin Mian knows about your relationship? Making her feel guilty on purpose? You know about that too? Humph. Your mother is quite formidable. Zhang Yu remarked. I just find Ro adorable. It's just a little teasing. I know what I'm doing. Humph. You better be aware. And what are your plans for UXIN? What? Don't play dumb. She begged me today, openly stating she wants to be my daughter-in-law. And what is your opinion? Lin Rui replied. My opinion is that as long as you like her, it's fine. Besides, I've watched that child grow up. Though she is a bit less clever than Xiao Ming, she is still quite good. Zhang Yu sighed. Let us take it slow with her. Besides, Uncle Qin might not agree. Fine. Just make sure you know what you're doing. Afterward, Lin Rui suddenly felt something was off and turned to Zhang Yu with a puzzled expression. Something is not right. You seem particularly unusual. What is wrong with me? In the past, whenever I talked about these things, you'd complain about my nagging. Yet today you're so obedient and listening so intently. Zhang Yu smiled. After being away for 2 years, not hearing your nagging made me realize how much I missed it. Humph. I'm afraid in a few days you'll find it annoying again. It absolutely won't. Your words are delightful to hear. Just know how to please your mother. Now go call Ro over. I'd like to have a chat with her. Sure. Zhang Yu stood up and returned to his room, where Ro looked at him and asked, what did Mom say to you? She said she doesn't approve of you as my daughter-in-law and doesn't recognize me as her son anymore. Planning to kick us out. Young master, you're just joking. What if it were true? Then I would elope with you. Zhang Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and laughed. I was just joking. My mom is waiting for you. Go on. So, Ro went to the living room, sat beside Lin Rui, and called out, Mom. Lin Rui nodded happily. That's a prompt. Mom, you've got there. You were looking for me. Yes, I have something for you. Saying this, Lin Rui handed a small box to Ro. Upon glancing at it, Ro's face instantly turned crimson. This. The reason was simple. It was a box of contraceptive supplies. Chapter 42. The cat with a secret. Lin Rui observed Ro's flushed cheeks and laughed. You all grown up. There's no need to be so shy. Ro found herself at a loss for words. If it were merely a box of such items, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the fact that it was given by Lin Rui, her foster mother, and now her future mother-in-law, made it overwhelmingly embarrassing. Regardless of which role she played, receiving such a gift would evoke profound shyness. Lin Rui smiled at her blushing face. All right, keep this with you. You can decide when to use it. Afterward, she took Ro's hand and added, You and Xiao Yu's room is upstairs. You can sleep wherever you wish tonight. Mom won't interfere. Mom, please don't say that. It's too embarrassing. I'm a mother. It's my duty to provide you with such education. You're at a lively age. It's wise to have this just in case. I understand. Lin Rui patted Ro on the head and continued. But if you choose not to use it, that's fine too. After all, I'm at the age where I should be a grandmother. Roro could no longer bear to listen. They had only been together for 2 days, and already the topic of children had come up. It was far too soon. She stood up from the sofa. "I'll remember that. Please don't say any more. I'll take my leave now." With that, she dashed into her bedroom, hiding the box away. Lin Rui shook her head in amusement. This silly girl. No wonder Xiao Yu enjoys teasing her. Though she is the elder sister, she acts like a little maid. So adorable. After chatting with her children for a while, Lin Rui felt quite cheerful as she hummed a tune and went downstairs to play with the cat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, in his room, sent a message to Lin Mian, informing her of his arrival home. Lin Mian promptly initiated a video call. As the call connected, Zhang Yu smiled and asked, "What are you up to?" "I'm writing my graduation thesis." "Such diligence." "Yes, I plan to finish it early and contact my teacher for an early defense, so I can come look for you sooner. Are you that eager to see me?" Lin Mian pouted. Otherwise, who made someone so heartless? Just after confirming the relationship, he wants to go home. "If you don't come closer to me, I can only walk towards you." Zhang Yu chuckled. "In a couple of days. I'll handle things here and then head to Yunqing to find you." "Sounds good. Are you at home now?" "Yes, let me show you my bedroom." As he spoke, Zhang Yu flipped the camera around, giving Lin Mian a tour of his room. "Oh, your room is so spacious. It's decent. Let me show you these figures I've collected since childhood. Many of them are now out of print." Lin Mian observed Zhang Yu's room on the video, which was surprisingly tidy for a boy's space. "Your room is so clean, much tidier than your place in Yunqing. Rura cleans often. Look at this, she's polished it to perfection." Upon hearing this, Lin Mian's expression shifted subtly. So it's your Rura who helped tidy up. With Sister Rura by your side, you must have almost forgotten about me. What nonsense. I could never forget you." Just then, a knock sounded from outside the door. "Young master, it's me. Ruru, come in." Zhang Yu smiled at Lin Mian through the video. "Speak of the devil." He then gave Lin Mian a knowing glance, to which she responded with an okay gesture. Upon entering, Ruru saw Zhang Yu holding his phone and curiously asked, "Young master, are you on a call?" "Yes, I'm video chatting with Lin Mian. I'll come back later then." Upon hearing Lin Mian's name, Ru immediately wanted to leave. "Sister Ru, where are you? Let me see you." Suddenly, Lin Mian's voice came through the phone, causing Ruru to freeze in her tracks. Zhang Yu held the phone in front of Ruru, saying, "Why run? You know her. Just say hi. Hi. Lin Mian." Ruru adjusted her breath and greeted Lin Mian through the camera. "Sister Ruru, what is your family background?" "Xiao Yu still won't tell me." "Nothing special. You'll know when you get to Kyoto," Zhang Yu replied. "Just don't ask. I'll give you a surprise." Then he sat on the bed, and the camera only showed his face. Seeing this, Ruru sighed in relief, just as she was about to leave, but a strong arm wrapped around her waist. She was startled but dared not make a sound, silently mouthing to Zhang Yu, "Young master, what if Lin Mian sees?" However, Zhang Yu ignored her, leaning back on the bed while chatting and laughing with Lin Mian. With no way to resist, Ruru obediently nestled against Zhang Yu's chest like a small cat. Occasionally, Zhang Yu would scratch her chin, and Ruru merely grasped his hand in a feeble attempt to protest. That moment, she felt like a cat caught in an affair, while the young master and the rightful partner were video chatting, and she was being intimate with him out of sight. Finally, Lin Mian's voice came through. "All right, I have to write my thesis. I'll call you later." "Okay, bye." After hanging up, Zhang Yu lifted Ruru's chin, but she huffed and turned away. "What's wrong? Why are you so upset?" "Young master is angry." Zhang Yu cupped her face, saying, "I was just teasing you." "I apologize." Ruru sat up, frowning. "Young master, you can't do this. You're clearly video chatting with Lin Mian. Yet you insist on holding me. What if you're found out?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "If we get caught, I can only ask Lin Mian for forgiveness. And what if she doesn't forgive you? Then there's nothing I can do. We might have to break up." Ruru, incensed, slapped Zhang Yu's thigh. "No way, young master. That's too irresponsible. Then what do you suggest we do if we get caught?" I don't know." Zhang Yu's expression became complicated. "You don't know? Then we're doomed." Ruru was confused. "What do you mean doomed?" Zhang Yu raised his phone, and Lin Mian's voice came through. "Sister Ruru, I heard everything. What did you do to my boyfriend?" Hearing this, Ruru's mind went blank. Why? Why could Lin Mian hear? Didn't the call just hang up? Lin Mian, let me explain." "Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Weren't you going to explain?" Ruru bit her lip. "I can't explain. I did something that hurt you, and that's a fact." Chapter 43. Are you listening? Ruru's heart was now completely consumed by panic, leaving her unable to think. She hadn't realized how conspiring Zhang Yu and Lin Mian were, and she was still considering admitting her mistakes. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Zhang Yu finally had a moment of conscience and said, "All right, I'll tell you the truth. Lin Mian has known about us all along." "What?" Ruru looked up in shock, and Zhang Yu turned on the camera. "If you don't believe me, ask Lin Mian." "Sorry, Ruru, I was just joking. I didn't mean to scare you." Looking at Lin Mian's smiling face on the video, Ruru finally caught on. "You two planned this together?" Zhang Yu grinned. "You finally figured it out." Earlier, when he said the call was hung up, he had only turned off the video while keeping the voice on, just to give Ruru a little fright and let her know the actual situation, sparing her from feeling guilty. "You are both so mischievous," Lin Mian interjected. "I must clarify, this was not my idea. I never intended to hide it from you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Hey, that's rather ungrateful of you. Well, you started it. I'm not taking the blame for this." Sitting beside them, Ruru felt a weight lift off her shoulders, making her feel much lighter. "Lin Mian, thank you." "What for? You're too kind." "Remember this bracelet? You picked it out." Ruru smiled. "Then I should thank you for being willing to share the young master with me. Oh dear, let's not get too sentimental. I need to get back to writing my thesis. You two enjoy each other's company, especially you, Xiao Yu. Don't bully Sister Ru. Got it? Bye." "Bye." Under Ruru's watchful gaze, Zhang Yu ended the call and set the phone aside. "Come here for a hug." Zhang Yu opened his arms, and Ruru dove into his embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. "Now you understand. We are not having an affair. Why didn't you tell me from the start? I wanted to see how scared you would be. You're a bad person. You're right. And this bad person is about to do something bad to you." Saying this, Zhang Yu cupped Ruru's face and kissed her lips once more, their tongues entwining for quite a while before parting. "Young master, call me husband," Zhang Yu commanded, giving her a playful smack on her rounded backside, causing her cheeks to flush. "Husband, let's take a trip to Xingyuan tomorrow to resolve the Exorcist's matter, and then you can return to Yunqing." "Sure, but aren't you coming with me?" Ruri shook her head. "I think it's better if you go alone with Lin Mian. I don't need to join, and honestly, I've been quite satisfied these past few days." "All right, we'll do as you say, my Rura.mm." With her worries laid to rest, Rura felt completely at ease lying in Zhang Yu's arms, savoring their shared happiness. However, that was her perspective. Zhang Yu was not so easily satisfied. He gazed at Ruru's legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, and swallowed hard. "Ruru, could you shift a bit?" "What's wrong?" "Just sit a little closer and raise your legs." "Yes, just like that." Following Zhang Yu's directions, Ruru draped her beautiful legs over him. "Are you trying to touch my legs again?" No, I misunderstood. I'm just trying to examine the material of these stockings." Although this excuse was flimsy, Ruru did not resist, allowing him to knead her legs, until Zhang Yu's hand clasped her petite foot, causing her to instinctively retract it. You've been walking all day. They're dirty." "Dirty? My Ruru is fragrant all over. Just hand it over. No way. I've been sweating all day." "I don't mind." With that, Zhang Yu reached for her foot, but Ruru dodged, leading to a playful scuffle on the bed. Yet, the little rabbit could not outrun the big bad wolf, and soon, Ruru was caught once more. "Still trying to escape? Next time, will you dare to run?" As he spoke, he held Ruru's foot, tickling her soul, causing her to squirm and burst into laughter, begging for mercy. "Ha ha. No more running. No more running. Ha. I, the young master, was wrong. Ha ha. Still calling me young master. Are you not learning your lesson?" Husband, I was wrong. Husband." Look at her, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Only then did Zhang Yu let her go. Ro weakly collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath as she attempted to regulate her breathing. Zhang Yu gazed at her curvaceous figure and playfully smacked her bottom, eliciting a few discontented hums from the girl. The two remained entangled until dinner time, at which point Ro reluctantly rose from Zhang Yu's embrace. "I must go prepare dinner." "What would you like to eat, husband?" "I want to eat you." Ro playfully slapped him. "No more teasing. I really need to make dinner, and there are others in the house. Then just make whatever. I am fine with anything." "All right." Although they descended the stairs together, they found Isha engrossed in a television show, who immediately leapt into Zhang Yu's arms upon seeing him. "Master." Zhang Yu affectionately patted her head. "Are you adjusting well here?" "Yes. Master's house is quite large. Indeed, there are many vacant rooms. You may choose one you like to stay in tonight." Isha tilted her little head. "Can I stay with Master?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you wish to share a room with me?" Isha nodded eagerly. Will you be obedient? I will definitely listen to master. Very well. If Isha is obedient, you shall stay in your own room tonight. Isha? Something seems off, but she couldn't articulate it, leaving her to scratch her head in confusion. When it was time for dinner, the family gathered around the table, but Yusin was absent. She had already been taken home. Zhang Yu popped a piece of meat into his mouth and inquired, Mom, where is Dad? Still at the company. He should be. He has been busy for quite some time. What is it? Does he need to run errands himself? The official side is preparing to take over Xingyuan. Zhang Yu looked up. No wonder, but aren't you one of the responsible parties as well? Don't you need to go? Due to my poor health a couple of years ago, all the work for Xingyuan was handed over to Xiaobai. Now I hold merely a nominal position and only need to show my face once the handover is complete. And Xiaobai? That lazy person actually willing to do 2 jobs alone. Lin Rui glanced at her son and replied, Your Aunt Xiaobai is not lazy. When she was young, her ambition surpassed her father's. Chapter 44. The bathroom virtuoso. Upon hearing this, the children at the table perked up, as they adored the gossip of the older generation. Is that true? Yet in my memory, I don't recall seeing Aunt Xiaobai working seriously. How old were you back then? Don't forget, Xiaobai is also one of the founders of Xingchen Company. She still holds 5% of the shares. Wasn't that a gift from you? Lin Rui blinked. Who told you that? Aunt Xiaobai. I remember when I was in high school, she mentioned that you and she had a good relationship, and you gifted her 5% of the shares. After hearing this, Lin Rui shook her head and chuckled. She was just joking with you. In the beginning, your father held the majority of the shares in Xingchen Company, followed by Xiaobai. It was only after the company stabilized that she transferred her shares to me, keeping only 5% for retirement. Zhang Meng, listening intently, was still perplexed. But why? As soon as it started making money, she quit. There is not always a reason. Your Aunt Xiaobai is living quite well now, enjoying herself every day. Everyone has their own vision of life. Lin Rui understood by Xiaoming very well. Knowing she had always been someone who cherished freedom, so she was not surprised by her decision. By the way, I've already spoken to Xiaobai. You should be able to see her tomorrow when you go to Xingyuan. Zhang Yu paused mid-bite and asked, What did you discuss with her? Who else would I talk to? Your father and Uncle Qin are busy with the official handover. They have no time to concern themselves with your matters. Isn't there also Grandpa Gu? Lin Rui shot him a look. Are you foolish? Grandpa Gu is the representative of the official side. Zhang Yu scratched his head, having genuinely forgotten when Xingyuan was established. There were 5 responsible parties: his parents, Aunt Xiaobai, Qin Yusin's father, Qin Dahai, and one Gu Tianming. This Gu Tianming was the grandfather he referred to, although he usually remained out of sight. Zhang Yu had forgotten he was one of the official representatives. Therefore, this so-called handover work ultimately lay in the hands of Xingyuan's internal management. It's not that simple. The 3 of them are merely the leads. It will likely take 2 months to complete everything. After hearing this, Zhang Yu shook his head. Forget it. I will focus on how to handle Aunt Xiaobai tomorrow. As he spoke, he reached for the last row of sweet and sour ribs in the dish. Only for Isha's chopsticks to intercept his. They both looked up simultaneously and then let go at the same time. You eat. Master, please eat. They even spoke in unison, causing Lin Rui to chuckle incessantly. Stop being polite. The last piece is for Mom. With that, Lin Rui transferred the final rib to her bowl. Zhang Yu, feeling a bit helpless, remarked, Mom, why are you still snatching food from the kids? While munching on the rib, Lin Rui replied, You're already 22. How are you still a child? Do you understand the importance of honoring your elders? I do, so this piece of meat is for you. Go away. You think I can't tell that Ginger? After dinner, Zhang Yu first called Lu Yuanqing, who should have arrived at the hotel by now. Hello, Lao Lu. Have you arrived? You called at the perfect time. I just reached the hotel with your sister Law. Is the hotel satisfactory? If not, we can switch. Lu Yuanqing sounded a bit flustered. Please don't. This place is already perfect. We'd feel bad if we made you spend more. Why be so polite? I still have things to attend to. Otherwise, I would go with you to see the traditional Chinese medicine doctor tomorrow. No need. Just focus on your matters. And besides, haven't you already arranged for someone? All right then, after your appointment, regardless of the outcome, let us enjoy a few more days in Kyoto. I'll treat you all. That's too generous. It's settled then. Take your sister-in-law out for a good time. Consider it a break. After finishing the call, he didn't give Lu Yuanqing a chance to refuse. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanqing's wife inquired, Was that Xiaoyu calling? Yes, he said he wanted to treat us to some fun in Kyoto. She sat beside her husband and smiled. I never expected that hiring that employee would lead to such a big deal. I didn't anticipate it either, from the moment I saw his demeanor and attire. I knew he was from a wealthy family, but I didn't realize he was this affluent. Meanwhile, the wealthy young master was in the bathroom, singing while taking a shower. 3 days and 3 nights. At the dead of night, Lin Rue passed by the bathroom and frowned, shouting, "What on earth are you screaming about? Can't you bathe quietly? Tisich, if you can't appreciate it, that's your loss." After finishing his shower and returning to his bedroom, he found Isha sitting on his bed, hugging a Xian. Zhang Yu laughed. "What brings you here?" "I came to play with Master." Zhang Yu flipped onto the bed. Smiling, "You can play with me, but you still can't sleep in my room tonight." Isha pouted. "If I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Master is so stingy." Pouting won't help. "Let us play a game." With that, he patted the bed, and Isha happily lay on his chest. If they couldn't sleep together, this close contact would suffice for now. Before long, little Isha had dozed off on her master's chest. Zhang Yu looked at the little girl with a mix of helplessness and affection, gently lifting her up. This little girl had inexplicably latched onto him and was rather clingy. However, aside from that, she was exceptionally well behaved. Judging by Isha's appearance, she seemed to be around 14 or 15 years old, but he wondered if the age of dark elves differed from that of humans. Perhaps he would ask another day. For now, he needed to return the little girl to her room for sleep. He placed Isha on the bed in the adjacent room, which was usually empty but quite clean, albeit a bit spacious. Zhang Ming knew Isha would be sleeping here and had thoughtfully brought many of her dolls to make the room feel more cozy. After laying Isha down and covering her with a blanket, Zhang Yu exited the room. He then called Lin Mian for a chat, and once the time felt right, he prepared to turn off the lights and rest. However, as he lay in bed, he felt as though something was missing. Oh right, Ro. They had slept together the previous night, so why were they inexplicably apart today? He then sent Ro a message. "Are you asleep?" He had already decided. If she didn't reply, it would be fine, but if she did, he would go and bring her back to warm the bed. After waiting a while, his phone buzzed. It was Ro's response. "Not yet." Zhang Yu immediately pushed open the door and headed to Ro's room. Knocking on her door. Chapter 45. Soon it will no longer be a misunderstanding. Hearing the knock, Ro, clad in her nightgown, opened the door and, upon seeing Zhang Yu, exclaimed, "Husband." Zhang Yu, with a stern expression, inquired, "Do you understand your mistake?" "Huh, did I make a mistake?" "Indeed, and it is quite a grave one." Ro, feeling somewhat guilty, timidly replied, "I truly did not know." "Very well, may I ask, who am I?" "You are my husband." "Then why do you not return to your husband's room to sleep?" Ro was aware that eventually, the inevitable would come to pass. It was her embarrassment, compounded by the box of items Lin Rue had given her earlier in the day, that had deterred her from entering Zhang Yu's room. Nevertheless, she felt the need to protest. "But this is my room." The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth curled upwards. "So you wish to argue, do you?" He had ample means to counter her. "Fine, I shall endure a little and come sleep in your room." "Huh? Wait a moment. Wait for what? Or is it that you simply do not wish to sleep with me, and thus claim to no longer love me by the next day? Truly, once one obtains something, they cease to cherish it. Ro hastily covered his mouth with her hand. "It is not like that. I will come over shortly. You go back to the room and wait for me." Zhang Yu chuckled, pointing to his face, and Ro tiptoed to leave a kiss upon it. "All right, I will return to my room and await your arrival." Once he departed, Ro rushed to her bedside table, opening the drawer to reveal a small box lying quietly within. After much hesitation, she drew a deep breath and finally resolved to act. After all, it belonged to her husband. A day sooner or later made little difference. Moments later, she embraced a pillow and made her way to Zhang Yu's room. Zhang Yu patted the bed, clearing space for her. "It is getting late. Let us rest. Tomorrow we must visit Aunt Xiaobai.mmm.as." Ro lay beside Zhang Yu, feeling the firm embrace of his arm around her waist. A wave of comfort washed over her. Yet her heart remained restless. Zhang Yu sensed her tension and, believing it to be shyness, remarked, "It is not our first time sleeping together. Why are you still so anxious? Am I? Your speech is stuttering." "What do you think?" Zhang Yu kissed Ro's cheek, gently assuring her, "Do not worry. I shall not tease you tonight. No touching your legs or tickling. Just a good night's sleep." "Huh." Ro was taken aback. What was the point of bringing that item if he intended to do nothing? What? Why the puzzled expression? In nothing. Realizing her misunderstanding, Ro quietly exhaled, and her hand began to slip beneath the pillow. However, Zhang Yu noticed and swiftly grasped her wrist, causing her to shiver and her heart to race uncontrollably. From the moment you entered, I noticed you holding something. Now you are trying to hide it beneath the pillow. Show your husband what delightful item you possess. In nothing. If Zhang Yu discovered she had brought that into his room, there would be no way to explain. I was just taking a look. I do not want yours. Truly, there is nothing. Then why are you hiding it? Ro was not adept at lying, and the more she concealed, the more Zhang Yu desired to uncover the mystery. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. Ro's grip was too tight, and he feared applying too much force might hurt her, so he refrained from brute strength. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu devised a plan. He ceased the struggle and gazed at Ro's profile. Softly calling, "Wife." Huh. Ro turned her head, only to be met with a passionate kiss that left her momentarily dazed as Zhang Yu's tongue breached her defenses, exploring fervently. She closed her eyes, responding earnestly. And her clenched fist gradually relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu's fingers slipped into her palm, swiftly retrieving the item she had been concealing. Ha. I have successfully taken it. Let me see what this is. Zhang Yu stared at the square object with a protruding circle in his hand, his mind momentarily blank. Ro, you. Husband, please listen. This is a misunderstanding. Zhang Yu nodded in confusion. All right, go on. I am listening. Ro took a moment to steady her breath, cooling her flushed cheeks with the back of her hand before explaining. This was given to me by my mother earlier today. My mother. She gave this to you. Yes, she said that in our youthful exuberance. It is wise to keep this just in case. Zhang Yu. Subsequently, Ro elaborated. It was because of what my mother said that I became anxious and felt embarrassed to sleep with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu understood. So, you brought this to my room because of that. Yes, and since my husband showed no intention of using it, I thought to hide it away. It truly is a misunderstanding. Zhang Yu gazed at the somewhat bashful Ro, her cool nightgown failing to conceal the allure of her youthful figure. Her long, slender legs, delicate feet, tiny waist, and the fullness of her bosom all appeared incredibly enticing in the charged atmosphere. He licked his lips, his gaze igniting with fervor. No worries. Soon it will no longer be a misunderstanding. Ro was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Before she could finish her thought, Zhang Yu, like a ravenous wolf, pounced upon her. In that moment, Ro realized that the item she had brought finally served its purpose. As dawn broke, Zhang Yu awoke, his body bare, turning to see Ro nestled in his embrace. Both were devoid of clothing, the soft sensation of their skin against each other prompting Zhang Yu to reminisce about the passionate entanglement of the previous night. He reached out to pinch her cheek, only stopping once he roused her from slumber. Husband, what time is it? 8:30. So late. I must get up to prepare breakfast. Ro instinctively sat up, but the soreness in her body compelled her to recline once more. It hurts. Zhang Yu chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. Just relax. Today I will make breakfast, but that is not right. Obey. I am your husband. It is my duty to care for you, especially since you worked so hard yesterday. The mention of last night caused Ro's cheeks to flush slightly. Very well. I will get up later. I will call you once breakfast is ready. With that, Zhang Yu dressed and got out of bed. Stretching lazily, alone in bed, Ro reflected on the previous night's intimacy, feeling a sense of delight. Was this not the advantage of being close at hand? Though she had hesitated slightly, she had nonetheless captured Zhang Yu's heart sooner than expected. And the thought made her happy. Chapter 46. A little egg to revitalize. After Lin Rue awoke and descended the stairs, she heard commotion in the kitchen. Assuming it was Ro, she approached and inquired. What delicious dish are you preparing? Zhang Yu turned, saying, Mom, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Why are you here? Is there an issue? Lin Rue scrutinized her son, a smile gradually gracing her features. No. I am simply surprised my son can cook now. Impressive. It's nothing remarkable. Go call Xiaoming and Isha to rise. Xiaoming has gone to school. What time did she leave? 8 o'clock. She went with Uxin. Both had taken leave from school. And now that Zhang Yu had returned, they resumed their studies. Although they were high school seniors, neither felt much pressure. Zhang Ming was academically strong and naturally confident, while Uxin had poor grades and had essentially given up. However, Uncle Qin did not place any demands on her grades, as she would surely find a school eventually. After preparing breakfast, Zhang Yu told Lin Rue, Mom, you eat first. I will go wake Ro and Isha. Off you go. Upon reaching the upper floor, he first knocked on Isha's door, softly calling, Isha, are you awake? From within came the sound of the little girl murmuring, I'm coming in. Zhang Yu opened the door to find little Isha sitting up in bed. her tousled golden hair in disarray. "Good morning, master. Good morning. Come downstairs for breakfast." Zhang Yu sat beside her, and Isha nodded, resting her head on his shoulder, saying, "I will get up now." He affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling, "Go brush your teeth first. I will call your sister Ro-Ro." When he entered his own bedroom, Ro-Ro was still lying in bed, the blanket pulled up to her chest, hinting at a glimpse of her figure. Zhang Yu approached and gently tapped her shoulder. "Time to rise, my dear Ro-Ro. Breakfast is ready." Ro-Ro slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Zhang Yu's face, and called, "Husband." "Yes, it is time to get up." "Are you still in pain?" "It's manageable, just a bit sore in my thighs." As Ro-Ro sat up, leaning against the pillow, the blanket slipped slightly, revealing her alluring curves, irresistibly drawing Zhang Yu's gaze. She was well aware of his appreciative stare, yet having crossed that threshold, she felt no need to hide. "Husband, would you help me get dressed?" "Help you get dressed?" "Yes, I feel so sore and do not wish to move." "Of course, no problem. It's all on my husband." With such a considerable benefit, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly not refuse, gently beginning to assist Ro-Ro in dressing. Naturally, he could not merely focus on dressing her. He took every opportunity to indulge himself. Had it not been for his concern for Ro-Ro, who had just experienced her first time yesterday and was yet to recover, he might have succumbed to his primal instincts once more. After the two descended the stairs, they found that Isha and Lin Rue had nearly finished their meal. Lin Rue glanced at them and inquired, "Why did it take you so long to come down?" Ro-Ro's cheeks flushed, while Zhang Yu, with a brazen demeanor, replied, "It was a bit difficult to get dressed." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and eat. It will get cold soon." The two took their seats at the dining table, where Lin Rue handed a peeled egg to Ro-Ro, saying, "Here, have an egg to replenish your strength." Ro-Ro was momentarily taken aback, noticing the teasing smile on Lin Rue's face. Her cheeks turned crimson as she accepted the egg, lowering her head to murmur, "Thank you, Mom." Lin Rue chuckled and finished the last spoonful of porridge in her bowl, remarking, "This breakfast pales in comparison to what Ro-Ro prepares." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. "Yet I didn't see you eat any less. You little rascal, how dare you speak to your mother like that? It was you who stuffed yourself and then criticized the cook." Lin Rue smirked. "What's wrong with a little criticism? If you have the guts, you can retaliate." Zhang Yu certainly lacked the courage to jest with his mother that a playful exchange was one thing, but he knew where the line was drawn. "After we finish eating, you should head straight to Xingyuan. Although there shouldn't be anything major, it's better to be cautious." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and asked, "If there's nothing major, does that mean there are minor issues?" Lin Rue replied with a smile, "There is a small matter, but I believe you can handle it. If not, your Aunt Xiaobai will assist you." "Forget it. I feel like Aunt Xiaobai will be the most challenging to deal with." Lin Rue merely took this as a jest. After their meal, Zhang Yu grabbed the car keys, preparing to set off. Both Ro-Ro and Isha expressed a desire to accompany him, but upon noticing Ro-Ro's slightly awkward gait, Zhang Yu insisted she rest at home. Isha, however, was delighted to join him in the car, allowing Aunt Xiaobai to catch a glimpse of this little sprite. The young girl settled into the passenger seat, visibly excited. "Let us go. I'll take you to broaden your horizons." As Zhang Yu drove, he contemplated what to say when he met Aunt Xiaobai. First, he needed to return the pendant, and then well, that could wait until they arrived. An hour later, he brought Isha to the headquarters of Xingchen Company in Kyoto, the Xingchen Science and Technology Park. Isha curiously gazed out the car window at the towering office buildings, her eyes wide with wonder. "What do you think? Is it impressive here?" Is this also the owner's home?" "It belongs to Xingchen Company. This park spans over 300,000 square meters and cost 50 billion to construct." Isha counted on her fingers, then exclaimed in shock, "That's an immense amount of money." "Indeed. So don't complain about the food you eat. Your owner can certainly afford it. Hee. The owner is the best." Following the route etched in his memory, Zhang Yu parked the car and took Isha's hand as they walked towards an office building. He recalled that the headquarters of Xingchen was on the 13th floor. After exiting the elevator, he began searching for Aunt Xiaobai's office. The entire 13th floor felt rather desolate, as there were no Xingchen employees present. The entire floor was leased to Xingyuan. This should be it. Zhang Yu approached a door and knocked gently. "Is anyone there? Come in." A familiar female voice echoed, causing Zhang Yu to feel an involuntary surge of nervousness. After taking a moment to steady his breath, he finally pushed the door open. "Oh my, whose little handsome boy is this? Are you lost? Where are you headed? Tell your sister, and she will take you there." Inside the room, Bai Xiaoming was dressed in an elegant professional outfit, seated at her desk with her legs crossed, gazing at Zhang Yu with a playful smile. "Ahem. And Xiaobai, it's been a while. Who are you? So rude, calling me Annie right off the bat." Zhang Yu scratched his head. fully expecting this reaction. Aunt Xiaobai, it's me, Xiaoyu. Could you please stop joking with me? Bai Xiaoming's lips curled into a smile. Oh, Xiaoyu. As she spoke, she sauntered towards Zhang Yu in her high heels, each step echoing in the room. Zhang Yu felt a mix of apprehension and tension, instinctively tightening his grip on Yisha's hand. Yisha sensed her master's unease, but understood that this strikingly beautiful woman was his aunt, and thus posed no threat. Finally, Bai Xiaoming stood before Zhang Yu, leaning closer to his face. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, prompting Zhang Yu to instinctively recoil. What are you hiding from, you little rascal? You're standing too close. Close, Bai Xiaoming teased, inching even closer until their noses nearly touched. Zhang Yu swallowed hard, taking a step back before quickly removing the pendant from around his neck. Aunt Xiaobai, this is what you lent me before. It has time to return it. Bai Xiaoming regarded the pendant in his hand and shook her head. This pendant is indeed a fine piece, but I don't want it. Then what do you want? What do you think your sister desires? I believe that with Aunt Xiaobai's capabilities, you can obtain anything you wish. Is that so? Do you truly believe that? Of course. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoming stepped forward, linking her arm with Zhang Yu's and playfully inquiring. Then can your sister also obtain a handsome young man to alleviate her loneliness? As she spoke, she intentionally brushed her chest against Zhang Yu's arm. The soft sensation made Zhang Yu wary of any inappropriate thoughts. Reminding himself that she was indeed his aunt, she could joke, but he dared not engage further in her playful banter. Aunt Xiaobai, let us discuss serious matters first. What serious matters? My mom must have already informed you. But your aunt wants to hear it from you directly. The shifting of titles from aunt to sister left Isha feeling somewhat bewildered. However, she sensed that this woman's appearance made sister a more fitting title. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, attempting to free his arm, and stated, I came here to. I won't listen. You shouldn't say. Zhang Yu, didn't you just want me to say it out loud? Bai Xiaoming feigned innocence. But you haven't kissed, and there are no mouths involved, so you can't say. Isha blinked, puzzled by the exchange. Zhang Yu quickly interjected, Aunt Xiaobai, please don't speak recklessly. There is a child present. After saying this, he found himself gasping for breath, realizing that saying it out loud was merely a euphemism for 3 verbs. This is not a car for kindergarten. Bai Xiaoming then noticed the blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl beside them. Oh, I'm sorry. My attention was solely on you and I didn't notice. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoming bent slightly, ruffling Isha's hair and smiling warmly. You must be Isha, right? Yes, hello, and still Bai. Such good manners. Come here. I have some treats for you. Isha looked towards Zhang Yu, remembering her owner's warning not to accept food from strangers. Only when Zhang Yu nodded did Isha follow Bai Xiaoming to the table. Bai Xiaoming retrieved a variety of snacks from the cabinet. Here, these are all for you. Take your time enjoying them. Thank you. And Bai. At this moment, Bai Xiaoming radiated the warmth of a kind elder. A stark contrast to the playful demeanor she had just displayed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu stepped forward and asked, And Bai, I'm here regarding the Xing Yuan matter. I was dismissed 2 years ago. It is about time for me to return. I senti it. Bai Xiaoming lounged in her chair, resting her elegantly clad leg on the table, and lazily questioned, Was it I who dismissed you? No, then why are you seeking me? It seems we still aren't on the same page. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, approaching Bai Xiaoming from behind and gently massaging her shoulders. Aunt Xiaobai, consider it a humble request for me. It has been 2 years since we last met. You can't possibly refuse such a small favor, can you? Bai Xiaoming squinted playfully. That could be considered, but my feet are a bit sore from wearing high heels all day. Understood. I'll take care of it. Zhang Yu realized that she responded well to this approach. Knowing Bai Xiaoming's temperament, he understood that charming her would likely lead to a more fruitful conversation. He pulled over a chair, sat down, and placed Bai Xiaoming's feet on his lap, gently massaging them. Is the pressure all right? You can apply a bit more force. After nearly half an hour, Bai Xiaoming declared. All right, no more massaging. Zhang Yu immediately ceased, yet Bai Xiaoming kept her feet resting on his lap and asked, Xiaoyu, do you think my feet are beautiful? Beautiful. Aunt Xiaobai is the most stunning of all. After saying this, Zhang Yu silently murmured in his heart, Xiaomian, I am truly sorry. Circumstances compel me, but you will understand, won't you? Coincidentally, Bai Xiaoming suddenly inquired. So, compared to and Lin Mian, is Aunt still the most beautiful? A torrent of exasperation surged within Zhang Yu. It had been an hour since he entered, during which he had only endeavored to please Bai Xiaoming, while she had not once mentioned any serious matters. And now she posed such a life-threatening question, which was rather vexing. Isha, come here. Isha, who was munching on snacks, immediately set them aside upon hearing her master's call and approached. No more playing, we are going home. He was somewhat irritated. If he couldn't provoke her, couldn't he at least avoid her? Bai Xiaoming was taken aback. Hey, why are you in such a rush? Don't leave. I'm sorry. Aunt Xiaobai, but I no longer wish to play with you. Let us meet again next time. I'll return the pendant. Bai Xiaoming was somewhat astonished. Wait, didn't you have business to discuss with me? If you don't want to handle it, then what am I still doing here? I might as well go home and keep my mother company. I never said I wouldn't help you. It was merely joking. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. It's been an hour since I arrived, and I haven't even had a sip of water. Although you are my elder, this is rather bullying. Isn't it? Oh dear, don't be angry. And just has he seen you in a long time and wanted to play. Please sit. I will fetch you some water right away. No need, after I return home. I'll tell my mother that Aunt Xiaobai not only kept silent on serious matters, but also demanded that I massage her feet and teased me. My mother has never asked me to massage her feet. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoming finally panicked. If Lin Rui discovered how she was making her son serve her, she would surely scold her severely. In her haste, she didn't even bother putting on her shoes and rushed to embrace Zhang Yu's arm. No. And apologizes. I beg you, please don't tell your mother. All right. Chapter 48. What are you pretending for? Zhang Yu glanced at Bai Xiaoming. This little aunt of his feared nothing in the world, yet she was genuinely afraid of his close friend. Thus, her current fear was real, and her apology was sincere. Let go. We should not be too familiar in such a manner. I can let go. Can you not leave? You let go first. Reluctantly, Bai Xiaoming released her grip. Humph. After 2 years away, the only thing you learned was to complain, right? Zhang Yu bent down to place her high heels in front of her. The floor is quite cold. You should wear your shoes. After putting on her shoes, she muttered, at least you have some conscience. If you insult me again, I will indeed leave. All right. I won't mention it anymore. It was indeed more fun when we were younger. Growing up has made you less charming. Hee. Shall we address the matter at hand first? What's the rush? Didn't you want some water? Bai Xiaoming, stepping in her high heels, approached the water dispenser and filled a cup of warm water. Placing it in front of Zhang Yu. I don't have any tea leaves here, so just drink plain water for now. All right, thank you. And Xiaobai. Zhang Yu drank the water in one gulp and then inquired. So, what must I do to restore my identity as Xing Yuan? Bai Xiaoming bit her lip, opened her drawer, and took out a new badge. Here, this will reinstate your membership. What's with the Your previous badge information has been rendered void. I've created a new one for you. Isn't that enough? Is it really that simple? What else do you expect? Should I hold an induction ceremony for you? Zhang Yu took a deep breath and asked. So, was your earlier teasing just to amuse yourself? Is that not permissible? You've just met me on your first day. Bai Xiaoming snorted. Who knew you would be so sensitive, wanting to complain? Isn't at your own issue. Ro and Lin Mian are my girlfriends, yet you insist on comparing them. Humph. Zhang Yu chose to ignore her, took a look at the badge, and remarked, a silver badge. I didn't expect to be promoted. Look again more carefully, shall we? Bai Xiaoming chuckled softly. Leaving Zhang Yu puzzled, he scrutinized the badge once more and realized it was not silver. Platinum? You do possess some discernment. Wait, how could it be platinum? Am I worthy of it? Bai Xiaoming retorted. Are you not worthy? I recall that a platinum badge requires a psychic value of over 15,000, right? You've slain so many monsters over the past 2 years. That should suffice, no? Zhang Yu shook his head. I don't know. I haven't measured it myself. Bai Xiaoming pondered and said, give me your hand. I'll do a quick test. Thus, Zhang Yu extended his hand. And Bai Xiaoming grasped it, both now in a sort of arm wrestling position. Focus your psychic energy against mine. Hold steady. Be gentle. The exchange of psychic energy was the simplest and most straightforward method to estimate one's psychic value. Two exorcists would oppose each other's psychic energy, thus gauging the disparity between their powers. Bai Xiaoming had recently measured her own psychic value at 32,000, placing her among the elite of exorcists. Therefore, she was confident that determining Zhang Yu's psychic value would be a walk in the park. Ready? Let us go. Upon hearing his reply, Bai Xiaoming's lips curled into a slight smirk. This little rascal dared to threaten her with his mother. Let us see how she would teach him a lesson. Her eyes shimmered with blue light, and a powerful psychic force surged from her palm, solidly striking Zhang Yu's hand. However, Zhang Yu merely blinked, seemingly unaffected. Bai Xiaoming frowned. Why are you not reacting? What kind of reaction am I supposed to have? Does your hand not hurt? It doesn't hurt. It's just a bit itchy. Keep going. I can handle it. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Bai Xiaoming gritted her teeth. What was this little brat pretending for? Let's see how Aunt teaches you a lesson. Thus, for the second round, she increased her psychic output from 10% to 30% and struck Zhang Yu's palm again. This time, their joined hands trembled slightly. Yet Zhang Yu's expression remained calm. Again, for the third round, she used 50% of her psychic energy, and Zhang Yu still held his ground. This surprised Bai Xiaoming, with half of her psychic energy exceeding 15,000. How could Zhang Yu appear so at ease? Is that still manageable? Not much sensation. Bai Xiaoming stomped her foot in frustration. Was this brat doing this on purpose? What was he trying to prove? Determined, she unleashed 80% of her psychic energy, vowing to numb his hand. Once more, blue light flickered in her eyes, and a torrent of psychic energy surged forth. Zhang Yu sensed her seriousness and began to summon his own psychic force. Bang! This time, the collision produced a resounding thud from their palms. Bai Xiaoming's eyes widened in shock. It felt as though her psychic energy had struck a solid iron wall rather than Zhang Yu's hand, sending a tingling sensation through her own palm. Damn, she had thought this little rascal was merely posturing, but it turned out he truly possessed formidable strength, surpassing even her own. Frustrated, she forcefully slammed Zhang Yu's hand against the table. Zhang Yu winced in pain. What was that for? Why the sneak attack? I'll do as I please. What business is it of yours? Observing her indignant expression, Zhang Yu found it utterly baffling. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea, and older women are even more so. So, does my current psychic energy surpass 15,000? Just barely. Bai Xiaoming spoke with a hint of uncertainty. She could only feel that Zhang Yu's psychic energy was higher than hers, but by how much, she could not tell. Thus, Zhang Yu picked up the badge, took Yisha's hand, and declared, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, there is something else. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, if it's to accompany you for a meal, then I must decline. TCH, you little rascal really don't want to spend time with me. Do you? It's because you keep joking around with me, and it's all in decent humor. Bai Xiaoming huffed. This time it's business. Come with me. With that, she strode out in her high heels, with Zhang Yu and Yisha trailing behind. Where are we going? 2 years ago, you were expelled, and your mother was injured. The entire Exorcist community was aware of this at the time. Now that you've suddenly returned, not only reinstated your identity but also obtained a platinum badge, many people are naturally displeased. Why should they be displeased? That is a platinum badge. How old are you this year, among your peers? The most outstanding is Ro Ro, who only recently achieved a gold badge, while others are several years older than you, so they are understandably resentful. Zhang Yu sighed upon hearing this. Is being too excellent a fault? Bai Xiaoming laughed. I know you're exceptional, your parents know you're exceptional, but the younger generation in Xingyuan does not. Moreover, since your father is the president of Xingchen Corporation, many believe you've merely leveraged connections to become the crown prince. Chapter 49. A meeting room filled to capacity. Zhang Yu felt utterly innocent. Can this really be blamed on me? Am I at fault for having such capable parents? It is an inevitable aspect of human nature. Thus, one must establish authority in their presence. As long as you can win their hearts and minds, naturally, no one will voice any objections. Why should we concern ourselves with their opinions? Let them speak. It will not affect me in any way. Zhang Yu has always been indifferent to external perceptions, caring only for himself and those close to him. Upon hearing his words, Bai Xiaoming paused, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and said, You do make a valid point. I share your sentiment. Why bother with others? As long as we find joy in ourselves, that suffices. However, your parents may not see it that way. My parents? He queried. Yes, you are aware that Xingyuan is preparing to be taken over by the officials, correct? Indeed, my father has been preoccupied with that matter for quite some time. Exactly. But what your parents have not mentioned to you is their intention to entrust the management of Xingyuan to you. What? To me. Zhang Yu's face was a picture of astonishment. Throughout his upbringing, Lin Rue and Zhang Jun had always adopted a liberal approach to parenting, never imposing strictures or compelling him to undertake tasks he found unpalatable. The sudden revelation that they wished for him to assume control of Xingyuan took him completely by surprise. Bai Xiaoming explained, Once Xingyuan is under official management, and you take over, you will have a solid foundation to rely on for any future endeavors. What your parents desire to provide you with is a secure future. After absorbing this information, Zhang Yu inhaled deeply. I understand. That's good to hear. Additionally, your father believes that given your abilities, you will undoubtedly surpass him in the future. While being a wealthy young master sounds appealing, it is ultimately a waste of potential. Don't you agree? Observing the earnestness in Bai Xiaoming's demeanor, Zhang Yu nodded gravely, saying, Aunt Staobai, If you continue to speak to me so seriously, I shall no longer avoid you. In the next moment, Bai Xiaoming wrapped her arms around his. But alas, this is simply how I am. What can be done? Zhang Yu silently withdrew his arm, regretting his previous words. Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform you of something. What is it? For those who wish to meet you, I told them to come at 9 in the morning. Zhang Yu was taken aback. But it is already 11, exactly. So they have been waiting for you for 2 hours, and I imagine they are quite irate. Wait, are you doing this on purpose? Knowing they were waiting, you still delayed me for over an hour. Bai Xiaoming made a playful face and sashayed into the elevator. Zhang Yu, irked, had no choice but to follow her. The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, where a medium-sized conference room could accommodate over 200 people. As Zhang Yu followed Bai Xiaoming into the meeting room, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Zhang Yu felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him and surveyed the room. Finding every seat occupied, he leaned closer to Bai Xiaoming and whispered, "Why are there so many people? Originally, there were only a few dozen, but once the news spread, all the exorcists from across Kyoto came to witness the spectacle." At a loss for words, Bai Xiaoming brought Zhang Yu to the front of the conference room, stating, "Thank you all for your patience. We welcome you to Zhang Yu's reinstatement ceremony." Zhang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment. What reinstatement ceremony? Just moments ago, it was claimed there would be none, and now he found himself thrust into the spotlight. While Bai Xiaoming spoke, the audience remained relatively quiet, as regardless of the organization. All exorcists utilized tools developed by her. Thus, Bai Xiaoming held a significant position within the exorcist community. After thorough deliberation among the higher-ups of Xingyuan, we have decided to restore Zhang Yu's identity while also awarding him a platinum badge. The announcement elicited a murmur of astonishment from the audience. The platinum badge was second only to the diamond badge. Only the 5 heads of Xingyuan possessed the diamond badge, while the platinum badge was typically reserved for regional representatives, of which there were only 6 in total. Zhang Yu's would be the 7th. Please allow Zhang Yu to say a few words, Bai Xiaoming added, winking at him. Zhang Yu sighed, realizing he could not escape this. He handed ISA to Bai Xiaoming, saying, "Play with Aunt Xiaobai for a bit. I will join you shortly." "Okay, good luck, master." Zhang Yu stepped onto the stage, observing the cold stares from the audience, and chuckled. "It seems you all have more to say than I do. Please, feel free to speak." No sooner had he finished speaking than a young man called out, "We were told to arrive at 9, yet here we are waiting until 11. You owe us an explanation." Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and replied, "This is my fault, and I apologize to all of you." He bowed deeply to the crowd, momentarily stunning them. Was this truly Zhang Yu? Bai Xiaoming's eyes sparkled at this display. It seemed he had matured considerably over the past 2 years. In the past, while Zhang Yu rarely caused trouble, he had a rather flamboyant personality. Such a proactive apology had never been witnessed in Kyoto before. As if an apology suffices. What about the time we have all wasted? Zhang Yu turned to the speaker. "Your name is Wang Lei, correct? I remember you from high school. We attended the same school." "Yes, it's rare for Zhang Sha to remember me." "Well, as far as I know, the invitations for this reinstatement ceremony were limited to only a few dozen people, and your name was not on the list. Therefore, it is your own choice to spend your time here. And how can you claim that I wasted your time?" Wang Lei was at a loss for words. He had indeed not been invited. But he had forgotten that many others were not invited either. They were all simply here for the spectacle. In truth, Zhang Yu was unaware of whether Wang Lei had received an invitation, as Bai Xiaoming had not shared the guest list with him. He was merely bluffing, yet it had turned out to be accurate. Having addressed this matter, Zhang Yu overlooked Wang Lei and asked, "Does anyone else have questions?" "I have a question." Another young man spoke up. Zhang Yu recognized him as well, having previously pursued Uxin, but clearly to no avail. Since that incident, this fellow had harbored some animosity towards him. Though Zhang Yu had forgotten his name. "Please go ahead. The platinum badge requires a psychic energy value of at least 15,000, yet you are only 22 years old this year. I suspect your psychic energy does not meet the standard." Just as Zhang Yu was about to respond, Bai Xiaoming interjected. "Zhang Yu's psychic energy has already been tested and is fully qualified." Upon hearing Bai Xiaoming speak, the young man hesitated but eventually asked, "Ms. Bai, while you are one of the heads of Xingyuan, you cannot simply vouch for Zhang Yu without evidence." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoming furrowed her brow. "Are you doubting me?" "I certainly did not mean that." Noticing Bai Xiaoming's expression, the young man felt a twinge of fear. He truly did not want to offend her. "Aunt Xiaobai, it's all right." Zhang Yu quickly interjected. "At this point, I feel it would be best to conduct a live test. Otherwise, others will remain unconvinced." Bai Xiaoming rubbed her forehead. wondering if there was a possibility she simply did not want Zhang Yu to be tested, based on their previous clash of psychic energies. She knew Zhang Yu's psychic energy was significantly higher than hers, yet she had informed him that he barely qualified. If this were to be exposed, it would certainly be embarrassing. "And Staubai," Zhang Yu called again. Noticing her silence, all right, let's test it. Bring over the machine." Although she was reluctant to have the truth revealed, Bai Xiaoming recognized that a test was necessary in this situation. A few individuals wheeled over a machine, which was quite simple to operate. One merely had to place their hand on it and input their psychic energy to see the corresponding value. "Zhang Xiao, please proceed." Zhang Yu glanced at the young man again, wondering what his name was. "All right, I would appreciate everyone serving as witnesses." With that, he placed his hand on the machine, and blue light flickered in his eyes as the display began to rise rapidly. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. In the blink of an eye, it reached 10,000. This psychic energy value already surpassed that of 80% of those present. The young man grew anxious as he watched the numbers climb so swiftly. It was unexpected that Zhang Yu, at just 22 years of age, could achieve such a rapid increase. However, as the display climbed to 13,000, the pace suddenly slowed, shifting from thousands to single digits. Bai Xiaoming furrowed her brow. Her judgment should not have been mistaken, so why was there a sudden slowdown? Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was puzzled for entirely different reasons. He wondered if the machine was malfunctioning. And Staubai had said he barely qualified, yet he had reached 13,000 without feeling any pressure whatsoever. Indeed, the slow increase was due to Zhang Yu deliberately moderating his psychic energy input as he contemplated. "Oh well, whatever. This is a good opportunity to see just how high my psychic energy truly is." After stabilizing his mind, the azure light in Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly intensified, and his mental energy surged forth, causing the numbers on the display screen to skyrocket. In an instant, it broke past 15,000, then climbed to 20,000, 30,000. The entire conference room erupted in gasps of astonishment, and the young man was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Yet it was not over. Zhang Yu continued to channel his mental power, reaching 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. Ultimately, the screen settled on the number 86974. Zhang Yu gazed at this figure, perplexed, and turned to Bai Xiaoming, asking, "So why were you deceiving me just now? You really can't compete with me." Covering her face, Bai Xiaoming avoided Zhang Yu's gaze, utterly embarrassed. No way. Is there something wrong with this machine? 80,000 plus mental power value. There can't be anyone in the country with such a high score, right? Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaoming approached Zhang Yu, placing her hand on the machine, and the display numbers began to change once more, finally halting at 32496. The machine is functioning correctly. Anyone who doubts it can try for themselves. Zhang Yu's mental power value is indeed legitimate. Subsequently, a few others stepped up to test the machine, confirming its accuracy, and they quietly returned to their seats. Zhang Yu waved the platinum badge in his hand, addressing the young man who had initially spoken. So, do I now qualify to receive this badge?" The nameless youth remained silent. Zhang Yu pressed on. "Does anyone else have questions?" The room fell silent, still engulfed in the shock brought on by the astonishing mental power value. If no one has anything to say, then I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone." Zhang Yu took hold of Isha's hand and swiftly exited the conference room, with Bai Xiaoming closely following behind. "Xiaoyu and Staubai, do you need something?" Bai Xiaoming hugged his arm tightly. "Come have lunch with me." "Is that negotiable?" "Absolutely not." Soon, Bai Xiaoming led Zhang Yu and Isha to the cafeteria of the Starry Technology Park. Were eating at the cafeteria? "Huh, not keen on it." "Not really. It's just that I haven't dined here in ages. I used to come here often as a child to enjoy free meals." Bai Xiaoming chuckled. "Come on, Andy is treating. Order whatever you wish, and Isha, don't hold back either." "All right." Although referred to as a cafeteria, it resembled a large buffet more than anything else. After retrieving their meals, the trio found a quiet spot to sit. Isha's plate was overflowing, and without hesitation, she began to eat heartily. Zhang Yu offered her a tissue to wipe the soup from the corner of her mouth. "Slow down. No one is competing with you. Eating too quickly isn't good for your stomach." Bai Xiaoming popped a piece of vegetable into her mouth and inquired, "Xiaoyu, what is the story behind your mental power value?" "It must be from the monsters I defeated. I used all the soul energy I gained during my first year to enhance my mental power, but I never anticipated the results would be so remarkable. No wonder. Currently, in our country, exorcists primarily rely on spinning tops for gradual training. What you're doing is akin to cheating. Unintentionally, if I could, I would prefer not to have such an advantage." Bai Xiaoming, understanding his implication, sighed. "I just wonder how those few insufferable men would react upon learning this." They might very well appoint you as the head of Xingyuan. That seems unlikely, despite my high mental power. I am still quite young and lack the capability to manage such a large organization. You can learn as you go. Have you never heard of learning by doing? No. I haven't by Xiaoming set down her chopsticks, gently scratching Zhang Yu's hand with her slender fingers, playfully saying, then come home with Annie tonight, and I can teach you what it means to learn by doing. Zhang Yu evaded her touch. How inappropriate. I've told you not to joke like that. Who is joking? Annie is serious. If you keep this up, I'll tell my mom. Bai Xiaoming shot him a flirtatious glance. Go ahead. I'll remind you that we have a childhood betrothal. Arranged by your mother. What on earth? A childhood betrothal. Do you understand? Zhang Yu pointed at Bai Xiaoming, then at himself. Us? Betrothed? Yes. Stop joking around, will you? You're 2 generations older than me. Is there even a betrothal with such a significant age gap? Let us put it another way, a child bride. That fits a bit better. Chapter 51. Child bride. Meanwhile, at home, Ro had prepared lunch and was waiting for Zhang Yu to return. Lin Rui approached with a smile. Stop waiting. Shall you probably want to be back for lunch? Let us eat first. It's just a job reinstatement. Does it require such a long time? Not for long, but your Aunt Stelbai will likely keep him occupied. Though it won't be too excessive, Xiao Yu will definitely be back for dinner. Mentioning Aunt Stelbai made Ro curious. Mom, why does Aunt Stelbai like the young master so much? Lin Rui glanced at her and teasingly asked, What, are you feeling jealous? Not at all. Just concerned, and Aunt Stelbai keeps saying she wants to marry the young master. Speaking of this, Lin Rui sighed. Actually, this is partly my fault. Huh. The mother and daughter sat together, and Lin Rui began to recount the origins of the matter. I met your Aunt Stelbai in college, and we remained close friends after graduation. However, shortly after graduating, I got married and had Xiao Yu when I was 25. Ro nodded. I know all this, but what does it have to do with Aunt Stelbai? Your Aunt Stelbai and I are good friends. But unlike me, I've become a mother while she remained single. When Xiao Yu was just a few months old, she came to visit me. That day, while playing with Xiao Yu, she suddenly asked me if she would remain single forever since she couldn't find a partner. And then, Lin Rui chuckled bitterly. Then I jokingly said, no worries, if you can't find anyone, just wait until Xiao Yu grows up and let him marry you. Ro looked utterly confused. Huh? Oh, it was just a casual joke. How could I have anticipated that over 20 years later, she would still be single? That makes sense. On the other side, Zhang Yu was equally bewildered. Bai Xiaoming observed his expression and said with a smile, Annie did not deceive you. If you don't believe me, you can ask your mother. It's not about deception, it's merely a joke. Well, once said, words cannot be taken back, and it was your mother who first brought it up, suggesting that you be given to me as a husband. I didn't force her. Zhang Yu fell silent, realizing that there are indeed moments when one simply does not wish to speak. However, Bai Xiaoming was not ready to let him off the hook. Noticing his silence, she shook his hand. Husband, say something. Hey, stop with the nonsense. We're at the company. Zhang Yu nervously glanced around, relieved that there were no employees nearby. Bai Xiaoming chuckled. If it's not acceptable here, then it must be fine at home, right? Not anywhere. TCH, coward, and you don't want a wife who comes to your door. I already have a wife. I don't need another. Just then, Zhang Yu's phone on the table rang. It was a video from Lin Mian. The message read, This is the dance video I plan to post today. Here is an exclusive preview for you. Bai Xiaoming leaned in. Who is it? My wife. Is it still Ro or Lin Mian? Let me see. In no way. If you don't show me, I'll just have to call you husband. Zhang Yu sighed. Fine, you win. Here, Bai Xiaoming watched the video featuring a sweet and adorable girl and exclaimed, Wow, she is so beautiful. After taking a sip of soup, she continued, She is coming to work at Starry Company after graduation. Right? Yes. A wealthy heir and a fresh graduate entering society. How enviable. Why didn't I have a billionaire's son to date when I graduated from college? Zhang Yu texted back Lin Mian while chatting with Bai Xiaoming. Aunt Stelbai. If you want a date, it's not difficult, is it? Bai Xiaoming rested her chin on her hand. I'm getting older and don't want to invest too much effort into dating. I just want to find someone to live a stable life with. You don't seem very stable at all. Believe it or not. As they conversed, Isha had finished her meal and tugged at Zhang Yu's sleeve. What is it? Your master, want more to eat. Today? Aunt Stelbai is treating, so go ask her. Bai Xiaoming stood up. Let us go. You can eat as much as you want. While saying this, she reached out to pat Isha's belly. You little one. How come your stomach isn't bulging after eating so much? Is this how elves are? Yes, we simply love to eat. After Isha had her fill, Zhang Yu turned to Bai Xiaoming. Aunt Stelbai. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Heartless, you eat your fill, and then leave without even spending time with Annie. Ruru is still at home waiting for me. All right, let us hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you. That's wonderful. What did you say? Nothing. Goodbye, and by. Zhang Yu swiftly picked up Isha and dashed out in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaoming watched his retreating figure, stroked her chin in contemplation, and then picked up her phone to dial a number. Old Gu, Sha Yu's mental power value. Isha was placed in the passenger seat, looking bewildered as Zhang Yu secured her in with a seatbelt. We heading home now. Isha tugged at her seatbelt and turned to ask, Master, why don't you let Bai be your wife? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Isha blinked her sapphire-like eyes and replied, I just think Bai is really nice, and she likes you a lot. Zhang Yu pinched the little girl's cheek and inquired, Did I bribe you with some food? Not exactly, I'm just curious. Doesn't Master like Bai? Zhang Yu explained. It's not that I don't like her, it's just that liking someone can take many forms. For instance, I like Ruru and Lin Mian. But I also like my mom. However, those two kinds of affection are quite different. Do you understand? Not really. Zhang Yu patted her head. That's all right. You'll understand in the future. Observing the little girl's somewhat confused expression, Zhang Yu realized her mental maturity was not particularly advanced, so he asked, Isha, how old are you this year? If calculated by human standards, I should be 16 years old. 16. That seems a bit slow in development. In response, Isha puffed out her cheeks. I stopped growing 2 years ago. I don't know why.its fine. Height doesn't define anything. Besides, you're quite adorable as you are. Yet, her appetite seemed disproportionate to her size. And based on his observations, Isha's trips to the restroom were quite normal, indicating that she was indeed absorbing her food. However, he couldn't help but wonder where all the nutrients were going. Perhaps this was simply a peculiar trait of elves. Chapter 52. The personal secretary. Upon arriving home, as soon as the door opened, Ruru rushed to greet him. Darling, you're back. Come here for a hug. Lin Rue, witnessing the two at the doorway being overly affectionate, interjected, You too. Could you please step inside before getting all lovey-dovey? Mom, I'm not saying it's you, but at times like this, you should really head back inside. This is my home. I'll be wherever I please. All right. You sit there. We'll head upstairs. All right. Wait a moment. Come here first. Mom needs to talk to you. Zhang Yu obediently pulled Ruru to sit beside Lin Rue. As a sleek black cat gracefully leaped into his lap, incessantly licking his chin, Zhang Yu reached out to scratch Xian's belly, quickly coaxing the cat into a comfortable position in his arms. What is it? Aunt Bai told me your mental power value exceeds 80,000. Yes, that's true. Upon hearing this figure, Ruru was equally astonished. After all, she had already achieved a high mental power value among her peers. Having just crossed the 10,000 mark. Don't look at me like that. I've hunted many monsters over the past 2 years. The soul power, apart from what I've given to Mom, I've used for myself, which is why it's so high. Lin Rue nodded. In that case, it's a blessing in disguise. Oh, Mom, don't say that. You've suffered for 2 years because of this. I'd rather not have this blessing if it means you were healthy. Humph, you little rascal. Though Lin Rue scolded him, warmth filled her heart as she saw how considerate her son had become. It all felt worthwhile, but this is good. Once you take over Xing Yuan, it will make things much easier. At least no one will be able to undermine you. Speaking of which, Zhang Yu inquired, Mom, such a significant matter. And you and Dad didn't inform me beforehand? You have no idea how many people were waiting to see me make a fool of myself today. I know my son's capabilities. How could I let others watch you embarrass yourself? She patted Zhang Yu's arm and continued, You've always been very opinionated since childhood. Your parents have never arranged anything for you, not even enrolling you in tutoring classes. This time is an exception. After all, you're our child, and your parents have some selfish motives, hoping to ensure your future is a bit more secure once Xing Yuan is taken over by the authorities. It will be the best choice. She then added, however, Mom won't force you if you don't wish to. No one can compel you, not even your grandpa Gu. Zhang Yu grasped Lin Rue's hand. It's fine. I never said I didn't want to. Xing Yuan is quite good, just a bit sudden. Besides, I'm not a child anymore. I need to have a proper job and can't let you and Dad support me for life. Lin Rue squeezed Zhang Yu's hand. If possible, we would truly want to support you for a lifetime. That won't do. At the very least, I need to earn the money to marry my wife. After saying this, he wrapped his arm around Ruru's shoulder. Right, dear? Ruru's face flushed. Don't say that in front of Mom. Lin Rue chuckled. What's wrong with that? We're family. Why be shy? So, shall we head upstairs? Go on, Zhang Yu, cradling the cat, ascended the stairs with Ruru and Isha, and the three settled on the sofa on the second floor, either watching television or playing on their phones. Isha and Ruru sat on either side of Zhang Yu, leaning against him, while Xian lay across his chest, effectively becoming a human-shaped pillow. Darling, if you're to take over Xing Yuan, you should be quite busy in the future, right? Busy is certain, but I'll have to wait until my dad's side wraps up first. At the very least, I'll definitely have to meet some people. Will it be very arduous? It's certainly not as comfortable as lying down now, but the hardship will be temporary. Once the initial rush is over, it should become quite relaxed. After all, the domestic situation is quite stable. The Exorcist organization is essential but rarely utilized, so there won't be an overwhelming amount of work. Zhang Yu stroked Ruru's smooth chin and asked, "What's this? Starting to feel concerned already? A bit, considering you used to do nothing. Isn't that so? You spoiled me. I had everything handed to me, and I nearly became useless because of you." Ruru pouted. "It's not that exaggerated. I just took care of the young master a bit." Zhang Yu smiled silently. During his time at home, Ruru would even meticulously select the socks he wore each day. Thus, when he first lived alone in Yunqing, everything felt off. It was only after those 2 years that he realized cooking was quite troublesome, mopping the floor was exhausting, and washing dishes was utterly annoying. It was only by doing these things himself that he understood just how well Ruru had taken care of him at home. But you don't need to worry too much. You'll also need to help me out when the time comes, right? Me? Can I help? Of course. Don't forget you also possess a golden badge. I'll definitely need a secretary or something. And you would be just perfect for the role. After saying this, Zhang Yu emphasized, "A personal secretary, mind you." Ruru lightly punched him, aware of what it meant. Darling just loves to bully people. Don't forget there's also Xiaomian. She can't escape either. You two can take turns. Ruru chose not to say more, resting her face against Zhang Yu's chest, where she could hear his strong heartbeat, which brought her great comfort. By the way, since things have wrapped up here, shouldn't you go find Lin Mian? Not quite yet. After all, 80,000 in mental power value is still a bit exaggerated. I suspect Grandpa you will want to see me tomorrow. Zhang Yu played with Ruru's delicate fingers and said, "When that happens, you should come with me. Can I go? Is that appropriate? Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Besides, my dad and Uncle Qin will definitely be there. They'll surely want me to drink. Having you around would make them a bit more restrained." Upon hearing this, Ruru immediately nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you, darling." Isha turned as well. "Master, can I go too?" "What do you want to go for?" I don't want to be apart from you." "Speak the truth." The little elf poked her fingers together and quietly said, "Whenever I go out with Master, there's always delicious food." Ruru and Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. This greedy little girl. "Fine, we'll take you along then." Isha was well behaved. During meals, she mostly just ate and wouldn't disturb the adults' conversation, so bringing her along wouldn't be a problem. Grandpa Gu wouldn't fuss too much over such matters with the younger generation. Chapter 53. The dialogues of the little elf upstairs. The three of them, one person, one cat, and one elf, spent a harmonious afternoon until Ruru went downstairs to prepare dinner. At that moment, Zhang Yu received a call from Lu Yuanqing. "Hello, old Lu, how is it going?" Lu Yuanqing's voice was somewhat excited. "Xiaoyu, I truly can't thank you enough this time. So, does this mean there's a chance?" The venerable old Chinese medicine practitioner remarked that your sister-in-law's condition is not overly troublesome. And given her relatively young age, with proper care over the next 2 months, there is indeed a significant opportunity for improvement. Congratulations are in order in advance. When good news arrives, you must be sure to share it with me. That is certainly a promise. Also, do refrain from provoking your sister-in-law's temper. Avoid your previous habit of retreating to the bar whenever an argument ensues. I understand. Enough with the nagging. Zhang Yu chuckled. Then suddenly inquired, "Did you just say my sister-in-law isn't that old?" "Indeed, she is merely 34 this year, thus not classified as a high-risk expectant mother. That cannot be right. If I recall correctly, you are already 41. So confess, did you engage in any unlawful activities during your youth?" Lu Yuanqing laughed and retorted, "What nonsense. When I met your sister-in-law, she was already of age, and I am merely 7 years her senior." "That isn't outrageous, is it?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "Old Lu, let me rephrase that. When you were in university, your sister-in-law was still in elementary school. That if you consider it that way. Doesn't it sound rather scandalous?" Lu Yuanqing. "Well, it does seem that way. Enough of this. You little rascal, conversing with you only incites my irritation. Goodbye. Ha ha ha. You all enjoy your time in Kyoto for a couple of days. I shall not intrude further. Farewell." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu descended the stairs, just as Zhang Ming returned from school. Gigi, your beloved younger sister is back. Get lost. Oh. Zhang Ming dropped her backpack and headed straight for the kitchen. Sister-in-law, what delicious dish have you prepared today? Ro smiled and replied, we have your favorite cola chicken wings. Yay. Sister-in-law is the best, far more useful than my brother. Lin Rui gazed at the lively children with a benevolent expression. Indeed, a bustling home is far more delightful. That evening, after several days away from home, Zhang Jin unexpectedly returned. Upon seeing him, Lin Rui promptly approached, expressing her concern. Why didn't you inform us of your return? Have you eaten? I've already had a meal. I didn't initially plan on coming back. Where is Xiaoyu? Upstairs. I can guess he only returned because of him. I'll go call him. Zhang Jin chuckled. I had no choice but to return. That boy has been making quite the ruckus. Humph. Enjoy your little secret. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, who had just lain down, was called out by Lin Rui, but he soon returned. Once back in bed, Ro curiously asked, what's the matter? Nothing much. My dad is back and told me to join him and Grandpa Gu, as well as Uncle Chin, for dinner tomorrow, just as I suspected during the day. Dad is back, so I'll go greet him. She attempted to rise but was pulled back by Zhang Yu. He specifically asked us to rest. If you go down, he'll likely scold me for not caring for my wife. Just sleep. Upon hearing that her husband might face reprimand, Ro instantly complied and nestled beside Zhang Yu. Did I turn off the lights? Wait a moment, darling. Ro stealthily retrieved a small, square bag. Zhang Yu blinked in surprise. Aren't you still in pain? It stopped hurting during lunch. Shall we try again? Observing her eager little eyes, Zhang Yu's lips curled up. It was time to fulfill his masculine duty. In the latter half of the night, everyone in the household was sound asleep, except for Isha, who suddenly sat up in bed. However, upon doing so, her eyes remained closed, resembling a sleepwalker. Wake up, Isha. It was only when a voice resonated in her mind that Isha groggily opened her eyes. Sister Xining. Isha gazed ahead as if conversing with someone, though she was alone in the room. I must say, have you been enjoying yourself a bit too much these past few days, forgetting about me? And no, still denying it. Remember what you said initially? I brought you to the human world to help me find my belongings. I know, but how am I supposed to search? Your master seems to hold considerable influence in the human world. He should be able to assist. Isha scratched her head. But how do I ask my master for help? Should I tell him about your situation? Absolutely not. You must never reveal that. Why not? Are you foolish? He is an exorcist. If he discovers a wandering soul like me, I would be banished back to hell. Isha furrowed her brow and replied, I feel my master wouldn't do that. The next moment, her right hand shot up and pinched her own face. Ouch, 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 Sister Xining. You truly lack any sense of caution. Once the voice finished, it released its hold over Isha, who rubbed her face and asked, so what should I do? I have a plan. You must find an opportunity to have private contact with him, preferably while he is asleep. Masters usually sleep with Ro's sister. It's hard to have him alone when he is asleep. Then you must come up with a strategy. I can't wait much longer. All right, I'll do my best. After saying this, Isha pitifully asked, can I go to sleep now? Sleep, sleep. Just don't forget about my matters. The following noon, Zhang Yu drove, with Ro and Isha seated in the back, preparing to dine with Grandpa Gu and the others. As expected, Zhang Yu was not surprised to find that the three older men intended to drink. And of course, he could not escape that fate either. Fortunately, with Ro by his side, whenever he took a sip, she would look at him with concern, remaining silent and not dissuading him. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that made the three older gentlemen feel somewhat embarrassed to urge Zhang Yu to drink more. After all, Ro had grown up before their eyes, always obedient and endearing. Seeing that if they pressed Zhang Yu to drink more, Ro might shed tears, they felt hesitant to insist further. Ensuring they conveyed everything needed to Zhang Yu before allowing them to leave after the meal. With Zhang Yu having drunk, he entrusted the driving duties to Ro, sitting in the passenger seat. Smiling, thanks to you, my wife, I managed to avoid getting completely drunk. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, husband. What about Isha? Have you eaten enough? You don't seem to have eaten much today. Isha nodded. I'm full. I had snacks before leaving, so I'm not very hungry. Chapter 54. Isha's decision. Isha finished speaking and secretly glanced at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu didn't think much of it. After all, children sometimes prefer snacks over meals, a behavior he himself exhibited during his childhood. Darling, is everything regarding Xing Yuan settled now? Yes, for the next 2 months, I want to be needed. When are you going to Yunqing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu looked at Ro and teased. Are you so eager for me to leave? No, I'm just worried that Xiaomian will be unhappy if she waits too long. Ha ha ha. I understand. Then I'll leave tomorrow. Little Isha's eyes brightened. Where is my master going? If Zhang Yu departs, wouldn't he that provide a splendid opportunity for her to interact with him alone? I'm going to Yunqing to find your sister Lin Mian. You stay at home, and let Ro and your mother keep you company. Can I go? The little sprite's eyes were filled with disappointment. Without her, what would happen to Sister Xining? Perceiving her distress, Zhang Yu quickly reassured her. It's all right, Isha. There are still plenty of delicious treats at home. If you want to go out, Ro can take you along. I will return, but I just want to be with my master. It is genuinely inconvenient to take you this time. When I come back, I promise to take you out to play, all right? Isha lowered her head, remaining silent. Ro began to comfort her as well. Isha, be a good girl. Don't let your master worry. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you when we return. Ultimately, the little sprite relented, saying, well, okay, master, come back soon. I will, my dear, upon arriving home. Isha said nothing and directly ran back to her room. Lin Rui observed this and inquired, what's wrong with that child? She usually greets me. Zhang Yu sighed. I'm heading to Yunqing tomorrow and told her I wouldn't take her. She's a bit upset. I see. You should go comfort her later. Understood. I will go shortly. After Isha returned to her room, she locked the door and quietly called out, Sister Xining, are you there? I'm here. I heard everything from earlier. I am sorry. My master doesn't wish to take me along, and I can't force it. I understand. This isn't your fault, but there are still other avenues. What avenues? Your master is leaving. And Ro is alone. Find an excuse to sleep with her tomorrow. I can then possess her, making things much easier afterwards. After hearing this, Isha felt that it was indeed a feasible plan and would simplify matters considerably. At that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Isabel, it's me, came the voice of Zhang Yu. Isabel instructed Xining to hide and walked over to open the door. Zhang Yu stood with his hands behind his back. Smiling, still upset with the master. No, not at all. Please come in, master. No rush. Look what I've brought for you. Zhang Yu produced a slice of cake from behind him, and Isabel's eyes sparkled with delight. Is it cake? Do you wish to eat it? Yes. Then if you eat it, you mustn't be angry with the master anymore. I won't be angry. In truth, Isabel had never been angry. She was merely anxious about Xining's situation. And Zhang Yu had completely misunderstood her feelings. He handed the cake to Isabel and gently ruffled her hair. Isabel used a fork to cut a piece of cake and offered it to Zhang Yu's mouth. Master takes the first bite. Thank you. As he watched Isabel joyfully savoring the cake, memories flooded back to when he first brought her home. At that time, she had been dirty and starving for a long while, yet she still broke a piece of bread into two halves, keeping the larger portion for herself, an act of kindness that was almost too much to bear. Isabel, how did you live before coming to the human world? Well, we elves are quite skilled at farming. But in the demon realm, there are only a few types of crops we can grow, so we spend our days laboring in the fields just to fill our bellies. It seemed that the lives of the dark elves were not particularly pleasant either. No wonder they sought a powerful master. So why did you come to the human world? Isabel pursed her lips and replied, that day, I was feeling playful and wandered out of the elven territory, and suddenly found myself here. I don't really know why. Then I met the master. Seeing that she was still quite unclear about it, Zhang Yu chuckled and said, it's all right, since I am your master now. You can live here forever. The master is the best. As she spoke, Isabel suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Zhang Yu's cheek, leaving him smeared with cream. Zhang Yu wiped his face and playfully asked, where did you learn that? From Sister Ruru. She always kisses the master. Can I do that? Kissing on the cheek is fine, but lips are off limits. Understood? Understood. After Zhang Yu left, Isabel looked at the remaining cake, her brow furrowing in contemplation. The master treated her so well, yet she was still hiding the matter of Sister Xining from high. Having a healthy husband is both a blessing and a delightful source of concern. Zhang Yu playfully pulled her down onto a chair, smiling as he said, wife, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage. Ro shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, no, no, no. How can I let my husband do that for me? TSK, are you treating yourself like a maid again? I am your husband now. It is my duty to take care of you. You really ought to correct those industrious habits of yours. Who has such a habit? You do. Now sit down. The two reclined together, chatting and laughing until it was time for Zhang Yu to board his flight. Feeling somewhat reluctant to part, Ro kissed him gently and said, you need to go now. Zhang Yu sighed. I despise this feeling of having to separate right after we've just gotten close. First it was Lin Mian, and now it's you. It's only for these 2 months. Once Xiaomian arrives in Kyoto, you can embrace both of us. How mischievous. Hee hee, hurry up, or you'll be late. Point one more kiss. Ro stood on her tiptoes, and they shared a kiss before Zhang Yu prepared to board. Take good care of Isha at home. Of course, don't worry, dear. Once aboard the plane, Zhang Yu first sent a message to Lin Mian, then switched his phone to airplane mode. Sitting in his seat, he rubbed his face. He had truly grown fond of the tender warmth Ro provided over the past few days. It felt somewhat unfair to Lin Mian, and he concluded it was better to bring her back to Kyoto sooner rather than later. After 3 hours of aimless thoughts, he finally arrived safely in Yinqing. Exiting the airport, he immediately spotted Lin Mian waiting for him amidst the crowd. Chapter 56, Officer Zhang Yu. Upon seeing him, Lin Mian ran towards him and jumped into his arms. Zhang Yu caught her easily, and she planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Let us go eat." All right. Lin Mian summoned a car, and they settled into the back seat. Chatting intimately. Did you only bring one bag? Yes, everything I need is at the house here, so I didn't have to bring much. That makes sense. It saves on hotel costs. Lin Mian nestled against Zhang Yu's arm, comfortably leaning on his shoulder. How's your thesis coming along? I've already sent the first draft to my professor. If all goes well, it should be completed in about a month and a half. So quick. It's just an undergraduate thesis, essentially academic fluff. As long as I pass with my professor, that's all that matters. Zhang Yu chuckled and asked, are you being so blunt? Well, it's the truth. What about you? What have you been busy with in Kyoto? I can't tell you just yet. Why not? Zhang Yu discreetly pointed at the driver in the front seat, and Lin Mian instantly understood. It seemed to be something related to Xing Yuan, which indeed shouldn't be known by just anyone. They arrived at a restaurant in the city center, and Lin Mian took Zhang Yu's hand. Introducing, this restaurant is amazing. My roommates and I come here often. Have you been here before? No. I work night shifts at a bar, so most places were already closed by the time I finished. Right. Well, let us go try it now. I promise you won't be disappointed. Once inside the restaurant, Lin Mian handed the menu to Zhang Yu, who ordered a few of his favorites. Lin Mian added a couple more dishes and requested 2 servings of rice. When the first dish arrived, Zhang Yu eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Watching him devour his food, Lin Mian poured some juice into his cup. Why do you look like you're starving? Slow down. Don't choke. Zhang Yu swallowed his mouthful and replied, I got up late this morning. I skipped breakfast to catch my flight, only to discover at the airport that my flight was delayed by an hour. And there were no in-flight meals. I was indeed quite hungry. Plus, I had a workout session with Ro this morning. No wonder. So, how is the food? Is it to your liking? Zhang Yu nodded vigorously and continued to feast. Seeing him enjoy his meal, Lin Mian laughed and ate alongside him. Zhang Yu, slightly puzzled, asked, why do you keep looking at me and smiling? It's nothing. I just feel you're a bit different. What's different about eating? Lin Mian explained. My 2 roommates who were in relationships said that when they went out for their first date with their boyfriends, they were quite reserved and ate small bites. Which is completely different from you. Zhang Yu picked up another piece of meat and said, I think there's no need to be reserved in front of someone you like. Of course. I might just have a thick skin. Or perhaps we're simply very familiar with each other. Familiar. We've only known each other for half a month, and Xiao Shui and the others feel we're moving too fast. From a time perspective, that's true, but from experience, it's quite different. You've slept in my bed, eaten at my home, and even... Hey, didn't we agree not to mention that? And we're in the middle of a meal. Why bring up toilets? All right, I want to mention it. Lin Mian clenched her small fist. It's not that I want to mention it. It's that there was never such a thing. Understand? Understood? Understood. Now let us eat. Put your fist down. Lin Mian huffed and resumed eating, then asked, can you tell me what you've been doing in Kyoto now? Zhang Yu smiled as he pulled out the platinum badge from Xing Yuan. Look at this. This is a platinum badge. Good eye. At first glance, I thought it was silver. Silver and platinum look quite similar, but upon closer inspection, the distinction is clear. But what's its purpose? Zhang Yu explained, it holds great significance. A platinum badge is second only to the leader's rank. You are still a mere black iron, and with this, I am your superior. Do you understand, officer? Lin Mian blinked and then saluted playfully. Understood, officer. Zhang Yu chuckled at her adorable demeanor and ruffled her hair. Let us focus on eating. As they continued to eat and chat, they unknowingly polished off the entire table of dishes. Zhang Yu rubbed his stomach and let out a satisfied belch. I am so full. Lin Mian appeared equally stuffed. Me too. It's been a while since I've eaten this much. Leaning against Zhang Yu's shoulder, she lazily asked, where do you want to go next? Let me think. Ideally, I'd like to do something to help digest, but without exhausting myself too much. I know. Let us go play claw machines. Claw machines. I went with my roommates once and didn't get a single toy after spending 200 tokens. That's because you didn't know how to play. I'll take you, and I guarantee you'll come back with a bag full of toys. Really? I promise. Then let us go. Lin Mian tugged at Zhang Yu, nearly pulling him off his chair. Slow down. Did you pay? I already paid. Let us go. They arrived at the arcade in the mall, where Lin Mian looked at the claw machines filled with various plush toys and said, "All right, show me how it's done." Zhang Yu smiled mysteriously and walked up to the counter. "Let us start with 1,000 tokens." Lin Mian gasped. "How many?" 1,000. "Yes, it takes 3 tokens for one play. So that's just over 300 plays. It'll be quick. Are you sure you want that many? It's not too much. Just follow my lead." After the sound of clinking coins, Zhang Yu and Lin Mian began their toy-catching adventure, holding their heavy bags of tokens. "Which one do you like?" Lin Mian surveyed the options and finally pointed. "That one, the strawberry bear." "All right, leave it to me." Zhang Yu approached the claw machine, inserted tokens, maneuvered the joystick, and quickly missed the toy. However, he remained unfazed, trying twice more without success. Lin Mian stood beside him and remarked, "Your skills are about the same as mine. It's not my fault. It's the machine." "Already blaming the machine, are we?" Zhang Yu pinched her nose playfully. "Just wait. You'll understand soon enough." He continued to feed the machine tokens, repeating the process until, on his 20-something attempt, he finally managed to grab the strawberry bear. Chapter 57. A Bountiful Harvest. Zhang Yu presented the strawberry bear to Lin Mian. "Here you go. See, I caught it, but you spent over 70 tokens for just one. I thought you could catch them effortlessly." It's not as easy as it sounds. Those who claim to catch one with every grab are usually deceiving. The parameters of the claw machines can be adjusted. The claws are quite loose at first, and only after dozens of attempts will they tighten enough to catch something. So the best strategy is to persist with one machine until you succeed before moving on to the next. Lin Mian puffed her cheeks. "I see. I always switched machines after a few tries and ended up with nothing." Zhang Yu divided the remaining tokens, giving her half. "Now you know. Let us see who can catch more." "Sure. What will happen if you lose?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, "If you lose, you must come home with me tonight. And what if you lose? Then I'll go home with you." "You little." Lin Mian kicked Zhang Yu's calf and then turned to continue her quest for toys, without confirming anything. Zhang Yu followed her with a smile as they both began to frantically insert coins into the claw machine. To put it plainly, there was no real skill involved. It was merely a matter of throwing money at it, much like drawing cards, except each attempt had a guaranteed outcome. As for those videos online showcasing perfect grabs, they were all just clever editing techniques. Following Zhang Yu's method, Lin Mian kept trying to grab the doll she fancied, continuing until she managed to secure one before moving on to the next. Ultimately, she discovered that on average, the machines would require around 40 attempts before yielding a successful grab. In other words, about 100 coins were needed to catch one doll, though luck sometimes favored the bold. For instance, if a machine had already been played extensively by others, she might snag a doll after just a few tries. Soon enough, they had exhausted 1,000 game coins, with Zhang Yu managing to catch 4 dolls and Lin Mian 5. "Haha, I won." Lin Mian exclaimed triumphantly, clutching a pile of toys. Zhang Yu glanced at the time and remarked, "It's only been an hour. How about we play a little longer? But we've run out of coins." "Wait a moment." Just as Lin Mian was about to finish her sentence, Zhang Yu had already gone to buy more coins, this time purchasing another 1,000. Buying so many again? Lin Mian questioned. "Not too many. The last 1,000 went quickly, didn't they?" She looked at the dolls piled in her arms. "But I've already caught quite a few, and I've got almost all the pretty ones. These are just the small ones. Look over there." He pointed toward a large claw machine, where the biggest doll was taller than a person. "That machine requires 10 coins per attempt. No worries. Since we're spending, let's go all in. I must bring that doll home today." Seeing the determination in Zhang Yu's eyes, Lin Mian pumped her fist in encouragement. "All right. I'll cheer you on." They approached the machine and embarked on a frenzied spending spree. If 1,000 coins weren't enough, they would buy another 1,000 until that colossal doll was finally caught. "Wow, wow, wow, you really got it. Xiao Yu, you're amazing." Lin Mian shouted excitedly, gripping Zhang Yu's shoulder. Zhang Yu smiled at her and asked, "What should you do now, Mua?" "Here's a rewarding kiss." The onlookers nearby were suddenly treated to an abundance of sweet moments. At that moment, a staff member approached, holding a large bag. "Sir, would you like help with that?" Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I've got it." Lin Mian playfully punched Zhang Yu before taking the bag from the staff member. "Thank you. We can handle it ourselves. Xiao Yu, take a photo of me first." "Sure." Hold the doll. As he spoke, Zhang Yu placed the largest doll on Lin Mian's back, stacking the smaller dolls on top of her, leaving only her face visible, and snapped a beautiful photo. Haha, once I post this picture, Chen Shui and the others will be so envious. The two exited the mall, and Lin Mian inquired, where to now? It's a bit inconvenient to carry these dolls. Let us drop them off first. How about your dorm? That works. I can show off to my roommate. All of these were caught by my boyfriend. They hailed a taxi, cramming the dolls into the trunk before settling into the back seat. Lin Mian leaned against Zhang Yu, holding his hand. Today was the most enjoyable claw machine experience I've ever had, though you ended up spending quite a bit. Zhang Yu squeezed her hand and smiled. I used a group buying deal. It wasn't that much. Even so, it still costs several hundred. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Didn't you treat me to lunch? Lunch was lunch, but dinner is on me. No arguments. All right, I'll follow your lead. After that, they fell into a comfortable silence, leaning against each other. Zhang Yu continued to play with Lin Mian's hand, marveling at its delicate softness, which was almost ethereal. He sometimes wondered if he had a hand fetish, as he treated Ro the same way at home. Stop for a moment. Let me check my phone. Lin Mian pulled her hand away to scroll through her social media. And as expected, that photo had garnered a lot of envy. Ro even liked it. Zhang Yu blinked. Oh, you say? Ro must be thinking about you now. Well, I miss her too. Lin Mian shot him a glare. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Just saying that I've been thinking about you at home as well. Humph, you fickle heartthrob. Zhang Yu chose not to argue, instead nuzzling Lin Mian's cheek with his chin. Lin Mian looked up into Zhang Yu's eyes and softly said, "Kiss me." The driver in the front seat caught sight of the sweet couple in the rearview mirror and sighed inwardly, thinking, they haven't even had dinner yet it feels so satisfying already. The car stopped at the school gate, and Lin Mian embraced the enormous doll while Zhang Yu carried 9 smaller ones as they walked toward her dormitory. How about I take the big one, and you take the small ones? It'll be easier. No way. These are trophies won by my boyfriend. I must carry them myself. Zhang Yu chuckled and asked, how will you get them upstairs? Does your dorm have an elevator? I've already called my roommates down. Once they help with the dolls, we can leave. Is that okay? No problem. I'll bring back some treats for them when I return. And I plan to share these dolls as well. As they spoke, they arrived at the dorm entrance, where Chen Shui, Jia Yuan, and Yuan were waiting. Sisters, quick, help me out. Chen Shui, holding the giant doll, exclaimed, wow, you two are quite the spectacle. Oh, it's all thanks to Xiao Yu. Lin Mian pulled Zhang Yu over and introduced him. These are Jia Yuan and Yuan. You know Chen Shui. Hello, I'm Zhang Yu. The two girls greeted him with smiles. All right, enough with the introductions. Just help me get the dolls upstairs. Pick whichever you like, but leave the biggest one for me. Ha, are you kicking us out already? Chen Shui laughed. Isn't that right? After all, a little separation makes the heart grow fonder, and you two have been away for a while. Lin Mian shot Chen Shui a look and narrowed her eyes at Jia Yuan and Yuan. When I come back, I'll bring you all some good snacks, including Chen Shui's share. Don't. Mian, I'm sorry. Too late. Xiao Yu, let us go. Lin Mian tugged on Zhang Yu, who hurriedly managed to say goodbye before being pulled away. As they exited the school gate, Lin Mian continued to grumble that Chen Shui, always trying to get under my skin. But it was nice to have a friend like that by her side. It really is fun, but it can also be annoying. Let's ignore her and continue having fun. They wandered outside for a long while, and after dinner, it was already past 8, and darkness had fallen. Should I walk you back to school? Lin Mian paused for a moment. Back to school? Where else? Where will you sleep tonight? Weren't you just saying earlier that you wanted me to come home with you? That was just a joke. I wasn't serious. Zhang Yu understood very well that Lin Mian was different from Ro. He had grown up under the same roof with Ro, and after breaking that barrier, it was only natural for their relationship to progress quickly. However, with Lin Mian, they had only known each other for a few days since starting to date, so he always respected her. The bet about taking her home was merely a jest. Lin Mian straightened her expression and asked, Zhang Yu, may I ask what our relationship is? We are lovers. Well then, as your girlfriend, after spending an entire day together, are you truly willing to just send me back? Say something. Clearing his throat, he admitted, while I wouldn't say I'm entirely willing, today marks our first date since confirming our relationship. Bringing you home for the night might not be appropriate, but you already brought me home once before. Right? Zhang Yu recalled that night and chuckled. Wasn't that you begging me to take you home? Lin Mian feigned sudden realization. Oh, I get it. So, you mean I must ask you to do it? That's not exactly what I meant. Gazing into Lin Mian's eyes, filled with laughter, Zhang Yu held her hand firmly and said, all right then, since you've offered, I want to be polite. Hee hee, let us go home. Lin Mian clasped Zhang Yu's arm, and as the latter hailed a cab with his phone, he remarked, "You are being rather forward. Are you not afraid that I might bully you once we return home?" "Will you indeed bully me?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "I might. Then I shall accept it. Impressive." Ha 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 ha. Lin Mian laughed triumphantly. Zhang Yu continued, "What if I say I want tea? Then there is truly no need for fear." At a loss for words, he added, "Having a girlfriend like you is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Hee hee. The car has arrived." The two made their way to the residential complex where Zhang Yu had previously resided. Unlocking the door with the key, upon seeing the familiar furnishings, Zhang Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. It had only been a few days since he left, yet it felt as though he had been away for an eternity. Fortunately, there was not much dust accumulated. He decided to tidy up the bedroom. "Shall I take a shower first?" "Sure. All the bathing essentials are in the bathroom." Lin Mian nodded, retrieving her sleepwear from her bag. Zhang Yu, puzzled, asked, "You brought sleepwear?" "I also packed my ID and charger." "So you were planning to spend the night out from the very beginning, were you?" You caught me." Zhang Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Are you so eager to stay?" Lin Mian smiled and asked, "Do you know why I am so at ease?" "Why? Because I can't have anything cold to drink these days." With that, she walked into the bathroom with her clothes, leaving Zhang Yu in a state of confusion. So that's why she was so forward. It turns out she had a relative to rely on. I thought, how could someone as clever as Lin Mian be so unguarded in this regard? Realizing he had been outwitted, Zhang Yu felt no resentment. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him. Sometimes, things that come too easily can feel unsettling, but now it felt much more comfortable. He chuckled and began tidying up the bedroom. Taking advantage of Lin Mian's shower time, he video called Roro for a brief chat. Roro said she didn't want to disturb him and Lin Mian, then ended the call. Just then, Lin Mian emerged from the bathroom dressed in her sleepwear, preparing to blow-dry her hair. Seeing this, Zhang Yu stepped forward and took the hairdryer from her. "Let me help you with that." "All right, if it gets too hot, just let me know." Lin Mian sat in front of the mirror, relishing Zhang Yu's attentive service, which was quite pleasant. He was gentle as he brushed her hair. "All done. Are you satisfied?" "Very satisfied." "Come here for a kiss." Zhang Yu laughed. "You've finished your routine, but I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Let us wait a bit." "All right then. I'll go warm up the bed for you." By the time Zhang Yu finished his shower, Lin Mian was already in bed, shifting over to make space. Zhang Yu pulled back the covers and sat beside her. Lin Mian wrapped her arms around Zhang Yu's neck and said, "Let me give you that kiss from earlier." After a moment of playful lip-locking, Lin Mian nestled in Zhang Yu's embrace and softly called out, "Xiao Yu, are you disappointed with how things went today?" "Disappointed? About what?" "Taking advantage of my period to come home with you. Don't you feel deceived?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "Not at all. In fact, I felt reassured after you mentioned it." "Why is that?" "Because I was afraid I might truly not be able to resist bullying you. We haven't been together long enough for that yet." "Is that really how you feel?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Lin Mian chuckled. Hee, then I can rest easy. You've already passed my mother's first test." Zhang Yu, puzzled, asked, "Andy?" "Yes, she knows I'm in a relationship now, and it was her idea." Chapter 59. Good Days. Hard days. After Lin Mian spoke, she grasped Zhang Yu's hand and added, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misled you." Zhang Yu tenderly patted her head. Her freshly washed hair felt marvelous. "What kind of deception is this?" "It was merely a jest. No need for an apology." Xiao Yu is truly wonderful. Don't rush to praise me. First, tell me when you informed Andy. I told my mom the very first day we confirmed our relationship." "But don't worry, I didn't mention anything about Roro," Zhang Yu replied. "Thank you." Lin Mian found his reaction amusing. "What kind of expression is that? Am I supposed to tell my mom I share a boyfriend with someone else?" "No, it's just that when I think of Andy, I feel a bit uncertain about how to face her. There is no need to be so afraid. I'll help you. And besides, you've already passed the first hurdle. The beginning is always the hardest, but we've had a good start. I hope. So by the way, is there a reward after passing?" Lin Mian raised an eyebrow. "I'm warming your bed for you." "Isn't that enough? That is something you offered yourself. How is that a reward?" "All right then. What do you want? After all, you cannot bully me right now." Zhang Yu grinned mischievously, but collecting some interest is still an option. Upon seeing his expression, Lin Mian widened her eyes. "You are not suggesting I help you with that, are you?" "Let me tell you what. I just want to see your legs. Where did your mind wander off to?" "Oh." Lin Mian blushed, realizing she had overthought it. She lifted the covers and glanced at her pajama pants, saying, however, "My pajamas are long. It might be a bit inconvenient to see them." Can I let you touch them for a bit? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Sure, that sounds fantastic. Lin Mian shifted beside him, resting her legs on Zhang Yu. Initially, his hands roamed over her smooth calves, but then he began to play with her delicate feet. Aren't we just touching legs? Why are you playing with my feet? It's all quite similar. A little play doesn't hurt. Humph, pervert. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mian ignored him, engrossed in her phone. Yet she did not withdraw her feet, allowing Zhang Yu to continue his playful exploration that as he indulged. He compared her feet to Ro-Ro's in his mind, concluding that both were exquisitely beautiful. But Ro-Ro was more compliant and chose her favorite socks. As for Lin Mian, he felt it was too soon to make such requests, perhaps in the future. Just then, he mischievously tickled the sole of Lin Mian's foot, causing her to retract it immediately. What was that for? Ahem, it was unintentional. I don't believe you. No more touching. It's time to sleep. With that, she switched off her phone, maneuvered around Zhang Yu to turn off the bedroom light, and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before snuggling into the covers. Zhang Yu, feeling helpless, realized he had lost his chance to play, and with the lights forcibly extinguished, he could only rest. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Ro-Ro was putting Isha to sleep. Isha, it's time for bed. The little sprite set down her tablet and looked at Ro-Ro, asking, Sister Ro-Ro, can I sleep with you? Ro-Ro smiled. Of course, come here. Hee. Isha happily took Ro-Ro's hand as they made their way to Zhang Yu's bedroom. Even though it had only been a few days, Ro-Ro had already grown accustomed to staying there. They lay down side by side, and Isha nestled against Ro-Ro. Ro-Ro gently patted her back, saying, I'm turning off the light now. The moment the light was turned off, Isha's pupils suddenly turned red before quickly fading. Ro-Ro felt her eyelids growing heavier, and soon she fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, a somewhat ethereal, translucent figure emerged from Isha's body, scrutinizing Ro-Ro with keen interest. I'll just borrow your body for a bit. With that, the figure slipped into Ro-Ro's forehead. The following morning, Zhang Yu awoke naturally to find Lin Mian staring at him wide-eyed. Oh my, you startled me. Hee. Perhaps you should remove your hand first? What hand? Zhang Yu instinctively moved his palm, suddenly feeling an extraordinary softness. Stop squeezing. Let go. Lin Mian's face flushed as she playfully punched Zhang Yu repeatedly. Only after being struck did Zhang Yu reluctantly withdraw his hand from her clothing. Ahem, let me clarify. This was not intentional. Hee. Your expression shows no hint of remorse, only nostalgia. Really. What do you think? You were quite well behaved before sleep, but once you dozed off, you began to grope my chest. You lecher. Zhang Yu scratched his head. It's just a habit. As soon as he spoke, his pupils dilated in horror. He had let something slip. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Lin Mian's gaze turned dangerous. Oh. It's a habit, is it? Who are you so accustomed to being with? When at home, which little girl were you sleeping with? Let me guess. It must be Sister Ro-Ro, right? No, let me explain. I won't listen. I just know that Sister Ro-Ro has liked you for so many years, and she is so gentle, always yielding to you. She is beautiful and has a great figure. You must have been living the good life with her. And now you're stuck with me. Enduring hardships, it must be quite an adjustment, right? Listening to the series of questions from Lin Mian, Zhang Yu quickly approached and embraced her shoulders, saying, What good days are hard days? There is nothing of the sort. It's all thanks to my wonderful wife. Everything is great. Lin Mian furrowed her brows and inquired, Wife? Zhang Yu was taken aback, realizing he had let something slip. Since they were already sharing a bed, calling her wife didn't seem excessive, did it? He attempted to salvage the situation, but Lin Mian was not easily deceived. No sweet talk. You've already called Ro-Ro sister that. Haven't you? Haha. If you want, we can address each other that way too. Lin Mian pushed his face away, saying, Absolutely not. You just want to hear me call you husband. With that, she escaped from Zhang Yu's embrace. Declaring, It's time to get up, Zhang Yu stretched lazily and climbed out of bed, asking, Do we have any plans for today? It seems like it's going to rain. Do we still have to go out? Staying in is fine. Lounging at home is quite comfortable. Great minds think alike. Zhang Yu reached the bathroom door and asked, Are you planning to return to school today? Lin Mian, brushing her teeth, shook her head. There is nothing to do at school, and it's more comfortable here than there. I want to stay a few more days. It won't delay your thesis, will it? No, just a few days, and I can write on my tablet just the same. All right then, let us venture out later. For what? To buy groceries. Upon hearing they were going out to buy groceries, Lin Mian asked, Are you going to cook at home? Of course, we have a perfectly good kitchen here. We can't eat out every day. That makes sense, but I don't think I've ever tasted your cooking. It was always Ro-Ro's sister who cooked before. Zhang Yu chuckled. I can't compare to Ro-Ro. But it should be edible. Lin Mian rinsed her mouth and remarked, "It feels like we're living together." Indeed. But could you step out for a moment? I need to use the bathroom. I haven't washed my face yet. Zhang Yu clutched his stomach. Just wait a moment. I'm in a bit of a hurry. After being ushered out of the bathroom, Lin Mian muttered under her breath, "I hope you clogged the toilet." Once both were ready, they linked arms and headed out. The weather was indeed overcast, with the threat of rain looming. "Xiaoyu, when did you learn to cook?" "I learned slowly while living alone 2 years ago." In the supermarket, pushing a shopping cart, they strolled past various green vegetables, chatting casually. "What do you feel like eating?" "I want meat." "All right, let us buy some bok choy for the return." I said I want meat. "Fine, let us grab a couple of eggplants too." Lin Mian playfully slapped Zhang Yu's arm. "Are you doing this on purpose?" "Ha, I heard you. We can't just eat meat. A balanced diet is essential." Zhang Yu purchased some vegetables, along with a piece of beef and several chicken wings. Enough for several meals for the two of them. Is this enough? Shall we check out? Wait, let us grab some brown sugar. You're in a special time these days. I'll make you some water to drink. Lin Mian felt a warmth in her heart but retorted, "I don't want brown sugar water. I want milk tea." "All right, let us buy some tea leaves to brew with the brown sugar. Can it be done that way?" Lin Mian merely intended to act a little spoiled. A typical boyfriend would probably agree. But instead, Zhang Yu suggested brewing it himself. Of course, let us get the tea leaves. Upon arriving at the corresponding shelf, Zhang Yu perused the array of tea leaves for quite a while before selecting a box. Lin Mian glanced at the price and quickly grabbed his hand. "Isn't this way too expensive? Do you really need 4-digit tea leaves just to brew milk tea?" "No worries, it can also be used for tea eggs." "It won't go to waste." Lin Mian. "Tea eggs? That seems quite wasteful." Zhang Yu chuckled. "Today, I'll cover the bill, so you don't have to worry about the money. Just because your family is wealthy doesn't mean it came easy. Saving a bit is never a bad idea. It's fine. Just consider it as if it came easily." After they finished shopping and exited the supermarket, it had begun to rain outside. They took a taxi to the entrance of their complex, where Lin Mian pulled out a folding umbrella from her bag. "Good thing I brought an umbrella. Let us hurry home. I want milk tea right now." "All right, I'll go brew it for you." Zhang Yu entered the kitchen, taking out a small pot for boiling milk, while Lin Mian watched from the side. It's actually quite simple. Watch. He spoke as he worked, and soon the fragrant aroma of the milk mingled with the tea leaves filled the air. "It smells amazing." Finally, Zhang Yu added a piece of brown sugar, and once it dissolved completely, the brown sugar milk tea was ready. "Here, be careful. It's hot." Thank you." Lin Mian cradled the cup and returned to the bedroom, while Zhang Yu tidied up the kitchen before following her. Outside, the rain continued to fall, with droplets rhythmically tapping against the window, creating a crackling sound. They snuggled under the covers, watching a variety show together on the tablet. Observing Lin Mian engrossed in the show, Zhang Yu's hand stealthily slipped beneath the hem of her clothing. Lin Mian, not pleased, swatted him. "Behave yourself. If I've never touched you before. Look at you. I want to disturb you. I was just watching you sleep. Don't take advantage of me." "Fine, I want to touch. Just give me a kiss." Lin Mian was always willing to kiss. She lifted her chin to offer him a kiss, and it continued until she was breathless, at which point Zhang Yu finally released her. As she gasped for air, she pushed away Zhang Yu's hand resting on her chest. "Your hand is really. I'll hit you." Zhang Yu feigned innocence, not knowing how it had happened that my hands just happened to be on you. "It wasn't intentional. How could I control that?" "Exactly. Who told you to be so handsome? Always tempting me. Go away, sweet talker." After some playful banter, Zhang Yu settled down, quietly holding Lin Mian as they watched the show. Suddenly, Lin Mian asked, "Xiaoyu, what does your family do?" "My mom is quite curious about that." "Didn't we agree to wait until you're in Kyoto to tell you?" "Why wait until then?" Zhang Yu smiled. "You can take a guess. I want to guess. If you want to say, then say it. You're so clever. You'll figure it out in no time." Lin Mian squeezed his hand. "I have some guesses, but I'm not too sure. Tell me how you guessed." "Your family is in Kyoto and quite wealthy. And since I'm going to work at Xingshan in 2 months, you insist on waiting until then. I guess your family must be high-level executives at Xingshan." Zhang Yu laughed. "No wonder I say you're intelligent. Did I guess correctly?" 80% right, but there's still a bit missing. Here's a hint. My surname is Zhang." Lin Mian frowned and tentatively asked, "Zhang, Zhangzhen, and you?" "He is my dad." Lin Mian abruptly sprang from his embrace, startling Zhang Yu. "What's wrong? Is it that shocking?" No, wait, don't move." Zhang Yu walked over and pulled her back into his arms. "It doesn't matter what I am. All you need to know is that you're my girlfriend." Lin Mian was still somewhat dazed, I had considered this possibility. I even checked the news, but there wasn't any information about President Zhang's family situation online. It seemed too outrageous. That was intentional. Because of Xing Yuan, I, along with Xiaoming and Roro, have never appeared in public, so you wouldn't find our information online. Why are you silent now? It just feels so unreal. Zhang Yu patted her shoulder. There is no need for that. Don't think of me as President Zhang's son. I'm just Zhang Yu. My dad's company has nothing to do with me. I just happen to be a bit fortunate. Lin Mian took a deep breath and said, earlier in the supermarket, I mentioned your family's wealth didn't come easily. Now that I think about it, the money made by Xingchen is much faster than that. Zhang Yu did not deny this. In truth, he was even clear on the company's current revenue, but his father being a billionaire certainly implied some strength. Lin Mian gazed deeply at Zhang Yu, then delivered several playful punches to him. Zhang Yu looked hurt. Why are you suddenly hitting me? Who told you to keep this from me? How am I supposed to explain this to my mom now? Is it that difficult? You see, a top-tier rich second generation like you really doesn't understand the thoughts of us ordinary folks. Zhang Yu pinched her cheek. How can I not understand? Just 2 years ago, I was also working to support myself. That was just an experience. It doesn't count. Are you looking for a fight? Oh, the rich second generation is hitting people. Being wealthy is impressive. Huh? Zhang Yu was both amused and exasperated, feeling as though he had lost his grip on the situation with her. If you keep this up, I want to be cooking for you at noon, he warned. Instantly, Lin Mian fell silent, returning to Zhang Yu's embrace, and chuckled. Hey, I was just joking. Joking is fine, but you must understand, Xiaomian. Our relationship is purely based on mutual affection. It has nothing to do with my family background. I do not wish for you to alter your attitude or perceptions of me because of that. Observing Zhang Yu's earnest expression, Lin Mian wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. I know all that. You are my Xiao Yu, and that is sufficient. Indeed, after a moment, Lin Mian added with a smile, you need not feel pressured. Although my mother has always taught me to be an independent woman of the new era, I am still a simple person who dreams of finding a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend to indulge me in a blissful life. Is that truly how you feel? Of course. Besides, you treat me so well. Your family background is merely a bonus and will not directly affect our relationship. Do you understand? I understand. That is for the best. With the only secret between them now laid bare, Zhang Yu felt a significant sense of relief, as if the distance between him and Lin Mian had diminished. It is 11:30. Shouldn't we start preparing lunch? Yes, I'll go now. Lin Mian chimed in, just so I can sample the culinary skills of the esteemed Zhang. I doubt many have had the privilege. Believe it or not, there have been very few who have tasted my cooking, Zhang Yu replied. Lin Mian laughed. Just to be clear, if your cooking is terrible, I want to lie about it to spare your feelings. Where is your conscience? Let me feel it. As he spoke, Zhang Yu reached out towards Lin Mian, who playfully swatted his hand away, declaring, get away, you big pervert, or I might just bite you. However, when Lin Mian finally tasted the food, she did not hold back on praising Zhang Yu's culinary skills, as it was indeed quite delectable and suited her palate. After finishing their meal, Lin Mian volunteered to wash the dishes. But Zhang Yu firmly declined, saying, you need not bother. I shall handle it. Look at you. It's evident you've never done housework. You might end up breaking the plates. I am not that incompetent. You know, I'm determined to wash these dishes today. 5 minutes later, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen, prompting Zhang Yu to rush to the door to assess the situation. Lin Mian looked helplessly at the shards of broken plate scattered across the floor, her eyes wide with remorse. I'm sorry. I'm such a klutz. You didn't hurt yourself, did you? No, then that's good. You should step outside. I'll clean this up. Lin Mian knocked on the table. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhang Yu chuckled. I know. I didn't expect it to happen so coincidentally. Leave it to me. After tidying up the kitchen, Zhang Yu shook his head, bemused by the misfortune of the girl. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Lin Mian seated at his desk, engrossed in her tablet, reviewing a thesis. Are you working on your thesis? Yes, my teacher just sent me the revision suggestions, since it's raining outside and I can't go out to play. I might as well make some changes now. You can continue with your activities without worrying about me. All right. Not wishing to disturb her focus, Zhang Yu reclined on his bed, donning headphones to play a game. The sound of rain persisted outside, creating a cozy atmosphere at home. Yet, Zhang Yu felt an inexplicable restlessness, the reason for which eluded him. Lin Mian sat at the desk for 2 hours before finally closing her tablet and stretching luxuriously. Finished, almost out as she spoke, Lin Mian dove into Zhang Yu's embrace. At that moment, a hug was the most comforting thing. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder outside startled Lin Mian. That thunder is terrifying. Seizing the opportunity, she nestled closer into Zhang Yu's arms, and he gently patted her back, his gaze fixed on the window. Lin Mian, puzzled by his demeanor, inquired, "Xiao Yu, what are you looking at? Did you not notice?" That thunder seemed rather unusual. Lin Mian pondered for a moment before replying, "You're right. Typically, one sees lightning before thunder, but there was none just now." Zhang Yu approached the window, observing the torrential rain outside. His brow furrowed. "Xiao Mian, check the real-time weather report." Lin Mian pulled out her phone, which displayed light rain. Her confusion evident. "It says light rain. That doesn't seem right. That my phone shows light rain too. Something is off about this storm." Feeling a hint of trepidation, Lin Mian moved closer and grasped Zhang Yu's arm. "What if there is some sort of monster involved? That's a possibility. I've been feeling restless since this afternoon. But don't worry, I'm here with you." With that, Zhang Yu gazed intently at the large raindrops cascading down, a blue light shimmering in his eyes. "I intend to find out who is causing this ruckus." Half a minute later, the luminescence faded. Lin Mian asked, "What did you see?" "This rain is indeed problematic. Come take a look." "Me? I'm still a novice. Can I?" "Of course. I'll assist you." Zhang Yu positioned her at the window, placing his hands upon her temples to help her channel her mental energy. "Hey, I see it. There's black mist within those raindrops." "Exactly. It's clear something is amiss, and we can trace the source along this dark energy." With that, Zhang Yu donned his coat. "Xiao Mian, let us go investigate." Feeling uneasy about leaving Lin Mian alone at home, Zhang Yu decided it was best to take her along, confident in his abilities. "We don't have raincoats. Let us take 2 umbrellas." "All right." The two ventured out of the community under the umbrellas, the rain intensifying slightly. Zhang Yu's eyes had turned a deep blue as he meticulously traced the flow of the dark energy within the rain. Lin Mian gazed at him, thinking how handsome he looked in that moment. "Over there, let us go." "Huh? Oh, wait for me." Lin Mian, momentarily distracted by her admiration, quickly snapped back to reality and hurried after Zhang Yu, who was already striding forward. Chapter 62. The anomaly in Cloud City. As they splashed through the waterlogged streets, the heavy rain soaked their trousers despite their umbrellas being up. Yet, they appeared unconcerned. Lin Mian was more anxious about the unknown entity they were about to confront. "Xiao Yu, do you know what kind of monster this is? Could it control the weather? That sounds formidable. It shouldn't be too serious." "Many small creatures can alter localized weather. Even someone like Isha could manage it." "Isha is that powerful?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "Isha is a dark elf, quite formidable, actually. However, the elven race tends to be more benevolent. Rest assured, such cowardly creatures usually have fragile true forms. Trust me. Okay. As they spoke, Zhang Yu pinpointed the source of the dark energy. "It's up ahead at the second intersection, right there." Lin Mian took a deep breath, reassuring herself that it would be fine, as Xiao Yu was there, and he was quite capable. Just then, the rain abruptly diminished, transforming from a torrential downpour into a gentle drizzle. "Xiao Yu, what is happening?" Zhang Yu's eyes still glimmered with blue light as he observed that the source of the dark energy had been severed. "Someone got here before us. Let us check it out." "Oh, okay." Though uncertain, Lin Mian felt a sense of safety and grasped Zhang Yu's hand as they briskly approached the intersection. At the corner, a strikingly mature figure leaned against the wall, panting heavily, with an ominous black object lying before her. Upon seeing her, Zhang Yu's expression turned to one of disbelief. "Du Yuru?" Hearing her name called, Du Yuru paused momentarily, recognizing the voice as vaguely familiar. When she turned to see Zhang Yu's face, she gasped, "What the hell?" and swiftly darted in the opposite direction. Zhang Yu turned to Lin Mian and instructed, "Wait here for me." Then he dashed forward, catching Du Yuru by her collar. 5 seconds later. "Why are you running?" Du Yuru covered her face tightly, exclaiming, "It's not me. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm looking for you." Du Yuru, you really have the wrong person. "I don't know the Du Yuru you're referring to." At that moment, Lin Mian approached, observing the peculiar standoff between them. "Xiao Yu, do you two know each other?" "Of course we do." "Isn't that right, do, sister?" Du Yuru glared at him, speechless. Lin Mian, still puzzled, asked, "What is going on?" "Who are you, sister?" Zhang Yu retorted with a smirk. "She's a regular from the bar. But I didn't expect her to be from Xingyuan. So, it seems you've been reporting back to my mother these past 2 years. Haven't you?" Du Yuru shook off Zhang Yu's grip, shooting him an indignant glare. "And what if I have? I am just a worker. Would I dare to disobey Lin's orders? I never said anything about that. Why did you run upon seeing me? Isn't it normal to feel guilty? A rather honest reason indeed." Du Yuru neatly organized her clothes and inquired, Weren't you supposed to return to Kyoto? How come you are here in Yunqing? And were you chased away? What are you talking about? I came to accompany my girlfriend. This is her. Let me introduce her. Her name is Lin Mian, and she is also a member of Xing Yuan. Hello, hello. I am Du Yuru. Lin Mian smiled and added, hello, Sister Du. What were you saying just now? Du Yuru pointed to the nearly vanished creature on the ground and replied, this thing is causing trouble, and I am here to deal with it. What is this creature? A black mage from hell. With some minor tricks up its sleeve, the heavy rain earlier was its doing. Zhang Yu interjected. It's weaker than the side-wielding creature we encountered last time. Lin Mian nodded. I see. So it seems to be just a minor minion. Upon hearing their conversation, Du Yuru was taken aback. Just a minor minion? I had to use a lightning talisman to defeat it, and my psychic energy was nearly drained. A lightning talisman? Was that bolt of lightning you're doing? Yes, that bolt severely injured it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Zhang Yu stroked his chin and remarked, that sounds like a Taoist artifact. Does Aunt Xiaobai know how to make those? Aunt Xiaobai, do you mean by Xiaoming, the CEO? Exactly. Du Yuru clarified. This artifact wasn't crafted solely by her. It seems she had assistance from a young Taoist, and it has only been used in these past 2 years. Young Taoist. Is he a Taoist with the surname Zhou? Correct. How did you know? You seem to be well informed. Remembering Zhang Yu's identity, Du Yuru refrained from asking further. Meanwhile, Lin Mian was left in a haze. What Aunt Xiaobai? What Taoist? I don't understand anything. Zhang Yu walked over, took her hand, and said, we are all members of Xing Yuan. I will explain everything to you when we return. Hey, are you two leaving already? What else can we do? Du Yuru pointed to herself. I have become a mess just to deal with this puppet. As the prince of Xing Yuan, shouldn't you show some acknowledgement? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. Then walked over and patted her shoulder. Do well, the future is yours. Pfft. Lin Mian couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Wait, you don't think I don't know. You receive allowances for your missions at Xing Yuan. You don't need my acknowledgement. Du Yuru took a deep breath. I'm not joking. Something has been off in Yunqing these past few days, and I suspect it might be related to you. Related to me? Why do you say that? Since you returned to Kyoto, this is the second unusual incident. The frequency is quite alarming. Upon hearing this, Lin Mian cast a glance at Zhang Yu. Previously, he mentioned that such unusual events could occur only once every few years. However, 2 had appeared within half a month, which was indeed frightening. It shouldn't be like this. Let's do this. You should come back with us first, and we can discuss what is happening. All right. The 3 returned to Zhang Yu's home, where Du Yuru took off her rain-soaked coat, revealing her curvaceous figure. Zhang Yu poured her a cup of tea, the leaves freshly bought that morning, making perfect use of them. Tea? Don't you have any alcohol? My home is not a bar. Just have some tea, you drunkard. Du Yuru pouted, taking a sip of the hot tea, feeling quite comfortable. Now, tell me, what happened in these 2 unusual incidents? The last one was in the southern part of the city, involving a skeleton soldier. Although it was somewhat frightening, it was easily resolved. And then there was this incident. She proceeded to share her speculation. Do you think someone else is using your method to attract monsters? I doubt it. Not many people are aware of my method, and even if someone did use it, the monsters would only appear around them. However, these 2 incidents occurred in the south and the north of the city, with no third party present, so we can rule out human involvement. Could it be that your method has been overused, causing a rift in the space of Yunqing? Unlikely. If there were a rift, there would be more than just 1 or 2 monsters appearing. Then I'm at a loss. Du Yuru shrugged, expressing her inability to think of anything else. Lin Mian changed into a different outfit and sat beside Zhang Yu, clinging to his arm, asking, is there something wrong? Yes, such frequent anomalies must have a reason behind them. Let me think. Zhang Yu stroked his chin and inquired, have there been any unusual occurrences in nearby cities apart from Yunqing? Du Yuru shook her head. No, everything else is normal. I see. Actually, 2 years ago, it was also Aunt Xiaobai who recommended I come to Yunqing. When I asked her why, she said she consulted someone and found that attracting monsters in Yunqing is easier than in other places. So, does CEO Bai know something? I will ask her. Subsequently, Zhang Yu made a call to Bai Xiaoming, and once connected, her soft voice came through the line. Oh, Xiaoyu, weren't you supposed to go to Yunqing to find Lin Mian? What made you think to call Andy? Hearing that voice, Lin Mian shot Zhang Yu a deep look, clearly indicating that this Aunt Xiaobai seems rather unorthodox. Zhang Yu felt embarrassed and quickly said, cough, cough. Aunt Xiaobai, please don't speak carelessly. Lin Mian is right beside me. Then why did you call me? Are you looking at the pot while eating from the bowl? Du Yuru and Lin Mian exchanged puzzled glances at Zhang Yu's expression. Especially Du Yuru, who found that CEO Bai did not match her previous impressions at all. Aunt Xiaobai, I'm calling because there's an important matter. Why did you recommend me to come to Yunqing 2 years ago? Zhang Yu hurriedly got to the point, fearing Bai Xiaoming might say something outrageous again that didn't I mention before. I consulted Xiao Zhou. Why? Is something happening in Yunqing? Yes, in the past half-month, there have been 2 unusual incidents. And the frequency is too high. Something is clearly wrong. Bai Xiaoming fell silent for a moment, evidently realizing the seriousness of the situation. All right, I will send Xiao Zhou over. You two should investigate in Yunqing first. Prioritize safety, and if you cannot resolve it, report back. Understood, Aunt Xiaobai. Goodbye. Hey, don't hang up yet. Beep. Zhang Yu decisively hung up the phone and took a long breath. Had it not been for the seriousness of the situation, he wouldn't have wanted to call Bai Xiaoming at all. Lin Mian sighed beside him. Xiao Yu, what is your relationship with this Aunt Xiaobai? Don't misunderstand. She is my mother's close friend who enjoys joking with me. That's all. I never suggested anything between you two. Why are you so nervous? Duyuru chuckled. I didn't expect CEO Bai to be like this. It completely contrasts with the public's perception of her. Hee. Zhang Yu responded with a nonchalant chuckle and then stated, for now, let's leave it at that. Someone will arrive tomorrow, and we will investigate once she arrives. Is it that Taoist Zhou? Taoist. Your way of addressing her is not incorrect. Lin Mian looked curious. Who is she? A Taoist named Zhou Yun. The lightning talisman that Duyuru used earlier was made by her, and she is coming tomorrow. Lin Mian nodded and then clung to Zhang Yu's arm, saying, can you tell me more about the members of Xing Yuan? I'm quite curious. With so many members, how could I possibly know them all? Oh, just tell me about the big shots. All right. What does that sound? Just as Zhang Yu was about to speak, he heard someone munching on sunflower seeds. Duyuru pulled a handful from her pocket and placed it on the table. Would you like some? Where did you get these seeds? From my coat pocket. I forgot when I stashed them away. You talk, and I'll listen. Thus, Zhang Yu briefly introduced the development process of Xing Yuan while sharing the history of his parents' struggles. These were stories that Lin Rui had told him during his childhood. After all, it was the Xingchen company that came first, followed by Xing Yuan, and there was no escaping the influence of his parents' generation. After hearing this, Lin Mian exclaimed, no wonder they call you the Prince of Xing Yuan. That description is quite fitting. Duyuru listened with great interest, as such gossip about the leaders was seldom heard outside. Only Zhang Yu could share these insights. Looking at the time, Zhang Yu turned to Duyuru. Aren't you supposed to be leaving soon? Are you in such a hurry to send me off? What else can I do? Do you want to stay for dinner? Sure. Then you can stay and chat with Xiaomian. I will go prepare dinner. Duyuru was taken aback. You cook? Then I might as well head back. Zhang Yu frowned. What do you mean by that? Do you think my cooking is unpalatable? No, it's just that Zhang Xiao personally cooked, and I fear I might not dare to pick up the chopsticks. What are you pretending for? Wasn't it you who used to tease me at the bar? Lin Mian looked at Duyuru. Tease. Zhang Yu immediately interjected. Isn't that so? You always shouted about wanting to take me home. Even speaking of keeping me, knowing my identity and still daring to say such things, now that I'm cooking, you don't dare to eat, do you? Duyuru panicked and hurriedly explained. Lin Mian, let me explain. I was just acting. After all, it was a task assigned by President Lin. I didn't mean to tease your boyfriend. Lin Mian smiled gently. It's all right. We weren't acquainted back then. I have no say over whom he chooses to associate with. Really, truly, you should stay here for dinner. Xiao Yu's cooking is quite delectable. Well, let me see if I can help with anything. No need. Lin Mian pressed Duyuru's shoulder, pushing her back onto the sofa, still wearing a smile, and said, just sit here and wait to eat. Don't move around. Duyuru. She forced a smile and nodded at Lin Mian. Only then did Lin Mian release her shoulder and follow Zhang Yu into the kitchen. After Lin Mian left, Duyuru immediately rubbed her shoulder. The little sister had quite the strength. Her grip hurt. Clearly, she was still jealous, but it wasn't intentional on her part. Chapter 64. Xining and Ro while Zhang Yu was washing vegetables. He saw Lin Mian enter and was about to say something when she punched him in the chest. Poof. Why did you hit me? For being a flirt, of course. Zhang Yu looked aggrieved. How can you blame me? Clearly, I'm the victim here. Humph. Being teased by a mature and alluring older sister. Perhaps someone is secretly overjoyed. I truly was the tea. You know my character. Oh, I know. The heartbreaker who dates 2 girls at once. Zhang Yu had no strength to argue. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Lin Rui received a call from Bai Xiaoming, learning about Zhang Yu's situation. Xiao Bai, is there any danger? I've sent Shou Jun to Yun City with plenty of supplies. There is no problem at all. Your son is quite capable right now. Good. I'll call him later. After hanging up, Ro asked curiously, what is going on? The anomalies in Yun City have been occurring quite frequently. Your Aunt Xiaobai plans to send Xiaoyu to investigate. Roro pondered for a moment and said, Mom, I want to go too. Lin Rui smiled and asked, what do you want to see? The anomalies or Xiaoyu, Mom? What, can't you stand being apart for just 2 days? No, I'm just worried about him getting into danger. All right. I never said you couldn't go. Hurry and book your ticket. Okay, thanks, Mom. Isha, who had been listening nearby, pouted. Why is everyone leaving? Lin Rui noticed her thoughts and patted her head. Be good. In a few days, Roro will bring Xiaoyu back, and then you can stay with me at home. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to play. Isha puffed her cheeks and said, Actually, I'm quite capable too. I should be able to help. Lin Rui chuckled. If you all leave, it will be rather lonely for me at home. Just consider it keeping me company, all right? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Isha immediately nodded obediently. I'll go speak with Sister Roro. Go ahead. Isha dashed upstairs and found Roro packing her things. Sister Roro. Roro turned around, a hint of crimson flashing in her eyes. It's me, Sister Xining. Is Sister Roro all right? No worries, I just hypnotized her. She is merely sleeping now, but if you go to Yun City, won't the master find out? That's unlikely. I'll try my best to disguise myself well. Isha scratched her head. But what if I get exposed? Roro tapped Isha's head. Don't be a jinx. Besides, it's your fault. You ran to Kyoto without even finding the items. The little sprite felt wronged. I finally found such a good master. Of course, I'm going to follow him. Enough. You stay here. And I'll return to find you once I finish my tasks. Just be careful. Rest assured. While they conversed, a black cat sauntered in through the door, its golden eyes fixed on Roro. Isha crouched down, reaching out to stroke Ashien's back, and Ashien nuzzled her hand in return. Seeing this, Roro waved at Ashien, but the cat lunged at her fingers, narrowly escaping a bite. Sister Xining, could it be that Ashien recognized you aren't Sister Roro? That shouldn't be the case. It's just a cat. How could it be that clever? Yet, that very night, Ashien indeed kept baring its teeth at Roro. Even Lin Rui felt something was off. Ashien, that's Roro. Don't you recognize her? Meow. Lin Rui, unable to understand cat language, could only hold Ashien in her arms to soothe it. It's all right. Mommy will go get you some cat treats. At dinner, Zhang Yu received a call from Lin Rui and told Lin Mian. Tomorrow, Roro is coming over too. Sister Roro, do you Ru? Pushing her rice around, asked softly. Who is that? Another girlfriend of Xiaoyu. Cough. Let us eat. Zhang Yu cleared his throat a few times, and Diyuru didn't dare to ask further, burying herself in her meal. Lin Mian kindly added a piece of beef to her bowl. Don't just eat rice. There's a whole table of dishes here. It's fine. The rice is quite delicious. After finishing her rice, Diyuru put down her bowl and chopsticks. I'm full. I'll head back now. You all enjoy your meal. I'll contact you once Zhou and Roro arrive tomorrow. No problem. Bye-bye. After Diyuru left, Zhang Yu smiled at Lin Mian. Look at how scared you made her. Lin Mian bit her chopsticks. I didn't expect this either. I'll make sure to have a proper conversation with her tomorrow. After dinner, the two lay in bed as they had the previous day. Zhang Yu took out his phone and messaged Roro. What time will you arrive tomorrow? I bought a high-speed train ticket. I'll arrive in the morning. Okay, call me when you get here, so I can pick you up. Thanks, young master. What should you call me? Roro first sent a sticking out tongue emoji, then typed, thank you. Husband. Lin Mian leaned over to look at Zhang Yu's phone screen and asked, are you chatting with Sister Roro? Wow, husband and wife, how sweet. Zhang Yu pinched her chin. You're my wife too. Lin Mian. Oh, that is so cheesy. How is it cheesy? If I call you wife, what should you call me? You can't just change how you address me so quickly. I know, just say it once for fun. Lin Mian pouted and called out, husband, Xiaoyu husband, are you satisfied now? Ha. All right. Want to play a game? Let us go. At first, everything went smoothly. Zhang Yu flaunted after achieving a double kill early on. See that? The tiger is both red and blue early on. A double kill is no problem. 15 minutes later, a significant defeat appeared on the phone screen. It's all right. It's just the first game. We'll definitely win the next one. 10 minutes later, defeat. Let us try again. 6 minutes, defeat. What is wrong with you? Lin Mian? How can you be this bad? Me? Bad? Are you playing well? 3 games and I'm the MVP. Doesn't that say something? So what if you're MVP? It just means you can farm data. Even I can't carry you. What a noob. Zhang Yu laughed in exasperation. All right, let us duel. Let us see if I don't make you call me daddy. Who is afraid of whom? Let us go. After 2 duels, Zhang Yu won with overwhelming superiority. He held his phone up in front of Lin Mian, asking, "Are you convinced now?" "I am." "Who has the noob between us?" "I am." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 65. Seeing through at a glance, however, just as he was enjoying himself, Lin Mian picked up a pillow and walked out of the bedroom. "Where are you going?" Lin Mian pouted. "I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm going to sleep in the living room." Zhang Yu suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. Oh no, he had gotten too carried away during the game and forgotten to let her win. He quickly ran over to embrace Lin Mian. No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you like that." "Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" "I shouldn't have blocked your minions during our duel, making you miss out on gold. I shouldn't have played as Xiao Qiao to ambush you for 2 and 3 seconds. I shouldn't have taunted you when I recalled. I shouldn't have abused the fountain." "Shut up." "Sure, I will translate and improve the text as requested." All right. I won't say anything more. Let us stop playing and go to sleep, shall we?" "No, you haven't yet managed to coax me into a good mood. So, how can you make me feel better?" Lin Mian pouted. "If you make me laugh." "I won't be angry with you anymore. Just making you laugh is enough, right?" "Yes. I ate poop." The corners of Lin Mian's mouth involuntarily lifted, and she finally burst into laughter, then began playfully hitting Zhang Yu with abandon. "Are you out of your mind? How disgusting." "Ah, you're laughing now, not angry anymore. You're so annoying." Though Lin Mian said this, she clutched her pillow and lay back down on the bed. Zhang Yu, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer and wrapped his arms around her waist. "No more anger. Come give me a kiss. I want tea." "You've eaten poop." "Who ate it?" "I said that just to make you laugh." "That doesn't count. Don't come any closer. In the end, Lin Mian was still caught in a passionate kiss, though she didn't resist much. Zhang Yu chuckled. "Isn't it typical for a girlfriend to kick her boyfriend out when she's angry? Why did you run away instead?" "I can't help it. It's your house, and I'm just a guest here, so I have to endure a little humiliation." "What humiliation? You could never suffer while being with me." "Really? Truly? Then you can sleep in the living room tonight." Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment, then picked up a pillow and headed for the door. Lin Mian laughed and pulled him back. "Come back." "I was just joking." Once he lay back down on the bed, Lin Mian turned off the lights. "No more teasing. Let us sleep." Zhang Yu responded and began to snuggle into her embrace. Lin Mian, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Why do you seem like 2 different people from day to night?" "What do you mean? During the day, you're like a big brother, gentle and considerate, but at night you turn into a little puppy, just wanting to cuddle in my arms." Zhang Yu grinned and asked, "Which version of me do you prefer? As long as it's you, I like both." Just after saying this, she swatted away Zhang Yu's wandering hand that was trying to sneak under her clothes. "I just praised you a bit. Don't get carried away. Isn't it okay to touch?" "When did I say it was?" "You didn't take my hand out when I fell asleep yesterday. That was an unconscious action. You're awake now, so it definitely doesn't count." Zhang Yu closed his eyes. "I'm asleep now. Isn't that acceptable?" Lin Mian, winky face. The next day, after the 2 of them got up and had a simple breakfast, they rushed to the high-speed rail station to pick someone up. Ro and Zhou Jun should be arriving around the same time. Zhou Jun has arrived. "Where?" "The one in traditional attire." Lin Mian followed Zhang Yu's gaze and spotted a girl wearing a light green ancient dress, her hair tied up and a mask covering her face, appearing quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. "A girl?" "Yes. Didn't I tell you?" "No, you didn't. Such a beautiful girl, and you told me she was a Taoist?" "Taoism has female disciples too. You know." As they spoke, Zhou Jun had already approached them. "Hi, Zhang Yu. Long time no see. It's been a while. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Lin Mian." Zhou Jun extended her hand. "Hello. I am Zhou Jun, a Taoist." Lin Mian reached out to shake her hand, smiling. "I've heard so much about you. I just didn't expect you to be a girl." "Haha, female disciples of Taoism are indeed quite rare." After that, Zhou Jun asked, "Shall we not leave?" "Wait a moment. Ro should be arriving soon." Ro is coming too." Lin Mian nodded and asked, "Do you both know each other?" "Yes, we met when we were young. But I went up the mountain for a while and only came down a couple of years ago." Zhang Yu glanced at the bundle on Zhou Jun's back and asked, "What do you have there?" "Good stuff. I'll show you later." The 3 waited for a bit, and finally, Ro sent a message saying she had gotten off the train. After exchanging glances with Zhang Yu, he was about to go greet her when Ro dashed over and leaped into his arms. "Honey, I missed you so much." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "I missed you too. Let us head home first." Ro approached Lin Mian and Zhou Jun, first greeting Lin Mian. "Xiao Mian. Nice to see you again." Lin Mian smiled. "Sister Ro, This was their first meeting after confirming their relationship with Zhang Yu, and Lin Mian felt a bit awkward. Zhou Jun also greeted Ro Ro. Ro Ro. Long time no see. Ro Ro nodded at Zhou Jun. Yes, it's been a while. Zhou Jun looked at the beautiful girl before her, slightly furrowing her brows, then glanced at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu quickly exchanged a knowing look with her and said, "All right. Everyone S here, let us head home." Zhang Yu took Ro Ro's luggage, walking at the back, while Zhou Jun walked beside him and asked, "Did you notice anything?" "Yes, Ro Ro's behavior seems off. She's usually so shy. It's impossible for her to run up and hug me in front of Lin Mian." Zhou Jun was puzzled. "What do you mean by impossible in front of Lin Mian?" "Oh right, you still don't know. Both of them are my girlfriends." "Zhou Jun, have I been on the mountain too long to not keep up with society's pace? I'll explain it to you later." "Did you also notice Ro Ro's oddness?" Zhou Jun nodded. "The moment I saw her, I felt something was off. When she greeted me just now, she didn't look me in the eye. I am certain this person is not Ro Ro. Not Ro Ro. More precisely, she seems to be possessed. Is there a way to resolve this?" Zhou Jun patted her bundle. "What do you think? I'm a Taoist. This is my specialty. At that moment, Lin Mian called out to them from the front. "You two hurry up, the train has arrived." "Coming," Zhang Yu cautioned. "Don't rush into anything. Let us see what she does first." Zhou Jun gave a thumbs up. Understood. Chapter 66. Abundantly blossoming peach blossoms. As noon approached, the group decided to go for a meal first. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Ro Ro and Lin Mian sat on either side of Zhang Yu, while Zhou Jun took a seat opposite him. "What shall we eat?" "Anything is fine. I have no dietary restrictions." Lin Mian inquired. "Zhou Jun, aren't you a Taoist? Don't you avoid meat and fish?" Zhou Jun waved her hand. "I'm from the Jingyi sect, so I don't have such taboos. I live a secular life and can marry and have children. Oh, I see. That is quite nice." At this moment, Zhou Jun had taken off her mask, and her beauty caught Lin Mian's attention instantly. Perhaps due to her cultivation, she exuded an ethereal quality. Dressed in ancient attire, she looked exceptionally graceful. Lin Mian felt puzzled. Why were all the girls Zhang Yu knew so beautiful? "Honey, eat this." Ro Ro picked up a piece of shrimp and brought it to Zhang Yu's mouth. "Oh, okay, thank you." After eating, Zhang Yu said, "You eat yours. I can serve myself." Ro Ro nodded but continued to cling to Zhang Yu, either feeding him or wiping his mouth. Lin Mian found it strange. Is this how Sister Ro Ro usually acts? Or is she trying to vie for his affection? Every time she called him honey, it made Lin Mian feel a bit invisible. No, she couldn't just sit and watch. So, she picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Zhang Yu. "Come on. Xiao Yu, open your mouth." Zhang Yu widened his eyes at her. "What is happening? Are you possessed too?" Xining, viewing through Ro Ro's perspective, thought to herself, "This Lin Mian must be Zhang Yu's other girlfriend. Since I'm borrowing Ro Ro's body, I mustn't let her be at a disadvantage. That would be so embarrassing. I must compete. Honey, I have some here too." Lin Mian raised her cup. "Don't just eat. Have a drink." Seeing this, Ro Ro took a big gulp of her drink. Muffled, "Honey, I'm feeding you with my mouth." Saying this, she puckered her lips and leaned in, but Zhang Yu quickly covered her mouth with his hand. "Stop, you both stop. I'm already full. Wah wah wah." Ro Ro, with her mouth full of drink, made a muffled sound. "Swallow first. Gulp. All right, let us eat in peace. Once we're full, we'll head home because we have things to do this afternoon." "Understood, honey." Ro Ro nodded, then deliberately made a smug expression toward Lin Mian. Lin Mian was left in utter confusion. Was this really the Ro Ro she knew? Zhang Yu hurriedly grabbed Lin Mian's hand under the table and tickled her palm. Lin Mian understood immediately and squeezed Zhang Yu's hand in response. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun watched with great interest and chuckled. "No wonder you're Zhang Xiao. You truly are charmed." What a whimsical remark. "Just now, I cast a fortune for you. Would you like to know the result?" "What result?" "The peach blossoms are extraordinarily prosperous. Ro Ro, you and Lin Mian should prepare yourselves mentally." Lin Mian inquired further. "How many are we talking about?" Zhou Jun shook her head. "It's impossible to calculate that precisely. Suffice it to say, it's a considerable number." Zhang Yu tugged at Lin Mian's hand. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Fortune-telling is all a scam." Zhou Jun promptly displayed her Taoist certification. "Who's spouting nonsense? Just take a look at this. It's quite professional, isn't it? Wow, I had no idea Taoists even had certificates. Of course, Taoism has its official associations as well." Zhang Yu then asked, "If you're so skilled, why don't you read your own fortune? We Taoists believe in following the natural flow. We would not easily read our own fortunes. You can't argue with that." "Have you eaten enough?" Shall we head back after you're full? Let's go. Once outside the restaurant, Zhou Jun casually patted Zhang Yu and Lin Mian on the shoulders and asked, how shall we return? Should we take a taxi? It's not far. We can walk back. Upon hearing this, Ro immediately wrapped her arms around Zhang Yu's, laughing. We'll follow what my husband says. Zhang Yu patted her head, while Lin Mian merely huffed, silently trailing behind. Upon arriving home, Zhou Jun exchanged glances with Zhang Yu, then pulled Lin Mian into the bedroom. Zhang Yu sat on the living room sofa with Ro. Engaged in conversation. In the bedroom, Lin Mian wore a puzzled expression. Zhou Jun, what's going on? Why do I feel like Sister Ro is acting so strangely? Strange indeed, for she is not Ro at all. Huh? Zhou Jun explained. To be precise, Ro has been possessed by something. Her body remains hers, but her consciousness is not. Lin Mian understood, realizing that this explained Ro's odd behavior today. What should we do now? Xiao Yu is still with her. No worries. I've affixed a protective talisman to both of you, so you won't be in danger. What about Sister Ro? No need to fret. I have methods to handle this. However, Zhang Yu suggested we first ascertain the purpose of this entity possessing Ro, so let us keep a close watch on her. Understood. With that, the two exited the bedroom, where they found Ro nestled in Zhang Yu's arms, nuzzling him like a kitten. Zhang Yu smiled, but internally he complained. How could she pretend so poorly? Ro would never behave this way with him. All right, let us get down to business. Zhou Jun nodded and retrieved a compass and several wooden swords from her bag. The wooden swords are for you both, one for each. They function like ordinary telekinetic tools. After that, she focused her energy, her eyes shimmering with blue light, and the compass began to spin. 2 minutes later, Zhou Jun retracted her energy and suddenly stood up, pulling Zhang Yu into the bedroom. Lin Mian and Ro were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why did she take their man into the room? Should we follow them? The two exchanged glances, and Lin Mian shrugged. It seems she doesn't want us to know. Let us not follow. Ro merely nodded in agreement, silent. Lin Mian gritted her teeth. This imposter had been giving her a cold shoulder since they met. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was equally baffled. What did you deduce? And why can't Lin Mian and Ro know? Primarily, we must not let the one impersonating Ro discover it. Please elaborate. I just deduced that there is an entity in Yun City that has been attracting beings from other realms, which explains the recent surge of anomalies. And what does this have to do with the one possessing Ro? Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, because my calculations indicate that the entity and the one possessing Ro are one and the same. Chapter 67. The demon Xining. Zhang Yu was somewhat confused. What do you mean by one and the same? Ro only arrived in Kyoto today, and she was around during the previous anomalies. Zhou Jun spoke. I have a bold hypothesis. Go ahead. The entity in Yun City is a being with intelligence comparable to that of humans, and its soul has possessed Ro, while its physical body remains in some place in Yun City. Zhang Yu stroked his chin. So you're suggesting that this entity is seeking its own body? It's quite probable, and don't you find it a bit too coincidental that Ro appeared just when the anomalies began? Indeed, she arrived as soon as the situation arose. But how did she know? That entity must possess some abilities to separate its soul without dispersing it. Perhaps it can sense its body from afar. So what now? Zhang Yu didn't dwell on this matter. The priority was to find a solution. Zhou Jun pondered and said, I believe we should draw out the entity possessing Ro. I have my methods to ensure it reveals everything. What is your confidence level? She produced a stack of talisman paper from her sack, smiling. I'm 10 out of 10 confident. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu opened the bedroom door and called to the two women in the living room. You two, come here. We're coming. Coming, husband. Ro deliberately added husband, leaving Lin Mian quite speechless. Upon entering the bedroom, they were met with a sight of talismans plastered everywhere. Ro's face instantly changed, and she attempted to flee. Lin Mian, shut the door. Without hesitation, Lin Mian quickly closed the door tightly, and Zhou Jun affixed a talisman to it. The moment Ro touched the doorknob, she recoiled as if electrocuted. Humph, Demonis, today I shall capture you. Zhou Jun's voice rang out, and all the talismans in the room illuminated. Ro frantically shouted, No. Please, I truly have my reasons. We can discuss this later. First, you must vacate Ro's body. Zhou Jun pointed her finger like a sword, gently tapping Ro's forehead, under the influence of the numerous talismans. A shadowy figure was pulled out from Ro's point of focus. Ro's body went limp as Zhang Yu caught her securely in his arms. Ro, wake up. Stop yelling. She's fine. Just asleep, and she'll wake up shortly. The one speaking was the shadowy figure. Zhou Jun was taken aback. Oh, a soul entity can actually talk. This is intriguing. Humph, If I hadn't been separated from my body for so long, my power wouldn't have waned, and you really think your talismans could confine me? Humph. So arrogant even in capture. Tell me, who are you, and why have you possessed Ro-Ro? Oh, come now, don't be so fierce. We have no enmity. Can't we have a civilized conversation? Zhang Yu interjected coldly. If there is no enmity, why possess Ro-Ro? I haven't harmed her. I merely let her take a nap. And besides, I've called you husband all day. How heartless of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mian clenched her fists. Zhou Jun, is there any way to make her uncomfortable? Zhou Jun held up a talisman. There is. Oh, don't resort to violence. Just ask me anything, and I'll tell you. We already asked. Who are you? What is your purpose? You first put away those talismans. Zhou Jun glared. You speak first. Fine, fine. My name is Xining. I am a demon from the demon realm. However, let me clarify. I have not harmed anyone in the human world. Please don't hold a stereotypical view of us demons. And then, why come to the human world? As you can see, I am currently just a soul. I came to the human realm to find my own body. Zhang Yu was puzzled. How did your soul and body become separated? And how did you arrive in the human world? I was experimenting with a new sorcery for soul projection, but I mispronounced the incantation midway, and while my soul successfully exited, my physical form was transported to the human realm. Upon hearing this response, the three exchanged glances. How could a human not know? How could a demon cause such a huge blunder? As they spoke, Zhang Yu had already placed Ro-Ro on the bed and tucked her in. Then asked, how did you end up possessing Ro-Ro? Ning stammered, and Shojun quickly brandished a talisman. Not talking, are we? Oh, calm down. I'll tell you. Hurry. After a moment of thought, Ning responded, it was Isha. When I was in the demon realm, I possessed her body, and then, using her magic, we were both sent to the human world. Isha, precisely, but she is unaware of it. Initially, I intended to find my own body and take her back to the demon realm. But then, through a series of unforeseen events, I encountered you all and inadvertently took Isha away. In Ning's words, apart from Isha's ignorance, the rest were all truths. She concealed this detail, fearing Zhang Yu would blame Isha. Then, having learned about the circumstances in Yunqing from my mother, you hastily made your way over. Did you? How did you all discern this? Was my performance not convincing enough? Hee. Zhang Yu scoffed, eliciting a wave of frustration from Ning, who felt she had acted quite commendably. Lin Mian gazed at the myriad of talismans strewn across the room, the ethereal souls suspended in the air, and the peacefully slumbering Ro-Ro, feeling somewhat dazed. This world is indeed more fascinating than she had imagined. Xiaoyu, what should we do now? Zhang Yu glanced at Ning's soul before turning to Zhou Jun. What would happen if her soul were to dissipate? When an ordinary person's soul dissipates, their physical body naturally begins to decay, but she is a demon. I cannot be certain. In that case, we should first locate her body. Ning's eyes brightened. Are you going to help me find my body? Thank you, but please act swiftly. I cannot maintain this state for long. Zhang Yu ignored her and continued. Once we locate the body, we should first ensure her soul is shattered, then incinerate her physical form. Ning, no. I need restorative elixirs. Lin Mian was the first to agree. I concur. Zhou Jun contemplated carefully before stating, this method is indeed the most prudent. Ning grew anxious, shouting, no. You can't do this to me. I have never harmed anyone. I merely wish to reclaim my body. What crime have I committed? Chapter 68. The Tool. Ning's soul floated around the room, weeping profusely, which was quite alarming. She was genuinely frightened. If she were at her peak, she would never endure such indignity. The human world is utterly unentertaining. She longed to return home. Zhang Yu found her somewhat bothersome and said, stop crying. Wah. Ning cried even louder. I'm about to die. Why can't you let me cry a bit? Is this such an unreasonable request? Fine, go ahead and cry. When you tire yourself out, we will send you on your way. Ning's sobs abruptly ceased. How could this person be so callous? No, she must devise a way to survive. Why have you stopped crying? Ahaha. I just realized that you really don't need to kill me at all. Zhang Yu sat on the edge of the bed, observing this intangible soul, and inquired, then give me a reason not to end your existence. I am a demon, quite formidable. I am certainly more useful alive than dead. The more powerful the entity, the more difficult it is to control. It would be more prudent for you to let me perish. I am not difficult to manage, as long as you help me find my body. I will comply with all your wishes, even serving you as a mere beast. Zhang Yu shrugged. I have no need for beasts. Ning continued. Don't be so quick to refuse. First help me locate my physical form. Regardless, you do not possess the qualifications to negotiate. Upon hearing this, Ning's soul dimmed momentarily, Then her ethereal arm lifted, and a beam of light pierced Zhang Yu's brow. Xiao Yu, Zhang Yu, Lin Mian and Shou Jun were startled. But Zhang Yu waved them off, signaling that he was unharmed. Just now, he felt a sudden pressure in his head, followed by a sense of connection to something. What did you do to Xiao Yu? Xining coldly replied, he is now under my spell and will not survive for long. Shou Jun produced talisman paper, ready to make Xining suffer, but Zhang Yu stopped her. Don't act rashly. She is merely trying to frighten you. I am perfectly fine. As he spoke, Zhang Yu beckoned to the floating Xining, who obediently approached. What was that just now? Xining icily stated, a contract of servitude. Speak respectfully and clarify that it is an unequal contract of magic. I am now your possession, and you can fully control my soul and body. Even commanding my death is merely a thought away. Lin Mian and Shou Jun frowned at the absurdity of such a thing truly existing. Zhang Yu, however, sensed its authenticity and nodded to the two of them. She speaks the truth. Lin Mian and Shou Jun sighed in relief. See, I have gone to such lengths. Please assist me. My soul cannot endure much longer. Zhang Yu turned to the others, stating, regardless of the circumstances, we must find her body. Otherwise, the situation in Yunqing cannot be resolved. Very well, where is your body? I can guide you, but I need to borrow a body temporarily. Why? You will not be able to locate my body. I need to use magic to find it. But I am currently in a soul form and cannot do so. Zhang Yu asked, what about my body? You are a man. Our genders are opposite. I cannot possess your form. Shou Jun interjected, what about me? Xining shook her head. You exude a certain aura that I cannot approach. It seems the only option left is Xiaomian. Xining examined Lin Mian. Her mental strength is too low. She cannot withstand the consumption of my magic. Originally, Ro would have been the most suitable, but you forced me out. She now requires rest. Shou Jun furrowed her brow. So there is no other option? No, there is still one person. Zhang Yu took out his phone and called Du Yuru. Half an hour later, a knock echoed from outside. Zhang Yu opened the door, saying, okay, the tool has arrived. Du Yuru looked puzzled. What tool? Subsequently, Zhang Yu introduced Shou Jun to Du Yuru and recounted the entire situation. So, you want this demon's soul to possess me, so we can find her body. That is indeed the plan. Is this not reliable? Zhang Yu reassured her. Don't worry, it will be over in the blink of an eye. But what if I close my eyes and never open them again? The organization will remember you. Get off me. Xining observed the two still bickering and said, oh, there will be no issue. I want to hypnotize you. When needed, just hand over control of your body to me. Du Yuru took a deep breath. It seems we have no choice but to proceed. Let's do this. Xining nodded at Zhang Yu, then entered Du Yuru's brow. Du Yuru's eyes flashed a deep crimson, and she smiled at Zhang Yu. All set. Zhang Yu asked, are you Xining now? It is I. Upon her response, Zhang Yu felt something was amiss. A thought flickered in his mind as Du Yuru suddenly knelt before them. Hey, what did you do to my body? It wasn't me. It was the master. Master? What master? Zhang Yu, of course. I signed a contract of servitude with him, making him my master. To outsiders, it appeared as if Du Yuru was conversing with herself. But the group could discern which words belonged to Xining and which to Du Yuru. Du Yuru questioned, why can he control my body? If Shou Jun took out her phone to glance at the map and remarked, according to my calculations, Xining's body should be located in the city center. Approximately in the vicinity of Central Park. Du Yuru glanced at her and replied, impressive, you seem quite accurate. It was evident that Xining was the one speaking. Of course, I am a professional Taoist, she asserted. Zhang Yu observed Shou Jun, dressed in an ancient gown, with an extraordinary appearance and an ethereal demeanor, and he couldn't shake the feeling that her self-reference as Taoist was somewhat incongruous at that moment. Du Yuru added, let's hurry, the sensation of being crowded with others is quite uncomfortable. I long for liberation. This time, it was her own words. Thus, the group wasted no time and headed directly to Central Park. Can you locate her? Xining? Du Yuru concentrated intently before leading Zhang Yu and Shou Jun to the park's artificial lake. It's at the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake? What should we do? Fish her out. I can use magic, but there are too many people around. We must wait until nightfall. It was already dusk, and the park was filled with residents out for a stroll. Using magic at this moment would surely incite chaos. Then let us wait here for a while. Lin Mian, at home, received a message from Zhang Yu. We've located the position, but we need to wait until night. We should be back later. She replied, got it, please stay safe. Afterwards, she set her phone aside and leaned over to watch the still sleeping Ro. Her skin was as delicate as a peach, and her features were exquisite. Even in slumber, she remained stunning. Lin Mian reached out to poke her cheek, causing Ro Ro to emit a soft grunt. Sister Ro Ro, are you awake? Ro Ro slowly opened her eyes, and, upon recognizing the person before her, asked in confusion, Lin Mian, why are you here? This is Yun City. Of course I'm here. Ro Ro scratched her head and sat up from the bed. Yun City. Wasn't I in Kyoto? How did I end up here? Where's young master you? Lin Mian smiled and said, that's a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly. Ro Ro listened quietly, though by the end, she still appeared somewhat bewildered. I was possessed. I really don't remember anything. According to Xining, you merely took a nap, so it's normal that you don't recall. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. When will young master you and the others return? Lin Mian smiled. It should be tonight. Ro Ro nodded and then looked at Lin Mian, saying, I'm sorry, Xiao Mian. Why are you apologizing to me? Originally, young master you came to accompany you, yet I ended up interrupting. This isn't your fault. There's no need to apologize. Even if you had come with young master you, it would have been fine. You've already decided to be with him, so there's no need to mind this. Ro Ro gazed at Lin Mian's warm and sweet smile and nodded. Yes, you're right. That's right. Sister Ro Ro, you continue to rest. I will tidy up the talismans in the room. I'm fine. Let's do it together. In Central Park, the three waited until the sun had completely set, and the park had become quite desolate. It's about time. Let us begin. Diyuru nodded and walked to the edge of the artificial lake, her eyes shimmering with a reddish glow. She spread her arms toward the lake's surface, reciting an incantation under her breath. Zhang Yu was astonished to find that he could actually understand the spell she was uttering. Under Diyuru's control, a whirlpool formed in the center of the lake, and a body gradually emerged from the vortex. Finally coming to rest before the three of them, It was drenched, and the thin clothing clung tightly to her skin. Xining, is this your body? Diyuru nodded proudly. Indeed. What do you think, master? Am I not beautiful? Zhang Yu responded with a non-committal his gaze continuing to be drawn to Xining's form. Just as she had described, the demon possessed wings and a tail, her hair pure white, and atop her head were a pair of horns resembling those of a goat. She was indeed strikingly beautiful. A fair description would be that she was breathtaking. However, what truly astonished Zhang Yu was her figure, which was somewhat excessively alluring. To put it plainly, he had only seen such a voluptuous physique in illustrated works. The fullness of her bosom was almost exaggerated, and it wouldn't be an overstatement to call it colossal. Her thighs were equally robust, and merely looking at them conveyed the sensation of their softness. Yet, despite this bountiful physique, there was no hint of excess weight. Her legs were long and slender, and though her waist had some flesh, it lacked any flabbiness. This defies logic. Zhou Jun patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. Your eyes are about to pop out. You should rein it in. No. Just take a look for yourself. You think her figure is reasonable? Zhou Jun shrugged. She is a demon. It's only natural for her to be different from ordinary people. As she spoke, the young Taoist couldn't help but glance down at her own figure, silently gritting her teeth. Just as she finished cursing in her mind, she suddenly realized she shouldn't be cursing anyone and turned to the sky to offer a prayer. Oh, ancestor. The disciple did not mean to. She implored for forgiveness. Zhang Yu watched Zhou Jun's sudden act of reverence, puzzled by her actions, but chose to respect her nonetheless. The Diyuru was equally taken aback by Xining's form for a while, but soon snapped back to reality, saying, You've brought her up. Hurry and exit my body. Wait a moment. Let me dry her off first. With that, she recited another spell, and a warm breeze began to blow over the voluptuous body lying on the ground. Zhang Yu frowned. He had understood the previous incantation as well. So did this mean he then repeated the spell, and his mental energy began to flow naturally, producing an even more potent warm wind from his palms, startling Zhou Jun beside him. Where did that magical wind come from? It's not magical wind. It's me. Diyuru was equally surprised. You learned it just from me reciting it once. The genuine Diyuru, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, Do not call him master while using my body. Chapter 70. A sincere apology. Once the moisture on Xining's body had been dried, Diyuru felt a lightness in her body, and Xining's soul exited her body, then entered the other body lying on the ground through its forehead. Xining opened her eyes, revealing her crimson irises, stood up from the ground, and stretched her legs, emitting a series of pops from her joints. It's been ages since I've moved. I feel like I've rusted. After loosening up, Xining suddenly turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu and enveloped him in a bear hug. Master, thank you, so soft. Zhang Yu's first thought upon being embraced was that she was far softer than he had imagined. He patted Xining's back. All right. Now come down from me. No, master clearly enjoys my embrace. Nonsense. How would you know what I like? Xining narrowed her eyes and smiled. Though the contract is unfair, our perceptions are connected. I can sense your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun curiously asked, then what is Zhang Yu thinking right now? Xi Ning glanced at Zhang Yu and said, Master is wondering just how large my breasts are. Cough, cough. Zhang Yu choked slightly, pulling Xi Ning off him. All right, stop talking. Zhou Jun and Diuru both shot Zh. Zhang Yu chuckled and inquired. Aren't you able to discern my thoughts? Do you truly believe I would harm you so casually? Xi Ning shook her head, replying, No, I wouldn't. Then that's reassuring. After saying this, Zhang Yu gestured toward a dessert shop nearby that had yet to close. Let's purchase some snacks to take home. Lin Mian has a penchant for sweets. All right, but I don't have any money. Could you lend me some, master? Zhang Yu sighed in resignation. Consider it my treat. Thank you, master. Zhou Jun had been quietly observing from the side. Astonished that the demon could exhibit such behavior, once her tail and wings were tucked away, she bore little distinction from a human, though one had to momentarily overlook her outrageous physique. Zhou Jun. What would you like to eat? Me. Yes, indeed. After a long day, I haven't had dinner yet. I need a little something to tide me over. Then I would like 2 egg tarts, please. Upon exiting the dessert shop, Xi Ning, with a beaming face, took a bite of the cake and offered it to Zhang Yu. This is absolutely delicious. Master, you should try some. You've already tasted it, yet you offer it to me? Ah, are you really turning your nose up at me? Of course, after spending so long in the water. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Xi Ning retorted, I am a demon. I am different from you humans, and besides, I am the epitome of cleanliness, with not a speck of bacteria on me. Just take a bite. Zhang Yu obliged and took a bite of the cake, stating, once we return, be sure to sincerely apologize to Xiao Mian and Ro Ro. Xi Ning nodded in agreement. I understand. Upon arriving home, upon hearing the door open, Lin Mian and Ro Ro rushed out to greet them, only to be met with the sight of a voluptuous demon beside Zhang Yu. Is that Xi Ning? Plop. Before Lin Mian could finish her sentence, Xi Ning knelt before both her and Ro Ro. Hey, what are you doing? I apologize, Mistress Lin Mian. During the day, I impersonated Mistress Ro Ro to provoke you intentionally. I seek your forgiveness. With that, Xi Ning prostrated herself before Lin Mian. Lin Mian was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to support her. It's all right. There's no need for such grand gestures. I cannot bear it. Zhang Yu was equally astonished by Xi Ning's sincere apology, which had caught him off guard. Yet, Xi Ning remained kneeling, turning her gaze to Ro Ro. Mistress Ro Ro. I am truly sorry for borrowing your body without your knowledge. I sincerely apologize. As she attempted to kneel again, Ro Ro quickly stepped forward, joining Lin Mian and lifting Xi Ning back up. All right. I hold no grudge against you. Please stop this. It's rather frightening. Thank you, Mistress Ro Ro. Thank you, Mistress Lin Mian. The two women exchanged glances and remarked, you need not be so courteous. Calling us mistress feels rather odd. You may simply use our names. Xi Ning then turned to Zhang Yu, asking, is that acceptable, master? Certainly. Calling me master makes me feel aged. Then thank you, Ro Ro and Lin Mian. I shall buy you some snacks. Ro Ro accepted the treats, smiling. I'm glad the matter has been resolved. You two must not have had dinner yet. I will go warm up some dishes. It wasn't a grave issue. Xi Ning had not harmed anyone. Although she had caused some trouble, it was all resolved, and given her earlier display of humility, Lin Mian and Ro Ro could hardly harbor resentment. Zhang Yu entered the kitchen, embracing Ro Ro's waist from behind as she warmed the dishes. Ro Ro turned, whispering, Darling, have you and Xiao Mian eaten? Yes, we have. I had intended to wait for you, but Lin Mian suggested I shouldn't starve myself, lest you worry. She is right. One must first care for themselves before attending to others. Chapter 71. A night on the floor after dinner, the group began taking turns in the bathroom to wash up. Lin Mian nestled in Zhang Yu's embrace, reflecting, the house has become so lively again. And it's filled with girls. Are you feeling jealous? Not at all. I merely wish to know how you plan to handle Xi Ning. Given the current circumstances, it seems she must stay with us. You flirtatious rogue. Lin Mian teased just as Zhou Jun emerged from the bathroom. I'm done. Who's next? I'll go. Lin Mian stood up and remarked to Zhang Yu, go play with your beautiful demon. With that, she took her clothes and entered the bathroom, while Zhang Yu headed to the bedroom, where Ro Ro was preparing a sleeping area on the floor, with 5 adults in the house. It was impractical for them to all squeeze into one bed, and not to mention, Zhou Jun would likely not want to share a bed with Zhang Yu. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Xi Ning rushed over and clung to his arm. Master. I've told you not to call me master. You're just like Isha. Then what should I call you? Call me by my name, Zhang Yu or Xiao Yu. Either is fine. That feels disrespectful. I'll just call you master. Xining's crimson eyes twinkled mischievously. How about I call you darling instead? Zhang Yu pinched her cheek. Have you asked Roro for her approval? Roro, having finished arranging the bedding, smiled. If darling likes it. I have no objections. Xining beamed with delight, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yu's neck, pouting as if she were about to kiss him, reminiscent of her earlier attempts to feed him drinks. Zhang Yu covered her mouth, saying, Come now, show a bit of restraint. No, darling, a kiss. The two began to chase each other around the room playfully, but Xining, being a demon, possessed a physique far superior to that of an ordinary human, ultimately managing to leave a kiss mark on Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu wiped the saliva off his face. All right, that's enough. Get off me. Just then, Lin Mian, having finished her shower, entered the bedroom and spotted Zhang Yu and Xining entangled together. I am done. Who has next to wash? I'll go first, Xining declared. Lin Mian sat on the edge of the bed and nudged Zhang Yu. You should get up. You can't lie on the bed without having showered. Zhang Yu shrugged helplessly. Fine. I'll just wait in the living room. Roro had also finished preparing the floor bedding, and Shojun promptly sat down, declaring, I'll sleep here. If you wish to sleep in the bed. You may. After all, you are a guest. Oh, no need to be polite. Besides, your bedding is quite soft. This is settled then. With that, Shojun burrowed into the covers. Xining showered quickly and magically dried herself. Entering the bedroom and contemplating before squeezing in beside the little Taoist, Shojun glanced at her and asked, Are you planning to sleep with me? Is that a problem? Not at all, but don't you want to sleep in the bed? On my first day here, I want to compete with the sisters for a bed. Let us just squeeze together. She had already begun to see herself as part of the family. Lin Mian and Roro exchanged a look. Shrugging, now that Xining was already in their home, there was little else to be done. The only ones left who had yet to wash were Roro and Zhang Yu, the latter having stayed in the living room since he left the kitchen. Roro approached Zhang Yu, who was seated on the sofa, and asked, Darling, do you want to take a shower? Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled, and with a mischievous smile, he took her hand and led her into the bathroom. Once the door was closed behind them, he gazed at Roro's face and said, Let us shower together. Roro's face reddened. No, we shouldn't. They are still in the bedroom. We can just lock the door. Keep your voice down. But isn't it just a shower? How loud can it be? Zhang Yu smirked. Oh please, do you really think I brought you in here just for a shower? That's merely an afterthought. With that, he shed his clothing, revealing his chiseled physique, and with a hint of desire, captured Roro's lips and humph. Lin Mian let out a huff, remaining silent. Zhang Yu pinched her waist twice and remarked, It's actually your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to bully Roro like this. Lin Mian, amused yet exasperated, replied, Come now, tell me how this could possibly be my fault. You've been holding me every night for the past few days, leaving me to watch but not partake. Isn't it only natural for me to feel a bit frustrated? Lin Mian had no retort and promptly got up, retreating to the far side of the bed. You scoundrel, I refuse to sleep with you. I'll cuddle with Sister Roro instead. After some contemplation, Roro switched places with Zhang Yu, positioning herself between the two. Sister Roro, how could you side with him? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu laughed triumphantly. Roro truly cares for me. With that, he leaned down to plant a kiss on Lin Mian's lips, adding, I'm just teasing. It's all in jest, and you're not to blame. It's simply my mischievous nature. Now that sounds more reasonable. At that moment, Zhojin interjected, Can you two save the sweetness for tomorrow? I can barely keep my eyes open. All right, let us end the chat and get some sleep. Zhang Yu gestured to his face, prompting Lin Mian to lean up and peck him, while Roro left a kiss imprint on his other cheek. Good night. Chapter 72, A Conscientious Heart Upon Awakening. Zhang Yu found only Lin Mian still lying beside him, with no sign of Ro or Ou. It was clear she had gone to prepare breakfast, embodying an almost absurd level of domesticity. Glancing at the floor, he noticed Shojun had also risen, while Xining remained lost in slumber. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath, and from any angle, Xining's figure was undeniably striking. Zhang Yu rose gently and made his way to the living room, where Shojun lounged in her pajamas, engrossed in her phone. Her delicate feet were crossed, with her rounded toes occasionally twitching. When did you wake up? About half an hour ago. Roro got up earlier. And by the time I awoke, she had already prepared breakfast. Where is she? In the bathroom. Just as she spoke, Roro emerged from the restroom, smiling at Zhang Yu. Darling, you're awake. I'll get your breakfast ready. Zhang Yu nodded, saying, I'll brush my teeth first. Should I wake up Xiaomian and Xining? No need. Let them sleep. It's not like there is much for them to do upon waking. At that moment, Zhojun suddenly sat up excitedly. Oh, the subsidy for this mission has arrived. Roro, how about we go shopping later? Sounds good. Are you coming, darling? Zhang Yu replied affirmatively. Of course. We'll wait for Lin Mian and Xining to wake up before we go. However, to Zhang Yu's surprise, the two remained asleep until nearly 11 o'clock. Lin Mian, clad in her pajamas, rubbed her eyes as she stepped out of the bedroom, stretching languidly. Ah, that was such a delightful sleep. Well, what time do you think it is? Lin Mian grinned, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yu's neck. Just in time for lunch. I've saved a meal. Who is as frugal as you? Has Xining woken up? She is awake but still lazing about. You go wash up. I'll wake her. Pushing open the bedroom door, Zhang Yu found Xining sprawled on the floor. Absorbed in her tablet, he noticed her tail swaying behind her and walked over to grasp the tip of her triangular tail. Xining jumped slightly. Master, be gentle. What is the matter? Is your tail sensitive? Zhang Yu inquired, squeezing the tip in his hand. Her tail was devoid of fur, resembling a sleek black whip, with a fleshy, elastic tip. Yes, and my tail has many uses. Like what? Xining smiled slightly, and in an instant, her tail elongated from 1 meter to 2 or 3, wrapping around Zhang Yu's waist. He felt a gentle force lift him off the ground. What are you doing? Put me down. Hee, impressive, right? It's just lengthening. Is that all? Not quite. I can also use my tail to cast magic, and the magic from my tail is far stronger than what I can conjure with my hands. Zhang Yu kicked his legs playfully. All right, I get it. Just let me down. Xining lowered him to the ground, planting a kiss on his cheek before joyfully releasing him. You? Kissing me without even brushing your teeth. My mouth still smells pleasant, even without brushing. Don't believe me, just smell. She opened her mouth, preparing to breathe on him, but he quickly covered her mouth. Stop. I want to smell it. Hurry and get ready. Are we going out? Yes, Ro wants to go shopping, and it's the perfect opportunity to buy you some clothes. Xining was still clad in yesterday's outfit, a form-fitting top and shorts that left little to the imagination. Buying clothes. What style do you like? I can wear anything for you. Xining teased, puffing out her chest. Zhang Yu made a concerted effort to avert his gaze from her alluring figure, curiously asking, how long have we known each other, and why are you so eager to please me? Is it because of that contract? Partly, but mostly because you're handsome and wealthy. Being with you means I'll never have to worry about food and drink. Hee. Zhang Yu chuckled, shaking his head. Such a straightforward reason. Hurry up and get out of bed. Ro is about to start preparing lunch. Okay. At lunch, Zhou Jun had taken only a couple of bites before returning to her phone. Ro inquired, why so little? Not to your taste, not at all. My appetite is simply small, and I'm discussing important matters with my senior. What matters? Zhou Jun continued typing. I've saved some money over the past 2 years at Xingyuan. And with this mission subsidy, I should have enough to open a shop. Zhang Yu, intrigued, asked, a shop? What kind? An escape room. What made you want to open that? Zhou Jun explained, I've been to many escape rooms, and they all felt too ordinary. They claimed to be terrifying, but they're not scary at all. I want to create something genuinely frightening. Genuinely frightening? What do you mean? I plan to have my senior help me catch a couple of real ones to serve as NPCs. The others exchanged glances, and Ro cautiously asked, what do you mean by real? Ghosts, of course. Other escape rooms have actors pretending to be ghosts. I want to use the real deal. Isn't that conscientious? Your industry doesn't seem to require such conscientiousness. Zhou Jun glanced at her phone and grimaced, TCH, my senior refuses to help me catch them. Of course he won T. A shop like that could lead to fatalities. Impossible. I would provide my employees with professional training. Lin Mian, a bit frightened, asked, Xiaoyu, are there really ghosts in the world? Don't listen to Zhou Jun's nonsense. Just eat your meal. Seeing her distress, Zhou Jun chuckled. I'm just teasing you. I was reporting the mission status to President Bai. She said she could help me apply for an extra bonus that you've been fussing over a little extra cash all morning. Are you that short on money? Zhou Jun shot him a glare. You rich kids wouldn't understand. Zhang Yu laughed. The salary at Xingyuan comes from Xingshan Company, instead of negotiating with Aunt Bai. Why not flatter me? I might offer you more. Do you have that authority? Zhang Yu revealed his platinum badge. What do you think? Zhou Jun pondered for a moment before replying, forget it. I wouldn't feel at ease taking your money. I'd rather earn my own. Zhou Jun lost interest, while Xining approached Zhang Yu, offering him a piece of rib. Master, have some rib. Are you here for the money too? Impossible. Wealth is merely a material possession. My goodwill toward you comes from the heart. Chapter 73, Mutual Perception. When it was time to leave, Zhang Yu handed Xining one of his jackets to wear. He couldn't help it. Her low-cut top was simply too eye-catching. Xining was delighted, practically inhaling the scent of his clothes like a lovesick girl. Master's scent is so wonderful. Zhang Yu lightly tapped her on the head. Dan T makes strange noises in public. Hida Xining appeared quite excited, walking ahead, eager to sample any delicious treats she spotted. Initially, Zhang Yu helped her pay, but soon found it tedious and simply handed her his phone. Remember the payment password. Buy whatever you want. Thank you, master. The term master drew curious glances from passers-by, prompting Zhang Yu to caution, don't call me master in public. It might lead to misunderstandings. Then thank you. Darling. Once again, bystanders turned their heads, silently thinking, this couple is quite extravagant. Zhang Yu had grown weary of explaining and urged, aren't we going to buy clothes? Let's move quickly. His thoughts were quite simple. With so many young ladies around. Once they began selecting outfits, they would hardly pay him any mind, allowing him a moment's respite. After all, accompanying girls on shopping excursions could be quite exhausting. Indeed, once the four girls entered the store, they busied themselves with various garments, trying on outfits with glee. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, slender hands covered his eyes. Xiao Mian. Lin Mian released her grip. How did you guess so easily? Of course, how could I not recognize my girlfriend? He replied, what if it were Ro? Zhang Yu grasped Lin Mian's hand and remarked, I can distinguish between your two hands. He then inquired, why aren't you with them, picking out clothes? I have plenty of clothes. My wardrobe at school is nearly bursting. There's no need to buy more. It's my first time meeting a girl who feels she has too many clothes. Lin Mian explained. I'm filming videos, and many outfits have been sent to me by brands for advertising. Some I've only worn once. Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. No wonder I've never seen you wear the same outfit in your videos. Speaking of which, I haven't updated in a couple of days. I need to shoot new content. How long have you been doing this? Over a year. I started just for fun, but then brands began approaching me for ads, and it gradually became a side job to earn some pocket money. Is it lucrative? I earn a few thousand a month, enough to cover my living expenses. That's quite impressive. What's so impressive? It can't compare to you, young Master Zhang. Zhang Yu playfully poked her forehead. What are you comparing? As they chatted, laughter from Xining and the others echoed nearby. Zhang Yu took Lin Mian's hand. Come on, let's find a different spot to sit for a while. Is it all right to leave Ro and the others behind? No worries, they want to vanish, and since we're not buying clothes, let us seek some amusement. Lin Mian pondered for a moment before responding, all right then, I'd like some coffee. My treat, let us go. Upon reaching the CAF, they ordered 2 drinks and settled onto the shop's sofa. Lin Mian draped one leg over Zhang Yu's and shook her phone. Let's play a game. You're too inexperienced. I won't play with you. Oh, fine. I want to play mid lane. I'll be your support. We'll surely dominate. That works. Log in. Meanwhile, Ro quickly noticed the absence of the two and asked, where did my husband and Xiao Mian go? Xining replied, they haven't gone far. They probably went to buy drinks because they were thirsty. We can find them shortly. How do you know they haven't strayed far? I can sense the master's locations. They're on the 3rd floor. A flicker of envy crossed Ro's eyes. What a convenient feature. Would you like one? I have a way. What way? I can link our senses together, just like that. With that, Xining drew a mark on Ro's wrist, and Ro instantly felt the connection, realizing Xiao Yu was indeed on the 3rd floor. Incredible, Xining added, but there is a side effect. Our physical sensations will also be interconnected. What do you mean? Before Ro could finish her question, Xining pinched her own arm, and Ro surprisingly felt a slight sting, as if she had been pinched too. Just like that. If I get hurt, you'll feel it too. Likewise, if you experience something, I'll know. This seems rather interesting. Let's keep it this way. If any issues arise later, we can sever the connection. No problem. By the way, I just picked out a piece of clothing. Ro, would you like to try it on? Xining waved a top in her hand, featuring an open back, revealing waist, and a low neckline. Isn't the fabric a bit scant? Oh, just try it on. I'll accompany you to the fitting room. No thanks, such clothing isn't suitable for going out. You don't have to wear it outside. You can wear it at home for your master to see. He'll surely love it. Ro was nudged into the fitting room, and after trying it on, she decided to purchase it, largely due to Xining's persuasion, who kept insisting that it would be a shame not to showcase Ro's figure. Ironically, Xining herself had chosen very revealing outfits for herself, clearly enjoying flaunting her curves. Zhou Jun, however, was different. She had been providing suggestions for the others while hardly perk. It is not a day of fasting, so a little drinking is permissible. Lin Mian and Ro's eyes glimmered with anticipation as Zhang Yu remarked, very well, let us start with one drink, but do not overindulge. No problem, I promise I won't drink too much. This statement came from Xining, yet ironically, she was the one who consumed the most, 6 bottles, to be precise. Her face bore a faint flush, but her speech remained coherent. perhaps only slightly tipsy. Meanwhile, Ro had succumbed to slumber. Resting her head on the table, Zhang Yu was perplexed. She drank less than a bottle. How could she be so inebriated? Lin Mian inquired, could it be that Ro's tolerance is low? I am well aware of her capacity. Even if it were poor, it shouldn't lead to such a state from just one bottle. A tinge of guilt washed over Xi Ning. The truth was that Ro's intoxication was influenced by her own consumption, as their sensory perceptions were intertwined. Although Ro had not drunk excessively, the shared sensation of dizziness had rendered her unconscious. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xi Ning discreetly utilized magic to metabolize the alcohol within her system. And soon Ro awoke, slightly dazed. How did I fall asleep? Zhang Yu chuckled. Who knows? You had just 2 drinks and then dozed off. No more alcohol for you. Let me fetch you a soft drink. Ro nodded. All right. I need to use the restroom first. Xi Ning stood up. I need to go too. Let us go together. After the alcohol was metabolized, her urge to visit the restroom was mirrored by Ro's. A result of their shared perceptions, however, Zhang Yu harbored no suspicions, merely assuming they were companions heading to the facilities. After dinner, upon returning home, Zhang Yu suddenly felt that allowing Zhou Jun to sleep on the floor was rather inconsiderate. Thus, he suggested, Zhou Jun, how about I book a hotel for you? Why? You are technically on a business trip. It isn't right for you to sleep on the floor all the time. Zhou Jun waved her hand dismissively. No need. I can manage for tonight. I will be heading back tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes, my task is completed, and I must return. My tickets are already booked. Lin Mian teased from the side. Sha Yu cannot bear to let such a beautiful girl leave his home. Zhou Shou, you should keep your distance from this fickle lad. Zhang Yu shot her an annoyed glance. You talk too much. Why don't you distance yourself from me instead? Lin Mian widened her eyes in shock. What? You want me to stay away from you? Oh my. Ro, look at your husband, always bullying people. Lin Mian dove into Ro's embrace, starting a playful ruckus. Zhang Yu approached and seized her ankle, causing Lin Mian to squeal in surprise as she struggled to free her foot, but to no avail. What are you doing? Just giving you a little lesson. With that, Zhang Yu began to tickle her foot, prompting uncontrollable laughter from Lin Mian as her body wriggled on the bed. Are you still being mischievous? Have you realized your mistake? Ha. I was wrong. I'll be good. Only then did Zhang Yu release her, saying, come here and give me a kiss. Lin Mian pouted, reluctantly pecking his lips, then took the opportunity to latch onto his mouth, not letting go until his lips were slightly swollen. Zhou Jun observed this scene and shook her head. With you two acting like this, who can stay in this house? It's suffocating with all this dog food. If you're so envious, why not find someone for yourself? You can date, can't you? It's not that simple. Such matters rely on fate, and one must let things flow naturally. Relationships that are forced seldom last. Chapter 75. The sole victim. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Zhang Yu remarked, letting things flow naturally certainly aligns with your Taoist principles. But if I recall correctly, you are 2 years my senior. Yes, indeed. What of it? Don't your parents urge you to settle down? Zhou Jun replied, oh, they do, without a doubt. Once, we even had a heated argument over it. And then what happened? I retreated to my room, began to pace restlessly, and plastered talismans all over the walls. When my parents saw that, they thought I was performing a ritual to sever my romantic ties and cease their urging. Truth be told, I was merely trying to scare them. You were something else. Ro interjected, is it truly possible to sever romantic ties like that? Zhou Jun waved her hand dismissively. Such things are impossible. Our Taoist teachings are grounded in science, and we have always been adaptive to the times. I understand the importance of science, but what do you mean by adaptive to the times? Well, I heard from my senior brother about a Taoist disciple who had a profound love for beef. Yet Taoism forbids it, one of the prohibitions being the consumption of beef. As Zhang Yu recalled their earlier barbecue, he noted that Zhou Jun had indeed not eaten any beef. And then what happened? Zhou Jun continued, that disciple cherished Taoism but didn't want to give up beef, so he consulted his master. His master was also troubled and researched for several days, ultimately concluding that it was permissible to eat. Why is that? Taoism forbids beef because, in the past, oxen were vital labor for farming and thus precious to ordinary families. Nowadays, however, no one uses oxen for plowing. Tractors have taken their place. If we are to adhere to prohibitions, it should be against tractors instead. Impressive. This is indeed adaptive to the times. Not eating tractors is quite the feat. They are hardly edible. Zhou Jun reclined in the bed, laughing. I consider this more of a story than fact. Regardless, it is quite amusing. She yawned. I am going to sleep. Could you turn off the lights? I will leave a nightlight on. All right. Good night. Though it was only a little past 10, Zhou Jun explained that she usually went to bed around this time. as staying up late could harm her liver. She then shared a plethora of theories from a Taoist perspective, explaining that nighttime was when the liver underwent a cleansing process, and sleeping early was beneficial for liver health. If one stayed up late, the liver's fire could not be purged, leading to harm. Her lecture left everyone in a daze, concluding with the maxim that early to bed and early to rise is never a mistake. Lin Mian and Ro Ro nestled beside Zhang Yu, and his wandering hands were far from idle. Instead of teasing Lin Mian, he found it more advantageous to take advantage of Ro Ro. Ro Ro merely pouted without resistance. Having crossed that line, she would not reject Zhang Yu. However, she had forgotten one crucial detail. Her current perceptions were intertwined with Xining's, just as Xining was on the verge of falling asleep. She suddenly felt an unexpected touch on her chest, nearly jolting upright. Fortunately, she managed to regain her composure just in time. Casting a glance in Ro Ro's direction, she gritted her teeth, deciding to endure it for now. This sensation was utterly peculiar, both physically and psychologically. However, what Xining did not anticipate was that this was merely the beginning. After midnight, everyone in the house had succumbed to sleep. Xining, in a hazy dream, envisioned Zhang Yu transformed into a devil, both handsome and domineering, pressing her down and slowly kissing her lips. A blissful, almost entranced smile spread across Xining's face as she eagerly responded to her master's passionate kiss. The dream felt so real, as if Zhang Yu truly lay atop her. Wait a moment. Xining's eyes flew open. Beside her was only the slumbering Shou Jun, but the sensation on her lips had not dissipated, and it felt as if someone was kissing her. She quickly glanced around the room, realizing that what had once been a bed for three now housed only Lin Mian. Zhang Yu and Ro Ro had seemingly vanished. Through their bond, she sensed Zhang Yu's presence in the living room. If that sensation lingered, it must be coming from Ro Ro. They were to— oh no. The elixir. Ro Ro, have you forgotten about me? I can feel everything too. Moments later, Xining felt a sudden warmth radiate from her hand. Could it be help? She glanced at the still sleeping Shou Jun beside her, realizing she could not escape this predicament. After contemplating her options, she cast a spell on herself and vanished from the bedroom, entering a space that belonged solely to her. Fearing she might make any unseemly sounds, she preferred this secluded area where no one could witness her. The tail, wings, and horns that emerged from her body were a result of the stimulation. To sever the connection with Ro Ro, she would need to eliminate the mark on her. But in this situation, how could she possibly approach Ro Ro? Suddenly, in her isolated realm, Xining's eyes widened. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Her mind went blank in an instant. Well, there was no point in resisting. She might as well enjoy it. Half an hour later, the chaos in the living room finally subsided, and Xining found her release, lying in her own space while catching her breath. So this was the feeling. Before today, she had never experienced anything like it. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck her. Wait, what about my first time? Was it just lost like that? This isn't right, is it? She checked her body, finding no damage. She hadn't felt any pain, which was unusual as one would typically feel discomfort during their first experience. After a moment of deep contemplation, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The magic merely transmitted a gentle sensation to her brain, and the changes in her body were not interconnected. Thankfully, she was still whole. Otherwise, the loss would have been considerable. Tomorrow, she must seek out Ro Ro to lift this enchantment. Subsequently, Xining quickly adjusted her state and returned to her cocoon of blankets just before Zhang Yu and Ro Ro re-entered the bedroom. Unbeknownst to her, Shou Jun turned in her sleep and nestled against Xining. So soft. Xining. After a while, she heard the faint sound of the bedroom door being gently pushed open. The couple, having just concluded their intimate moments, returned to bed with utmost care, ensuring they did not awaken Lin Mian, who lay nearby. On this night, the sole victim was Xining. Chapter 76. Strengthening bonds. The following morning, Ro Ro, having stayed up late the previous night, rose later than Shou Jun, who immediately went out to buy breakfast for everyone. Xining, however, poked Ro Ro's face with her tail, only to feel her own face being poked in return. Damn it, this magic truly must be dispelled. With her efforts, Ro Ro was finally roused. Xining. There's something you need. Sister Ro Ro, give me your hand. Ro Ro sleepily extended her right hand. Not that one. The other hand. Ro Ro switched hands, and Xining swiftly wiped away the mark on her wrist, finally breathing a sigh of relief. From now on, this enchantment would be permanently classified as forbidden. All right, you can continue sleeping now. Ro Ro murmured, collapsing onto her pillow, clearly still in need of rest. By 8:30, Zhang Yu felt something burrowing into his embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Lin Mian. He gently patted her head, cradling her in his arms, and draped his legs over her, effectively pinning her down. Lin Mian attempted to move but found herself utterly immobilized. You're so heavy. It's your lack of strength. Lin Mian playfully pounded Zhang Yu's back with her little fist. Don't weigh me down. I need to get up. Zhang Yu released her, only for Lin Mian to immediately roll over and climb atop him. Their faces mere inches apart. Her silky hair cascaded over his face, tickling him. Is this how you wake up? I've practically left the bed. How can that not count as waking up? The conversation stirred Ro from her slumber. And upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the two entangled together. What are you two up to? Nothing. Just strengthening our bond. Care to join? Ro chuckled softly. No. I need to prepare breakfast. No need. I've already bought food. We can just eat. Zhou Jun returned just in time, carrying the breakfast. Zhang Yu patted Lin Mian's back, and she finally rose from atop him. After breakfast, Ning pulled Ro aside and said, Sister Ro, the mutual perception magic has been cancelled. It was only then that Ro noticed the absence of the connection between them and could no longer sense Zhang Yu's presence. Why? Ning fixed her with a penetrating gaze and asked, Did you and the master come to the living room last night and engage in that? Ro's complexion shifted. How do you know? What do you think? Mutual perception. I was inexplicably. Oh dear. I apologize. I forgot about that at the time. Ning placed her hands on her hips. Does an apology suffice? How shall I mend my emotional scars? How do you wish for me to make amends? Ning rubbed her thumb and forefinger together. A red envelope would suffice for my forgiveness. After shopping yesterday, the demon had come to realize the importance of money in the human world. Though she could conjure money with magic, that was illegal. It was better to ask her master and sister. Ro was unbothered, understanding that Ning would be living with them in the future. And it wasn't a big deal to give her some pocket money. Smiling, she said, No problem. How much do you want? 5 is too little. 500 is too much. I'll give you 5,000. Yay. Thank you. Sister Ro, Mua. Ning joyfully embraced Ro and planted a kiss on her cheek, just as Zhang Yu walked in. Ning, what are you doing? Hands off my wife. It was the master who made the first move. After that, Ning returned to the bedroom, clutching her phone. Zhang Yu scratched his head, perplexed. What is she talking about? When did I ever make a move on her? Ro pursed her lips and chuckled. Perhaps she dreamt about it last night. At that moment, Zhou Jun had finished organizing her belongings and entered the living room. I'm leaving now. We'll see you off. Oh no, there's no need. I can just take a cab. Besides, once you're back in Kyoto, you can come visit me again. Bye-bye. All right then. Bye. After Zhou Jun departed, Zhang Yu glanced at the 3 beautiful girls in the house, each with whom he shared an intimate bond. The rest of the day, Lin Mian focused on revising her thesis on her tablet, while the others thoughtfully refrained from disturbing her, engaging only in light activities in the living room. Ro prepared a plate of fruit and said to Zhang Yu, Darling, please take this to Ro. Why do I have to deliver it? Can't you just take it yourself? Ning, engrossed in a game, chimed in. Silly master, don't you understand? You're Lin Mian's husband. Delivering it showcases your concern for her. Zhang Yu playfully tapped her on the head before carrying the fruit towards the bedroom. Ning continued playing her game, seemingly unfazed by the light reprimand. As he pushed the door open, Lin Mian awaited with her mouth agape, ready for a treat. Zhang Yu plucked a grape and fed it to her, grinning. How's the revision going? Lin Mian leaned into his embrace and replied. Almost done, but this isn't the final version. I still need to send it to my professor. She swallowed the grape and added, I want more. Zhang Yu offered her another grape, to which Lin Mian smiled softly before kissing him, gifting him a mouthful of the imported fruit. It's sweet. Sweet. Which is sweeter, the grape or me? Zhang Yu laughed. That's a tough distinction to make. Unless I sample both multiple times. Lin Mian huffed. Dream on. You just know how to push your luck. Yet, shortly after, she pressed her lips against his once more, this time with even greater fervor, leaving them both slightly dazed upon parting. Zhang Yu pinched her cheek and inquired, What's gotten into you today? You're unusually clingy. Am I not usually clingy with you? Not quite the same. Usually, you're not this affectionate. It's often me who initiates the kisses. Lin Mian shot him a knowing glance. Oh. You aware of that? Huh. Such a lecher. She then took hold of Zhang Yu's hand, gently caressing his long, slender fingers. You've been in Yun City for several days now. Aren't you about to head back? Zhang Yu rubbed his chin against her delicate cheek. Are you reluctant to see me go? Indeed, I am. Being with you is such a joy, and I feel so at ease. No matter what we do. You always right there beside me. Lin Mian spoke from the heart. These days of cohabitation had been incredibly comforting. Zhang Yu was attentive but never lectured her, showing his care through actions instead. After diligently finishing her thesis, she could immediately curl up against him for a cuddle, and when hunger struck, he would prepare delicious meals for her. Every small moment spent together was filled with happiness. Chapter 77. A tipsy Lin Mian. It was precisely these delightful days that made her reluctant to part ways with Zhang Yu. Now wishing to remain in his embrace indefinitely, I wish I could graduate right now and head straight to Kyoto. Zhang Yu patted her shoulder, grinning. Why don't I just stay for the next 2 months? Living here until you graduate, that simply won't do. Why not? Because you have more than just me to attend to. There's also Sister Roro, and that other beautiful demon. I can have them stay too. They would agree. Lin Mian shook her head vehemently. No, that would make me seem selfish. Zhang Yu chuckled. One must look after oneself. What's wrong with being a tad selfish? Don't tempt me. The more you say, the more I dread your departure. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mian bit her lip and declared, let us enjoy one more day together tomorrow. And the day after, I'll return to school. Is that it? Just leaving. Yes, I need to focus on my thesis and aim for an early defense. Zhang Yu feigned a pitiful expression. What about me? You have Ro, and Shi Ning to keep you company. Why ask me? Cough. No. Then tomorrow, I'll spend the day exclusively with you. Lin Mian nodded with a smile. All right. The next morning, Lin Mian woke early to prepare herself. Knowing Ro would pull Zhang Yu out of bed to style his hair before their date, with her impending departure, she decided to grant her husband a day out, while she would spend time with Shi Ning. Two individuals joyfully spent the day outdoors until after dinner, when Zhang Yu inquired, shall we head home? Lin Mian glanced at the time and replied, it's still early. Let's wander a bit longer. All right, where to? How about we visit Uncle Lu's bar? Are you thinking of drinking again? Lin Mian laughed and nodded. Her menstrual cycle had already ended several days ago, and she had even indulged in a bit of beer during their barbecue outing. Then let us go, but don't overindulge. If I drink too much, wouldn't it make it easier for you to take advantage? Stop joking. I am a paragon of virtue. Lin Mian rolled her eyes. There are no paragons of virtue. It's all a facade, I assure you. I am truly virtuous. Then shall we forego the bar and head to a hotel instead? Let's go. Lin Mian chuckled in exasperation and playfully kicked Zhang Yu. You rascal. Ha. Merely jesting. Let's find old Lu and let him treat us to drinks. Zhang Yu took Lin Mian's hand and walked towards the Yuanqing bar. As Lin Mian observed his retreating figure, she pursed her lips and touched her bag, her face slightly flushed. Upon their return to Yuanqing bar, Zhang Yu felt a sense of disorientation. It had hardly been a month since their last visit. Upon entering, Lu Yuanqing, standing at the bar, greeted them without lifting his head. Welcome. What would you like to drink? Zhang Yu approached and tapped the table. Boss Lu, how have you been? Hearing this voice, Lu Yuanqing looked up in surprise. Xiao Yu, when did you arrive in Yin City? I've been here for a few days. You should have informed me so that your sister-in-law could prepare some good dishes for us to enjoy a proper meal. Zhang Yu shook Lin Mian's hand and said with a grin, what's the point of drinking with you? I'm here to accompany my girlfriend. Lin Mian waved at Lu Yuanqing. Hello, Uncle Lu. Oh, isn't this Lin Mian? My apologies. I was so engrossed in conversation with Xiao Yu. What would you like to drink? Zhang Yu ordered 2 drinks with the lower alcohol option designated for Lin Mian. The bar had just opened. And with few patrons present, the three of them chatted comfortably at the bar. After finishing her drink, Lin Mian poked Zhang Yu's arm. What's up? I want to try your drink. Mine has a higher alcohol content. You might not handle it well, just a taste. How will I know if I can handle it if I don't try? Zhang Yu contemplated for a moment, reasoning that even if she overindulged, he could simply take her home to rest, so he ordered another drink. After finishing that one, Lin Mian appeared noticeably tipsy. After bidding farewell to Lu, Zhang Yu wrapped his arms around Lin Mian and led her out of the bar. Xiao Yu. Zhang Yu pinched her nose playfully. I told you not to drink too much, yet you insisted on trying. Now look, you're tipsy, aren't you? I'm not tipsy. I can still walk in a straight line. All right then, if you're feeling tipsy, let us head home for some rest, shall we? No. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Why not? Lin Mian rummaged through her bag and produced her ID card. We're not going home. Let us stay at a hotel. Stop joking. Why would you want to stay at a hotel when you have a home? I'm serious, Xiao Yu. Lin Mian suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she gazed into Zhang Yu's eyes. Struggling to discern whether it was the alcohol or her embarrassment causing her demeanor, recognizing the implication in her gaze, Zhang Yu asked, are you certain? Absolutely, and I'm quite sober. Thus, they found themselves at a hotel. Lin Mian, emboldened by her inebriation, collapsed onto the bed with Zhang Yu, and they shared an intimate kiss for quite some time before gradually progressing further. perhaps fueled by the effects of alcohol. Lin Mian felt wonderfully lightheaded until Zhang Yu carried her, entirely unclothed, into the bathroom. As warm water cascaded over their bodies, washing away the remnants of their prior intimacy, she finally became fully alert. Does it hurt? Not anymore. Zhang Yu smirked, recovering quickly. Should we go for another round? Lin Mian immediately shook her head. No more. I'm exhausted and wish to sleep. Meanwhile, at home, Xining and Ro Ro lay in bed. Xining asked, is it true that Master and Sister Lin Mian won't be returning today? Ro Ro replied, at this hour, they most certainly will not. Aren't you lonely? Ro Ro, it's just one day. How could I possibly feel lonely? Is that so? But when you and Master were in Kyoto, you were together every day. It's the same here. We even sneak into the living room too. Ro Ro's face flushed, but she continued. That was all at my husband's request. Xining chose not to expose her, wrapping her arms around Ro Ro's waist, her tail swaying gently at the edge of the bed. Both of her sisters had already captured the heart of their master. Was it not her turn next? She pondered how best to entice him, confident in her abilities in that regard. However, she wondered if, given his status as an ordinary human with so many wives, he might not be able to withstand it. As Xining contemplated this dilemma, she resolved to use magic to enhance her master's physique. That should suffice. Chapter 78. The elf and the demon Lin Mian and Zhang Yu spent the night at the hotel, indulging in each other's company until morning. After a leisurely awakening, they continued to bask in their affection. Observing Lin Mian moving about freely as if nothing had happened, Zhang Yu recalled how Ro Ro had struggled to walk normally the next day. It could only be said that individual constitutions indeed varied greatly. After tidying up, Lin Mian approached Zhang Yu with a smile and kissed him. Let us go. Please take me back to school. Upon her return to the dormitory, Lin Mian was met with scrutinizing gazes from her roommates. She raised the snacks in her hands. Why are you all looking at me like that? Shen Shui was the first to speak. What do you think? You haven't been back in days. You didn't even send a message. We almost thought Zhang Yu had sold you. How could that be? I posted on Moments, didn't I? She placed a large bag of snacks on the table. I brought these for you. Shen Shui ignored the treats, stepping closer to Lin Mian for a thorough examination. I can't shake the feeling that you seem different somehow. What is different? I can't quite put it into words, but there is definitely a change. What do you think, Yuan? Lin Mian pushed her back into her chair. Oh, what is there to see? Hurry up and get back to your thesis. Upon returning home, Zhang Yu found Ro Ro and Xining packing their belongings, preparing to head back to Kyoto in the afternoon. With an expected arrival around 10 o'clock that evening, Xining donned a pair of denim shorts and a snug top. Despite it being April and still too early for summer attire, she seemed entirely unfazed by the cold. Zhang Yu approached her from behind and playfully grabbed the tip of her swaying tail. Xining let out a soft whimper. Master, be gentle. How did your tail even come to be? There shouldn't be any holes in your pants, right? Why don't you take a closer look? Master? Xining arched her back, a provocative gesture. Zhang Yu then noticed a faint glow where her tail met her pants, indicating that the tail emerged through some mystical means. I see. Can you summon your wings too? Of course. In an instant, a pair of large membranous wings sprouted from Xining's back, resembling those of a bat but much larger. When fully extended, they measured approximately 2 meters, and she enveloped Zhang Yu within them. Though the wings lacked feathers, they were incredibly soft and warm, emanating a subtle fragrance. All right, retract them now. How about I take you for a flight, Master? No flying. Let us pack our things and prepare to go home. Then we can fly once we get home. Zhang Yu chuckled. That's even less reason to fly. Why not? Ro Ro interjected. In Kyoto, any unusual occurrences will be swiftly addressed, so it's best to maintain a low profile. Xining nodded, and then folded her wings, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yu's waist from behind. The softness of her body pressed against his back made Zhang Yu swallow hard. Why are you so clingy? Because I like you, Master. Liking someone doesn't mean you can cling to me endlessly. I need to pack. Then kiss me, and I'll let go. Zhang Yu glanced at Ro Ro, who feigned ignorance by turning away. With no other choice, he turned and planted a kiss on Xining's cheek before escaping her embrace. After a light lunch, the group headed to the high-speed rail station, arriving in Kyoto by 10 o'clock. As they exited, they spotted Lin Rue and Isha waiting for them. The little elf rushed toward Zhang Yu the moment she saw him, leaping into his arms. Master! Isha, did you miss me? I did, grasping Zhang Yu's hand. Isha turned to Xining, who was wearing a mask, her crimson eyes darting mischievously at the little elf. However, Isa simply could not comprehend the situation. She merely felt that the sister with the ample bosom appeared somewhat familiar. After all, she had only encountered Xining's soul form and had never seen her in person. Zhang Yu noticed Isa's puzzlement and introduced, "This is Xining, and from now on, Xining elder sister, you are alive." How wonderful! Before he could finish his sentence, Isa suddenly dashed into Xining's embrace, causing the demon's body to stiffen momentarily. Oh no, this foolish girl, did you not understand the look I gave you? Zhang Yu and Ro exchanged bewildered glances. Do you know each other? Ha, perhaps not, maybe. We should be acquainted. Weren't you saying that when you possessed Isa, she was unaware? Just as Xining was about to speak, Lin Rui approached and said, "What are you all doing? Can't you discuss this at home? It's quite chilly standing here at night." Upon hearing Lin Rui's voice, Xining immediately greeted her. "Hello, mother. My name is Xining." Lin Rui glanced at Xining and smiled. "Yes, I am already aware of your situation. You shall live with Xiao Yu from now on." "Thank you, mother." To directly address her as mother was quite telling. At that moment, Zhang Yu began to piece things together. It was evident that Xining was lying. He whispered, "I will deal with you later." Woo-woo-woo-I in the car. Isa was yawning incessantly, too drowsy to keep her eyes open. "Mom, I told you we could go back by ourselves. Why did you bring Isa along? Look at how tired she is." Lin Rui shot him a glance and replied, "At this late hour, do you think I wanted to pick you up? Isa insisted on waiting for you, refusing to sleep until you returned. Which is why I brought her along." Hearing this, Zhang Yu turned to look at Isa, who was somewhat guilty and looking down. Zhang Yu chuckled, "I'll let it go this time, but you mustn't do this again." With that, Isa leaned against Xining and fell asleep. Xining held the little sprite close, discreetly tugging at Ro-Ro's clothing, her eyes brimming with a plea for help. Ro smiled and took out her phone to send her a message. "You lied on your own. I can't help you." Xining, feeling conflicted, typed back, "Will they kick me out?" Despite sitting face to face, they chose to communicate in this manner. "That shouldn't happen. Your husband is quite reasonable. Just be sincere in your attitude later." Xining sighed in relief. As long as they did not expel her, she was fine. As for being sincere, that was her forte, so there was nothing to fear. If she thought about it carefully, she would understand that Zhang Yu could never send her away. Allowing a magic-wielding demon to roam freely among humans posed an exceedingly high risk. Chapter 79. The Soft-Kneed Demon. Upon arriving home, Zhang Yu first carried the sleeping Isa inside. Ro walked ahead to open the door, and Zhang Ming emerged in her pajamas. "Brother, sister-in-law, you're back." Ro nodded, and Zhang Ming's gaze was immediately drawn to the voluptuous Xining beside Zhang Yu. "Brother, have you brought back another one?" "What do you mean another?" Lin Rui yawned. "I'm tired. You all can talk upstairs. Good night, Mom." After Lin Rui left, they all ascended the stairs together. Zhang Yu first took Isa back to her room, tucked her in, and then joined the others in the living room on the second floor. "Meow, a cat's meow," echoed as a Xian emerged from Zhang Yu's room, having caught the scent of its owner. A Xian, "Come here." Hearing its master's call, a Xian did not move. Instead, it fixated its gaze on Xining, slowly arching its back. In the next moment, the black cat leapt fiercely at Xining's face. Just as Xining was about to use magic to evade, Zhang Yu suddenly reached out and caught the airborne cat in his arms. All right. Xining is not a bad person, so don't be fierce with her." As he spoke, Zhang Yu skillfully petted a Xian, which soon began to purr contentedly in his embrace. Zhang Yu sat on the sofa, looked up at Xining, and asked, "Aren't you going to explain yourself?" With a thud, Xining knelt down again. "I'm sorry, I lied." Zhang Ming, somewhat confused, had been at school all day and was unaware of the recent events in Yuncheng. However, she could tell at a glance that Xining was no ordinary person, given her extraordinary physique. Zhang Yu was taken aback once more. "Why are you kneeling again? Do demons have such soft knees?" "I won't get up until Master forgives me." "Then stay down. Ro, let's go back to our room to rest." Xining, this isn't right. This isn't what I expected." However, she certainly could not remain kneeling indefinitely, and she reached out to grasp Zhang Yu's thigh. "Master, don't go. I won't kneel anymore. That's more like it. Sit properly and talk." Xining obediently sat on the sofa this time, while Zhang Yu continued to pet the cat and asked, "First, clarify the part you've been concealing." "Well, then I should mention that all of this was my idea and had nothing to do with Isa. Go ahead. I will make my own judgment after hearing you out." Zhang Yu's tone was calm yet commanding, making Zhang Ming feel hesitant to speak. This scene reminded her of the time she had been reprimanded, when Zhang Yu spoke to her in the same manner. Xining took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I only told one lie, which is that Isa has known of my existence since I possessed her in the demon realm." "Then why did you hide it from me?" "Because when I possessed Ro, I had her help. I essentially took advantage of you all. I was afraid you would be angry with Isa, She is truly a very innocent child. She merely strayed from the fairy realm and couldn't find her way home. Roro recalled the events and said, no wonder Isa suddenly wanted to sleep with me that day. It was the day you possessed me, right? Xining nodded. Yes, it's really not her fault. It was all my doing. After listening, Zhang Yu nodded and said, all right, I understand. Do you have anything else to say? Nothing else. Whatever punishment master decides is fine, as long as you don't expel me. Very well, starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for a week's worth of household chores. Xining nodded and then quietly awaited further instructions. Zhang Yu stood up, smiling. All right, everyone go to bed. Huh, no other punishments? What else do you want? And no, master is so kind. He. As she spoke, Xining clung to Zhang Yu's arm, rubbing against him like a little kitten. However, this action displeased Xian, who extended its claws and swiped at Xining's face. Fortunately, demons possessed high defense. Otherwise, she would have been scratched all over, having hunted monsters with Zhang Yu. Xian had never had its claws trimmed. Zhang Yu scratched the cat's head and said, all right, from now on, she is part of the family too, so let us get along harmoniously, understood? Meowed out. Xian meowed softly and approached Xining to sniff her, memorizing her scent as a form of acceptance. All right, the matter is settled. Go rest. Xining smiled and nodded, then asked, which room is master's? You want to sleep in my room? Why not? If you can't sleep, find an empty room for yourself. A reluctant expression crossed Xining's face, but she had just been reprimanded and dared not voice an objection. Zhang Ming interjected, brother, the empty rooms haven't been tidied up yet. Ro immediately stood up. I'll tidy it up now. Oh, no need. Xining elder sister, why not just stay with me for the night? We can clean tomorrow when we have time. Is that all right? Zhang Ming glanced at Xining's ample bosom, a slight smile forming on her lips. Of course, it's getting late. Hurry and rest. Good night, brother. Good night, sister-in-law. With that, she pulled Xining back to her room, leaving Zhang Yu and Ro to exchange glances and shrug before returning to their own room to rest. The following morning, Zhang Yu went to Isa's room to wake the little sprite. Seeing the small girl still lost in her dreams, Zhang Yu pinched her nose, making it impossible for her to breathe. After a while, Isa could no longer endure the sensation of suffocation, furrowing her brow and opening her eyes. Master. It's me. The little girl rubbed her eyes. I'll get up now. There's no rush about getting up. Don't you have anything to say to me? Isa fell silent. Here's a hint. It's related to Xining. Master. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I shouldn't have hidden things from Master, but Xining elder sister is also very pitiful. I'd seen the little girl's brows furrowed. Zhang Yu reached out to ruffle her hair and smiled. I don't blame you, but next time something like this happens, you must tell me. Sometimes, matters that you cannot resolve might be something I can handle. The melancholy that lingered on Isha's face dissipated in an instant as she smiled and nodded at Zhang Yu, saying, yes, I remember. Now, let us rise and partake in breakfast. Upon descending the stairs, they found Xining seated on the sofa, yawning. What's the matter? Did you not sleep well last night? Perhaps I am still adjusting to this new environment. Chapter 80. The Suppressor. In truth, the reason Xining had a restless night stemmed from Zhang Ming. Although they were both girls, Zhang Ming had been incessantly curious about her physique, touching and prodding, which prevented Xining from finding solace in sleep. However, she dared not voice her discomfort, as Zhang Ming was the sister of her master. During breakfast, Lin Rui placed a dark, murky concoction before Zhang Ming. Upon seeing it, Zhang Ming recoiled in distaste. Mom, can I please not drink this? No, you must drink it. You are preparing for the college entrance examination, and this is essential for your brain function. You must finish it, but it tastes terrible, and it's so viscous and repulsive. Just endure it. This is a precious substance. Zhang Ming rolled her eyes and remarked, if it's so precious, it should be shared. Brother, you should try some too. Thank you, but I must decline. Lin Rui interjected, your brother isn't taking the exam, so you must drink it all by yourself in front of your mother. Zhang Yu cast a quizzical glance at Lin Rui, finding it odd. He had never seen her insist that they consume something they did not like, especially a supplement. Yet, he refrained from questioning further, convinced that Lin Rui meant no harm. Ultimately, Zhang Ming pinched her nose and grimaced as she consumed the viscous, dark liquid. Ugh, how disgusting. Lin Rui patted Zhang Ming on the back, saying, for the next 2 months, you only need to drink this once a week. Just bear with it and be obedient. Understood. Xining bit her chopsticks and glanced at Zhang Ming and the cup in her hand, her crimson pupils flickering momentarily. After the meal, Xining approached Zhang Yu's room and said, Master, I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Yu looked at her and smiled. Speak freely. Why so serious? Taking a deep breath, Xining replied, "What Zhang Ming just drank is not a supplement at all." "What do you mean?" "I recognize that smell. It resembles a type of suppressor from the demon realm." Zhang Yu's expression shifted as he beckoned Xining to sit. "Be more specific. What sort of suppressor?" "In the demon realm, such substances are typically used medicinally, akin to human tranquilizers. However, since Zhang Ming is human, this should have no effect on her. So, could there be any side effects? For humans, no. The demon realm as suppressors inhibit magical energy. And since humans possess no magical energy, it's akin to drinking a bottle of water." After contemplating for a considerable time, Zhang Yu finally spoke. "Xining, do not disclose this to anyone else for now. I will go find my mother to clarify this matter." Understood. As they finished speaking, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Little Yu, are you inside?" The voice unmistakably belonged to Qin Yusen. Zhang Yu opened the door to find a beautifully dressed young girl with light makeup smiling at him. "Little Yu, did you miss me? What brings you here? I heard you returned, and since today is the weekend, I came to play with you." As she spoke, Qin Yusen began to enter Zhang Yu's room, only to spot Xining seated on his bed. "Wow, that's quite impressive." This was the first adjective that sprang to Qin Yusen's mind upon seeing Xining. Xining waved at her. "Hello, Yusen. This should be our first meeting." Hello. Wait, who are you? Why are you sitting on little Yu's bed?" Xining blinked, then a playful smile curved her full lips, although Qin Yusen did not recognize her. Xining was well aware of the girl's personality and decided to tease her. She walked over to Zhang Yu and, from behind, wrapped her arms around his neck, speaking sultryly, I am Xining, the new maid of the master, responsible for warming his bed. Of course I must sit on his bed. You let go of little Yu." Seeing Xining clinging to Zhang Yu, Qin Yusen was instantly consumed by jealousy, and with claws extended, she lunged at Xining. However, being a demon, Xining was far too nimble to be caught, and they began to circle around Zhang Yu in a playful chase. "Oh dear master, look at her. She is so fierce. I am terrified." As she said this, Xining buried her head into Zhang Yu's embrace, feigning a pitiful expression. Qin Yusen gritted her teeth in anger. "You wicked green tea. You white-haired nonconformist with a large chest. Let go of little Yu." With that, she lunged at Xining once more, but just as it seemed she would succeed, a sudden tightening around her waist lifted her into the air. Xining had used her tail to hoist Qin Yusen before her. Smiling, "Yusen dear, please do not harbor such animosity toward me. After all, we have known each other for quite some time." Suspended in midair, Qin Yusen's legs flailed as she realized that Xining's tail was wrapped around her waist. And fear crept into her eyes. What are you?" In response, Xining let out a couple of eerie laughs, her long white hair rising without wind, her crimson pupils glimmering as a pair of demon wings unfurled behind her. "Now do you see? I am, of course, a demon from the demon realm." Help," Qin Yusen cried, bursting into tears. "Xining," Zhang Yu called sharply, and immediately, Xining gently set Yusen back on the ground, sticking out her tongue as though realizing she had taken things too far. Once on her feet, Qin Yusen rushed into Zhang Yu's arms, sobbing, "Wah, little Yu, who is she? I'm so scared." Zhang Yu gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's all right. Xining is just joking with you. She, like Isha, is from the demon realm and is not a villain. Impossible. She looks just like a wicked woman. Have you been bewitched by her? Wah, that's not true. Stop crying." Observing Yusen with tears streaming down her face, Zhang Yu requested a tissue from Xining. "Here, wipe your nose. You've smeared it all over my clothes." After a moment of crying, Qin Yusen gradually calmed down, only to realize she was being held by Zhang Yu, who was gently wiping her tears and nose. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Zhang Yu was taken aback. "Why are you alternating between crying and laughing?" "It's nothing. Just hold me a little longer." All right. Your makeup is all ruined from crying. Wait here while I have a quick word with my mother, and I'll return shortly." "Okay." Qin Yusen hesitated. "What is it?" She pointed at Xining, saying, "I don't want to be in the same room with her. She's really not a bad person. You two can chat for a bit while I'm gone." Chapter 81, The Half-Reed. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he affectionately ruffled Qin Yusen's hair and exited the bedroom. Qin Yusen glanced at Xining, retreating a couple of steps. Xining approached, smiling. "There's no need to be so frightened. I was genuinely just joking with you. You just stay there and don't move. All right? I want to move. Can we just chat like this? I have nothing to discuss with you." Qin Yusen clearly remained upset. Xining observed the younger girl, whose thoughts were written all over her face, and said with a chuckle, "But I actually helped you just now. There's really no need for such hostility toward me." "Nonsense. Even if little Yu says you're not a bad person, You still scared me. If I hadn't frightened you, would you have had the chance to snuggle up to your little you? Shin Yusin's mind raced, realizing that perhaps she had a point. Usually, if she tried to snuggle into little Yu's embrace, he would push her away. But today, not only had he not done so, but he had also comforted her. Seeing that she was falling for her own trap, Shining stepped closer and added, "In truth, I've always known you have feelings for the master. I was merely creating an opportunity for you. Yet you misunderstood me, but that you were being touchy with little you too." Shining shrugged. "So what? He has more than one woman. If you can embrace him, isn't that enough?" It seems to be the case, but I feel something off. Shin Yusin's mind was in a whirl. Shining approached her, linking their arms as they sat down. That's the gist of it. "I truly was helping you. Moreover, if you wish, I can assist you in pursuing the master. Really. But I've been trying for years without success. Can you actually do it?" Shining waved her tail playfully. Smiling, "Do not forget, I am a demon. Enticing men is a piece of cake for me. Just a few tips, and I guarantee you'll have suitors lining up from here to the demon realm." The words spoken were grandiose, yet in truth, Shining had never experienced love. She had been engrossed in the study of various forms of magic in the demon realm, nearly to the point of endangering her own life. Of course, there were certain subjective reasons at play. There were no male demons in the demon realm, thus any desire for companionship was utterly unattainable. Zhang Yu was now considered her first man. Upon hearing this, Qin Yusin spoke up. "I don't need so many men. Just having Xiaoyu Gu is sufficient." Shining chuckled mischievously and replied, "That's simple. You just need to do this. And then that." At that moment, Zhang Yu knocked on Lin Rui's door. "Come in." "Mom, what's the matter?" Zhang Yu paused for a moment before asking, "Mom, what exactly did you give Xiaoming to drink?" Lin Rui replied with a calm smile. "It's just a brain tonic. Why, do you want some too?" Zhang Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Rui's eyes. After a minute of mutual staring, Lin Rui finally relented, letting out a sigh. "I truly am exasperated with you. You little rascal, that you've grown clever as you've matured. I preferred you when you were adorably foolish as a child. Mom, please don't chastise me just yet. What on earth is wrong with Xiaoming?" Lin Rui patted the bed, prompting Zhang Yu to sit beside her. Before she finally spoke, "I intended to wait until everything was resolved to tell you, but it seems you've discovered it already. What is it?" Lin Rui nervously fidgeted with her fingers, took a deep breath, and then said, "Xiaoyu, I need to reveal a secret I've kept from you for 18 years. In truth, your father and I only had you as our son. Ro and Xiaoming are both adopted." "Zhang Yu, Mom, are you serious?" "I'm not lying. But you went to the hospital when you were pregnant with Xiaoming, and she was brought home as a newborn." Lin Rui continued to explain, "That has to do with Xiaoming's constitution. She is actually a half-breed of the demon clan in humans. When I found her, she had just been born and was barely clinging to life." Half-breed? Zhang Yu was thrown into confusion. All these years, he had believed Xiaoming to be his biological sister, and now to suddenly learn that she was also adopted and a hybrid of demon and human was almost too much for him to bear. "This matter has been a closely guarded secret in Xingyuan. After I found her, I discussed it with a few other leaders, and we decided to keep the child and take measures to seal her demon lineage. However, that seal can only last until she reaches adulthood. Isn't that just over a month away? Zhang Ming's birthday was in mid-June, right after her college entrance exams. Indeed. Recently, Xingyuan has discovered a drug that can suppress the demon lineage, which is why I coaxed Xiaoming into taking it. I don't know if it will be effective. What happens if the demon bloodline awakens?" Upon hearing Zhang Yu's question, Lin Rui's brow furrowed tightly, her hands gripping her clothing as she took a long time to respond. "The bloodline of demons is quite domineering. Once awakened, it will completely consume the human part. Xiaoming. At this point, Lin Rui's eyes glistened with tears, her voice becoming choked. When they made the decision, Lin Rui and Zhang Jin fabricated a lie to avoid affecting Zhang Yu and Ro, telling the two children that Lin Rui was pregnant and needed to move to a more suitable place for recuperation. In reality, they had been sealing Xiaoming's demon bloodline. The entire process of sealing lasted 10 months, during which Xiaoming's body remained in a dormant state, showing no signs of growth. It was only after the demon bloodline was completely suppressed that she began to develop in a human direction. Everything aligned perfectly in terms of timing. So when Lin Rui held the infant Xiaoming and told Zhang Yu and Ro that this was their new sister, the two young children had no reason to doubt it. After hearing this, Zhang Yu patted Lin Rui's shoulder. "Mom, don't worry. There has to be a way." Lin Rui wiped her tears and said, her voice trembling, "When we found Xiaoming, we thought we would do our utmost. And whatever the outcome, it would depend on her fate. But having raised her from infancy, she is like my own daughter, your own sister. Now that we have reached this day, it is heart-wrenching to think of losing her. At this point, Lin Rui was openly crying, the usually composed and slightly mischievous mother now appearing helpless like a child in Zhang Yu's embrace. Chapter 82. The solution. Zhang Yu gently patted Lin Rui's back, saying, "Mom, everything will be all right. We will face whatever comes together as a family." Lin Rui nodded, wiping her tears. "Your father has also been seeking solutions, but the research on demons in Xing Yuan is truly limited." Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Mom, have you forgotten that we have a legitimate demon among us?" "You mean Xi Ning?" "Exactly. I'll go ask her. She might have a solution." As they conversed, a voice from the doorway interrupted. "Mom, is my brother in your room?" Lin Rui quickly composed herself, putting on a smile, and replied, "Yes, your brother is here. Come in." Zhang Ming opened the door, looking at Zhang Yu, and said, "Bro, my computer is broken. Can you come help me take a look?" Zhang Yu stood up and asked, "Have you tried turning it off and restarting?" "I did, but it didn't work." "Then we have a problem. Let me check it out." Zhang Yu positioned himself to shield Lin Rui's face, leading Zhang Ming back to her room. "Bro, what were you and Mom talking about?" "We were talking about your sister-in-law." "Which sister-in-law?" "It's because you have so many sister-in-laws that we were discussing it." Zhang Yu lied without batting an eye, and Zhang Ming, without a hint of suspicion, laughed and said, "Isn't Yusin here to find you? Could she become one of my sister-in-laws? Perhaps." "Humph, bro, you're too fickle. Mind your own business." "What's wrong with your computer?" Zhang Ming pointed at her computer and said, "The game is lagging. I can't even get 60 frames. "Oh, that's easy to fix." "Really? How will you resolve it?" "Stop playing and go read a book." "Ah, how can you solve it that way?" "Hurry up and help me fix it." Zhang Ming shook Zhang Yu's shoulder persistently. Zhang Yu responded, all right, just stop shaking. It's probably a graphics driver issue that I'll sort it out for you." A few minutes later, the computer was indeed functioning properly again, and Zhang Ming looked at Zhang Yu with admiration, as expected of my brother. "You're amazing. All right, you can go play now. Take care." After leaving Zhang Ming's room, Zhang Yu hurried back to his own room to find Xi Ning. Xiao Ming's situation was urgent, and a suitable solution needed to be found swiftly. He opened the door only to find Xi Ning and Qin Yusin nestled together, chatting and laughing. What was going on? Hadn't they been at odds just moments ago? He had only been gone for a short while, and yet they had become so harmonious. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Xi Ning smiled and said, "Master, you're back." "Yes, how are you two getting along?" Qin Yusin hugged Xi Ning's waist and replied, "Very well. Sister Xi Ning is wonderful. All right, you two enjoy yourselves. Step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Xi Ning." "What could be so important that I can't hear?" "There are many things you can't hear." "Be good, and I'll play with you later." Hearing that Zhang Yu would play with her later, Yusin obediently left the bedroom. Smiling, Xi Ning reclined on the bed, striking a sultry pose, and said, "Is our private time together meant for something special?" "Master," Zhang Yu maintained a serious expression as he said, "Sit up. I have serious matters to discuss with you." Xi Ning immediately straightened her posture, and Zhang Yu recounted Xiao Ming's situation in detail. "That's the situation. Do you have any solutions?" Xi Ning propped her chin on her hand and said, "A half-demon with a sealed demon bloodline, which means we need to prevent Xiao Ming from being consumed by that part of her bloodline." "Correct. Exactly. If that's the case, there are 3 possible solutions." Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. 3. Given that even Xing Yuan had been at a loss, to hear Xi Ning mention 3 potential solutions was indeed promising news. Xi Ning stood up, her tail swaying behind her as she illustrated an animated demonstration in mid-air. One figure represented the ordinary human Zhang Ming, while the other depicted a version of Zhang Ming with a demon tail, wings, and horns, symbolizing her human and demon bloodlines, respectively. The first method is to reinforce the seal on Zhang Ming to prevent the demon portion from awakening. As she explained, chains appeared on the demon version of Zhang Ming, binding her tightly, rendering her unable to escape despite her struggles. However, the previous seal had already weakened, and as Xiao Ming grew, so did the demon part of her lineage. It would be incredibly difficult to suppress it using human means. Xi Ning smiled and said, "You may not be able to, but I might." "You?" "Indeed. I possess considerable prowess. Even the diminutive demons from the netherworld address me as Master Xi Ning. But then, you nearly brought about your own demise." "That was merely an accident. Failures are an inherent part of magical research, much like in your human scientific endeavors." Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. "What are the other 2 methods?" Xi Ning flicked her tail, and the demonstration animation in the air morphed once more. "The second method is rather straightforward. It involves purging the demonic bloodline from Zhang Ming while preserving her human lineage, thus eliminating any future risks." In the animation, the demon Zhang Ming was abruptly cleaved by a colossal blade, leaving behind the lively and charming human Zhang Ming. Is that feasible? It is slightly more challenging than the first method, yet still achievable. However, if it were up to me, I would prefer the third approach. Do share. Xining's tail tapped the air twice, as the demon Zhang Ming and the human Zhang Ming gradually merged within the animation. The demonic bloodline is quite domineering, so typical hybrids seldom survive for long. Even if they do, they inevitably gravitate towards their demonic traits. Nevertheless, the demonic bloodline harbors numerous advantages, such as our formidable physical constitution, affinity for magical energy, and wings. Thus, I believe it would be a shame to discard that portion entirely. Instead, we could eliminate the more violent aspects of the demonic lineage while retaining its benefits. Then merge it with Zhang Ming's human bloodline, ensuring that she remains herself while simultaneously evolving. After hearing this, Zhang Yu felt that this method offered the greatest benefits and inquired, "What will the fused little Ming become?" Well, she would be quite similar to me, possessing a tail and wings that could be concealed at will, along with immunity to ailments, an extended lifespan, and the ability to learn magic. Zhang Yu stroked his chin and remarked, "That sounds quite appealing." However, eliminating the violent traits of the demonic lineage is unlikely to be straightforward, is it? Xining nodded. Indeed, it presents a challenge, but I believe it is worth attempting. There is still over a month left. If it proves unfeasible, we can resort to the second method, which I am confident will succeed. Chapter 83. The advantages of use. In hearing her say this, Zhang Yu felt a wave of relief. Regardless of the outcome, Zhang Ming's situation could be resolved. Even if merging the bloodlines were impossible, she could still be kept safe, which is already the best outcome. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, human methods would surely fail to save little Ming. Xining chuckled as she linked her arm around Zhang Yu's. "Oh, this is no trouble at all for me. However, Master. Since I've lent my assistance, might I request a little reward?" "Certainly, that is no issue. Anything within my means is yours. Do you desire pocket money or something else?" "Neither." Xining leaned in close to Zhang Yu's ear and whispered a few words, leaving him momentarily stunned as he blinked in surprise. The beautiful demon shook Zhang Yu's arm playfully, intentionally puffing out her chest. "Is that acceptable? Let's discuss it later tonight. No, you must agree to my request first." Xining pouted, persistently leaning against Zhang Yu, nearly becoming an accessory. Fine, I promise you." "Then let us commence at once." "Not right now. Such matters must wait until the evening." Xining sulked. "Just lock the door, and if necessary, I can take you to another realm." Zhang Yu patted her head and smiled. "We have yet to complete our tasks. I must inform my mother first, as both she and my father are nearly distraught over little Meng's predicament." "Very well. I shall heed your wishes, Master." With that, Xining leaned in and pecked Zhang Yu on the cheek, then flashed him a silly grin. "Come on, let's go find my mother." After Lin Rui listened to their account, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" Xining settled beside Lin Rui and replied, "Of course, it's true. You needn't worry, Mother. Leave it to me." "Thank you, Xining, truly." Lin Rui, feeling overwhelmed, grasped Xining's hand tightly, offering her continuous thanks. No need for gratitude. Rest assured, Mother. However, I cannot let you work without recompense. What would you like? Upon hearing this, Xining cast a glance at Zhang Yu, who leaned against the door, smiling. "Mother. She has already called you Mother, so what do you think she desires?" Lin Rui shot Zhang Yu a glare. "You rascal, I wonder what fortune you possess for so many wonderful young ladies to be fond of you." Zhang Yu approached Lin Rui from behind and began to knead her shoulders. "That is all due to your excellent upbringing. It is entirely your credit. All your credit. And what of your father? There is only one good mother in the world. As for fathers, they matter little." Lin Rui chuckled as she playfully slapped Zhang Yu's back. "Smooth talking, brat. Off you go and play." "Very well. Farewell, dear mother." He then took Xining downstairs, where she spoke up. "Master, I need to ascertain the type of bloodline little Ming possesses. I shall engage with her more over the next few days. No problem. However, little Ming is somewhat introverted. Do you think she will accompany you outside?" Xining reflected on the previous night and replied, "She should. It seems she quite likes me." That is reassuring. As they conversed, the two arrived in the living room on the first floor, where Roro, Isha, and Qin Yuxian were present. Zhang Yu approached and asked, "What are you all playing?" "Husband. Master. Shall you go?" 3 different titles, all directed at Zhang Yu. He sat among them and discovered that they were engaged in a game of Monopoly. "Count me in." Xining raised her hand. "I want to play too." "How does one play?" Roro smiled. "It's quite simple. I'll teach you." She then brought over game pieces for the two of them. Miao A Xian climbed into Zhang Yu's embrace, comfortably nestling down to accompany her master in the game. Qin Yu Xian and Xining exchanged glances. The latter nodded, prompting Qin Yu Xian to inch closer to Zhang Yu. As the game progressed, she naturally intertwined her arm with his. Zhang Yu glanced at her, and Qin Yu Xian responded with a cheeky grin. Zhang Yu chose to ignore her and continued playing. While Qin Yu Xian's eyes sparkled, she was pleasantly surprised that he had not pushed her away. They played until noon, at which point Ro announced her intention to prepare lunch, prompting them to stop. Xining joined Ro in the kitchen. Sister Ro, I'll assist you. Sure. Can you cook? It should be similar to my potion making. Plus I can always learn if I don't know how. It must be tiring for you to prepare so many dishes alone. Initially, Ro hesitated, knowing that someone inexperienced in cooking might only be a hindrance in the kitchen. However, Xining evidently brought her a delightful surprise. Setting aside her cooking skills, having magic to assist in food preparation was immensely enjoyable. With a wave of her hand, vegetables were washed automatically, potatoes shredded themselves, and even fish could be scaled with magic. Wow, that's incredible. Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely lending a hand. The actual cooking should still be done by you. Sister Ro, that you've been a tremendous help. After all, the most laborious part of cooking is the preparation. If it comes to actually cooking, it is much easier to rely on you. Xining, feeling elated by the praise, poked Ro's arm with her tail and remarked, Sister Ro. This evening, Ro nodded in response. After lunch was prepared, Zhang Ming descended from upstairs and asked, Brother, what delicious dishes did you make today? Zhang Yu glanced at her and replied, still thinking about food. Do you not realize that you're in dire straits? Upon hearing this, Lin Rui looked at Zhang Yu, hoping he wouldn't divulge that matter to little Ming. Zhang Ming appeared puzzled. With merely 40 days until the college entrance examination, you are still playing games. Have you considered what might happen if you perform poorly? Lin Rui breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was merely joking. Zhang Ming took her seat and retorted, if I don't do well, I'll just mooch off my parents. Is that all? You have no ambition whatsoever. Ambition won't fill one's stomach, and besides, my dear mother certainly wouldn't mind if I relied upon her, would you, Mom? Lin Rui nodded with a smile, of course. As long as my daughter is happy and content. You're the best, Mom. Let me have a bite. Lin Rui immediately changed her expression. You'll get grease all over me. Stay away. Qin Yu Xian puffed her cheeks and said, there is no need to worry about little Ming's grades. I should be the one feeling anxious. Zhang Yu comforted her. There's no need. Your poor grades aren't new, and you're simply not cut out for studying. Uncle Qin has long accepted that reality. Qin Yu Xian. Thanks, that makes me feel worse. Lin Rui chimed in. Don't worry, Yu Xian. Everyone has their strengths. You have your own merits as well. Really? And what merits do I possess? Let me think for a moment. Qin Yusen. Chapter 84. The Demon Wife. After dinner, Yusen entered Zhang Yu's room, and the air seemed heavy with unspoken tension. Zhang Yu, cradling a cat, inquired, what troubles you? I'm feeling down. Is it because my mother can't name any of your virtues? Gu. Am I truly that lacking? Impossible. My mother was merely teasing you. Yusen's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Of course. You are far more remarkable than she suggests. Wow, even you say that. I feel like I can't go on. Zhang Yu approached and playfully nudged her shoulder, laughing. Don't cry. I was joking. You are indeed wonderful. If you truly believe that, then tell me, what makes me good? Although you can be a bit clumsy and often find yourself in trouble, your kindness shines through, and you possess great beauty. The phrase beauty both inside and out suits you perfectly. Upon hearing this, Yusen's mood brightened considerably. She wiped her tears and asked, is that your honest opinion? Absolutely. Then, since I'm so great, would you consider letting me be your girlfriend? Zhang Yu replied, you're still quite young, and with the college entrance examination looming, your focus should not be on me, since I probably won't perform well anyway. Why not enjoy a romance? Yusen had completely given up on her grades. As soon as she sat in class, sleep would claim her. She simply wasn't cut out for studying. Zhang Yu chuckled. You shouldn't think that way. It's important to understand what you should prioritize. After all, you're not yet an adult. So that once I turn 18, will you agree to be my boyfriend? Shall you go? If Uncle Qin has no objections, then I would gladly accept. Yusen's face lit up with joy. My dad would definitely not object. Perhaps not. I might already be a scoundrel. Only those who deceive others in matters of the heart are scoundrels. You, shall you go? Or not? You might just be a bit flirtatious. You certainly know how to flatter. If you calm down and put in some effort over the next month, the outcome doesn't matter. Think of it as a test of your capabilities. Yes, I will. Encouraged, Yusin suddenly felt invigorated. After 100 days of hard work, she aimed to attend XX University. Had it not been for Zhang Ming mentioning that she had fallen asleep in class and was called out by the teacher upon returning home on Monday, Zhang Yu might have believed her. Later that night, after showering, Zhang Yu lay in bed when the bedroom door creaked open. Xining entered, clad in a black, semi-transparent dress, with her white hair and crimson eyes. Adorned with a pair of goat horns and a swishing tail behind her, she swiftly approached Zhang Yu. Master. Zhang Yu assessed her alluring figure and touched her cool horns, finding their texture quite pleasant. How did you manage to grow horns? Isn't this the form you prefer? Due to the contract, Xining could clearly discern Zhang Yu's preferences and had dressed accordingly to meet him. Eagerly, she climbed onto the bed, positioning herself atop Zhang Yu, and exclaimed, I've already spoken with Sister Ruru. No one will disturb us tonight. As she spoke, her tail slipped inside Zhang Yu's shirt. The two drew closer until their lips met. And after an hour of passionate intimacy, Xining's tail lay contentedly across Zhang Yu's chest. Master, dear husband. Zhang Yu wrapped his arms around Xining's waist and chuckled. What is this title? It sounds rather peculiar. Kiki, then you shall call me husband. Saying this, Xining captured Zhang Yu's lips again, and he felt a smooth orb pass from her mouth to his. It tasted sweet, and he instinctively swallowed it. What did you just give me? My inner core. Huh. It's a pearl formed from my magical essence. Referring to it as an inner core might be easier for you to comprehend. Kiki, why give me this? Xining smiled and began counting down. 5, 4, 3. What are you counting for? Oh no. Just as Zhang Yu concluded a session of vigorous exercise, still in cool down, he gasped in surprise. His arousal had reached a peak. See, I told you it was good. Xining giggled and flipped over. Shall we go again? Don't you need a break? The body of a demon is quite resilient. That was merely a warm-up. I have plenty more to offer. Like what? As soon as the question left his lips, Xining's tail flickered, and Zhang Yu felt a weight shift. Her figure had seemingly increased in size, now standing nearly 2 meters tall. You can grow larger? Indeed, I can also shrink. With that, Xining flicked her tail again, and her body gradually diminished until she became a petite girl of around 1 meter 50. However, due to proportional scaling, her figure remained strikingly voluptuous. Kiki, master, which form do you prefer? Zhang Yu licked his lips and stammered, ahem, they're all quite lovely. Then let us try them all. They continued until dawn broke. Finally pausing as the first light appeared, Zhang Yu rested his head on Xining's chest. Feeling the inner core replenishing his earlier exertions. In contrast, Xining appeared utterly relaxed, still teasing Zhang Yu with her tail, showing no signs of fatigue. One could only marvel at the resilience of a demon's physique. Without the inner core, Zhang Yu would have been completely drained. Husband, oh, nothing, just wanted to call you. Zhang Yu smiled and replied, let us get some rest. Dawn is nearly upon us. Wait, lie down first. For what purpose? I have something special for you. Zhang Yu lay on the bed, exposing his broad, muscular back, while Xining traced her tail along his skin. What are you drawing? I'm sketching wings for you, so you can fly too. Though humans lack wings, Zhang Yu now possessed Xining's inner core, granting him the ability to manifest them through magic. Zhang Yu chuckled. So with an inner core and wings, do I still count as human? No worries. If you don't like it, I can always retract it. I doubt I dislike it. This inner core is quite useful. Xining beamed. It's specially prepared for you. So no matter how many sisters you have, you need not fear being drained. Oh, that's rather thoughtful. Hee, it's completed. Zhang Yu sat up, stretched his shoulders, and a pair of black feathered wings unfurled from his back. Unlike Xining's bat-like appendages, his wings were feathered and spanned about 2 meters. Wow, you look so handsome, husband. Not bad. All credit goes to you. My dear wife. Xining leaped into Zhang Yu's embrace, exclaiming, let us go again. Again. You look too dashing in this form. I can't resist. Chapter 85. Communication across distances. At midday, Zhang Yu awoke in bed, having not slept in so late for quite some time. However, he couldn't be blamed, as he had only fallen asleep just before dawn the previous day. Living with a demon truly took a toll on one's health. But fortunately, he now had the inner core to sustain him. As for the instigator, Xining, she had vanished, leaving Zhang Yu alone on the bed. Just then, Ruru entered, spotting Zhang Yu sitting up. Husband, you're awake. Are you hungry? Zhang Yu nodded, prompting Ruru to say, I saved some food for you. I'll go get it. Shortly, Ruru returned with a plate of food, and as Zhang Yu leaned against her shoulder, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her presence, he remarked, waking up to my wife feeding me is pure bliss. Ruru, noticing his bare body, handed him a robe, saying, put on some clothes first. You don't want to catch a chill. I'll brush my teeth first, and then eat. While Zhang Yu enjoyed his meal, Ruru sat across from him, observing quietly. By the way, where is everyone else? Mom went to find the other heads of Xingyuan. And Xining took Xiaoming and Isha out early this morning. Zhang Yu smiled at Ruru and inquired, why didn't you go along? I would rather stay by your side. They exchanged knowing smiles. And Ruru added, oh, right. Xiaoming said she left you a message and asked you to remember to check it. Isn't she just out having fun? What could she possibly say? Zhang Yu pulled out his phone. And indeed, a message awaited him from Zhang Ming. He glanced at it and burst into laughter. What's so amusing? You'll see. Zhang Yu handed his phone to Ruru, revealing the message. Brother, have you eaten? By the time you read this, I will have already left home. I felt quite guilty when I heard you say that life is tough and making money is hard. To lighten your burden, I've run away with sister-in-law. This is all I can do for you. Ha ha ha. Xiaoming is too funny. With only Zhang Yu and Ruru remaining in the house, the atmosphere felt much more tranquil. They snuggled on the sofa, Ruru watching television while Zhang Yu rested his head on her plush thigh, engrossed in his phone. Ruru gently reached out to caress Zhang Yu's face and remarked, Darling, why do I feel as though you have become even more handsome? Is that so? If Xining had uttered these words, Zhang Yu would have surely thought she was merely flattering him for pocket money. However, since it was Ruru speaking, he was inclined to believe that there had indeed been a change in his appearance. He activated the front camera on his phone for a quick look. There were no earth-shattering alterations, yet his skin appeared more refined, and his gaze seemed a touch brighter and deeper. You know, it does seem that way, he conceded. Ruru touched Zhang Yu's delicate skin, finding it to be smoother than her own. What could be the reason? It wasn't like this yesterday. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it has something to do with Xining. Ruru's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Xining, can engaging with her enhance one's beauty? That's not what I meant. And what's with that eager expression of yours? I just want to look a bit prettier. Zhang Yu chuckled. Wife Ruru is already quite beautiful, and even if it were due to your interaction with Xining, it wouldn't affect you since you haven't. Ruru pouted. Humph. Oh, don't be upset. Yesterday, Xining gave me some kind of elixir, claiming it would strengthen the body and had a myriad of benefits. It must be the effect of that. No wonder, Zhang Yu replied. By the way, let me show you something amazing. With that, a pair of large, black wings unfurled from Zhang Yu's back, prompting Ruru to gasp in astonishment. Darling, how do you have wings? It's also Xining's magic. Would you like me to take you for a flight? Ruru hesitated. But we're in Kyoto. Isn't it risky to fly about? Flying close to the ground in the yard should be fine. As he spoke, he brushed his wings against Ruru's face, the feathers feeling exceedingly soft. All right then, just in the yard. The two made their way to the backyard, where Zhang Yu embraced Ruru's waist from behind, asking, Are you ready? Here we go. With a powerful flap of his wings, they felt a rush of air as Zhang Yu lifted Ruru off the ground. Ruru's face lit up with joy. We really can fly. Zhang Yu was equally thrilled. The human yearning for the sky is instinctual. He had dreamed of possessing wings as a child, and now that dream was being realized. Tightening his grip around Ruru, he flapped his wings again, and they soared 10 meters into the air, gliding up and down with sheer delight. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Xining were happily strolling through the streets. After a few steps, Isha spotted the restroom and spoke up. Sister Zhang Ming, I need to use the bathroom. I'll go too. Let's go together. The pair headed off to the restroom, while Xining found a seat to wait for them. Before long, a young man approached and asked, Beautiful lady, are you shopping alone? Xining glanced up at him and replied, There's another one inside. The man was momentarily taken aback but pressed on. What about your husband? He.s. in the fridge. Would you like me to take you to see him? The man, startled, stumbled back. No, goodbye. Watching him flee, Xining couldn't help but smirk in disdain. Back at home, after their adventure, Zhang Yu gently set Ruru down but suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Am I getting sick? Zhang Yu shook his head. His body was not one to follow. I feel as if someone is cursing me. Xining realized her earlier words might have been ill-timed and quickly apologized in her heart. Darling, I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention. Achoo? Zhang Yu sneezed again. Who has been muttering about me? Ruru laughed from the side. It could be Lin Mian, Xining, or even your mother. Just as Zhang Yu was about to respond, he suddenly heard Xining's voice in his mind. Darling, I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention. Xining. How did you know it was me? Ruru looked at him in confusion. No, I think I just heard her speaking. Really? I didn't hear anything. Zhang Yu raised a hand to signal Ruru to be quiet, then sensed Xining's location through their bond, calling out in his mind, Xining. In the mall, Xining paused. Darling, it's me. Did you just call for me? I did. But how did you hear me? Aren't you at home? I was just about to ask you the same thing. What is going on? Chapter 86. Zhang Ming growing up. Qi Ning thought for a moment and concluded that the elixir must have deepened their bond, allowing them to communicate over great distances. Regardless, this was not a bad thing. Even if one could achieve the same through a phone call, once they understood the reason, they ceased to dwell on it and enjoyed the occasional chat. Shortly after, Zhang Ming noticed that Qi Ning seemed somewhat distracted while walking, often breaking into silly smiles. Qi Ning, what are you laughing at? Huh, am I laughing? Isha nodded. It's nothing. I'm just hungry. Let us go eat. Sure. The trio found a restaurant and began to order. After Zhang Ming finished, she handed the menu to Qi Ning. See if you want to add anything. Suddenly, Qi Ning burst into inexplicable laughter, causing Isha to quietly distance herself. Is this demon losing her mind? Ah, sorry, I just thought of something funny. Fortunately, the waiter maintained professionalism, continuing to smile and ask, is there anything else you need? No, that will be all. Once the waiter left, Zhang Ming could no longer contain herself. Sister Qi Ning, what is wrong with you? You're acting like you're possessed. It's quite unsettling. Little Isha nodded vigorously in agreement. Though, it's nothing. I was just chatting with my husband, my brother. I didn't see you two on the phone. We don't need to. Our bond has deepened to the point where we can hear each other's thoughts. Observing Qi Ning's lovesick expression, Zhang Ming fell silent. Women in love can be quite foolish. The three spent the day out, and at first, Qi Ning intentionally maintained physical contact with Zhang Ming to discern the nature of the demon blood within her. However, she soon realized that there was no need for her to initiate contact. As Zhang Ming naturally kept leaning against her. On the way home, Zhang Ming poked Qi Ning's chest. Sister Qi Ning, is this really natural growth? What else could it be? Can it be fake? In the human world, surgeries can enhance size. What kind of surgery? They insert a soft prosthetic, and it becomes larger. Qi Ning frowned. Doesn't that involve cutting into flesh? That sounds terrifying. It is a bit. But there are always those who wish to enhance their beauty. As she spoke, Zhang Ming puffed out her chest. Sister Qi Ning, do you think I have the potential to grow? You're already quite ample, and you haven't even turned 18 yet. Reaching a D cup should be no problem. Really? Why would I lie to you? But I must remind you, if it's too large, it can be uncomfortable. Zhang Ming didn't mind this warning and scrutinized Qi Ning further, asking, what size are you? Then, by human standards, I'd say it's an F. Wow, Zhang Ming exclaimed, shocked. What kind of fortune did my brother accumulate in his past life to be so lucky in this one? Upon mentioning Zhang Yu, Qi Ning chuckled. Hey, Sister Qi Ning, is there any way to make mine a little bigger? You're still growing. Using external methods isn't advisable. I don't need it to be permanent. I just want to experience it for a bit. Qi Ning pondered for a moment and then said, all right. She then recited an incantation directed at Zhang Ming, who felt a tightness in her chest. Wait a moment. What's wrong? The bra is too tight. It's suffocating me. Let us try this at home. Okay. Nearby, Isha listened to her two older sisters' conversation, glancing down at her own chest, which showed no sign of development. Qi Ning gently patted her head. You're still young. You don't need to worry about this yet. But Sister Zhang Ming is only 2 years older than me. You're an elf, so your development will be a bit slower than humans. Just eat well, and you'll grow taller. Zhang Ming had noticed that Isha's appetite seemed smaller than before. Qi Ning explained that this was because she had previously been sharing her nutrients with Isha, thus consuming more. Now that she had become independent, her appetite had returned to normal. Upon reaching home, Zhang Ming greeted Zhang Yu and Ruru in the living room. I'm back. Then, she whisked Qi Ning upstairs like a gust of wind. The two on the sofa exchanged puzzled glances. What has gotten into her? Isha, what's wrong with her? Isabella shook her head and then dashed into Zhang Yu's embrace, snuggling close to her master. Upon returning to the room, Zhang Ming eagerly urged Qi Ning to cast a spell, hoping to glimpse her future self. As Qi Ning recited the incantation once more, and Zhang Ming felt a weight settle upon her shoulders, her chest instantly becoming much fuller. Is this all right? Zhang Ming asked as she gazed into the mirror, thoroughly pleased with her figure, exclaiming, it's absolutely perfect. This is my ideal body. This magic would only last for 3 hours before she would revert to her normal self. 3 hours is sufficient, hee. With that, she opened her wardrobe and began searching for suitable attire to adorn herself. Qi Ning shrugged and went downstairs to find Zhang Yu. While chanting the spell earlier, she had discreetly woven in another incantation, having already discerned the nature of Zhang Ming's demonic lineage. Darling, upon seeing Zhang Yu, Qi Ning leaped into his arms. Alas, poor Isabella remained seated in Zhang Yu's embrace. her face completely obscured by two large, soft masses, rendering her unable to breathe. "Oh, my apologies." Zhang Yu gently tapped Xi Ning on the head, saying, "Do be more mindful. By the way, Master, I figured out Zhang Ming's demonic lineage." "Really? What were the results?" "It's quite similar to what I surmised. Since it can be suppressed, it indicates that it isn't overly domineering. The third method is indeed viable. That's wonderful. Is there anything we need to prepare?" Just as Xi Ning was about to speak, she was interrupted by Ro, who asked, "Wait a moment, what are you two discussing? I don't understand a word. Here's the situation." Zhang Yu explained Zhang Ming's predicament to Ro. Since a solution was already in place, there was no need to keep it a secret, especially with over a month to go. There was little point in trying to hide it. After absorbing the information, Ro took a moment to accept the reality. "So that's how it is." "Yes, I only learned of it yesterday as well, but thankfully we have Xi Ning. Little Ming's issue can be resolved." Xi Ning nodded and added, "Indeed, but to be on the safe side, we still need to prepare a few things." "What do you need?" "Just say it. That little Taoist from last time should be able to help." Chapter 87. Zhang Ming Standards for a Partner. Zhou. "You want her to assist?" Xi Ning nodded. "Her talisman from last time can protect Little Ming's soul, greatly enhancing the safety factor. And no problem. I'll ask her in a bit. As they conversed, the door swung open, and Lin Rui and Zhang Zhen entered. Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Mom's back." "Who is this man?" Zhang Zhen responded, although aware that Zhang Yu was joking. He felt a twinge of guilt for not having returned home in quite some time. Lin Rui scolded, "You ungrateful child, your father is out there toiling away for you and Little Ming." Yes, you are absolutely right, Mother." He stepped forward, took the bag from Lin Rui's hands, and said to Zhang Zhen, "Thanks for your hard work. Dad. I'll brew you some tea." Zhang Zhen nodded, and though his expression remained unchanged, he felt a wave of appreciation within. Ro then asked with concern, "Mom and Dad, have you eaten? We've already had our meal. What about Little Ming?" "She's upstairs." Lin Rui nodded, and then ascended the stairs. It was Xi Ning's first meeting with Zhang Zhen, and feeling somewhat nervous, she adjusted her clothing and politely greeted, "Hello, Dad. I'm Xi Ning." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhen approached Xi Ning and unexpectedly bowed deeply, leaving her momentarily stunned. "This seems like the process is reversed, right?" "Thank you, Xi Ning. It's thanks to you that we found a way to help Little Ming." Only then did Xi Ning realize the reason behind his gesture. She hastily helped Zhang Zhen back up, saying, "There's no need for such formality. We are family now, and assisting Little Ming is the least I could do. Regardless, I still appreciate it. At that moment, Zhang Yu approached with the tea and remarked, "All right, Dad, if you keep thanking her, Xi Ning will start feeling uncomfortable." Xi Ning added, "Indeed, and besides, it was my husband who first helped me and treated me so well. What I do really isn't a big deal." Zhang Zhen chuckled and said, "Very well then. I shan't be overly polite with my daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Hee. Upon hearing that term, Xi Ning's face lit up with joy. It was akin to being officially acknowledged. "Dad, how are things progressing over at Xingyuan?" "It's essentially settled." The two men engaged in conversation downstairs, while Lin Rui knocked on Zhang Ming's door. "Who is it?" Ming. "It's me." "Mom, come in." Lin Rui pushed the door open to find a chaotic mess of clothes strewn across the bed. "What on earth are you doing?" Zhang Ming, clad in a fitted top, puffed her chest out and said, "Look, Mom." Lin Rui immediately noticed the changes in Zhang Ming and chuckled. "How many pads did you use?" "I didn't use any pads. This is all me." Although it would only last 3 hours, it was still her own. Lin Rui clearly did not believe her. Nonsense. What kind of mother wouldn't know? Come on. "How did you achieve this?" Zhang Ming pouted, having been caught that it's Xi Ning's magic. "It only lasts 3 hours. Let me see. It looks quite realistic. Of course, Mom. Don't you think this outfit makes me look very sexy?" Zhang Ming struck a pose in front of Lin Rui, who replied with a smile, "I must say, it does look rather appealing." Lin Rui was not the type to dampen her daughter's spirits. It was a good thing for her daughter to love beauty, as she herself had been the same in her youth. While speaking, she even helped Zhang Ming pick out clothes. "Try this one on." Zhang Ming looked at the piece in her mother's hands and said, "I tried that one, but it seems to reveal a bit too much. So what? You're not going out. Just put it on for Mom to see." The mother and daughter enjoyed a dress-up game in the room when Lin Rui suddenly remarked, "You're much better than your brother. Getting him to try on a few outfits when he was little was like pulling teeth." "Is that so? But my brother does have pretty good taste. That's all thanks to me. I nurtured his sense of aesthetics since childhood. Otherwise, he would have ended up dressing like your father." Zhang Ming looked puzzled. "My dad? His clothes seem perfectly normal to me." Not that he was particularly handsome, but Zhang Ming had always found Zhang Jin's attire to be quite appropriate and well-coordinated. Lin Rui scoffed. You haven't seen your father's outfits before he got married. They were so outdated he looked like an old man. Zhang Ming laughed. So how did Dad manage to win you over? I heard from Aunt Xiaobai that you were quite the beauty in school. At this, Lin Rui felt a bit proud. Actually, I was the one who pursued your father back in the day. Really? Why's that? Didn't you say he was quite plain? Come with me. Zhang Ming followed Lin Rui into her and Zhang Jin's bedroom, where Lin Rui rummaged through and pulled out a yellowed photo album. These are our college photos. Take a look. Wow, what a relic. Lin Rui playfully tapped Zhang Ming's head. Are you referring to the photos or to your mother? Zhang Ming covered her head and replied, Of course it's the photos. Mom, you were the youngest and most beautiful at 18 forever. Now that's more like it. Look at the pictures. Zhang Ming gazed at the youthful couples in the photos, exclaiming in awe, Wow, and Xiaobai really has changed much since college. That's just how she is. She is naturally ageless, and Dad really does look as plain as you described. Lin Rui remained silent, continuing to flip through the album until she paused at a particular photo. This one featured Zhang Jin, but unlike the earlier photos, he looked quite different, in his early 20s, full of youth. Dressed in a suit, standing tall, with slick-back hair, his handsome features perfectly showcased. Despite the photo being somewhat faded, Zhang Ming was taken aback by his good looks. Wow, is this really Dad? Lin Rui beamed with pride. Isn't he handsome? Incredibly so, even more so than my brother. Zhang Ming's remark was no exaggeration. Young Zhang Jun bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Yu, but perhaps due to the vintage camera's filter. Zhang Ming was genuinely taken aback by his handsomeness. This was your father in his second year of college, hosting a school event. I was utterly captivated by his appearance. Oh ho ho. No wonder. Mama's taste is indeed exceptional. Humph, of course. You must also be discerning when choosing a partner in the future. Zhang Ming replied cheerfully, You needn't worry about that, Mom. I have my own standards. What standards? Care to share? He must be more handsome than my brother and love his wife as much as my dad does. Lin Rui paused for a moment. That seems like quite a tall order. Hee, then I'll lower it a bit. He can be slightly less handsome than my brother, but only by a smidgen. Chapter 88. The staff dormitory. Lin Rui gently caressed her daughter's delicate face, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, your father has returned. Go downstairs and greet him. Father, has he finished his tasks? Yes, he will be home with us until your college entrance examination. Zhang Ming chuckled. I shall head downstairs now. Very well. Watching her lively figure depart, Lin Rui sighed deeply, grateful for the presence of Xiao Yu and Xi Ning. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom the anguish of losing a daughter. Days passed in a steady march towards June, with merely 7 days remaining until Zhang Ming's examination and 10 days until her birthday. Despite having made ample preparations, a palpable tension lingered within the family. Xi Ning, wagging her tail, approached Zhang Yu and inquired, Darling, have you contacted Zhou Jun? I have. She mentioned she would come on the 8th, he replied. Good, Xi Ning acknowledged, then playfully pushed Zhang Yu onto the sofa with a mischievous grin. Over the course of the month, Zhang Yu had been subjected to her relentless whims, often finding himself ensnared at her every opportunity. Stop it. I have to leave shortly, he protested. For what? Lin Mion's graduation defense has concluded. She is arriving in Kyoto today. Don't you remember? What time does she arrive? Zhang Yu glanced at the clock. In 2 hours. 2 hours is sufficient. As she spoke, Xi Ning nestled against Zhang Yu's neck, showering him with kisses and playful nibbles. Enough. I really must leave soon, he insisted. Exasperated, can't you exercise a little restraint? Must you behave this way every day? Xi Ning pouted. I am a demon. Seduction is my nature, and with a husband as handsome as you, how could I possibly resist? Flattery won't help. I truly must depart soon. Then will you return early tonight? Zhang Yu lightly tapped her head. I need to accompany Xiao Mian today. Whether I return or not is uncertain. Very well, just one kiss then. The once formidable demon from the underworld had now transformed into a clingy little wife. When the time was right, Zhang Yu drove to the high-speed train station. And soon enough, Lin Mian came rushing towards him, pulling a suitcase behind her. Xiao Yu, over here. They embraced, and Lin Mian planted a fervent kiss on his lips. A month apart felt neither too short nor too long. But the longing had grown intense. Zhang Yu took her suitcase, saying, Come, let me show you where you'll be staying. Lin Mian nodded and settled into the passenger seat. Wow, what a luxurious car. No wonder you're the esteemed young master Zhang. In response to her playful teasing, Zhang Yu grinned and asked, Do you like it? I'll gift you one. Lin Mian hastily waved her hands. No, no, no. I couldn't possibly accept something so valuable. Zhang Yu chuckled and started the car. Lin Mian then asked, Xiao Yu, when can I start working? Working? Yes. Remember, I have an offer from Xingchen. Why must you join that dreadful class? Dreadful class. I worked 4 years in university for that. It's not something I can discuss with those born into privilege. Zhang Yu laughed and explained, that's not what I meant. I plan to arrange for you to join Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan? What can I do as a novice exorcist? Be my secretary. Lin Mian eyed Zhang Yu suspiciously. Is this secretary position legitimate? What makes it illegitimate? Xing Yuan is now an official organization. Only the personnel arrangements are yet to be finalized. That I will be quite busy, and I could use your help. But I have no work experience. What could I possibly assist with? I have no experience either, yet I was thrust into the role of a leader. So that how much will you pay me? Zhang Yu hadn't anticipated her concern over salary and replied. That's not up to me. My salary is determined by others. Yes, they conversed. They soon arrived at a residential area. Zhang Yu parked the car and announced, We're here. Step out. Where is this? Your staff dormitory. Don't tease me. Which employee dormitory is a standalone villa? Zhang Yu laughed. This is my family's house. Though it's typically unoccupied, my mother gave me the key knowing you would be coming, and it has already been cleaned for you. Lin Mian was taken aback. Your mother is incredibly gracious. Zhang Yu replied, It's nothing much. In a few days, Ro and the others will also be moving in. Sister Ro, they are coming too? Yes, according to my parents, once I have a wife, I shouldn't live with them anymore. Haha, did your uncle and aunt expect you to have so many wives? Zhang Yu took her hand, saying, Let us go inside first. After unpacking her suitcase, Lin Mian comfortably lay on the bed, stretching luxuriously. As summer had arrived, her attire was already quite light, and this movement inadvertently revealed a hint of allure, capturing Zhang Yu's attention. Lin Mian noticed the glint in Zhang Yu's eyes and playfully beckoned him with her finger while lying on the bed. Zhang Yu sat on the edge of the bed, grinning. Are you trying to seduce me? Do I need to? You sly wolf. Well, come here then. Lin Mian hesitated. Come for what? It was still broad daylight. She merely intended to tease Zhang Yu and had no intention of taking things further. However, Zhang Yu was undeterred, leaning in to kiss her enticing lips. Lin Mian turned her head to evade him and scrambled towards the door. No. Help, shout all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu transformed into the villain, yanking Lin Mian back, who feigned resistance for a moment before yielding. An hour later, Lin Mian lay contentedly against Zhang Yu's chest, playfully biting his arm. Why are you biting me? You naughty boy, bullying me right after we meet. Then I shall let you retaliate. Pfft, shameless. Zhang Yu stroked Lin Mian's silky hair, confessing, I missed you so much. I couldn't help myself. Lin Mian clasped his hand, their fingers entwined, and gently said, I hold no grievances. I missed you too. They spent the entire day in the room, with Zhang Yu recounting the events of the past month. Lin Mian was already aware of Zhang Meng's situation. Initially surprised, she soon realized that with Zhang Yu surrounded by demons and elves, it seemed rather normal, especially since a solution had been found. Xiao Yu, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we go out to eat? Lin Mian shook her head. I don't want to move. Then let us order takeout. All right. I had mentioned taking you around Kyoto. Shall we set off tomorrow? Yes. And then you will accompany me to meet my parents. Huh. Chapter 89. I'm not nervous. Upon hearing she was to meet his parents, Lin Mian was instantly struck dumb. This is it already time to meet the parents? Are we progressing that quickly? Zhang Yu glanced at her disheveled appearance and asked, What do you think? Lin Mian pouted, I'm not ready yet. Your family is so impressive. What if your parents don't like me? What if there are some elite family customs I'm unaware of? There are no customs. My family isn't that extravagant, and I'm sure my parents will like you. Lin Mian lightly punched Zhang Yu twice. You didn't mention we'd be meeting your uncle and aunt when we came. You're pushing me into this. We'll have to meet eventually. You're going to work at Xing Yuan, and they are the heads there. You can't avoid them. Then what do your uncle and aunt like? I should get them a gift. No rush. Let us first explore Kyoto. And we'll go after Xiaoming's exam is over. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lin Mian nodded in agreement. Meeting the parents after just 2 months of dating, wouldn't that mean marriage in 6 months and children by the end of the year? She would be a mother before turning 22. Zhang Yu observed Lin Mian's swirling thoughts and inquired, What are you thinking about? I was contemplating having children. You're thinking about that already. What else? At the rate we're going, I feel like I might be pregnant by the end of the year. Zhang Yu chuckled. That's not likely. Besides, I haven't even met your mother yet. At the mention, Lin Mian suddenly recalled, Oh right, I agreed to meet your uncle and aunt. When do you plan to take me to meet my mother? It's up to you. Whenever you say we go. We LL go. Lin Mian grinned. Let us go now. Will you come? Absolutely. Zhang Yu immediately nodded in agreement, pulling Lin Mian from the bed, eager to head out. Wait. I was joking. You're not even dressed. Didn't you say we're going to meet my future mother-in-law? Lin Mian tossed a piece of clothing at Zhang Yu. If you go like this, my mom will probably call the police. Afterward, she stood up with the clothes in hand. I'm going to take a shower. I'll join you. Let us go together. No, you're not allowed in. Observing the eager expression on Zhang Yu's face, Lin Mian wore a look of vigilance. She was already quite fatigued, and another encounter would truly be unbearable for her. Over the course of the following week, Zhang Yu took Lin Mian on an excursion through the delightful attractions of Kyoto. On the 8th day, Lin Mian arrived at Zhang Yu's home bearing gifts. Noticing Lin Mian's somewhat awkward demeanor, Zhang Yu gently rubbed her face and reassured her. There's no need to be nervous. Ro and Xining are here as well. Just act naturally. I'm not nervous. As Zhang Yu opened the door, Lin Rui was engaged in conversation with Ro and the others. Upon seeing Zhang Yu and Lin Mian, she immediately rose to greet them. So this is Xiao Mian? She's truly beautiful. Please come in. Lin Mian smiled and raised the gifts in her hands, saying, Hello, Annie. This is for you and Uncle. Wonderful. Please come in and take a seat. I'll go call your uncle. Xining also chimed in with a smile. Sister Lin Mian, it's been a while. It has indeed. Hi, Xining. In the presence of Ro and Xining, Lin Mian felt considerably more at ease. Lin Rui and Zhang Jin emerged to greet Lin Mian. Lin Rui offered a gentle smile, saying, There's no need to be so tense. Just treat this place as your own home. You know Ro and Xining, so come and have some tea. Thank you, Auntie. Afterward, Lin Rui cast a glance at Zhang Yu and remarked, You take them upstairs. I wish to have a private chat with Xiao Mian. Zhang Yu exchanged a glance with Lin Mian, clearly noticing her nervousness, and said, I won't go upstairs. Just pretend I'm not here. All right. No, I can only speak with Xiao Mian. Well then, I shall not intrude any longer. Zhang Yu knew Lin Rui's character well. She would certainly not make things difficult for Lin Mian. Once the children ascended the stairs, Lin Rui glanced again at Zhang Jin, instructing, You go back too. Zhang Jin, puzzled, asked, Am I not allowed to listen? With just a single exclamatory sound, Zhang Jin immediately rose to leave. This scene nearly made Lin Mian laugh. It seemed the nation's wealthiest individual held little authority at home, with only the two of them left in the living room. Lin Rui grasped Lin Mian's hand and smiled. Now that we have some privacy, I simply wish to have a good conversation with you. Please, relax. I'm listening, Auntie. First and foremost, Auntie must apologize on behalf of Xiao Yu. Lin Mian was taken aback and inquired, Why apologize? Of course, it's because Xiao Yu has caused you distress. His lack of devotion is concerning, and yet you are willing to stay with him, as his mother. I bear some responsibility. It's all right, Auntie. This is ultimately my choice, and there is no need for an apology. Furthermore, Xiao Yu treats me well. I do not feel wronged. Lin Rui patted her hand and said, It's wonderful that you think this way. However, I must remind you not to indulge Xiao Yu too much. There are times when he needs guidance that I won't. Xiao Yu is quite reliable and doesn't require my oversight. Don't defend him. I know my son well enough. Lin Mian stuck out her tongue. Both Ro and Xining are too obedient to Xiao Yu, which is not ideal. A household needs a woman to take charge. You are a clever child. Surely you understand what I mean. Lin Mian comprehended the implication and hesitantly replied, Are you referring to me? Surely I am not capable of that. Why not? Annie has a keen eye for character. I've heard Xiao Yu speak highly of your intelligence, and the moment I saw you, I knew he was correct. I will do my best. Good girl. And if Xiao Yu ever bullies you, come to Auntie. I promise to give him a lesson. Lin Mian smiled and nodded. Yes, I will remember. The two continued to chat casually. Lin Rui inquired about Lin Mian's family situation, and then unexpectedly reached out to touch her face. So lovely, even more so than in your videos. No way. Auntie, you are the one who is youthful and beautiful. I hardly even recognized you when we first met. Lin Rui, flattered, laughed. Go on upstairs and join Xiao Yu and the others. All right. Lin Mian ascended to find Zhang Yu, who was presently with Xining, drawing an array of peculiar symbols around the room. What are you two up to? Preparing for Xiao Ming's matter. Have you finished speaking with my mom? Yes. Would you like to know what we discussed? I would, but you certainly won't tell me. If you beg me, I might just share. Zhang Yu chuckled helplessly. All right, Xiao Mian, my dear, consider this my plea. Lin Mian burst into laughter. Haha, I'm just kidding. Even if you beg, I still won't tell you. Chapter 90, The Awakening of the Demon Bloodline at Noon. After finishing her morning examination, Zhang Ming returned home accompanied by Qin Yusen. Mom, I want to eat a grand feast. Upon entering, Zhang Ming immediately clamored for food. Lin Rui had just placed a dish on the table and playfully poked her head. A grand feast. You big mouth. Are you even going to eat it? Mom, you can't treat me like this. The college entrance examination isn't over yet. I am a protected species. No need for protection. Look who's here. Lin Mian waved at them. Xiaoming, Yusen. Hello, Sister Lin Mian. When did you arrive? Not long ago. How did the exam go? Zhang Ming waved her hand dismissively. Oh, whatever. I just handed in the paper, right? Lunch was prepared by Ro Ro and Xining. And with the aid of their magical abilities, they had learned to cook in just a few days. Mom, I want to travel after the exams. Lin Rui placed a piece of meat into her bowl, saying, you still have your birthday to celebrate after the exams. I can go after my birthday, and besides, I don't want a birthday party this year. Let's just celebrate at home. All right, your birthday, your rules. Zhang Ming nodded with a smile and picked up a piece of braised pork to eat. Taking a bite, her expression contorted. Ro, why did you cut the ginger the same size as the meat? Once coated in the braising sauce, the ginger bore no distinction from the meat, and Lin Rui had failed to notice earlier. Ro looked innocent. I didn't know. That dish wasn't made by me. Xining raised her hand with a grin. It was made by me. Zhang Ming spat out the piece of ginger, took a sip of water, and asked, puzzled, why? Eating normally is so boring. This is much more thrilling. There should be another piece in there. For a moment, everyone at the table fell silent, staring at the plate of braised pork, none daring to pick up their chopsticks. Zhang Yu, undeterred, declared, I refuse to be intimidated. There is so much meat. What is there to fear? He picked up a piece and brought it to his mouth, causing the braised pork to emit a crisp sound. Lin Rui burst into laughter. Aha, now we are safe. Thank you, Xiao Yu, for clearing the way for everyone. Zhang Yu spat out the bitten piece of ginger and placed it in front of Xining. Eat it. No way. You created this mess. You deal with it. I refuse. If you don't eat it, you will sleep on the sofa tonight. After the meal, Yusen and Zhang Ming took a short nap before heading off for their final examination. When the two returned in the evening, Zhang Ming spotted a familiar face. Sister Zhoujun, what brings you here? Zhoujun smiled. I came to celebrate your exam completion. Where is your robe? It's too hot to wear that in the summer. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and shorts with her hair tied back in a ponytail, Zhoujun embodied the image of a pure, neighborly girl. Hey, my birthday is in 2 days. You should stay here for a couple of nights. Sure. Zhoujun agreed cheerfully, for that was her purpose for coming. The next 24 hours passed without incident, until the night before Zhang Ming's birthday. As the clock approached midnight, everyone gathered at Zhang Ming's bedroom door. It's almost midnight. Are we all ready? Yes. Seeing everyone nod, Xining stated, in a moment, I will bring Xiaoming to another space. That space isn't very stable, so we can't have too many people. It will be sufficient for me. My husband, and Zhoujun to enter while the rest wait outside. Lin Rui, though anxious, nodded, deciding it was best not to create chaos at this juncture. Zhoujun glanced at the time. It should be about time. Xining nodded and then swiped her tail across the door, opening a portal. The three entered in sequence. Just as the portal was about to close, a swift shadow darted out and jumped inside. Ah, Xian, Lin Mian exclaimed, but the portal had already shut. The remaining individuals outside exchanged glances, and Ro reassured, Ah, Xian isn't just any cat. He shouldn't cause trouble. Let's hope so. Inside the room, Zhang Yu and the others stood in an open space, facing the slumbering Zhang Ming. Meow. Ah, Xian, how did you end up here? Zhang Yu cradled the cat, who nuzzled against him. Xining, having an extra cat shouldn't pose any issues, right? No, it will only consume a bit more magic. It's nothing significant. Zhang Yu gently patted the cat's head, saying, be good. There may be danger soon. Just observe. Meow. I know you're formidable, but for now, there's no need for you to intervene. Just be obedient. Xian then leaped from Zhang Yu's embrace and obediently settled to the side. Zhoujun looked at Zhang Yu in surprise. Can you understand what the cat is saying? I can only roughly comprehend its emotions. Let's focus on the task at hand. All right. Zhoujun nodded, taking out 3 talismans. The talismans flew towards Zhang Ming, and with a flash of light, they seemed to merge into her body. Done. The soul protection talisman has taken effect. After speaking, she crouched in a corner, petting the cat. Her role was akin to that of an anesthetist during surgery, and her involvement was now unnecessary. Xining stepped forward, the tip of her tail glowing, and countless luminous energy orbs were shot forth, quickly filling the entire space. Zhang Yu observed the small glowing orbs before him and reached out to poke one, wondering why it seemed so delectable to Xining. What are these? Magic orbs. Newly spawned demons require nourishment. And these orbs are incredibly enticing to them. So, they are edible. Then, Xining cautioned, Dear, do not consume them. I have tampered with them. It was only natural for him to crave the magic orbs, given that he possessed the inner core Xining had given him. Time passed, and as the clock struck midnight, the slumbering Zhang Ming suddenly sat upright. Her body began to change gradually. A demon tail emerged behind her, her nails elongated and sharpened. She grew slightly taller, sprouting a pair of small demon wings, and a protrusion formed on her forehead, though no horns emerged, likely due to her youth, and her wings were much smaller than Xining's. Xining cast a spell on the others and the cat, rendering Zhang Ming unable to sense their presence. As anticipated, the newly awakened demon began to consume the floating magic orbs. Once she had devoured them all, Xining lifted the perception barrier and spread her expansive demon wings. Approaching Zhang Ming, she poked her nose, saying, Still hungry? Come get yours. Chapter 91. Are you really going to kill me? The demon Zhang Ming glared at Xining, seemingly furious at being interrupted during her meal, and let out a fierce roar. How dare you roar at me? You don't recognize me, Lady Xining. With a swift flick of her wings, a powerful gust of wind sent the demon Zhang Ming flying. But her juvenile wings flapped, quickly stabilizing her form. Dear, help me restrain her. No problem. Zhang Yu recited an incantation, and several chains shot forth from all directions, binding the demon Zhang Ming's limbs. This spell was taught to him by Xining, and he grasped it swiftly. Just as he felt triumphant, the airborne demon struggled fiercely, instantly breaking the chains, and charged at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprise, unfurling his black wings to evade the attack. Xining cautioned, You were too gentle. The chains lacked power. I was just worried about hurting little Ming. It's fine. Demons are quite resilient. Little Ming will forgive you. Zhang Yu hesitated and remarked, I believe that although little Ming is currently dominated by her demon bloodline, her soul remains intact. I should be able to reason with her. Xining's expression remained unreadable. Well, go ahead and try. Thus, Zhang Yu stepped forward, forced a smile, and said, Little Ming, do you still remember me? Go away. The demon Zhang Ming's voice was somewhat hoarse. I'm your brother. Listen to me. Don't fly around. It's cold up there. You might catch a chill. Zhou Jun, holding a Xian in the corner, had 3 black lines appearing on her forehead. Astonished that he was concerned about the demon catching a cold, I have no brother. You have no relation to me. How can that be? We grew up together. I even stole your red envelope money for toys when we were kids. And I've yet to repay you. The demon Zhang Ming paused, asking, You stole my red envelope money? Yes, didn't you know? Die. She roared, swinging her tail, unleashing a magical attack aimed at Zhang Yu's face. He dodged with a swift movement, exclaiming, It was only $200. Are you trying to kill me? It's my stuff. No one is allowed to touch it. As she spoke, the demon Zhang Ming lunged at Zhang Yu again, but her speed was noticeably slower than his, allowing him to deftly evade all her attacks. Little Ming, that's not right. How did our parents teach you? One must not be selfish, you understand. Shut up. Regardless of what Zhang Yu said, the demon Zhang Ming was clearly unresponsive, merely continuing her assault. Xining explained from the side, It's useless. Little Ming is currently dominated by her demon bloodline, her temperament like a powder keg, easily ignited, and she won't listen to anything you say. As Zhang Yu dodged the attacks, he inquired, But you're also a demon. Why aren't you like this? Xining chuckled. I've lived long enough to have outgrown the rebellious phase. She has just been unsealed and is filled with resentment towards this world. Upon hearing Xining's words, the demon Zhang Ming furiously directed a magical attack at her, which Xining easily dispelled. Stop struggling. Little Ming, you cannot defeat us. Obey your brother. With Xining's strength, subduing Zhang Ming, this newly spawned little demon, would be exceedingly simple, but that was not her objective, so she could only wait patiently for the magic orbs Zhang Ming had just consumed to take effect. Nearby, Zhou Jun yawned while holding the cat, finding the sibling duo's aerial antics quite dull and feeling sleepy. Xian, however, remained wide awake, her golden pupils wide and fixed on the demon Zhang Ming. Finally, Zhang Ming could no longer endure the cat-and-mouse game, her eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. You too, don't think I can't deal with you. Xining smiled slightly. Oh dear, getting anxious, are we? Just like a child. Quick to anger. I'm so scared. Die. With that, her wings flapped, and she charged at her older brother at an astounding speed. Zhang Yu. Wait, weren't you aiming for Xining? Humph, I'll deal with you first. Xining shrugged. She knows she can't defeat me, so she can only explode at you. Shut up. The demon Zhang Ming roared at Xining, relentlessly attacking Zhang Yu. At this moment, her speed had doubled compared to before. making it less easy for Zhang Yu to evade, prompting him to look at Xi Ning. The look in his eyes conveyed the question, is it not time yet? Xi Ning transmitted a thought to Zhang Yu. Just a little longer. Her current state isn't enough. The demon bloodline hasn't been fully activated. What should we do? We must take action. Provoke her into a frenzy. Zhang Yu sighed. Ultimately, he had to engage. Zhou Jun, are your soul protection talismans reliable? Zhou Jun gave him a thumbs up. Rest assured, all three are enhanced versions. Absolutely foolproof. All right, then I want to hold back. The demon Zhang Meng scoffed dismissively. Let us see just how powerful you are. With that, she charged at Zhang Yu once more. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, murmuring, I've never fought you before, so I'm sorry this time. With that, he summoned all his mental energy, his eyes emanating a dazzling blue beam that struck directly at the demon Zhang Meng's forehead. Accompanied by a painful whimper, Zhang Meng's body was sent flying, barely managing to stabilize herself. This was Zhang Yu's first time using mental energy in such a manner. Previously, he had always employed it alongside mental energy tools. Ordinary exorcists would never directly use mental energy for attacks, as it was far too wasteful, but Zhang Yu had an abundance of it. Moreover, after contracting with Xi Ning, he had discovered many similarities between mental and magical energy, warranting further exploration. However, the situation at hand was not yet resolved. After sustaining the attack, Zhang Meng quickly recovered and relentlessly charged at Zhang Yu. I'm sorry, big brother. I have to get serious now. Thus, Zhang Yu ceased evading, closing in on the demon Zhang Meng, unleashing a barrage of techniques. Dragon Claw Hand, Lotus Drift, Scorpion Palm, Kangaroo Leap, all directed at Zhang Meng. Soon, the demon Zhang Meng was left battered and bruised. With blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Zhang Yu felt a pang of heartache but understood he could not relent. Gritting his teeth, he launched a powerful punch straight at the demon Zhang Meng's face. Brother! Just as his fist was mere centimeters from Zhang Meng's face, her cry halted him. Tears welled in Zhang Meng's eyes as she pleaded, Brother, are you really going to kill me? Zhang Yu's heart wavered. Little Meng, I doubt before he could finish, a dangerous smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Meng's mouth, a sharp horn suddenly sprouting from her forehead, and she charged directly at Zhang Yu's chest. Foolish human. Die. Chapter 92. Let's see who takes the first hit. Zhang Meng's movement was too sudden. Zhang Yu could not evade in time, and it seemed he would be pierced through the chest by the horn. However, at that moment, a ghostly shadow darted out from the side, directly tackling Zhang Meng to the ground. A Xian. Zhou Jun was taken aback. She had not even seen how a Xian had flown out of her embrace. At that moment, a Xian had grown to 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height, completely shedding her usual adorable appearance, transforming into a fearsome black tiger. Zhang Meng was knocked to the ground, and a claw was raised, its sharp tip glimmering with a faint blue light, which swiftly severed the horn atop her head. A Xian. Splendidly done. Xi Ning seized the opportunity, reciting incantations as a torrent of magical energy surged forth, enveloping Zhang Meng entirely. Simultaneously, Zhang Meng felt the magic within her begin to uncontrollably leak out, manifesting as floating orbs of power. She stared at Zhang Yu in shock. Did you do that on purpose? You knew I was going to ambush? Of course. I am your brother. No, I refuse to become a lowly human. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond her control, with each orb of magic drifting away from the demon Zhang Meng's body. Her demonic features gradually faded, and within mere minutes, she had reverted to the appearance of an ordinary human girl. The orbs of magic were gathered by Xi Ning, ultimately coalescing into a dark red sphere. Zhang Yu, with wings unfurled, approached Zhang Meng, who had now succumbed to unconsciousness. He cradled her in his arms and approached Xi Ning, asking, Is this sufficient? Na Yilin Rui lightly slapped Zhang Meng on the head, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? You mustn't utter anything negative on your birthday. Zhang Meng pouted, looking pitiful as she replied, You hit me on my birthday. It's only fair. After all, you're not my biological mother. So you won't feel sorry for me. Heh, I wonder who it was that cried on my shoulder for half the night last night. Lin Rui squinted. This year, there will be no birthday gift for you. Oh no, please don't. Mother, I was wrong. You wouldn't treat your own daughter this way, would you? Who says I wouldn't? I am a wicked stepmother. Zhang Meng immediately hugged Lin Rui's arm, affectionately rubbing her cheek against her. How could you be a stepmother? You are my real mother, even closer than a real mother. You're the best. A kiss. Lin Rui chuckled as she pushed Zhang Meng's face away. We're having a meal now. Your gift will come tonight. Hee, I knew mother loves me the most. Mua. Lin Rui wiped her face and asked, By the way, didn't you say you wanted to travel the day before yesterday? When do you plan to go? I'm still planning. Brother, you should take your sisters-in-law with you. Zhang Yu looked at his father, and Zhang Jin spoke up. You should be taking office in about half a month. There's nothing on your agenda for this half month. Then let's seize the opportunity to go out and have some fun. Zhou Jun raised her hand and asked, Can I go along? Zhang Ming shook her head. No, only my brother and my sisters-in-law can go. Before Zhou Jun could react, she added, Unless you agree to marry my brother. Zhang Yu punched Zhang Ming on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Ming covered her head. Ouch, brother, that was quite a blow. You're a demon. I'm not going to die from it. Humph. Zhang Ming huffed, and while that punch was indeed heavy, she didn't feel it too much. In the afternoon, Uxian arrived at Zhang Ming's house with a gift. As her good friend, she certainly had to come for her birthday. Zhang Ming quickly took the gift and smiled. Oh, you could have just come without bringing anything. It's too polite. Qin Yusen replied, Let us go to my room. Xiaoyu and the others are busy setting up the venue. Aren't you going to help? If you go, you'll just cause chaos. It's better to accompany me back to my room to play games. Qin Yusen protested. Who says I would cause chaos? Saying that, she walked towards the group who were blowing up balloons. Xiaoyu, I'm here to help. Just as she finished speaking, she slipped and fell directly onto a balloon that had just been inflated. Fortunately, there was a soft carpet, so the fall didn't hurt, but a third of the freshly inflated balloon burst under her weight. Zhang Yu walked over to help her up. Did you get hurt? No, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to help. I know, but we have enough hands. You should go upstairs and play with Xiaoming. All right. Zhang Ming pulled Uxian upstairs. Come on, accompany me to try on clothes and take photos. You're good at this. Okay. Back in the room, Zhang Ming opened the wardrobe and began selecting beautiful dresses. Uxian, what do you think of this dress paired with this headpiece? Qin Yusen pinched her fingers and said, Xiaoming, hold on a second. I have something to ask you. What is it? Are you and Xiaoyu really not biological siblings? Zhang Ming shrugged. The facts are clear. It's obvious we're not. But how come you seem unaffected at all? What could possibly affect me? For goodness sake, your family has such a vast fortune. You can't even compete for it now. Zhang Ming tugged at Uxian's ear. Have you read too many domineering CEO novels? The family fortune is meant for my brother. What is there for me to compete over? Oh, is that so? What else? Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Qin Yusen poked her fingers and said. Then let me ask you again. You and Xiaoyu, it's only sibling affection, right? Zhang Ming blinked, realizing that this girl was worried about that. A smirk crept across her lips as she replied. Oh, you just reminded me. I can now pursue my brother. Chapter 94. Another demon. Qin Yusen's expression changed. That's not what I meant. That definitely wouldn't work. Why not? He asked your brother. There is no blood relation. Qin Yusen was at a loss for words and lay back on Zhang Ming's bed, sighing, Your family is truly chaotic. Zhang Ming laughed. Yet you still rush to become my family's daughter-in-law. I am different. I've been pursuing Xiaoyu for many years, and he has already promised me. Promised you what? That I can be his girlfriend once I turn 18. My birthday is next month. Hee. Really? Then I'll work hard to win over my brother by the end of the month. Qin Yusen panicked and grabbed Zhang Ming's collar. Xiaoming, do you really want to make me mad? Just a reminder, today is my birthday. Are you sure you want to hit me? Humph. I'll let you off this time. Zhang Ming smiled slightly, flipping over to pin Uxian down, her pupils turning red. Horns sprouting from her head, wings appearing behind her, and a tail emerging. Let you off? Do you think you are my match? Qin Yusen? No, you can't play like this. Who can't play, knowing that I'm a demon and still daring to confront me? Let me teach you a lesson. Hey, wait, don't tickle me. That night, Zhang Ming dressed like a princess and happily took many beautiful photos in the venue decorated by everyone. As for what made the birthday special, there really wasn't much. It was simply a family gathering to eat, drink, and have fun. However, with Zhang Ming just finishing her college entrance examination, experiencing a rebirth, and celebrating her birthday, it truly deserved a grand celebration. Zhang Yu lost many games and drank quite a bit, becoming somewhat dazed. Lin Mian patted his back and said, Shall I help you back to sleep? No need. He waved his hand, and the inner elixir in his body worked its magic, rapidly metabolizing the alcohol, instantly awakening him. What the heck? How can I lose this way? Ha ha ha. Let us continue. I refuse to believe I can keep losing. Until dawn, Lin Rue and Zhang Jin, both nearing 50, could no longer keep their eyes open, prompting everyone to return to their rooms for rest. Ro, Lin Mian, and Xi Ning all slept with Zhang Yu. His bed was quite large, so it wasn't cramped. After turning off the lights, a black cat rushed in and snuggled into Zhang Yu's blanket. After petting a Shin's fur, they gradually drifted into slumber. In the demon realm, 3 demons stood within a circular magic circle, their expressions serious. The white-haired demon asked a Shuang, "Are you ready?" The heterochromia demon nodded. "I'm ready. Let us go." The purple-haired demon suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment. Take these. Leaves. What are these?" "Food. Along with items used by Lord Xining. They should be useful. Thank you. I will definitely bring Lord Xining back." With that, a Shuang resolutely stepped into the center of the magic circle. The cooldown for the circle is 2 months. If you haven't returned by then, I will come find you. All right, I'm leaving. Upon finishing, the magic circle flashed brightly, and a Shuang disappeared. "Winners, do you think a Shuang can bring back Lord Xining?" The white-haired demon pondered for a moment and said, "It should be fine. After all, she has been by Lord Xining's side the longest. We should trust her." The activation of the teleportation circle was instantaneous, but it could only ensure a Shuang would be transported to Earth. The specific location on Earth was completely random. At that moment, a Shuang looked at the icy plains before her, utterly bewildered. "Where the heck am I? Is this really the human world?" She took a few steps forward but found no sign of humanity. And the cold wind sent shivers down her spine. It seemed she would have to use magic. A Shuang's tail lit up, and she cast a spell to teleport herself to the nearest living being. Soon, she encountered a large white bear. "Hello, big white bear. Do you know where humans live?" roared the polar bear. Faced with the food presented to it, opened its mouth wide and lunged forward. "What the heck?" a Shuang exclaimed, immediately using magic to teleport away. Once in a safe location, she muttered, "Why are the animals in the human world so stupid? They can't even understand me." Truly, seeking help from others is not as reliable as relying on oneself. She opened the bag that Leaves had given her, finding an assortment of oddly shaped fruits and a few pieces of clothing. A Shuang picked up one of the fruits and took a bite. It was juicy and delightful. Then she glanced at the clothes, scratching her head. Are these the clothes worn by Lord Xining? Where did Leaves find them? After a moment's thought, she took out a pair of black stockings from the clothing and put them on her legs. Then, she cast a spell on her stockings, and her legs began to move involuntarily in a certain direction. "Hee, it truly works, Master Xining. I am coming to find you." At that moment, Xining was still lost in slumber, utterly unaware that yet another demon had ventured into the human realm. After Zhang Meng celebrated her birthday, she began to formulate plans for the desired journey, with a considerable number of participants. She, along with Uxin, Zhang Yu, Lin Mian, Ro Ro, Xining, Isha, and Shou Jun, amounted to 8 individuals. Furthermore, a Xin would accompany them as well, adding another cat to the mix. Thus they resolved to drive to the seaside for a delightful outing. Although the journey would take a bit longer, it would be more convenient, as public transportation does not permit pets. Once they reached a consensus, Zhang Yu mapped out the route and started packing their belongings. On the 3rd day after Zhang Ming's birthday, the group set off on their adventure. Zhang Yu took on the driving responsibilities, with Xining quickly seizing the front passenger seat, while Lin Mian and Ro Ro settled into the second row. Zhang Ming, Uxin, and Shou Jun took their places in the back. This vehicle belonged to Zhangxin, and with 8 slender young women aboard, it was not cramped at all. A Xin was free to roam about the car. Zhang Yu drove attentively, while Xining, clad in a short skirt, showcased her alluring legs encased in black stockings. Whenever Zhang Yu's right hand rested nearby, she would lean her legs toward him, exuding a desire to be pampered by her husband. Ultimately, Zhang Yu could no longer endure it and smacked her thigh, exclaiming, "Stop being so provocative. I'm driving. Isn't it just to keep you awake, dear husband?" She retorted, "You're distracting me, which is perilous while driving. Do you understand?" Xining dismissed his concerns. "With me around, what danger could there possibly be? If you continue to act out, I might just make you sit in the back. No, I'll remain silent." Chapter 95. Community spreading warmth after driving for quite some time. They finally arrived at the coastal city. "Hey, darling, is that the coastline?" "Indeed. Why are you so excited?" "Of course I'm excited. I've never seen the sea before." "Isn't there any sea in the demon realm?" "No, the demon realm lacks everything. It's utterly dull." Isha, also hailing from the demon realm, leaned against the car window, admiring the scenic coastline. "We'll reach the hotel soon. First, we must savor some delicious food. And in the afternoon, we can frolic by the sea." A Xian, nestled in Ro Ro's embrace, spoke with a tone of weakness. "Master, how much longer until we arrive? I can hardly endure." It was a Xian's first car ride, and it had succumbed to motion sickness. "About half an hour more. Just hold on a little longer. I feel like I might vomit." Ro Ro immediately grew anxious. "Oh no, please don't throw up on me. I'll get you a bag." "Ugh, I despise automobiles." Zhang Yu chuckled. "Don't be too quick to hate. We'll have to drive back. Can't Sister Xining use magic to take us home instead?" Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use magic in public. We must adhere to the rules of this world, and you must converse with strangers. A Xian sighed. Alas, times have changed. We can no longer speak to people. Ro comforted, stroking a Xian's fur. Just hold on a bit longer. Soon you'll be treated to plenty of seafood. Meow. At last, Zhang Yu arrived at the hotel, parked the car, and proceeded to check in. A presidential suite would suffice for 7 people. Just as they had set their luggage, someone rang the doorbell. Who is it? The community is spreading warmth. A woman's voice, unfamiliar yet intriguing. What community warmth is there in a hotel? Please go away. Without a second thought, Zhang Yu attempted to dismiss the visitor, yet the person outside pressed the doorbell once more. Fine. I shall see who is causing trouble. Zhang Yu rose to open the door, only to be greeted by a woman he knew all too well, who appeared to be in her 20s yet emanated an air of maturity. And Xiao, bye. Ha. It's me. Surprised, are you? Bang. Zhang Yu promptly shut the door, nearly colliding with Bai Xiaoming's nose. Can someone explain why Aunt Xiaobai is here? Who? Aunt Xiaobai? Yes, right at the door. The girls in the room exchanged puzzled glances, ultimately shaking their heads. Ro suggested. Regardless, we should let Aunt Xiaobai in. It's not right to leave her outside. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply and opened the door. Bai Xiaoming pinched his cheek, saying, smile. Why are you so unhappy to see me? Of course, I'm delighted. Bai Xiaoming entered the room and greeted the girls. Hello there. Hello. And Xiaobai. Lin Mian and Xining had only heard of Bai Xiaoming's name, but this was their first encounter. She appeared precisely as Zhang Yu had described. Utterly ageless for someone over 40. Bai Xiaoming reclined on the sofa, lifting a Xian, and said, So, you are a Xian, right? I heard you can speak human language now. Meow. Can I? Is my information incorrect? My master doesn't allow me to converse with strangers. Bai Xiaoming gently stroked a Xian's head. It's all right. I'm not a stranger. I'm your master's fiancé. Zhang Yu scooped up the cat and interjected. And Xiaobai, please don't jest. My girlfriend is listening. Oh yes, this room is filled with beautiful women, all your girlfriends. I presume you're mistaken. Zhou Jun and Xiaoming are certainly not, and Uxian is barely half. Qin Uxian? Bai Xiaoming merely smiled without replying. Let us set aside that. What brings you here? I came for a holiday. Is that not permissible? You can vacation, but how did you find us? I missed you, so I came to see you. Lin Mian pulled Ro into another room, asking, Ro, is Aunt Xiaobai always like this? She behaves like this only with my husband. She is quite nice to us. Why is that? It seems to stem from a childhood joke about a child bride, but Aunt Xiaobai appears quite serious about it. Ro shook Lin Mian's hand. You aren't feeling jealous? Are you? Not at all. I've grown accustomed to Xiaoyu bringing girls home. I just didn't expect this one. Ro shrugged, and Xiaobai's nature is such, only Lin Rui can slightly rein her in. At that moment, Bai Xiaoming turned on the sofa and remarked, Oh, don't be so gloomy. I'm here to have fun, not to cause chaos. But how did you know I was here? Your mother informed me. I deliberately canceled all my work to come early. The suite across from yours is mine. You're welcome to stay there if you wish. You canceled work? One tea that caused issues. No, I left everything to your parents to handle. Ah? Observing Zhang Yu's expression, Bai Xiaoming playfully kicked him. You only care about your parents, don't you? When your mother was ill for those 2 years, I handled her work without rest. What's wrong with me taking a break? All right. You have a point. You're the elder. I shall heed you. That's more like it. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Then let me treat you to something delicious. Bai Xiaoming's arrival was indeed unexpected, but it was not entirely unwelcome. At most, Zhang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable from the teasing. She interacted quite pleasantly with the other girls, including Lin Mian and Xining, who found her to be exceptionally kind. As for the teasing directed at her husband, teasing was merely teasing. It wouldn't cost him a thing. However, the manner in which she spoke was rather bold, leaving Zhang Yu somewhat flustered. For instance, during lunch, when Zhang Yu poured her a glass of water, Bai Xiaoming took a sip and suddenly exclaimed, So hot. What did you just give me? Xiaoyu. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and foolishly replied, Urine. Thinking he could gross her out, she countered, Is it yours? Then I'd like another glass. Zhang Yu instantly felt defeated. Are you serious? Ha. You think you can outwit me? You're still 20 years short. The group laughed and bantered over a sumptuous lunch, with only Xining casting a glance out the window. Her crimson pupils spun twice before she discreetly cast a spell on herself. Meanwhile, a Shuang, who had just arrived in the city, paused momentarily. What is going on? Why has Master Xining's perception suddenly ceased? Chapter 96. Misfortune awaits those who touch water at that moment. A Shuang had already reached the human city. For safety, she had employed a perception-blocking spell the instant she spotted humans. Consequently, ordinary people could not sense her presence. Yet Xining had detected her immediately. A Shuang lingered in place for a moment before sensing Xining's aura once more. Though it was slightly weaker than before, it was still in the same direction, indicating she was not mistaken. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yu and the group returned to the hotel to collect their swimsuits before heading to the beach. The swimsuits worn by several young ladies are rather modest, resembling little dresses that merely reveal their elongated legs. The exception lies with Xining and Bai Xiaoming, who don bikinis. Bai Xiaoming's choice is somewhat more acceptable. Although her figure is stunning, the style remains within reasonable bounds, and many people at the beach sport bikinis, rendering her outfit not overly extravagant. Xining, however, pushes the envelope. Her already striking figure is accentuated by a revealing three-piece swimsuit. Leaving onlookers quite breathless, Zhang Yu pinches her ear and questions, "What on earth are you wearing?" "Hurry and change. I saw online that this is what one should wear at the beach, and Aunt Xiaobai's is quite similar to mine." "No arguing. You are a married woman, do you understand?" Xining pouts, but seeing the jealous expression on Zhang Yu's face fills her with delight. In an instant, a shimmer of light envelopes her as she magically conjures a different swimsuit, which is much more modest, effectively covering all that needs to be concealed. Is this acceptable? Besides, I've used magic, so it definitely won't slip. Yes, this will do. Let us go have some fun. Hee hee, at the seaside. Several girls revel in the water, while Zhang Yu, Bai Xiaoming, and Shou Jun relax on their beach chairs. Xian, visiting the beach for the first time, finds the sensation of sand beneath its feet rather novel, but it dislikes water. After frolicking on the shore for a while, it returns to Zhang Yu's side. "Master, I want that coconut in your hand." It eyes the coconut Zhang Yu holds, licking its lips. "Here." Zhang Yu, who is quite laid back in his care for his cat, doesn't he mind sharing a bit of coconut water. Bai Xiaoming, wearing sunglasses and reclining on her beach chair with her long legs elegantly crossed, turns to Shou Jun and asks, Shou, why aren't you playing with them?" Shou Jun replies, "I've observed. Today isn't suitable for water play, or it might bring bad luck. Oh, is there really such a thing? Aunt Xiaobai, why aren't you joining in? I'm too old for that. I can't handle it anymore. Just lying here is tiring. Xiao Yu, could you come over and massage my legs, please?" No, Zhang Yu declines firmly, and Bai Xiaoming chuckles before sitting beside him. Dressed in only shorts, his muscular physique is on full display. Bai Xiaoming playfully pokes at his abs and teases, "You've got quite a nice body. Come play with me." No, in the next moment, Bai Xiaoming plops down onto his stomach, causing Zhang Yu to involuntarily flex his core, his abdominal muscles contracting. Bai Xiaoming's eyes light up as her smile broadens. "Oh, so firm?" Zhang Yu pushes her off, exasperatedly asking, "What are you doing? What if Xiaomian and the others see? Are you afraid of that? Otherwise, come back to the hotel with me. No one will disturb us there. Oh dear, are you really that impressive? You lie here, and I'll massage your legs." Bai Xiaoming smiles softly. "Wouldn't it have been better to do this from the start? Oh, and while you're at it, help me apply some sunscreen." Reluctantly, Zhang Yu squeezes a dollop of sunscreen into his hand and applies it to her exposed skin. Oh, that's so cold. Bai Xiaoming lets out a small squeal. And Zhang Yu, feeling exasperated, retorts, "Could you not make such noise? Humph, hurry up and apply it. Others would jump at the chance to massage me." Zhang Yu remains silent, diligently applying the sunscreen. Once finished with the front, he asks, "Do you need the back done too?" "Of course, and while you're at it, please massage my lower back." Bai Xiaoming turns onto her stomach on the beach chair, and Zhang Yu places his hands on her slender waist, applying gentle pressure. "Ouch, be gentler. I hardly pressed at all. My back has been bothering me. Take care of this old lady." "Haha, so now you're claiming to be an old lady?" Zhang Yu teases, though he lightens his touch. Bai Xiaoming, enjoying the sensation, closes her eyes and unknowingly drifts off to sleep. Zhang Yu pauses his actions and returns to her previous chair. Meanwhile, in the water, Xining glances at Shou Jun on the shore and discusses with Zhang Ming. "What if we pulled Zhou down here? Is that all right? Won't she be upset? She won't. We come to the beach, after all. How can one not get wet?" "True, let us go." The two agree and head towards Shou Jun. Oblivious to their intentions, Shou Jun is engrossed in her phone when the two wet mischief makers suddenly appear before her. "What are you two up to? Hee hee, come play with us, Shou." "No, I said today isn't a good day for water. That's just superstition. Come on," Zhang Ming declares, wrapping her arms around Shou Jun's. "Hey, don't touch me. You're all wet." Xining laughs. "Ha, you're already wet. Come join us in the sea." Xining, That phrase shouldn't be used that way. Huh. What's wrong? Zhang Ming waves her hand dismissively. I'll explain later. Just help me out. All right. Zhou Jun struggles. Let me go. You two little devils. Do you believe I'll report you to the Taoist priest? However, the two have already carried her to the edge of the sea, and with a gentle toss, they send her splashing into the water alongside Lin Mian and Ro Ro, sending up a great spray. Hello. Shou. Zhou Jun rises from the water, grinding her teeth. How infuriating. The other girls quickly surround the drenched Zhou Jun. What are you doing? Are you going to bully me too? No. It's just that the waves washed away your swimsuit. What? Zhou Jun glances down, realizing she is completely bare, and immediately squats in the water to avoid exposure. You all quickly help me find it. Oh, Xining, Xiaoming. Hurry over. Lin Mian calls to the two on shore. Needing to find it quickly before the waves sweep it away, Zhou Jun glares at the two mischief makers, who sheepishly scratch their heads. Sorry, we didn't think the waves would take your clothes. The little Taoist sighs. I told you today wasn't a good day for water play. Chapter 97. No free help. Zhang Yu observes the group in the water, bending over and feeling around, and curiously approaches them, asking, what are you all looking for? Zhou Shou's swimsuit was washed away by the waves. We helping her find it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu glances at Zhou Jun squatting in the water, ponders for a moment, and states, so she can't move right now, correct? Zhang Yu. Zhou Jun angrily splashes water at him. Haha, just kidding. I'll help you look too. No need. I found it. Xining triumphantly raises a white swimsuit high above her head. Zhou Jun blushes. Why are you holding it up so high? Just give it to me. The girls gather around, assisting Zhou Jun in putting on her swimsuit, during which Xining playfully touches her. Hee, Zhou Shou, you've got quite a nice figure, and your skin is lovely too. Get away from me. You little pervert. What pervert? I'm the one who found your swimsuit. Then may I ask who lost it in the first place? Don't worry about that. You got it back, didn't you? Afterwards, the group has had their fun and heads ashore to rinse off in fresh water before lounging on beach chairs to rest. By Xiaoming stretches, showcasing her alluring curves. That was such a refreshing nap. She exclaims, then stands up and pats Zhang Yu on the shoulder. Xiao Yu, let us go buy some drinks. Zhang Yu turns to the other girls. Anyone want something to drink? After playing in the sea for so long. They all feel parched and nod eagerly. All right, let us go. The two throw on cover-ups and stroll towards the drink stand, which is a bit of a distance from the beach. By Xiaoming links her arm with Zhang Yu's. Clearly in high spirits. Hey, why don't you come stay in my suite tonight? No, then I'll just stay with you. There are so many of you. One team make a difference. Suit yourself. Having achieved her goal, By Xiaoming playfully shakes Zhang Yu's arm, noticing that he seems a bit more agreeable than before. Hubby, can you hear me? Xining's voice suddenly rings in Zhang Yu's mind. Catching him off guard. I can hear you. What's up? Someone might come looking for you soon. Looking for me? Who? It's a bit complicated. Let me explain simply. After listening, Zhang Yu furrows his brow. You. I'm begging you. Dear, just help me out. Got it. I'll handle it. Love you. By Xiaoming watches Zhang Yu and smiles. Are you chatting with Xining? How did you know? Your walking pace slowed down, and your eyes kept darting around. It was obvious you were distracted. I guessed right away. As expected of Bai. Just in time. I need your help with something. Bai Xiaoming placed her hands on her hips and said, You said you would help me. So why the hesitation? Please, just let me finish explaining the situation. All right, go ahead. Zhang Yu recounted the events once more. After listening, Bai Xiaoming nodded and replied, I want to help. What do you mean? Not helping? You can't just nod your head and refuse. I can assist, but it cannot be for free. Then what do you want? Bai Xiaoming stood before Zhang Yu, a playful smile gracing her lips. A kiss from you. Dear can we negotiate for something else? Sure. How about you keep me company at night? Let's stick with the kiss. Bai Xiaoming pointed to her delicate cheek, and Zhang Yu pressed his lips against it lightly. That was far too perfunctory. Do it again. You didn't specify how to kiss. Don't play coy with me. Not having to kiss on the lips is already quite generous. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Realizing in that moment he was well and truly ensnared. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoming's heart blossomed with joy, thinking to herself, this little rascal is completely under my thumb. Ahem, I can help you, but when will Ashuang arrive? I am not sure. Xining said she would reach out to me. Let us go grab some drinks first. Let us go. With that, Bai Xiaoming took hold of Zhang Yu's hand. The two arrived at a beverage stall, ordered their drinks, and due to the quantity, they needed to wait a moment. Bai Xiaoming said, I'll go to the restroom. Zhang Yu nodded. I'll wait for you here. At that moment, Ashuang, cloaked in a perception warding spell, observed Zhang Yu from the entrance, Perplexed, he is clearly human, yet why does he bear the aura of Lord Shining? Following the magical trail, she finally found Zhang Yu, but he was evidently not Shining. Never mind, I'll just ask him. With that thought, she concealed her demonic traits, transforming into an ordinary human girl, and approached Zhang Yu. However, her eyes remained unchanged, one red and one blue. She walked up to Zhang Yu, who was engrossed in his phone, and poked the back of his hand. Hey. Zhang Yu swiftly covered her mouth, signaling for silence. It's not suitable to speak here. Ashwang, though puzzled, felt somewhat reassured, as this implied Zhang Yu was not an ordinary person. Zhang Yu led her to a secluded corner outside the stall and asked, "What should I call you?" "I am the demon Ashwang." Zhang Yu was taken aback for a moment, extending his hand to her. "Hello, I'm Heihu Afyu." "Hello, Afyu." Ashwang shook hands with Zhang Yu, harboring no suspicions. Zhang Yu suppressed a laugh and inquired, "So, what brings you to me?" "I'm here to find Lord Shining. You must have seen her, right? Why are you so certain I have met her? You carry her magical aura, which is how I tracked you down." Zhang Yu stroked his chin, observing the demon before him, around 1.65 meters tall. Slightly plump, but in a healthy way, not as exaggerated as Shining. Her face was quite beautiful, with just a hint of softness that made one want to pinch it, and of course, her striking mismatched eyes drew attention. Ashwang furrowed her brow, wondering why this human kept staring at her. "Hey, you still haven't answered me. Where is Lord Shining?" "Ahem. I do have information about Shining, but why should I tell you?" Ashwang's gaze turned icy. If you want to speak, then I'll have to resort to that tactic. What do you mean by that? What are you planning to do?" Zhang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might resort to violence upon their first meeting. Suddenly, Ashwang knelt before Zhang Yu, bowing deeply. "Please, tell me where Lord Shining is." Chapter 98. The innocent Ashwang. Zhang Yu was taken aback by her unexpected act of submission. She truly was a product of Shining's influence. Her knees as soft as hers. "Get up. Don't kneel so casually." He helped Ashwang back to her feet, relieved that the area was mostly deserted, or else they might have caused misunderstandings. "If you tell me where Lord Shining is, I'll do anything you ask." "Really? Even let you kiss me?" "Mua." Without hesitation, Ashwang pressed a kiss on the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth. Zhang Yu touched the spot she had kissed, utterly astonished. "Wait, you really did it? Didn't you ask for it?" "I was just joking. You're way too casual about this." Ashwang puffed out her cheeks, thinking, for such a handsome human, a kiss is a steal. Zhang Yu steadied his nerves and asked, "What do you want with Shining?" "I want to bring Lord Shining back to the demon realm." "What if she doesn't want to return?" "Impossible. Lord Shining loves the demon realm too much. She will definitely go back. Yezi and Winnie are waiting for her." Zhang Yu pursed his lips. "I'm sorry, but your Lord Shining is currently quite content with her husband." "Well, here's the situation. I have indeed met Shining, but I don't know where she is now." Ashwang frowned. "How can that be? Why do you have Lord Shining's magical aura then?" Zhang Yu explained, "Because she gave me an inner core, which is why I bear her essence." "Why would Lord Shining give you that? Did you assist her in some way?" "Well, wait a moment. I'll take you to see someone, and you'll understand." Ashwang nodded, trusting Zhang Yu completely. If Lord Shining was willing to bestow her magic upon him, it meant he was not a bad person. Zhang Yu led Ashwang back to the drink stall, whereby Xiaoming was sitting with their beverages. "Why did you bring back another girl?" "What do you mean bring back another girl?" "This is the one I told you about." Bai Xiaoming finally understood, and Zhang Yu introduced Ashwang to her. "This is Bai Xiaoming, my friend." "Hello, I'm Ashwang." After a brief introduction, Zhang Yu handed Ashwang a drink. "Give this a try. I think you'll like it." Ashwang tentatively took a sip through the straw, her mismatched eyes lighting up. "This is delicious." As she spoke, she produced a peculiar purple fruit from seemingly nowhere. "I don't have much else, so please enjoy this fruit." This fruit? What is it called?" "Purple crystal melon. It's really tasty." Zhang Yu took a bite, finding its texture reminiscent of watermelon, but less sweet and very refreshing. It's great. Let us go." Ashwang nodded and naturally took Zhang Yu's hand. Bai Xiaoming, witnessing this, leaned in closer to Zhang Yu and whispered, "You little rascal, you've already made an impression on her." "That's not the case. She is only here for Shining. Just follow my lead." With that, the trio made their way to the beach, where they could already see Ruru and the others. Ashwang spotted Shining immediately. "There's Lord Shining." She was about to dash over, but Zhang Yu pulled her back. "Take a closer look. Is that really Shining?" Ashwang focused intently, her brow furrowing. "She looks exactly like Lord Shining, but her magical aura is different." "What is going on?" Zhang Yu chuckled and fabricated an explanation. "Here's the thing. The Shining before you is an imposter, and quite a formidable one at that. The real Xining had her powers diminished due to a magical mishap and cannot confront her. She is hiding until her strength is restored to settle the score. Bai Xiaoming, listening nearby, was taken aback. That excuse is far too flimsy. Who would believe that? After pondering for a moment, Shuang nodded. I see. She believed him. She really believed him. But I have a question. Haha, so you did notice something amiss? Zhang Yu forced himself to remain calm, aware of how absurd his story sounded if that is the case. How do you know Lord Xining? And why do you know this imposter? Zhang Yu's mind raced, and he forced himself to say, it's like this. Your Lord Xining and this imposter both fell in love with me. And they started fighting over me. Although Xining couldn't defeat her, I only have eyes for Xining, so she disguised herself as Xining to stay by my side. I've been playing along with this imposter, waiting for Xining to return. Bai Xiaoming's face contorted in disbelief. What kind of story is that? Your storytelling skills are abysmal. Shuang stroked her chin, deep in thought, before finally nodding. I see. She believed him again. No wonder you have Lord Xining's inner core. It's a token of affection. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Lord Afu. Afu. Oh, well. I'm actually not called Afu. My name is Zhang Yu. Shuang looked confused. Zhang Yu. Why did you deceive me? Ahem. It was not my intention. As this is our first encounter, we must learn to conceal our true selves. Do you understand? Truly, you are a man favored by Lord Xining. I, Shuang, have much to learn. Zhang Yu silently chastised himself, pondering whether deceiving such an innocent demon might invoke the wrath of the heavens. Lord Zhang Yu, what shall we do now? My suggestion is that you remain by my side until the real Xining returns. And together we shall vanquish that imposter. Very well. In that case, you should first accompany Aunt Stabai back to the hotel to rest. We shall seek you out upon our return. No problem. Zhang Yu turned to look at Bai Xiaoming, who playfully tapped his head. From now on, do not call me Aunt. Understood. May I call you Xiaobai instead? That is much more acceptable. Shuang, let us depart. After the two left, Zhang Yu approached the girls with a beverage in hand. Zhang Ming inquired, why did you take so long to return? Where is Aunt Xiaobai? Zhang Yu settled into a chair and replied, it is a long story. Allow me to recount it at length. The group sat upon the soft sand, forming a circle as they listened to Zhang Yu share tales of Shuang, each of them amused by the antics of this innocent demon. Xining remarked, Shuang has always been quite naive. She believes everything said to her. Had it been Venice, she would have certainly seen through such ruses. However, Sister Xining, Shuang has come in search of you. Is this truly wise? Xining waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. The demon realm is exceedingly dull. Let Shuang enjoy a few days in the human world, and she will eventually comprehend why I prefer not to return. At that juncture, I shall reveal the truth to her.